drifting between power and leisure. The two rebels danced across the ocean waves without a care, their movements smooth and precise. Lin Feng watched them idly from the shore, unbothered by the idea of anything going wrong. After all, he was the one who had designed the regenerative cradle's body. While he hadn't gone into details at the time, he had ensured it was crafted from materials beyond human comprehension. And as for Martina, well, she was an energy source incarnate. Breaking her was out of the question. As Lin Feng reclined on his chair, Susan strolled over, accompanied by Wanda, each holding a large metal surfboard. Want to give it a try? Susan asked playfully, tilting her head. Lin Feng barely spared the board a glance before waving her off.
I'll pass. Sea surfing?
Not even close to thrilling. Compared to the exhilaration of his own flight, the sluggish movement of a surfboard held zero appeal. Susan simply chuckled, already expecting his response, before linking hands with Wanda and heading to the shore. The silicon-based surfboards, practically sentient, adjusted instantly to their riders. Neither Susan nor Wanda needed to master any techniques. The boards instinctively adapted to them, propelling them smoothly over the water. Their laughter echoed across the sea, carefree and lighthearted. Lin Feng remained the sole presence on the beach, undisturbed. Leaning back into his chair, he let out a satisfied sigh. His gaze drifted over the horizon, but his mind was elsewhere, sorting through the newfound abilities that had awakened within him. The power beyond infinity. This time, he had absorbed far more from the infinity gems than before. The last time he had merely scraped the surface, gaining limited control over time within a small radius.
But now?
Now, the scope of his awareness had expanded drastically. The first and most notable change was that Lin Feng could locate the Time Variance Authority, TVA, a feat once deemed impossible even for the infinity gems themselves. It was like gasoline. Fuel alone couldn't move a car, but once poured into an engine, it could propel a vehicle at unimaginable speeds. Similarly, infinity gems, though powerful, were bound to their universe.
Lin Feng was not.
His power had long since surpassed the infinity gems in destructive capability. Creation versus illusion. Another realization dawned on him. His grasp of creation had evolved. Previously, he could conjure structures like the town Wanda built in the movies. But these were lifeless things, objects crafted through raw energy manipulation rather than true creation. Even the life Wanda created, such as her vision, was a mirage, a manifestation of her subconscious rather than an independent existence. They were programs running on her will, bound to her thoughts. Lin Feng's creations, however, were tangible and independent. The small rabbit he had once summoned was alive. It could think. It could move freely. Unlike Wanda's illusionary constructs, his creations could exist beyond his control, but only for a limited time. That, he was determined to change. Currently, he had progressed beyond simple creatures. Floating in the ocean before him was a shark, far larger than his previous creations. And this one lasted 5 minutes. The key, he realized, wasn't more energy, it was precision. Like an artist perfecting a brushstroke, he had to refine his control, fine-tune every detail. If he mastered this, the possibilities would be limitless.
Weapons?
Entire civilizations?
Universes?
Even something as insignificant as a grain of sand, if imbued with the right energy, could annihilate planets. But these were all mere tools. Why bother when he could reduce Earth to dust with a flick of his wrist? With a casual toss, he let the shark sink back into the ocean, where it would fade from existence. Lin Feng exhaled, deep in thought. The stagnation of power. Yet, despite his newfound control, something bothered him. The last time he had absorbed infinity gems, his power had soared to multiversal levels.
This time, nothing changed.
He remained at the same level. The disappointment gnawed at him. Was he stuck? It wasn't that multiversal combat power wasn't terrifying, it was. But within the same level, there were vast differences. A low-tier multiversal being and a top-tier one were worlds apart. Lin Feng wasn't at the peak. Not yet. To break through, he needed more than just infinity gems. Perhaps. The cosmic cube was the key. Assessing the exiles. His mind wandered to his true opponents, the exiles. A thought struck him, and he muttered. System, how do I compare to the first sequence of the exiles? For a long time now, the system had remained silent, only surfacing when directly called upon. It had practically become a passive observer, letting Lin Feng evolve without interference. But now, as if waking from slumber, the system's voice rang out.
Oh?
You still remember me? A hint of mock resentment colored its tone. Lin Feng felt an inexplicable shiver crawl up his spine. Don't make it weird, he muttered. That tone makes me sound like a scumbag ex-boyfriend.
A scumbag? Oh, you are, the system huffed.
I made you a Superman, and yet you never check in on me. Lin Feng rubbed his temples.
Fine, fine. Have you eaten?
The system rolled its metaphorical eyes. Don't force yourself, it's painful to watch. Then just answer my question. A beat of silence, then the system finally responded. Your strength is at the absolute peak of multiversal combat power. Compared to the first sequence of the exiles, you're evenly matched with most of them. Lin Feng's brows furrowed.
Most?
The top few, you're not quite there yet. Lin Feng sat up straighter. So they were beyond multiversal? Super universe level? Almighty universe level? Before he could ask, the system added. But don't stress. Even if you can't win, no one can stop you from escaping. Lin Feng leaned back, smirking. See? That's the right mindset. No need for unnecessary ambition. Unlike cultivators who scraped together resources, he was built different. He didn't need to chase after power, he absorbed it naturally. He didn't need to seek out training grounds, his power grew under the sun. He was a lazy man Superman, and honestly, it was perfect.
Mission? What mission?
Alright, enough of that, Lin Feng stretched lazily. It's been a while since I got a mission. How about throwing me a couple for fun? A dry, unimpressed chuckle echoed in his mind.
Heh.
The system sneered. With the power you have now, what kind of mission could I possibly give you? You think I'll just hand over free reputation points?
Lin Feng smirked.
Hey, come on, I'm planning to track down the cosmic cube next. Why not just make that a mission?
Pfft, nice try, the system scoffed.
What, you want me to hand out points for something you're already planning to do? Forget it. The system had seen right through his little scheme. Not that Lin Feng felt even the slightest bit embarrassed. Come on, he was Superman. His thick skin could tank planetary explosions. You're looking at it the wrong way, Lin Feng countered smoothly. If my reputation grows, I get stronger. If I get stronger, I'm more useful to you. The stronger I am, the better I can handle the exiles. Planning for the future. It wasn't just about power. Over the past few years, Lin Feng had been roaming the universe, and the hype around Superman on Earth had inevitably died down a bit. Sure, his reputation points were still sky high, but he didn't like the idea of them stagnating. He was the type who liked to be prepared. Extra points meant extra security. After all, he wasn't just relying on Earth's reputation anymore. The Venom universe he had saved, the Transformers world he had influenced, those alone outpaced the reputation points from Marvel's Earth. But Lin Feng was a long-term planner. More reputation points meant more power, more peace of mind. And more importantly, more cool stuff to unlock. But the system remained firm. No missions for now, it replied seriously. You're on the right path. The missions were designed to guide you early on.
But now?
The system store offers everything you need. You already know how to get stronger without me. If you really want more reputation points, just save more worlds and increase your public exposure again. The power of Superman. The system wasn't holding back rewards out of spite. It was just that. At this point, Lin Feng didn't need handholding. Superman's growth wasn't like other beings. He didn't need decades of training or a mountain of resources. He just needed time. Besides, the system added, at the rate you're going, the exiles aren't much of a threat anymore. I could probably just go into sleep mode and let you wipe them all out.
Lin Feng chuckled. Yeah, that's fair.
Honestly, his own rapid progress was probably why the system barely showed up anymore. His power level skyrocketed too fast, even the system probably felt like he didn't need much guidance. Not that Lin Feng minded. He stretched, crossing his legs as he lay back. Everything was going well, both in this universe and in his original home. The curse of overpowered boredom. But something felt off. A strange emptiness settled over him. Lin Feng sighed, staring up at the sky. Man, is this what it feels like to be lonely at the top? He had power beyond comprehension, could obliterate planets if he sneezed too hard, and had no real threats in sight. What was next? Would he just drift through eternity, getting stronger just because he could? The system didn't answer. Instead, Lin Feng asked, "Hey system, you got any hobbies?" A cold, robotic voice responded. "I do not possess worldly desires." Lin Feng blinked. Wow. That was tragic. A wish beyond power. Lin Feng did have a wish though. To take Susan back to his home universe. Introduce her to the orphanage dean who raised him. Though he wasn't sure how the old man would react to him dating an alien girl. Maybe he'd nag him about finding a proper hometown girl. Lin Feng chuckled at the thought. Love, career, power, he had everything. For now though, vacation time. Shaking off his thoughts, Lin Feng got up from his chair. He was heading to buy fresh seafood and a bigger grill. Tonight was gonna be seafood barbecue night.
The art of relaxation. Why not just catch fish himself? Good question.
Better not to ask again. Returning to the beach, he unloaded bags of fresh seafood, along with a few extra tools for grilling.
The price? Outrageous.
At least 2 to 3 times higher than the market rate.
But the advantage? Convenience.
Besides, a Superman like him wasn't gonna haggle over shrimp prices. Behind him, a group of female staff members followed, carrying a large grill and supplies. Lin Feng had hired them to handle setup and cleanup. And no, it wasn't because he was lazy.
Not at all.
Hiring people creates jobs. It's an economic stimulus. Definitely not because he didn't want to clean up after the beachside tournament. Meanwhile, Martina and the others had finished playing in the ocean and moved on to beach volleyball. Lin Feng simply sat back and enjoyed the view. Watching the girls jump and move around? Absolutely the right decision to ban all other guys from joining. Not a single outsider was gonna witness this blessing. He let them play, focusing instead on preparing the barbecue. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in soft gold, Susan and Wanda looked breathtaking. For a moment, Lin Feng just watched them, taking it in.
A beautiful moment of peace. Then he grinned. All right, time to eat. The food battle begins.
At the call of freshly grilled skewers, Ling Jili instantly abandoned the volleyball game. Eyes locked onto the massive sea prawns, she rushed over, ready to devour everything. Martina, meanwhile, collapsed onto the sand, sipping a cold drink like a lazy cat. Susan and Wanda, however, actually helped with the grilling. Who won the volleyball match? Lin Feng asked with a smirk.
Susan hesitated. Well. Wanda giggled.
Technically, we all won. Lin Feng raised a brow.
Yeah, sure.
That meant everyone lost.
Still, he let it slide.
Susan pulled out a pair of fathead fish from the cooler. Try this, it's nutritious.
But then, her smile faded.
A hint of melancholy crept into her voice. I might not get to eat food like this again.
Lin Feng paused mid-bite. Ha.
Where did that come from? Wait, is Blue Star about to be destroyed or something? Why wouldn't you be able to eat this? Susan just sighed. Lin Feng stared.
What was going on?
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Susan flipped the grilled shrimp and asked Lin Feng, "Do you know what kind of shrimp this is?" Lin Feng looked at it and shook his head. He didn't study the shrimp, so he bought it because he thought it was delicious. As for the name, Lin Feng didn't even bother to remember it. Men, do you still need to know the name before eating, so you can save yourself? There are a lot of this kind of shrimp in Neon. Susan continued. Neon? Isn't that the island kingdom? So that. Lin Feng still didn't understand why he was puzzled. Susan was startled, showing an expression of sudden realization. That's right, you've been away for 2 years, so you don't know about it. Earlier this year, Neon passed a motion. They will continue to discharge untreated wastewater into the ocean next year. This incident went crazy at the beginning of this year. Basically everyone on the internet knows it. The news of Susan directly caused an exclamation mark to rise on Lin Feng's forehead, the kind with a question mark next to it. Is there such a thing? Mentioning this incident, Susan was obviously a little unhappy, turning over the grilled shrimp in her hand. Thinking that I might not be able to eat this delicious seafood in the future, tears almost flowed from the corners of my mouth. The high-level executives on the Neon side jumped out one by one and said that the wastewater has been treated and will not cause pollution. But everyone knows, isn't this obviously cheating fools? There is no pollution, you drink it yourself, what are you doing in the sea? Susan said with some complaints. Once this kind of polluted wastewater is really discharged into the ocean, it will flow to the oceans all over the world as time goes by. By then, the world's oceans will be polluted by this move. Moreover, the fishery in Neon is very developed. Once the Neon starts to discharge wastewater, the first to suffer is their own fishermen. Fishermen will lose their jobs one after another, and then, the catering industry of Neon will be affected. This loss is linked together. Nihong is completely doing a confusing move that hurts the enemy 1,000 and hurts himself 1,000. Lin Feng couldn't understand, were they out of their minds? The whole world is against this bill, and the people on the Neon side dance the most. Susan continued, according to some experts, as long as the neon operation starts, within a few years, marine life all over the world will be affected. So, in the future, if you want to eat, you won't have to eat it. The sea prawns were grilled. Susan peeled one and handed it to Lin Feng, and then gnawed on it herself. As a seafood fanatic, Susan really gritted her teeth with hatred for this proposal. This is something that really affected Susan's life. Susan wants to use the Superman wristbands given by Lin Feng to transform into a Superman and sink the island kingdom directly to the bottom of the sea, turning it into an underwater kingdom. Lin Feng was eating grilled shrimp, thinking about the purpose of the neon. Similar things happened in his hometown, but Lin Feng hadn't reached the real juncture before crossing. And after Lin Feng gave back so much technology to his hometown, it is estimated that this kind of thing will never happen again. But he didn't expect that something similar could happen in the Marvel universe. Doesn't Marvel Blue Star use clean nuclear technology? Tony's fusion reactor is a display, but Lin Feng figured it out in an instant. The technology of the Marvel universe is very developed, but it does not mean that the technology of Blue Star in the Marvel universe is developed. Tony's reactor technology is also the only one for Scorpion Papa in the Blue Star of the Marvel universe. Wait, I'll make a call. Thinking of this, Lin Feng ate the grilled shrimp in 2 bites, and handed the half-cooked barbecue to the staff behind him to signal her to take over. Then he took out his phone and called Tony. As soon as the call was connected, Lin Feng directly explained the matter. Now Tony and S.H.I.E.L.D. are a bit of a world inspector. Especially S.H.I.E.L.D. When encountering such a thing, S.H.I.E.L.D. will definitely intervene. But the current relationship between Lin Feng and S.H.I.E.L.D. is a bit stiff. Is this a thing? Don't worry. Tony cheered, thinking it was a big deal. If Nihong really dares to do this, S.H.I.E.L.D. will not let him go. It is highly probable that their discharge of wastewater is false, and it is true that they are focusing on reactor technology. Tony continued to explain, and let J.A.R.V.I.S send several reports from several months ago to Lin Feng. The purpose of Neon's discharge of wastewater is somewhat different from what Lin Feng guessed. Without hanging up the phone, Lin Feng glanced at the report quickly, and probably knew the reason of the matter. In the report, the discharge of wastewater was just a fuse, which directly burned some of Tony's technical monopoly. Lin Feng sneered. I see. Denounce Tony's reactor technology for not sharing. Then there is the usual routine, selling badly, and planning to discharge the untreatable wastewater into the ocean on Tony's head. Attacking Tony from a righteous and human point of view. In short, it is repeatedly jumping around, trying to blackmail Tony's reactor technology. Tut tut. It turned out to be pink eye. I have to say that the top management of Nihong is really a genius. Want to use this method to achieve the goal? It seems to be really crazy. Tony's reactor technology didn't even get the United States, and he can give you neon? But when he saw the next file, Lin Feng called him a good guy again. And what about the United States? Lin Feng asked amusedly, his eyes full of amusement. This document condemned Neon's motion, and then blamed Tony for the reason. Yes. We don't hold any hearings now, just touch porcelain, and use justice to suppress me. Tony responded with a chuckle. Without Mi Feng supporting his legs behind his back, how dare Neon touch Iron Man so blatantly? Tony has experienced this kind of pediatric behavior many times, so it's no wonder he doesn't take it seriously. Okay, I need my help to tell you directly. Lin Feng lost interest after reading it. Neon said that the emission plan will start in 2 years, and there is still 1 year before the deadline. Lin Feng really didn't believe that he dared to do this. Thinking of threatening Tony in this way, it seems that Mi Feng has been envious of Tony's technology to a certain extent. However, this kind of threat is a bit like going to the doctor in a hurry. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng took the grilled shrimp again. Seeing Susan's puzzled and expectant gaze, Lin Feng smiled slightly. Don't worry, Neon has no chance of discharging wastewater. Tony can do it all by himself, and if not, then me? Lin Feng's assurance made Susan smile again. It is impossible for Neon to discharge wastewater in a frenzy, and definitely does not rule out the result of jumping over the wall in a hurry. But it doesn't matter, Lin Feng can snap his fingers and recreate a blue star. That's how willful it is? Come on, don't think so much, eat an oyster to make up for it. Lin Feng was not afraid of the heat, so he directly picked up a huge roasted oyster from the grill and stuffed it into his mouth. This temperature is simply trivial. Lin Feng is now a man who can drink magma without changing his face. After eating and drinking enough, they all returned to the villa. Then Wanda and Martina were not allowed to go to other villas. Other villas are on separate islands. Now it's late at night, everyone is tired after playing all day, it's a bit inhumane to let them run around. It didn't matter, they were all arranged on the 2nd floor, and Lin Feng took Susan directly to the undersea bedroom more than 20 meters away by elevator. Here, Lin Feng and Susan had a good experience of what it is like to explore the movement of life in the deep sea. Needless to say, the experience is very novel. How about in the universe next time? Hey. The Maldives trip soon came to the last day. The vacation that Lin Feng gave to Martina and the others is over, and it's time to return to the beautiful campus life tomorrow. Lin Jili was dragged onto the plane with a face of reluctance. If it wasn't that she couldn't beat Lin Feng, she would definitely jump up and kick Lin Feng's knee. Obviously he is not a human being, why does he still have to go to school? Lin Feng didn't care so much and threw it to the school directly. Then he took Martina with his backhand, went to her school and asked for a week's vacation for Martina. What kind of discrimination is this? Lin Feng didn't have any other ideas. He wanted to take Martina back to the shape-shifting King Kong world. In 2 years, Lin Feng will go to see how his duplication task is completed. And shape-shifting King Kong world is Martina's home. Anyway, Martina has been away from her hometown for such a long time. Lin Feng is not some kind of devil, just happened to be on the way this time, so he took Martina back to visit relatives. After informing Susan, Lin Feng took Martina directly and left. That night, Lin Jili, who learned that Martina had taken another week's vacation to go home to visit relatives, was filled with great unwillingness in her little head. Why can Martina continue to play, but she has to go to school? This is not fair. But Lin Feng could no longer hear her voice. Landed on Blue Star with Martina. Since Lin Feng solved the threat of Skynet and Black Robe last time, the Blue Star of shape-shifting King Kong has resumed normal development. In 2 years, buildings have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. The human social city has returned to about 70% of the past. This is mainly due to Optimus Prime and his gang of Autobots. Optimus Prime established a new passage between Cybertron and Blue Star. A large number of construction machines belonging to Cybertron were shipped to Blue Star to help in the construction of the city. Buildings rose from the ground one after another, and another problem appeared. That is, the number of human beings is too small. The end of Skynet took most of the Blue Star life. In the future, human beings will have to work hard to have babies for a long time. Put Martina near her home and let her go back to spend a few days with her family. As for Lin Feng, he went to talk to Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime performed a wave of nonsense as always, and Lin Feng also found the information he wanted from the nonsense. After the peace was restored, the Blue Star did not make any more disturbances, and the Black Robe did not show up again. This is a good sign, and it also shows that Lin Feng's duplication has worked. Otherwise, Hippeo would not be able to watch land scene rebuild. Compared with the previous lazy duplication, this new duplication is indeed more reliable, and Lin Feng is more satisfied. After bidding farewell to Optimus Prime, Lin Feng found a safe place and quickly switched the perspective of duplication. Opening his eyes again, Lin Feng came to a noisy city. This is a small planet with a small size, similar to the transit star that Lin Feng has visited in the Marvel Universe. However, seeing the almost uniform outfits on the street, Lin Feng couldn't help laughing. Looking at his attire again, Lin Feng's smile became even more sinister. Isn't this the exile's black robe? It's all over the street, and what I wear on my body is also the same. Duplication, have you penetrated into the enemy's interior? Lin Feng asked with a smile on his face. He can also directly view the memory of the duplication, or directly withdraw the duplication, and the memory will be synchronized. But some things still have to be uncovered bit by bit to be interesting. Isn't this definitely a matter of course? Duplication showed a smug look on his face. Quick, tell me, how did you do it? Lin Feng asked curiously. The current duplication, by some means, has changed his appearance into that of a handsome blonde man. Lin Feng's face has already been circulated within the exile, so if he wants to break into the interior, he needs to change his face. Duplication has considered this very carefully. As for how to break into the enemy's interior, it is also a surprise. Back then, duplication followed Lin Feng's instructions and wandered around Langxing, waiting for the black robe to come to him. But in order to break into them, in addition to strength, a certain strategy is required. Duplication directly changed his face, and then created an image of an arrogant cosmic street guy. With pockets in his hands all day, his head held high, he kept walking around the solar system. As long as the black robe appears in the solar system, it cannot escape his eyes. A few days later, duplication really saw the black robe. But alone? Is it to investigate the situation? I can't control so much. Duplication doesn't say anything, and it's a violent beating when it rushes up. After the beating, he also said arrogantly that the solar system is his territory, and if he wants to come over, he has to pay protection fees. The black robe couldn't beat duplication, so he could only go back and move people aggrieved. However, Lin Feng's disguise of an arrogant street slut is very successful. This attribute belongs to the kind of character that is easy to control and easy to fool. The black robe rolled his eyes and changed his mind. Immediately, he came up with a set of mature theories of deceiving people, and he was stunned by the duplication, and his eyes were dull. Just like that, the black robe became duplication's recommender, inviting duplication to join the exile camp. This is really to lure wolves into the house. Definitely, it was impossible for the black robe to believe in Lin Feng's duplication from the very beginning, and it was just telling the good side of the faction. What a lot of resources, you can get anything you want. Duplication sneered in his heart, but his face showed obsession and greed. Seeing the appearance of duplication, the black robe was also overjoyed. It's done. If you bring a person in, he can get a reward, and the stronger the newcomer is, the richer his reward will be as a recommender. Just like that, the two hit it off immediately, and duplication put on the black robe representing the camp. Then of course, duplication got a new system exclusive to the exile faction. But after Lin Feng understood the function of the system, he laughed and shook his head. I feel like I've been lied to for a long time. The exile's system is not a system at all. It's almost called a personal communication terminal. Dog system, explain, what is this? What did you say before? Lin Feng cursed directly in his mind. It is a bit far-fetched to say that the system used by the exile is a bit far-fetched. Compared with the system, he is more like a prop for a personal communication terminal. Calling the system is a bit far-fetched, so let's call it a terminal. Lin Feng fiddled with the terminal worn on Duplication's wrist. It has limited functions, the most important of which are 3. Task lists, store functions, and communication channels. Other than that, that's all that's left to monitor the outcast. The terminal can monitor and record all the behaviors of the exiles. In this camp, if you talk about freedom or something, forget it. Definitely, Lin Feng's behavior of communicating with Duplication in his mind is not within the monitoring scope of the terminal. After fiddling for a long time, Lin Feng almost understood. The system of exile is somewhat similar to the online games played before. Earn points by accepting tasks that suit you through the task list, and points can be exchanged for various items in the store. Definitely, some tasks are mandatory and have time limits. As for the communication channel, it is the information communication channel exclusive to the exile. Duplication is currently only active in the lowest public area. I casually flipped through 2 pages of chat records, and they were all unnutritious information. In addition to the endless complaints, there are gossips about who and what did today. It seems that the life of the exile is not very easy. Then the answer is very clear. To be precise, the cheats owned by the exile may be just empty shells. The image of this camp plummeted in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, thinking it was such a high-ranking camp. Feeling cheated, Lin Feng cursed directly in his mind. Dog system, is this the exile system you are talking about? What did you say before? In the systematic depiction, the previous exiles belonged to the 6th son who hid in a dark corner and possessed great strength. Liked to wear black robes to pretend to be mysterious. But looking at it now, Lin Feng feels that he has been deceived. Don't worry about the host. The dog system ran out calmly. For Lin Feng's doubts, the dog system has already had a complete set of arguments. What I told you before was all the truth, but because of your strength, you hid some information. Low-level exiles really don't have a system. If you want a complete system, you have to climb to the 2nd rank at least. Based on your current strength, you feel that the exile is low-level because you haven't come into contact with a higher-order exile. If you don't say it seriously, will you work hard to become stronger with your salty fish character? The system has a good grasp of Lin Feng's character, and it is very accurate. Lin Feng curled his lips, always feeling that there was no truth in the mouth of the dog system, and he still believed in his own feelings. But don't be careless, the host. Looking at it now, you will soon come into contact with the upper-level exiles, so don't be careless. The system emphasized it twice, for fear that Lin Feng would let his guard down on the exile because of this incident. With such a big camp, it is definitely impossible for everyone to be against this guy. Most of them are rotten fish and shrimps, which cannot be put on the table. Okay. Lin Feng nodded indifferently. He also understood that the reason why his attitude towards the exile had changed was because his own strength had become extremely powerful. Now ordinary exiles are no different from ants in Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng also couldn't find a reason to blame the system, because this is a good sign. Let's take a look at the exile's terminal. Lin Feng noticed that in the task list column, there was a mandatory task marked in red. Out of curiosity, Lin Feng opened up the task details. In the 2 years since Duplication joined the exile, due to the efficient and excellent completion of tasks, it is enough to be promoted to a higher level sequence. So this is getting rid of the status of cannon fodder? Lin Feng rubbed his chin and thought. After the level is upgraded, the corresponding store items will also become more abundant. And a higher level communication channel will also be open to Duplication. If you want Duplication to step up to the top, you have to constantly complete the task. Even if it is a Duplication, it is a powerful boss in the camp, but Lin Feng is not worried about failing the mission. Just looking at this mandatory task, Lin Feng felt a little bit murmured in his heart. Assessment task. Location, Zombie Marvel Universe, 2149 Extended Universe. Content, collect zombie gene samples, zombie healing potions, defeat zombie Hulk and bring back his corpse. Reward, determined according to the completion and quality of the task. Mission countdown, 30 days. Marvel Zombie Universe? The first image that flashed in Lin Feng's mind was the vision of the zombie Iron Man seen by Peter Parker in Spider-Man. Although it was an illusion created by the mysterious guest, in Blue Star 2149, it actually happened. The zombie heroes in Blue Star 2149 were all sent to Blue Star 91126, and the 91126 universe and the Marvel main universe where Lin Feng is located have a highly similar development history. That is, the zombie virus infected both Marvel universes. In order to prevent the spread of the virus and find a cure, the zombie Spider-Man from Blue Star 2149 summoned superheroes who were not infected with the virus or who could resist the zombie virus to form new Avengers to fight against the zombies in the universe. Superhero. In order to eliminate the zombie superhero, the zombie Spider-Man has undergone a major transformation of Sandman's body. He injects Sandman with Tony's nanobots, which consume virus-infected flesh and reproduce themselves. In order to make Sandman strong enough, a vaccine containing Wolverine's self-healing factor was also used. In the end, Sandman wiped out almost all zombie superheroes. This is the general setting of the zombie universe in the comics. At the end of the story, the Observer sent the undestroyed zombie sentry to the past timeline of Blue Star 2149. This approach is to create a closed time loop to prevent the virus from affecting other universes. So strictly speaking, the zombie virus is the zombie sentry that was sent back to the past to detonate. But when Lin Feng clicked on the task details, his expression was very strange. This mandatory task of duplication, the zombie virus, is actually because of the discharge of wastewater by Neon? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. This is not a joke. This was discussed just yesterday. Now you tell me that the zombie virus of the universe is the wastewater of Neon? So dramatic. Lin Feng felt like a real bastard. There must be something hidden in it. How could mere wastewater turn into a zombie virus? But no matter what the reason was, it still aroused Lin Feng's killing intent towards Neon. He doesn't want the Marvel universe he lives in to become a zombie universe. Lin Feng almost wanted to turn around immediately, go back, and turn it into a Neon. Be patient. Lin Feng continued to look at the task. The wastewater was discharged into the ocean, and the zombie virus spread along with it. After affecting the world's oceans, marine life carried the zombie virus. Seafood is one of the essential food sources for human beings. So the zombie virus directly detonated the global ecological environment. Almost all humans who have eaten seafood have turned into zombies. The remaining small part, except for the uneaten, is the existence of antibodies. After pondering for a long time, Lin Feng decided that he had to go and see this task himself. It is not difficult to complete this task, and the reason why Lin Feng wants to go in person is to confirm why the wastewater discharged from he will become a zombie virus. This stuff has to be figured out, otherwise in the Marvel universe I live in, after the neon of the dog jumping over the wall is really discharged, it will also become a zombie virus. Wouldn't it be fucked? Although Lin Feng has the ability to reverse everything, he must know the reason. He directly took over the duplication's body, and felt a faint sense of weakness. Compared with the main body, the ability of duplication has been weakened by about 2/3. Although Lin Feng is a little uncomfortable, he has done this kind of thing before, and he is familiar with it. And the strength of duplication is generally enough. After Lin Feng absorbed a large number of infinite gems to produce strengthening, the strength of duplication should definitely be strengthened accordingly. Duplication, how do you all carry out the task? Lin Feng observed for a long time, but did not find the coordinates of the zombie universe in the mission. Do you have to find it by yourself? Duplication hid in Lin Feng's mind and gave the answer. See the start mission button under the mission. Press the start button, and you will be automatically teleported to the mission location. Lin Feng looked down the taskbar, and sure enough, he saw a small similar button. I have to say, this is still very humane. Without hesitation, Lin Feng directly pressed the start button. The task is not too difficult. Lin Feng can just go all the way. After pressing the start button, a line of prompts also popped up. Whether to start the mission, it will not be interrupted after it starts. Look, how caring, much more caring than Lin Feng's own dog system, although it is not as powerful as the dog system. The dog system is at least right about one thing, it can give Superman blood. He is indeed a top system. After pressing OK to start the task, a line of information pops up. If the task is too difficult to complete, you can randomly ask for help once. After asking for help, the task rewards will be shared equally. Good guy, I don't know which ghost designed it, it really looks like an online game. After Lin Feng sighed, he began to teleport. The blue star of the zombie universe. Twister off the street. At the moment, a city that was supposed to be bustling, looks a bit dilapidated. The surfaces of the buildings that can be seen everywhere are pitted, and there are still some stains. I don't know how long it has been left unattended. There was an unpleasant smell in the air, like raw meat that had rotted and smelled after a long time. Very good, it has the taste of the zombie world. Lin Feng walked quietly in the street, using the biological force field to block out his own information. Occasionally, there were 3 or 2 limping zombies, but they also turned a blind eye to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's supervision captures the presence of some life forms. These years, with the outbreak of the zombie virus, even superheroes have turned into zombies. Ordinary people can only hide at home all day long, or go underground, or go to relatives' farms in remote places to seek refuge. It is also unknown whose TV was captured by Lin Feng. There is a news on TV. Warning again to all residents not to go out. Please save food and water and wait for rescue. Latest news, as of today, the last member of the Avengers, Hawkeye, is also infected. Please do not ask the Avengers for help. After looking at it for a while, it was all recent events and nothing nutritious. It is said that there will be rescue, but just listen to it. In the era of rampant zombies, it must be difficult for Mijfeng to protect itself. The zombie superhero alone is enough for them to have a headache. The order is on the verge of collapse. Waiting for rescue is no different from waiting for death. While walking, Lin Feng reached out and slid down to open the operation bar of the chaser terminal. It shows that the task has started, and the countdown has changed from 30 days to 29 days. Look at the task again. Among them, collecting the gene samples of the zombie virus, defeating the zombie Hulk and bringing back its corpse are all easy to complete. Zombie Hulk's body does not guarantee whether the zombie's gene has changed, so just take some ordinary human blood that has turned into a zombie. But a cure for the virus? This thing cannot be solved simply with violence. If there is such a thing, the superheroes will not collectively turn into zombies. According to the comics and the information in the task prompt, Lin Feng should go find the Spider-Man who turned into a zombie. Although turned into a zombie, Spider-Man has reason and has been working hard to restore world order. Hey, what about the character design of little Spider-Man? He deserves the title of good neighbor. Huh. Lin Feng, who was checking the system tasks, suddenly stopped. Turning off the terminal, Lin Feng subconsciously turned his head. In the next second, a pure black metal sharp arrow shot out against Lin Feng's head. Interestingly, Lin Feng let go of his gaze. But the sudden attack was not over yet. A circular golden magic circle appeared in front of the sharp arrow that missed Lin Feng, and at the same time, a magic circle appeared on the side of Lin Feng's head. It's a portal? The sharp arrow passed directly through the two portals, and exploded on Lin Feng's head with a bang, causing a puff of smoke to rise. It's an explosive arrow. Lin Feng was a little funny, a little speechless, and didn't dodge deliberately. According to the laws of science, there is no harm in smoking. After the smoke cleared, Lin Feng's face was revealed. Sure enough, there was no injury. Roar. There was a roar that didn't resemble a human being. The two attackers jumped from a tall building and landed not far from Lin Feng, confronting Lin Feng across the street. King? And Hawkeye. I just saw Hawkeye turn into a zombie on the TV news, and this happened. What kind of fairy luck is this? Hawkeye, who has just turned into a zombie, doesn't seem to have changed much except for his gray eyes and blue skin. As for the other big fat man, he had already become unsightly. It's just a rotten rag. According to the previous portal and the almost unrecognizable clothing on his body, Lin Feng still recognized his identity. Librarian of Camartage, the Magician King. These two appear together? Combined with previous news, Hawkeye was only recently infected. Lin Feng couldn't help guessing. Could it be that Hawkeye's transformation into a zombie has something to do with the king? Hawkeye, who had turned into a zombie, launched an attack without saying a word. Metal sharp arrows shot at Lin Feng one after another. The zombie king was supporting him, and the portals opened in various ways in the air. Steel sharp arrows scurry in the air, forming a metal encirclement. To be reasonable, after becoming a zombie, you should lose your skills in life. But in the zombie universe, apparently not. The two combined a small combo, and the sharp arrows exploded on Lin Feng one after another. There is no harm in smoking. After the explosion, even the clothes were not damaged. That's it? Not even a tickle? Lin Feng patted the non-existent dust on the clothes boredly. Zombie Hawkeye tilted his head, and looked at the human in front of him suspiciously. This was the first human he had encountered that was completely incapable of causing harm. In the next second, the zombie Hawkeye saw the human in front of him suddenly disappear from sight. His occupation gave his eyes exceptionally good dynamic vision. But now, even Lin Feng's figure was not caught, and the zombie Hawkeye felt something wrong with his neck. The thinking of the brain goes offline, and the consciousness begins to lose. The last thing I saw was the broken body in black combat uniform. So familiar, it seems to be his own. After finishing Hawkeye, Lin Feng went to the Zombie King. For the two who have turned into zombies, Lin Feng has no intention of showing mercy. In the Marvel scenario, the superhero was infected by a zombie virus from the quantum realm. The world where Lin Feng performs the task is obviously very different from the animation. Even in the original comics, there are many discrepancies. According to the performance in the animation, the superhero infected with the quantum zombie virus will use the skills of his life. Is the wastewater discharged by Neon related to the quantum zombie virus? Become a zombie, not a fool. Lin Feng's strength is not something that the Zombie King can resist. Seeing that Lin Feng had dealt with Hawkeye with lightning, he knew he was invincible, and immediately opened the portal in an attempt to escape. Seeing that the Zombie King stepped into the portal with 1 foot, Lin Feng didn't chase after him, but just shot a heat ray casually. The crimson heat ray pierced through the Zombie King directly without any hindrance. The advancing figure of the Zombie King froze, then fell to the ground with a plop, following in the footsteps of the zombie Hawkeye. As soon as the heat ray went down, the head was gone. Lin Feng shrugged. He is not afraid of zombie superheroes. So powerful that he is now, the quantum virus can hardly infect Lin Feng. After finishing the Zombie King, Lin Feng was about to leave, but suddenly saw a black shadow flying towards him. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and was ready to make a move. The black shadow suddenly stopped not far from Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a closer look. Was it a cloak? Or the dark red cloak? Lin Feng tilted his head and recognized this thing. Isn't this Doctor Strange's magical cloak? The cloak circled Lin Feng twice in a humane manner. He who was hiding in the dark saw Lin Feng's easy and freehand fight just now. For Lin Feng's strength, Cloak had an irrepressible curiosity. In the eyes of him who possesses magical abilities, Lin Feng is like the geometry of countless universes, so powerful that he can't help but be shocked. For the magic cloak that has never found an owner, Lin Feng is almost the most suitable candidate. Although there is no body, head, and face, Lin Feng can feel the strong curiosity of the cloak towards him. What's the matter, little guy? Lin Feng laughed. Where's your master? Has he become a zombie too? He did not expect to encounter this magic cloak. The current Strange should also become a zombie. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense why only the cloak appeared by itself. The cloak was able to fully understand human speech, but it had doubts about Lin Feng's question. However, it does not prevent the magic cloak from conveying its own consciousness. Lin Feng frowned, a little surprised by this silent message. You want to follow me? Cloak nodded. Lin Feng was a little funny. Strange's red magic cloak. This thing, Lin Feng's system warehouse has no less than 100 pieces. This red magic cloak independently chose Strange as its owner in the movie. It has self-awareness and intelligence, and is capable of allowing Strange to fly. And according to the performance in the plot, he also has a wealth of knowledge. A typical manifestation is that in the movie, the magic cloak helps Strange how to control the enemy. In addition, like Mjolnir, he can be summoned from a distance. But, Lin Feng doesn't need this thing. He can fly by himself, and he can fly faster than the speed of light. What do you want this thing for? What's more, Lin Feng is not used to second-hand cloaks. Well, it might be a little too much to say this, but for a magical creature that has had a master, it's fine if Lin Feng needs it, but if it can't help Lin Feng, he doesn't really want to accept this cloak. Seeing that Lin Feng was still hesitant, the cloak drooped down a little and the collar. Lin Feng couldn't help laughing at such a humane performance. In a world where zombies are rampant, even the cloak can't find its owner? Lin Feng felt compassion for a moment. In the movie, this cloak behaves like a naughty little animal. Although unable to speak, Lin Feng left a good impression on him with his humane behavior. However, Lin Feng found that the dark pattern of this magic cloak seemed to be different from King Curry's. After a little thought, Lin Feng made a decision. Okay, you can follow me from now on, Lin Feng said. There are no less than 100 curries in the warehouse, and this one is not too many, and the patterns are different, so they are all collected. It's hard to find the master in Blue Star, where almost all the zombies are. With Lin Feng's consent, the cloak swished to Lin Feng's shoulder and hung down, as if Lin Feng was afraid of regretting it. Hey, did I achieve the achievement of Superman's classic uniform? Lin Feng looked back at the cloak behind him. One of Superman's classic costumes is the red and blue color scheme. The red cloak behind him is almost standard. The cloak is automatic when there is no wind, and it feeds back to Lin Feng a floating force. Is this going to fly with me? Lin Feng knew it in his heart, and didn't resist, letting the cloak float into the air with him. With a new owner, the cloak naturally wanted to express itself. But let alone, Lin Feng used to fly by himself, and the experience of passive flight this time is completely different from that of autonomous flight. Lin Feng, who flew into the air, was suddenly taken aback. After the cloak showed its ability, Lin Feng sensed that the intensity of the response from the cloak was not right. Although the cloak is a magical creation, it still has an energy index. The energy index of this red cloak is very abnormal in Lin Feng's perception. Seems more powerful than those cloaks of King Curry? This made Lin Feng's heart move, and he immediately thought of another cloak, which was completely different from the powerful existence in the movie. Cloak, can you grow so big that it covers the entire Blue Star? Lin Feng asked thoughtfully. There was an immediate affirmative reply from the cloak. As long as you give me enough energy, I can cover the solar system. Hiss. So awesome? Lin Feng raised his brows and called him a good guy. Is this a treasure? Is it really the cloak I thought? Can it be turned into a sweater? Lin Feng tried to transmit energy to the cloak while confirming according to the setting in his memory. The cloak didn't answer, it just shook and turned black. The style also changed to a black sweater, which was worn by Lin Feng. Awesome? It's real. These two functions basically made Lin Feng sure that this cloak was not the one in the movie. It should be the red cloak in the comics. Hehe. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. This was really a surprise. I didn't expect to come here to do a mission, and I found the magic cloak in the comics, and I won't lose money? The red magical cloak in the comics was given to Doctor Strange by the Ancient One after he fought Dormammu for the first time and successfully expelled him. Unlike the ones in the movie, this magical cloak flies faster than the speed of sound, is not only indestructible, but also resistant to magic. Through the adjustment of magical energy, the cloak can even grow so large that it can cover the entire solar system. And through spells, the original appearance can be changed into various clothes such as suits and casual clothes. It's just that the energy input by Lin Feng also has the same effect. Where's your master? Has Strange turned into a zombie and then wiped out? For this question, Cloak didn't answer just now. Lin Feng couldn't help asking again. Strange, who is that? Lin Feng was taken aback by Cloak's answer. There is no Strange in this world. What about Ancient One? I haven't seen any Strange. Ancient One is dead. She and Dormammu died together. Since I was created, I have no master. If you have to say it, you are my first master? Lin Feng's brows were furrowed together, enough to kill ants. Without Strange, the magic cloak has no owner? And what the hell? Ancient One and Dormammu dead together? Fuck. It's a strange world, but Lin Feng quickly accepted it, and he's already used to it. After all, the Marvel universe shown in movies and comics is limited after all. It is also definitely possible that there are universes that have not been described, or have developed differently. However, Lin Feng was a little happy when he learned that he was the first owner. Turns out it's not used, comfortable. Originally, I wanted to give this cloak to someone. If that's the case, let's keep it for now. Although his ability doesn't help Lin Feng much. Okay, let me think about it. Well, next, let's find the zombie Spider-Man. If Lin Feng hadn't finished watching the animation, at least in the early stage, Spider-Man didn't turn into a zombie. However, in the task details, it has been clearly marked that Spider-Man has become a zombie. But this zombie, as well as this reason and memory. And the zombie Spider-Man has been looking for a cure for the virus. Maybe he can give Lin Feng some help. And what about the zombie Spider-Man now? Riding a high-speed train, galloping on the rails. There are only a few people in the whole train. The zombie Spider-Man is in one of the cars. Beside him, sat Sandman, Winter Soldier and the second-generation Wasp. The purpose of their trip is the New Zealand base of SHIELD. According to the news obtained by the zombie Spider-Man, there is a cure for the zombie virus in the New Zealand base. 2 days ago, the last member of the Avengers, Hawkeye, was also infected by the zombie virus. So far, all the Avengers have fallen, only the zombie little Spider-Man is left with sanity. Now he, except for his pale and frightening face, seems to be no different from before. Is the news reliable? The Wasp did not sit on the seat, but stood in the train, guarding her surroundings. There was a hint of sadness in her eyes. The zombie virus broke out, and her father was the victim of the first wave. Soon after, Scott also lost his life. Little Spider-Man looked up at Wasp, and said in a hoarse voice, "It should be reliable." Sourced from s.h.i.e.l.d. Internal Communications. If there is no corresponding authority, there is no way to issue it. Communications were captured by Little Spider-Man yesterday. See hopeful Little Spider-Man, definitely won't give up that hope. Immediately, he took Sandman overnight and set foot on the trip. It's just that there was an accident at the train station and was besieged by zombies. It was also at this time that the Wasp I met was Winter Soldier. After helping Little Spider-Man and Sandman get rid of the zombies, they went to the New Zealand base together. How long will it take to arrive? The Winter Soldier, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke, his voice also a little hoarse. He has been silently cleaning the gun beside him, and there is a shield soaked in blood beside him. The blood was none other than Captain America's. A former friend turned into a zombie, the Winter Soldier killed him himself. Although there was no emotion on the surface, Little Spider-Man could sense Winter Soldier's sadness. Just like when he saw Iron Man turned into a zombie. Woo. The train pulled out of the tunnel, and the sun shone through the carriages. Little Spider-Man looked outside and confirmed the location. Probably another hour. I'm not sure if there will be a fight for a while. Everyone, let's take a rest in advance. Little Spider-Man put down a few words, then fell silent again and looked out the window, not knowing what he was thinking. Aunt May, Iron Man, and his bad friend Fatty, and even his secret love turned into zombies one after another. The blow to Little Spider-Man is not ordinary. In this depressing environment, Little Spider-Man can't be lively. If I hadn't followed the belief in my heart all the time, I would have fallen down long ago. Sandman watched Little Spider-Man silently from the side, and then turned his head to look out the window as well. I don't know what Little Spider-Man injected himself into, but Sandman can feel the current self, extremely powerful. But what's the use of being strong? For the sake of his daughter, Sandman can go to prison and accept becoming a non-human being. But the daughter turned into a zombie, and Sandman couldn't find any way to reverse it. Fortunately, Little Spider-Man gives hope of a cure. He locked his daughter in a safe place. No matter what, he wanted to change his daughter back. Even if I become a monster completely, even if I lose my life, silence. Only the sound of trains running on the tracks. Peter, don't be too sad. Maybe after finding a cure this time, your family will recover. Sandman made a sound, comforting Little Spider-Man. The zombie Little Spider-Man of this world is the Dutch version. Sandman's plot is somewhat different from Sandman in Maguire's world. But in this world, Sandman is helped by Little Spider-Man. Reluctantly, Sandman couldn't comfort others, and after dropping this sentence stiffly, he didn't know what to say. I know, thank you Flinty. Little Spider-Man also headed to the New Zealand base with a glimmer of hope. Although, now Aunt May is skinny and fleshless. But as long as the cure works, there is hope. Winter Soldier remained silent at the side, opened his mouth, and stopped talking. Captain America was cut into 2 pieces by one of his shields. Even the healing potion can't save him. But he can't be blamed for this. If they keep their hands in that situation, they will die. Woo. The train entered the border of New Zealand, a place surrounded by a large wasteland. The base of S.H.I.E.L.D. is at the end of the wasteland. Almost there. Little Spider-Man thought, looking out the window. On the wasteland, for unknown reasons, a large number of zombies can be seen wandering everywhere. After hearing the sound of the train running, Yazzie chased him wildly. But after a while, a large group of zombies gathered behind the train, and it was densely packed. Even on the side, there are zombies running wildly. It's just that the speed of these zombies is not to be feared compared to the train, and they cannot catch up with the train. Suddenly, Little Spider-Man's ears moved, then he frowned and looked at several people. Did you hear anything? The Wasp and the others looked at each other and shook their heads, but their expressions became serious. Winter Soldier is more direct, and the gun is loaded with a click. Among the 4, Little Spider-Man's 5 senses are the most sensitive, whether it is hearing or perception. In today's circumstances, anything can happen. Little Spider-Man just heard a small growl. Immediately afterwards, there was the sound of heavy objects stepping on the ground. From far to near, they are quickly approaching the train. Little Spider-Man twisted his stiff neck and looked in the direction of the sound. Pupils shrank. At the end of the line of sight is a cloud of zombies. And among the zombies, there was this conspicuous big green guy, grinning and chasing the train along the railroad tracks. Hulk! Little Spider-Man exclaimed. If it wasn't for his excellent eyesight, he wouldn't even be able to see that little sesame-sized dot. It's just that the sesame-sized dot is expanding rapidly. Ready to fight. Lin Feng, go to the control room and increase the speed to the maximum. Little Spider-Man yelled and kicked the window of the car, and turned over to the top of the train with a beautiful volley. Hulk's weight made the ground tremble when he ran, and countless zombies were thrown away along the way. Yellow saliva hung from the corner of Hulk's mouth and wafted in the wind. Hulk's eyes were bloodshot and there were bite wounds on his body. I don't know what kind of creature can bite through Hulk's skin, but there is no doubt that the current Hulk has become a zombie. Woo! The train roared with huge amounts of sound, and Sandman pushed the putter straight to the bottom. The strong power is delivered to the wheels of the train, and the speed begins to increase gradually. This speed increase regardless of cost is effective, and the train directly soared to nearly 300 miles. But this is a train, not a high-speed train. At such a speed, the body began to shake uncontrollably. Driving on the tracks at that speed is dangerous, but it's better than being overtaken by the Hulk and smashed with a hammerhead. Hulk was so fast that the speeding up of the train only slowed him down. The little Spider-Man looked around, and the spider web shot out constantly, pulling some stones or signs along the way and hitting Hulk. Roar! This level of attack can't do any harm at all, but it angered Hulk, and the angry Hulk ran even more happily. I seem to have done something wrong. Little Spider-Man broke out in a cold sweat watching the approaching Hulk. Boom! Hulk, who was approaching the train, jumped into the air and aimed his big feet at the rear half of the carriage. Hold on to the handrail, little Spider-Man hurriedly yelled into the carriage. At the same time, so did he, with all the barbs on his palms, hooking the roof of the car tightly. Boom! There was another sound, followed by a violent vibration from the train. With Hulk's kick, several carriages in the second half of the train were directly broken. The first half of the compartment also vacated slightly under the action of kinetic energy. Click! The vacated train landed on the rails again, shaking for a while. Fortunately, the train did not derail, and after a brief grinding sound that made teeth sour, the first half of the train continued to run firmly. It's just that the three people in the carriage were shaking a lot. Damn it! Little Spider-Man looked at the second half of the train turned into scrap iron with lingering fear. Hulk beat his chest and stamped his feet, and continued to chase wildly with his big feet. Because of the damage, the train slowed down even though it was still running. Sandman and Winter Soldier hurried to the last car to check on Hulk. And the Wasp also soared into the sky. Her battlesuit is more advanced than Scott's, with wings and flight ability. Seeing Hulk approaching again, Sandman closed his eyes and instantly turned into a body of yellow sand. Countless grit floated into the air, rolling directly towards Hulk's feet, trying to stop him from moving forward. The thick yellow sand wrapped the big feet, and Hulk's forward body staggered. Immediately afterwards, Bucky raised his gun and fired a howitzer. Boom! The howitzer exploded on Hulk's chest. The combo of the two stopped Hulk directly. The smoke and dust from the explosion dissipated, and Hulk's roar was heard. The howitzer just left a ring of black smoke on Hulk's chest. Zombie Hulk chased him furiously again. This time he learned the lesson and turned the S-turn and rushed towards the train. Along the way, boulders were grabbed and thrown towards the train. Now Sandman had no time to create obstacles for Hulk, and concentrated all his energy on shooting down the boulder in the air. Bang, bang! One by one, the boulders were shot down by Sandman in the air. Occasionally, those who were placed alone were also beaten out by Little Spider-Man. Winter Soldier took a shot and stopped. Bullets don't do anything for the Hulk, save a little. And at this moment, the train vibrated again. The speed also dropped suddenly. The train lost power and slid on the rails. It's true that misfortunes never come singly. Little Spider-Man yelled. It should be Hulk's attack just now, which caused the damage to the train's power. After sliding for a long distance, the train completely stalled and stopped on the rails. Seeing this, the zombies around immediately frantically rushed towards the train. I'll fix it. Winter Soldier ran straight to the power room without saying a word. He has the lowest combat effectiveness among several people, and he also has the corresponding mechanical knowledge. Little Spider-Man and Sandman jump off the train. The situation is not good. The zombies around them will surround them in less than 2 minutes. And there was no time for them to think too much. Hulk had already forced him up. Let me stop Hulk. The Wasp, who was flying in midair, had a determined expression on her face. Like Scott, she can become gigantic in a short period of time. But the speed and agility will be greatly reduced. It is no problem to intercept Hulk in a short period of time, but once the gigantic time is over and the train is not repaired, it will be her death. Hulk would tear her apart bit by bit. Don't. Little Spider-Man yelled subconsciously, but he didn't know what to do for a while. There is no other way, the Wasp said decisively. With Hulk's power, no one can stop the four of us except me. The zombies will soon surround you, take the opportunity and go. The death of her father and lover also made the Wasp girl want to die. If you don't do your best now, everyone will be lost on the way to find hope. Hey. Seeing Hulk soaring high, Wasp resolutely pressed the giantization button, and her whole body suddenly became bigger. With a bang, the gigantic Wasp punched Hulk, who was soaring into the air. A powerful punch directly sent Hulk flying. This is much more exciting than Tony's anti-Hulk armor. Little Spider-Man looked at this scene, but shook his head with a wry smile. Walk? How to go? If the train is not repaired, how long can it run on 2 legs? Now that there's no longer a back and forth problem, Little Spider-Man and Sandman quickly joined the fray. Once had combat experience, Sandman was responsible for dealing with the zombies surrounding him and harassing Hulk by the way. And Little Spider-Man and the Wasp are mainly attacking Hulk, and pay attention to the situation of the train. Just how do you say something? 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Even a superhero, in the face of the waves of zombies, couldn't miss any of them. The combat rhythm quickly became chaotic. Countless zombies rushed to Wasp and bit her ankles. And every time the Wasp landed, she could trample a lot of zombies to death. Roar. After a short period of dizziness, Hulk revived with full blood, and savagely attacked the Wasp again. With huge amounts of strength concentrated on the fist, Hulk jumped up and slammed his fist on the Wasp's knee. Damn it. Unspeakable pain came, and Wasp immediately put on a pain mask. The huge body knelt down on one knee. Hulk's punch was enough to punch through the steel plate. The Wasp clearly heard the sound of bones cracking. Shooting Hulk again, the Wasp could no longer stand up. On the other hand, Hulk, like a normal monster, beat his chest on the spot, and then launched another round of charge. Nearly unconscious below the knees, the Wasp tried to stand up, but severe pain followed, and she fell to her knees heavily on the ground again. Roar. There was another roar. A fist of a green monster with torn skin and flesh continued to enlarge in Wasp's size. Before he could stop it, Hulk shattered the Wasp's visor with one fist. The shard sliced through Wasp's cheek, and with a groan, she pressed the button again. The figure shrank rapidly, and the Wasp returned to her normal file size. Hulk, who lost his load, fell to the ground and scratched his head, as if he didn't understand why the enemy disappeared all of a sudden, but the next second he was excited. That enemy has become smaller than himself? Seeing that the surrounding zombies were about to surround and bite the Wasp, Hulk became angry. This is his prey, and it should be enjoyed by him? Roaring and flying the zombies, Hulk excitedly ran to the Wasp. The Wasp had lost the strength to resist, lying on the ground panting heavily. Hulk roared again, raised his paws, and stomped on Wasp's head. Hulk doesn't like to eat heads. Know the life of the enemy first. For a time, the Wasp girl's life was at stake. Little Spider-Man, like an ant on a hot pot, wanted to step forward to support, but was surrounded by many zombies, and he couldn't protect himself for a while. Sandman gritted his teeth and built a wall of yellow sand in front of Wasp, but before he could hold it for a second, he was crushed by Hulk. Hulk snorted coldly, and kicked out again. Sandman couldn't condense the scattered yellow sand quickly again, and watched Hulk fall to the soles of his feet. Poor Wasp, the last thing she saw was Hulk's red eyes from the excitement of bloodlust and killing. Hopeless. The Wasp gave up struggling and closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. That's fine, the world is in chaos, she can go down to find her father. Is this starting to mess up? A violent whirlwind blew over the Wasp. At the same time, a joking voice sounded. A strong impact sounded in Wasp's ears, accompanied by Hulk's miserable howl. The Wasp froze for a moment, and opened her eyes suspiciously. Then she saw an incredible and shocking scene. Hulk was kicked flying by a human figure. Then the human-shaped black shadow quickly flew into the air and began to spin. Beams of light were flying all over the sky in his hands. Is that Aurora? No, it's a laser. In the sky, a black figure was spinning, and his hands were constantly shooting lasers towards the ground. Every time a laser slashed, a large pile of zombies were cut in half. God. Before the Wasp had time to be surprised, she felt a sense of weakness mixed with dizziness. This is the after effect of becoming gigantic. In a short time, she didn't even have the strength to stand up. The laser rain is still swaying all over the sky. In almost a few seconds, a vacuum area was cut around the train. There is no living thing in the area, definitely, except for Little Spider-Man and the others. There was a roar, and Hulk appeared in sight again. It's just visible to the naked eye. A piece of Hulk's chest was sunken, and green blood also burst out from the wound on his body, looking very miserable. Obviously, it was kicked by the shadow. Facing Hulk's attack, Sombra kicked again without haste. It looked like a very ordinary kick, but the moment it touched Hulk, there was a dull sound of steel crashing. This time, Sombra embedded the Hulk directly into the ground. The powerful and heavy kick made the ground tremble. The hearts of Wasp and Little Spider-Man were also trembling. Where did the fairy come from? So powerful? Hulk, who was embedded in the ground, did not move for a long time. Little Spider-Man hastily stepped forward to check, only to find that Hulk had lost his vitality. Hiss. Kick the Hulk to death? This shit. Little Spider-Man looked at the black figure in shock and was speechless. The black shadow stretched out his hand, and the Little Spider-Man took a step back vigilantly. But Sombra didn't attack, just took off his hood. A smiling sunny face appeared in front of several people. Lin Feng took off his hood, looked at the pale Little Spider-Man in front of him, and greeted him with a smile. Hi, Peter. Who are you? Little Spider-Man asked. The world knows Spider-Man, but it doesn't know that Spider-Man is Peter Parker. But Little Spider-Man searched his mind and couldn't remember knowing such a person. However, the danger perception did not appear, which proved that at least so far, the man in front of him was not hostile. My name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng introduced himself. His eyes circled around several people, whether it was Sandman or Little Spider-Man, they were all on guard against him. Lin Feng shrugged. It's not their fault. In the doomsday of zombies, the one who jumps up and bites you in the next second may be your teammates. Maybe I should use another introduction. As Lin Feng said, he floated into the air again, and with a thought, a black liquid appeared on the surface of his body. In less than 3 seconds, the black fluid transformed into a complete Superman battlesuit. The magic cloak replaced the original cloak behind him, and it fluttered automatically in the absence of wind. Lin Feng doesn't like red very much, so the current magic cloak is black. Little Spider-Man shrank his pupils, and opened his mouth in disbelief. Superman. That's right. This zombified Marvel universe has Superman-related comics. Lin Feng still saw it in the old weekly magazines on the street. The main universe he is in does not have any information about Superman, but this Marvel zombie universe has relevant information and surroundings, and the IP of Superman is the kind that is popular all over the world. Little Spider-Man jumped excitedly. It can fly, it can fire lasers, and it's powerful enough to kick Hulk to death. It makes sense, Superman does have this great fighting power. It's just that little Spider-Man didn't expect that the characters in the comics actually appeared in real life. Although this Superman looks very different from the comics, and he still has an oriental face. But comics, isn't it definitely different from reality? Sandman grinned, but didn't speak. He is a boring and honest person, and he doesn't read comics on weekdays. The reason why I know some information about Superman is also due to my daughter's favorite. Wasp, who was a little wary, rolled her eyes when she heard the word Superman, and lay down on the ground to continue recovering her strength. It's messed up, Superman is out. According to the fighting power shown by Mr. Superman just now, and the settings in the comics, guarding is useless. Yes, in front of Superman, their fighting power is no different from that of ants. Yes, I am Superman from another universe. While traveling the universe, I saw the disaster on your planet. The sun shone on Lin Feng's fair face, coating his face with a layer of gold, giving him a hint of a savior. Little Spider-Man recognizes himself, so he can save himself a lot of talking. Oh, Mr. Superman. Little Spider-Man held his forehead a little excitedly, flustered his hands and feet, and even stuttered a little. Mr. Superman, are you here to help us? Lin Feng nodded with a kind smile, and flew down from the air. By the way, the Superman battlesuit also faded away. Just show it off, wearing a Superman battlesuit all the time will make you feel like a big fool. After getting an affirmative answer, little Spider-Man finally showed a happy smile that he hadn't seen for a long time. He even jumped 2 feet in place with some excitement. Yes, Superman, the idol he loved to worship as a child. Strong, kind, willing to help the weak. In this kind of doomsday, it suddenly appeared in front of him. Just like that, suddenly there is a feeling of hope. This is a thick thigh that can't be thicker. Little Spider-Man had no doubts at all, and immediately trusted Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng only had 3 punches and 2 kicks in the fight, the ability and strength he displayed was exactly the same as that of Superman. This kind of strong man has nothing to do to tease himself. Don't be kidding me please. Ahem. Suddenly there was a sound from the train. It's Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier leaned against the wall of the carriage, looking at the few people expressionlessly. The train is fixed, it's time for us to leave. As Winter Soldier said, he pointed to the distance. Lin Feng just eliminated the zombies around the train. In the distance, countless zombies began to attack the train again. Yes, Mr. Superman, let's get in the car first. Little Spider-Man jumped in front of Lin Feng and made an inviting gesture. With Superman on this trip, the success rate of finding the healing potion is greatly improved. Just call me Lin Feng. Mr. Superman, always feel obedient. Okay, Mr. Lin Feng, please get in the car. There was a happy smile on little Spider-Man's pale face, which was a bit weird. Lin Feng nodded silently. He noticed the tiredness on little Spider-Man's brow. Now Peter, as a teenager, has to deal with so much pressure. But fortunately, the doomsday did not overwhelm this somewhat naive child. Specifically, he believed in himself so easily. Well, this fits the character design of little Spider-Man very well. Lin Feng deliberately stayed in the car last. When the few people couldn't see it, they quietly put Hulk's body into the system space. He didn't forget the promotion task of duplication, Hulk's corpse. As for the first project of collecting zombie viruses, Lin Feng already filled several test tubes of zombie tissues. Woo! The train started again, heading towards its destination. It's just that due to the destruction, the speed is not as fast as before. But it's better than everyone walking on foot, and the zombies can't catch up. Sandman and Winter Soldier have no real feeling for Superman, hiding in the corner and pretending to be transparent. The Wasp leaned back on the seat, regaining some strength. Thanks. Cherish words like gold. Lin Feng nodded. Don't worry about it. He didn't think much of the Wasp. Although the Wasp's figure is also very top-notch, and she has the aura of a strong woman, but Lin Feng has no interest at all. Are the 2 bears at home not big enough? After thanking her, Wasp also pretended to be a transparent person. And little Spider-Man seemed to have regained his former chattering ability, pulling Lin Feng to ask questions non-stop. But the questions are all nonsense. How fast can you fly? How far can you fly? Do you have a girlfriend? Etc. This kid even found a copy of Superman's picture book from nowhere, clamoring for Lin Feng's signature. Looking at little Spider-Man's tights, Lin Feng resisted the desire to complain. That's really sure. Where did you stuff this picture album before? It still has body temperature, it's disgusting. Lin Feng had a strange expression on his face, resisting the idea of throwing him out of the window, and quickly signed it back to Little Spider-Man. Little Spider-Man's mouth was still chattering. After asking no less than dozens of questions in a few minutes, the smile on Lin Feng's face became a little stiff, and he couldn't handle it quickly. Stop, stop. Lin Feng interrupted Little Spider-Man, and decided to change the subject. If you continue to ask this question, I am afraid that Lin Feng can ask the question of how many times a day he urinates. Little Spider-Man can ask it. Where are you going? Lin Feng asked. Little Spider-Man was interrupted, not annoyed at all. We're going to the S.H.I.E.L.D base in New Zealand. I received a message 2 days ago that there may be a cure for the zombie virus. Little Spider-Man is short-sighted, and when he sees his idol, he can't wait to throw his old self out. New Zealand's S.H.I.E.L.D base? Lin Feng has never been there. But Lin Feng remembers that in the setting, the New Zealand base has been controlled by Vision. Wanda turned into a zombie, and Vision forged the broadcast of a cure for the virus to attract humans. And the humans who arrived here became Wanda's rations. It won't be so disgusting. Lin Feng had goosebumps. But Lin Feng also understands Vision. If it were me, Wanda and Susan turned into zombies, can Lin Feng kill them? The answer is obvious. Do you know how the zombie virus broke out? Lin Feng did not forget his purpose of coming here, and continued to ask. Virus. Little Spider-Man scours his head for information about the virus outbreak, but to no avail. I just know that the virus started from the neon side. It is said that it is the fish that discharged the wastewater and polluted the oceans all over the world. Finally, it spread to humans through the food chain. At the mention of this, Little Spider-Man gnaws his teeth with hatred, wishing to rush to Neon to take a bite. Regarding the discharge of wastewater by Neon at that time, there was a lot of noise, and he even overheard Tony mentioning a few words. But Little Spider-Man didn't care about it at the time. No one would have imagined that things would happen to this point today. About this, I may have some guesses. The Wasp spoke suddenly. Oh. Lin Feng looked at her and frowned. If it's convenient, can you tell me? The Wasp was silent for a while, then nodded. It's no inconvenience. It was only a few months ago that we really wanted to talk about this. However, Wasp didn't know too much about the details of the incident, she just had some simple guesses. 6 months ago, we lost a PIM particle. According to our investigation, the PIM particles were finally secretly transported to Neon. Their purpose is easy to imagine, which is to crack and produce PIM particles. The Wasp spoke concisely and said what she knew. PIM particles, which only her father could make. But making it doesn't mean they will be able to keep it. Stolen PIM particles are proof of that. And as the existence of producing PIM particles, they are definitely obliged to recover the lost PIM particles. Wait, Little Spider-Man raised his hand suspiciously. What does PIM particles have to do with the discharge of wastewater? The Wasp continued. I thought so too at first. Scott and I went to Neon to find the PIM particles. And the place where the PIM particles are finally found is the place where the wastewater is excreted. At that time, the PIM particles were gone, and there was only an empty bottle left. Although I don't know what Neon did with PIM particles, I guess it has something to do with the outbreak of the zombie virus. In the quantum realm, there are all kinds of strange things. You can't blame the Wasp for thinking so. So far, they have only found empty bottles. As for who delivered the Neon, there is no clue at all. Not long after the PIM particles disappeared, the zombie virus broke out in full swing. Plus the bottle was found at a power station where the effluent was discharged. It's hard not to let the Wasp connect these two things together. After getting the new information, Lin Feng nodded and said, I see, thank you for letting me know. When a cure for the virus is found, I will go to Neon myself. The information from Wasp's mouth is also very limited. Lin Feng still needs to make a trip. Lin Feng doesn't care if the wastewater discharge proposal doesn't happen in his main universe. But Lin Feng and Tony have similar ideas. Prevention is always more important than revenge. So Lin Feng wants to put an end to all possibilities. The Wasp stared straight at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a little puzzled, but he didn't look away. Take me. The Wasp asked. Her father and lover both died in this disaster. She must know what the truth is. After thinking about it, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. The Wasp is more familiar with PIM particles than she is. Taking her with you may have unexpected effects. Just bring one more person. It's not difficult for Superman. Little Spider-Man spoke eagerly. Can you take me? Lin Feng glanced at him. What are you doing? Don't go, we're not going on a trip. After finding the healing potion, it's up to you to do the finishing work. Lin Feng rejected Little Spider-Man without any hesitation. There is no need to use force to investigate this matter. And even if force is used, there is no role for Little Spider-Man, so what are you doing with it, as a mascot? Alright. Little Spider-Man abandoned the idea with some disappointment. He didn't really want to investigate, he just wanted to spend more time with his idol. The train soon arrived near the base in New Zealand. From the outside, the base looks like a large warehouse. The surrounding area is surrounded by a power grid. It's just that outside the isolation circle, there are countless zombies standing densely. The dark, almost invisible head made everyone's scalps tingle. I'm in trouble, how do I get in here? Little Spider-Man's hair stood on end. It is impossible for him to pass through the wall made of so many zombies without injury. The others also fell silent. Winter Soldier has a solution. It should be easy to get in with a tank. It's just that where to find tanks at this stage. The Wasp's battlesuit has been broken by Hulk, so it can no longer be enlarged, otherwise you can give it a try. Several people were frowning. Lin Feng said amusedly, "Did you forget me? If you are undecided about internal affairs, ask a certain degree, and if you are undecided about foreign affairs, ask Guji. And fight? Just ask Superman." Seeing puzzled looks from several people, Lin Feng stood up and came to the center of the carriage. "Hold on to the handrail." Little Spider-Man didn't know what Lin Feng was going to do, but subconsciously grabbed the armrest. The next moment, the carriage vibrated slightly, and the people in the carriage only felt their bodies sink. In a blink of an eye, the scenery outside the window is rapidly declining. "Woohoo!" Little Spider-Man exclaimed excitedly. In a moment of desperation, I actually forgot that Superman can fly. Under the blessing of the biological force field, Lin Feng flew into the sky with the entire car. Countless zombies looked up at the carriages flying in the sky. The brains under the virus attack were extremely simple in thinking, so simple that they stared blankly for a while, but couldn't understand what it was. Little Spider-Man looked at the densely packed human heads below, and heard the roaring in his ears. His scalp went numb. "There are so many zombies, if I don't fly over, I really can't think of any other way." The Wasp scratched the car window, feeling goosebumps all over her body. Broken flesh and blood hung on the zombies, and none of them was intact. These zombies, a few months ago, were still ordinary people yearning for tomorrow. Lin Feng shrugged, feeling indifferent. It's not that he is cold-blooded, it's just that he has seen many scenes of the end, so it's not surprising. Bang! The carriage landed inside the quarantine area. The zombies watched quietly from outside the isolation net, did not launch an attack, and were so quiet that it was outrageous. "Okay, let's all get out." Lin Feng walked out of the car first. Little Spider-Man and the others hurriedly followed. The appearance of human beings made the group of zombies agitated immediately. But he only roared outside the isolation area, and did not dare to step into the isolation area at all. It was as if there was something they feared in the base. The base of S.H.I.E.L.D, like a square metal box. There are no signs around the base, and even in the detection area of the satellite, this piece of existence has been erased. In the center of the base, there is an obvious metal door. That is the entrance, and verification is required to enter this S.H.I.E.L.D base in New Zealand. Little Spider-Man walked over first, took off the tights on his arms, and pressed on the recognizer. "Peter Parker, welcome." The female voice of metal synthesis sounded. There was a sound of hydraulic equipment, and the metal safety door slowly opened. "Okay, let's go in." Little Spider-Man walked in first, sensory all the way. Dangers are everywhere, and vigilance cannot be let down with just one message. At least Little Spider-Man does it right. The presence of humans was detected, and the lights in the base came on one after another. Even if no one manages it, in the event of a power outage, relying on the backup power supply, S.H.I.E.L.D can enter the low power operation of up to 1 year in standby. "We need to go to the command room." The little Spider-Man seemed to have been here before, and while guarding, he led everyone forward. Lin Feng followed behind him, and behind him was the Wasp. At the end, Sandman and Winter Soldier. The sequelae of becoming bigger cannot be fully recovered in a while. The Wasp is in the middle of the team, which is also convenient for everyone to protect her. Except for Lin Feng, they all looked vigilant, as if zombies would appear at the next corner of the corridor. Lin Feng glanced casually, and there was no danger. "You still have S.H.I.E.L.D's base authority." After confirming that there was no danger, Lin Feng approached Little Spider-Man curiously. At this time period, Little Spider-Man should not have become a member of Avengers. Just now Lin Feng was about to break down the door violently, but Little Spider-Man unexpectedly had the authority to enter and exit the S.H.I.E.L.D base. Hearing this, Little Spider-Man's eyes darkened. "Mr. Stark gave it to me, just before he lost his mind. After that, he completely turned into a zombie." "I see. Should it be said that he is the father of Little Spider-Man?" Before he died, he wanted to escort Little Spider-Man. At the mention of Tony, Little Spider-Man is visibly unhappy again. Tony was one of the few people who cared about himself, even though the guy was a little mean-spirited. How many generations has Tony's battlesuit technology developed? Lin Feng thought about it, and still asked this question. "I don't know, but last time I saw him wearing a nano battlesuit. The super cool one, like Mark 50? Or Mark or something." Little Spider-Man shook his head, expressing that he was not too clear. "The battlesuit is really handsome, but Mr. Stark may not be able to wear it in the future." Little Spider-Man's answer left Lin Feng speechless. Now he can't judge when the timeline of this universe is. But Mark 50, at least in the Avengers Alliance 3 time. "Look, the command room is ahead." Little Spider-Man pointed to the room at the end of the corridor. During the conversation, they had already reached the core of the base, the command room. This can be said to be the safest place in the entire base. The command room is circular, surrounded by ridiculously thick metal walls. It is estimated that even under a nuclear explosion, it can survive. Several people walked into the command room. Various monitoring instruments in the command room are still running. The pictures around the base are displayed on the screen. Strangely, however, no one exists here. Little Spider-Man walked to the console, operated on the virtual keyboard, and called up the smart assistant. Assistant, are there any living people in this base? The answer I got was, no. That's weird. Who sent the message? Did it die after sending it? Little Spider-Man frowned, feeling that the matter was not simple, and then ordered the smart assistant to retrieve the base log. The base has entered a wartime state. According to the authority Tony gave to Little Spider-Man, it is possible to use all resources except destructive weapons. Little Spider-Man frowned and began to flip through the useful information. Lin Feng sat down on the chair like a normal person. Well, as expected of the seat in the command room, it is soft and comfortable. Glancing at the vigilant Wasp and the others, Lin Feng waved and said, "Sit down. Don't worry, there are no zombies in this base." "Oh no, there should be no living zombies." As he spoke, Lin Feng pointed to his own eyes. "You should know that Superman has clairvoyance." After speaking, Winter Soldier put down the weapon he had been holding, walked behind Little Spider-Man, and checked the log with him. Since Superman says it's okay, it's probably safe. The Wasp also relaxed her vigilance a little, imitating Lin Feng and sitting on the seat. "I had consumed too much physical energy before, and it was only a while before I could rest for a while." Lin Feng took some food from the system space and threw it to several people. The Wasp is not pretentious, she just tore open the package and started to eat. "When is this? Where is the restraint? It is important to restore physical strength." "Thank you." Sandman muffled his thanks. Lin Feng shook his head, took out some food and put it on the console. It was for Little Spider-Man and Winter Soldier. Seeing Lin Feng take out these things like magic, Wasp was a little curious. Is this space technology? Influenced by her father, the Wasp knows more or less about some science and technology, and is also interested. Probably. Lin Feng laughed. System space is indeed a kind of space technology, but it is more complicated and cannot be manufactured by Blue Star's technology. Lin Feng also didn't quite understand the principle behind it. Lin Feng can also open up some small spaces to store things, but the system space is more convenient, and Lin Feng is too lazy to do it himself. Found it. Little Spider-Man spoke suddenly, obviously finding useful information. But then Little Spider-Man frowned again. Message sending time, June 13th at 13:55. Sender, unknown, send content. Little Spider-Man froze. Unknown sender, S.H.I.E.L.D. also needs permission to send messages. Why did they get an unknown sender? Little Spider-Man was puzzled. At this moment, bursts of snowflakes suddenly appeared on the screen, as if disturbed. Then, a virtual humanoid popped out. "I did it." When the figure spoke, it was a familiar voice and a familiar face. "Damn," Little Spider-Man staggered in fright and sat on the ground. Mr. Stark. On the screen, a real-time image of Stark appeared. Yes, live video. Cheated a corpse. Little Spider-Man saw with his own eyes that Tony's head was twisted off. "Peter, you really didn't disappoint me, you came here." On the virtual screen, Tony looked around for a week. When seeing Lin Feng, Tony's eyes obviously stayed for a while longer. "Mr. Stark, are you alive?" Little Spider-Man's receptivity is still very strong, and surprises follow after being frightened. Tony was silent for a few seconds. To be precise, the body is already dead. As for the soul, it was uploaded to the internet. "Oh, I don't know if it counts as a soul." Tony also wondered about his current state. Although there is no previous physical body, at least he is still alive. It should be considered alive. "Is it the message you sent to cure the zombie virus?" Little Spider-Man asked again. If it were Tony, it would definitely be possible to develop a cure. Little Spider-Man doesn't know that Tony Stark is a cursed person, but he knows that Tony's scientific research strength is unreasonable. "Check out the high-tech battlesuit on yourself." Tony nodded. Instead of answering Little Spider-Man's question, he looked at Lin Feng with complicated eyes. "Lin Feng? What the hell? Why does it feel like this Tony knows me?" "Mr. Lin Feng." When Tony opened his mouth, Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment. "Damn, do you really know me? You know my name?" "Yeah, I know," Tony responded. Lin Feng scratched his head. Interestingly, the Tony of this world actually knows himself? Where is the information channel? Lin Feng's name does not appear in the Superman comics either. "How do you know me?" Lin Feng asked curiously. He wasn't too wary of Tony. After all, in his own universe, Tony and himself were still best friends. As for Tony's character, Lin Feng is Yemenqing. In many universes, although there are many Iron Man who do evil, most of them still uphold the justice in their hearts. Before Tony could answer, an illusory figure appeared in the command room. Shiny bald head, kind smile, wearing plain clothes, shining. "Today's second acquaintance? But isn't this acquaintance already dead?" "Ancient One." Lin Feng was stunned, and then rolled his eyes, and he understood something in a blink of an eye. The magic cloak told Lin Feng that Ancient One and Dormammu died together. But a godlike riddleman like Ancient One has lost his body, but his soul still exists, which is very reasonable. As for why Tony knew about Lin Feng, it's probably because of the riddleman's information. "Yes, I told him." Ancient One in soul state, floating, smiling at Lin Feng. "As for why you told him." Ancient One said this, and turned to look at Tony. It was obvious what she meant. Let Tony speak for himself. This time the protagonist is Tony. Tony nodded, understanding. "Let me tell. Lin Feng, I know that in another universe, you and I are good friends. Well, the kind with the best relationship. Opening your mouth is king bombing. It seems that the Ancient One of this universe knows more. As Tony said, he kept looking at Lin Feng. Although I'm not that Tony, but for the sake of my fellow Tony, I want to ask you something. Tony Stark's expression became extremely sincere. This was something that the previous Tony had never shown. It was obvious that Lin Feng had something important to ask. Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned. Say it. Indeed, as Tony Stark, if there is anything Lin Feng needs to help, Lin Feng will not refuse. Tony was silent for a few seconds, took a deep breath, and his eyes showed memories. You know my daughter, Morgan. Morgan she didn't have the virus. I put her in my personal sanctuary before the virus hit full-blown. I want to ask you to take Morgan away and take her to your universe. Tony spoke out his request in one go. He didn't know if Lin Feng would agree. But according to this Riddler-like magician, Lin Feng is his best friend. Even in other universes, he would not refuse Tony's request. As for Lin Feng's character, Ancient One directly played some pictures for Tony to see. I don't know where this bald riddle man got the picture. In it, Tony saw Lin Feng's self in another world, huge amounts of help. This also made him make up his mind to hand over little Morgan to Lin Feng. It would be even better if Lin Feng could bring her to Tony in another world. Tony knows his character well, even if it is not the same world. The fact that Junior Morgan is Tony Stark's daughter will not change. He believes that he in another world can take good care of little Morgan. Pepper isn't here either. And there is no way to continue to take care of little Morgan. I want to ask you to bring him to me in your universe. That Tony Stark's. After speaking, Tony looked at Lin Feng sincerely. This is his daughter's last hope. Now Morgan is unaccompanied, and if he is not taken care of, he wonders if he will go crazy in the shelter. Whether she can live a stable and happy life again depends on Lin Feng's choice. Tony's words caught Lin Feng by surprise. It never occurred to him that this was the request. Little Morgan was born? That time should be after the Avengers Alliance 3. Avengers Alliance 3, Tony just held a wedding with Pepper. But if the Avengers Alliance 3 has happened, then little Spider-Man should have turned into ashes. You're going to say Tony got him back. According to the development of the plot, it should be after Avengers Alliance 4, and Tony Stark should have died because of snapping his fingers. Lin Feng scratched his head. This timeline is out of the big spectrum. Seeing Lin Feng was silent for a while, Tony thought that Lin Feng was unwilling to help. After thinking for a while, Tony said directly, Lin Feng, in exchange, I can give you all the research results of my life. As long as you take little Morgan away. For little Morgan, those research results are nothing. As Howard said to Stark at the beginning, the greatest work in his life is Junior Morgan. But the Tony of this world obviously still doesn't know much about Lin Feng's character. Tony spoke, bringing Lin Feng back to his senses. He hastily waved his hands. That's not what I meant, Tony. I'm just a little confused. Your timeline here seems to be much more chaotic than what I know. This request from Tony can be fulfilled very simply. No matter how you look at it, Lin Feng will help him. Regarding Lin Feng's doubts, Ancient One spoke up. Lin Feng, the development of each universe is different. In this universe, it's Carol who snapped his fingers. Ancient One said in a tone that sees through everything, with a hint of mystery. Ah yes, the Riddler has started again. Lin Feng didn't know how to refute. Is this the first Ancient One he has encountered? Third or fourth? Anyway, no matter which Ancient One, they must pretend to be a wave of Riddlers in front of Lin Feng. But Ancient One is also right. It is impossible for all universes to go in the same direction. But she mentioned snapping fingers and Carol? From the looks of it, the timeline should be after the Avengers Alliance 4. According to you, there are no infinite gems in this world anymore. Lin Feng asked based on the known information. Ancient One replied, not really. After Carol snapped his fingers, he sent the gem to its original place. Ancient One probably knew what Lin Feng wanted to ask. The power of 6 infinite gems is extremely powerful. Snap your fingers to erase the zombie virus from the timeline, and the world can return to normal. Then why don't you go back in time and use infinite gems once? Sure enough, Lin Feng asked this question. Zombies are now all over the world. The wasp apparently still has PIM particles, and it's not out of the question to go back there. If there is something unspeakable, I think I can help. Ancient One magician, you should know that I have more than one set. Lin Feng imitated Ancient One and said with a mysterious face. Isn't he the Riddler? Who can't? Lin Feng doesn't know if they have any unspeakable difficulties, but infinite gems, he still has 2 sets. It is not impossible for the consciousness to return to the body, and then come over and snap your fingers. Ancient One shook his head, denying Lin Feng's method. It's not that simple. If snapping our fingers could end this, we would have done so. After Ancient One finished speaking, he asked Lin Feng again, do you know the absolute time? Lin Feng nodded, he definitely knew. Ancient One continued, the zombie virus is the absolute point in time of this universe. Infinite gems can restore everything. But it won't be long before the zombie virus will resurface. This world can only be saved by healing potions. Ancient One briefly explained, if you use infinite gems, you will put the entire universe in loop again. In this catastrophe, the dead cannot be resurrected. It's a must for the disaster to end. Lin Feng didn't take it seriously, you should know my strength. If one snap doesn't work, then I'll hit another. Ancient One smiled wryly. I said it's not that simple. Some things cannot be solved by infinite gems. This Feng universe is very special. Random alter reality will only cause greater disasters. Once you snap your fingers, it will no longer affect this universe, but will cause a multi-universe chain reaction. Lin Feng does not belong to this universe. He also has the ability to reverse the absolute point of time. In a short time, it will develop in a good direction. But later, it will bring even greater disasters. Lin Feng's eyes moved, and he opened his mouth to confirm. Have you seen the future? Yes, the future of snapping your fingers is the worst outcome. Ancient One said it without any intention of hiding it. Unless you can solve all the universes involved, probably millions of them. And in the process of solving, if there is a slight mistake, then you need to start from the first universe. Lin Feng? Millions of universes, can't there be a slight error? Excuse me, I give up. Lin Feng didn't want to snap his fingers in an instant. Well, Ancient One's method is better, let's use the healing potion. Although I don't know why so many universes are involved. But Lin Feng will not guarantee that there will be no mistakes in the universe after millions of finger snaps. Otherwise, it will be caught in a cycle. Whether it is for Lin Feng or for so many universes, it will not be a good result. In that case, I agree to Tony's request. After making a decision, Lin Feng responded decisively to Tony's request. It is estimated that Tony on his side will not reject Tony's daughter from another universe. Ancient One smiled and said with relief, I knew you wouldn't refuse. Lin Feng he didn't want to talk to her. Tony's phantom finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the words. That would be great. Thank you, Lin Feng. Pepper was gone, and his only concern was little Morgan. Now that little Morgan's problem has been solved, Tony feels that he can rest in peace. Tony told Lin Feng the address of the shelter. By the way, he signaled Lin Feng to put away a mobile memory plugged into the console. In it, there are what I said to me in another universe, please give it to him. To keep his alternate universe self informed, Tony recorded a video ahead of time. It contains some words from Tony, as well as some experience and common sense in caring for little Morgan. Poor Tony's old father's good intentions. Lin Feng put away the memory. Tony suddenly slapped his head. Oh right, almost forgot. In order to prevent accidents and prevent little Morgan from getting out, I set a password. The supplies in the shelter are enough for little Morgan to grow up. But who would like to see their daughter living in an underground shelter where the sun is never seen? The password is, I love you 3,000 times. Lin Feng let out a groan, and tried his best not to laugh. This password was given by little Morgan in the movie. It's the ignorant little Morgan, frankly expressing to his father. At that time, the arrogant old father Tony was very moved. But speaking from the mouth of a big man like Tony, it always feels very hypocritical. Tony's face was calm. He is already in this state now, what's wrong with saying that he loves you 3,000 times? Okay, I see. Is there anything else to explain? Lin Feng asked after calming down. In the shelter, there is a black suitcase. It contains all the research results of my life, let's take them with me too. This can be regarded as giving me some help in another universe. Lin Feng hummed. The Tony in his own universe has been transformed into a mess by him. However, some advanced information should be useful, so bring it with you. Next, let's talk about the healing potion. After solving the problem of little Morgan, Tony changed the topic to saving the world. This matter depends on you, Peter, and your friends. Tony looked over at little Spider-Man, and then at the teammates he'd brought along. When he saw Winter Soldier, Tony's eyes moved and stayed for a while. Winter Soldier lowered his head expressionlessly, but felt a little guilty in his heart. I'm listening, Mr. Stark. Little Spider-Man didn't find anything unusual, and said that he was always there, but he didn't understand what they were just talking about, so he didn't intervene. Healing potion, I have already made it. I need you to go to the Avengers base. I synced the recipe to Friday's database, and she can produce it directly. But the control system of the Avengers base is down, and you need to restart it. Tony addressed little Spider-Man. With the outage of the control system, neither Tony nor Friday has the means to remotely restart the system. At the same time, control of all battle suits is also lost. That's why Tony doesn't directly manipulate Friday to create the cure potion. Then, you need to transport the produced medicine to Stark Industries' flight device. This flight device needs you to help Friday deliver the materials. Tony pointed to the battlesuit on little Spider-Man. This battlesuit is not a nano battlesuit, but it also contains a control terminal. On Friday, open all permissions to Peter, and synchronize the data to the battlesuit database. Tony ordered directly. A lot can be done on Friday, but there are some things that need little Spider-Man's help. For example, transporting materials. Next, you follow Friday's instructions and you'll be fine. After explaining all this, Tony breathed a sigh of relief again. In this way, he solved all his worries. I can finally rest. It's time to find Pepper. He didn't want to maintain this kind of person, ghost. Although this form is not unacceptable now. But Pepper has left, and Junior Morgan will also go to another universe, so what is he still doing here? Mr. Stark, I have a question. Little Spider-Man raised his hand, like a good baby who raises his hand to answer in class, a little funny. Can the healing potion heal the wounds on the zombies? Eliminating the zombie virus is a good thing, but little Spider-Man quickly gets to the point. If the zombie virus disappears, what about the wounds on the zombies? Tony was silent for a moment, frowning and shaking his head. Does not. The healing potion can only eliminate the zombie virus existing in the body. Only a small number of duplications with intact tissues, or people who have just become zombies, can be treated. Hearing this, little Spider-Man's figure shook. This news was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. Nowadays, zombies have several large holes in their bodies, or the separation of skin and flesh is almost standard. Even if some people regain consciousness after the zombie virus disappears, they will die soon without corresponding medical assistance. As for his Aunt May, I'm afraid it can only depend on luck. This wave continues, although the zombie virus can be eliminated. But the number of human beings will be less than 1 in 10. It's the best way, Peter. Go for it, there will be no worse results. How could Tony not know about this? But he has no way to solve it. He can only look at the fate of human beings, and it counts as much as they can survive. Whoever said it, as long as you are alive, there is hope. Tony didn't want to say anything more, and took the initiative to turn off the video system. Before disappearing, Tony looked at Lin Feng again. Please, Lin Feng. After speaking, the phantom disappeared. Lin Feng nodded, a little silent. Little Spider-Man sat on the chair in a daze. Unexpectedly, after all the tossing and tossing, only a small number of people survived in the end. A white hand reached out and patted his shoulder. Let's go, Peter. How much can be saved? It was the Wasp, who comforted little Spider-Man with a flat face. The method has been found, and now they must put it into action as soon as possible. Release the healing potion earlier, maybe a few more people will survive. Little Spider-Man stood up upon hearing this. He also knew that there was no time for himself to be in a daze. Mr. Superman, could you please drive us to the Avengers base? Little Spider-Man requested. With their ability, they probably won't be able to go to the Avengers base for a short time. Lin Feng readily agreed. Definitely no problem, but before that, I have a question to ask the Ancient One magician. Lin Feng looked at Ancient One. The Ancient One in the soul state exudes light, somewhat transparent. Are you asking about the origin of the zombie virus? Ancient One still looked mysterious. Yes, I want to know where the zombie virus came from. So far, the only thing left to do is to make the healing potion, and the task of Lin Feng duplication is considered complete. But the purpose of Lin Feng's coming here in person is to prevent the same situation from happening in his own universe. Ancient One pondered for a moment, then replied, go and see where the neon discharges its wastewater. There is a diary of a scientific researcher named Mirai, who will answer it. I hope you don't blame him after reading it. Because no matter what he does or doesn't do, this disaster cannot be avoided. After speaking, Ancient One looked up at the sky, ceiling. I should go too, good luck. After speaking, Ancient One in soul state quickly became transparent and disappeared into the control room. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. The Riddler is almost an adult. According to Ancient One, she obviously knew what happened. Are you rushing back to dinner? Do I have to decrypt it myself? But that's okay, at least there are clues. Is Mirai's diary? Lin Feng murmured silently. Come on, I'll send you to the Avengers base. Next, as long as he finds out the reason, Lin Feng is sure to prevent problems before they happen. Then go to find Little Morgan, and this trip will be a perfect end. There used to be quite a few fighter planes in the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. For months, drive away, fall into disrepair. It's not all intact, but they all need to be rechecked and trimmed. Little Spider-Man just checked the status of several fighters on the console, and basically all the fighters that can be driven need to be repaired. So in the end I decided to bother Lin Feng. We have found a cure for this. If it is broken halfway, it will be too dramatic. After leaving the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Lin Feng turned into a human flight controller. Drag Little Spider-Man straight to the Avengers base. The Blue Stars. The Avengers base was rebuilt after Carol snapped his fingers. Thanos is only a danger for a period of time, and no one can guarantee that there will be no greater danger in the future. The Avengers will still exist, even if Tony is gone. Cure data is stored in the Friday database. After restarting the control system, Friday can control the mechanism in the Avengers base to make potions. The rest is up to Little Spider-Man. Lin Feng is not a nanny, so he doesn't need to take action on this matter. After the healing potion is produced, take 2 bottles by yourself, and the task is completed. Saying goodbye to Little Spider-Man and the others, Lin Feng took the Wasp straight to Neon. Lin Feng didn't want to waste time on the road, so he used the biological force field to fly the Wasp all the way. The place where the wastewater is discharged is a seaside. This is the secret power station experiment site, and it is also the place where the wastewater is discharged. Before the outbreak of the zombie virus, it was under control. I've been here once, but I didn't find any useful information. The two landed at the entrance of the power station, and the Wasp spoke. As for what Ancient One said about Mirai's diary, she didn't care about it. When I came, there was no one there. The Wasp pointed to several zombies wandering outside the power station. It takes a certain amount of time for a zombie virus outbreak to cause people to lose their minds. So there are basically no people in the current power station, and they evacuated after the virus outbreak. Let's go in and find the log, the magician said. Lin Feng dealt with the wandering zombies with 2 slaps, and stepped forward to kick the gate of the power station. With a bang, the 30 centimeters thick metal door was blown away by Lin Feng. Superman does things so simply and neatly. The Wasp called her a good guy. This should be the Eastern Side's one force break all method theory. The last time I came by myself, I was able to get in only by shrinking the PIM particles. The power station is indeed as the Wasp said, there are basically no people. Even if there were, they turned into zombies that were dealt with, lying on the ground in 2s and 3s. Lin Feng is not interested in visiting the Neon power station, and goes straight to the topic to find the diary of a staff member named Murai. There are rooms where employees live in the power station, and the employees at Neon like to put their names on the door. Lin Feng found Murai's room without any difficulty. After a while, he came out with a grey diary. Pat the dust on it. Lin Feng frowned, and invited the Wasp. Watch together. The Wasp had no objection. She shrugged and sat down generously, leaning against Lin Feng. Opening the diary, and directly flipping through a few pages of daily life, Lin Feng read it patiently. On December 1st, the weather was fine. Today, the power station announced to the world the treatment data of wastewater, which has reached the clean discharge standard. But I know it's all a lie. The director drank normal water, not treated wastewater. I am really worried about what the consequences will be after the wastewater is discharged. But the ocean is so big, it shouldn't be a problem. On December 5th, the weather was fine. Today, the director is very unhappy, because the power station received threats from Stark Industries. I'm not happy either. Obviously Tony Stark has clean nuclear energy application technology, but he is unwilling to share it and prevent us from discharging wastewater. After reading 2 pages, Lin Feng wanted to laugh. Why does it have the taste of kimchi country? What should be given to him? On December 27th, heavy rain. My god, I never thought that the director had such great energy. He actually got a tube of PIM particles. The value of this thing is almost comparable to our entire power station, although it has a price but no market. Turning here, Lin Feng subconsciously glanced at the Wasp. It appears that the PIM particles were stolen at that time, but the Wasp showed no expression, and signaled Lin Feng to continue flipping. On December 31st, the weather was fine. A group of scientists came to the terminus, and they formed a research team. For technical reasons, I was also selected to join in. How should they put it? It should be considered very crazy. I want to use PIM particles to pack and shrink the wastewater, so that the problem can be solved. I swear, this is my first experience with this stuff, but it sounds pretty solid. If it succeeds, it will be great news. There were several broken pages in the diary here, which were torn out, but it can be seen that this method is indeed a good way. PIM particles deservedly changed the product of the world. The date came directly to January 10th. On January 10th, thunderstorm. The director is simply crazy. The experiment was only carried out twice, and he actually applied for implementation. But I can understand him too. After all, there is only 1 tube of PIM particles, which is not enough for us to conduct more experiments. Moreover, on the Feng side, the owners of PIM particles seem to have a tendency to find us. Our means of obtaining PIM particles is untenable, and we must start shrinking the wastewater. Fortunately, both experiments were successful. But I always have a bad feeling. On January 15th, the weather was fine. Wastewater discharge officially started. We have successfully shrunk huge amounts of containers countless times. But something worrying still emerged. The instrument made by the research team does not know what is wrong. After the container reaches the specified reduction factor, it is still shrinking constantly until it is invisible to the naked eye. The director still announced the success of the plan, but I saw the uneasiness in his eyes. At the same time, the uneasiness in my heart became more and more intense. Seeing this, Lin Feng pursed his lips. According to the laws summarized by the majority of netizens, if there is no accident, there will be an accident. Really? On January 16th, the weather was fine. Accidents still happen. In the early hours of the morning, the wastewater that had shrunk and disappeared reappeared at the discharge point. The container seems to be out of control, constantly enlarged. Countless wastewater is poured into the ocean. The wastewater seems to flow from the void, and we can't stop it at all. I don't know if it's an illusion. The treated wastewater should have been transparent, but I saw some faint blackness. The wastewater has been discharged for a long time, a day has passed, and it still hasn't stopped. On January 20th, the weather was fine. Today, the wastewater finally stopped. A whole 5 days. The amount of discharge is almost 10,000 times that of the original wastewater. It's scary, and no one knows why. I think this may be my last diary entry. The director has been taken away, and it will be our turn next. I regret that I should not have taken this job. Without me, I don't know what to do with my wife and children. The diary ends here. The content of each day is very short, but it records the whole process of what happened. I want to shrink wastewater with PIM particles. However, due to technical reasons, it lost control. And from the looks of it, the seawater should have been rinsed in the quantum realm, then magnified countless times and discharged back. The zombie virus should have been sucked into the sea at that time. It's true that if you don't die, you won't die. Why didn't Neon directly cooperate with Hank Pym, instead of researching it by yourself? Do they have a protagonist aura? This is very confusing. Hank Pym shouldn't refuse this kind of thing, right? Does Neon want blank votes? Lin Feng didn't think it was impossible. Neon always makes some unexpected operations. After flipping through the diary, Lin Feng received the system warehouse. He wanted to go back and restore the torn pages to see if there were any missing clues. How do you feel after watching it? Lin Feng asked. The expression on Wasp's face is extremely exciting, and she probably didn't expect that Neon would have such an operation. That virus. The wasp sighed. Lin Feng nodded. Well, it should be from the quantum realm. The wasp nodded in a daze. Father said that that area is very dangerous. Hey, it always feels a little dramatic. Co-authoring this matter is indeed related to PIM particles. What's your plan next? Lin Feng asked again. The process of things is clear. Lin Feng plans to go back and discuss with Tony about the wastewater on the neon side of his universe. Although the possibility of a zombie virus occurring in his own universe is almost zero, Lin Feng will deal with it whenever possible. With this information, Lin Feng has a corresponding solution. Although Lin Feng is unwilling to intervene in neon matters. But if it rises to the height of the entire blue star, Lin Feng can't sit idly by. But you can't just help in vain. Me. The wasp was silent for a while, as if after thinking. Let's take one step at a time and let the world restore order first. With her family gone, Wasp thinks she might join the Avengers. Little Spider-Man raised his mouth on the train, and the Wasp thought she could. But it may take a long time to wait for order to be restored. All right, I'll take you back. By the way, it's time for me to leave. Lin Feng patted his butt and stood up. He was still looking for Morgan Jr. I don't know how Teacher Tony will react when he sees his future daughter appearing in front of him. But Tony has the potential of a daughter slave, so he should be happy to dance a laser rain. The Wasp had no objection, and took Lin Feng's private car again to the Avengers base. This back and forth was extremely quick. The Wasp who broke her head didn't expect that a small diary would record this unparalleled disaster. Lin Feng followed the address given by Tony and came to the shelter. On a private property of Tony in the suburbs. The shelter is located underground. There is a complete ventilation system and fresh water purification system. On the ground, only a metal gate is connected. Lin Feng checked and found that the shelter had electricity. That's it, and you don't need to enter any embarrassing passwords. Thinking about it, Tony also made a perfect plan. There are more than one small arc reactor in the shelter. At this point, Tony was still worried that something unexpected would cause a power outage. If you really care about it, you will be chaotic. Lin Feng pressed the doorbell of the shelter a little speechlessly. He doesn't know why Tony installed this thing. After a long time, a little girl's voice came from the loudspeaker at the door. Who are you? Very good and very invigorating? It seems that little Morgan is very strong, and a few months of living alone cannot defeat her. Lin Feng didn't know how to communicate with children, so he stated his purpose directly. Well, my name is Lin Feng. Your father asked me to pick you up. Little Morgan frowned, feeling that the matter was not simple. What about Daddy? Why didn't he come by himself? There was some doubt in the vigilant voice. Ah, this. Lin Feng smacked his lips, not knowing what to say. Do you just tell her that your father sent it? With a roll of his eyes, Lin Feng thought about it. Well, Tony went to a world without disasters first, so he sent me to pick you up. I also have a Tony Stark over there, so it's okay to say so. It's all Tony, it's all your dad. Little Morgan was silent for a while, and Lin Feng could hear the small breathing sound coming from the loudspeaker. Password. Lin Feng, what? What's Daddy's password? Lin Feng? Password? What bird thing? Fuck. Could it be that I love you 3,000 times? Please. It's super embarrassing to say it, okay? Lin Feng felt a little numb. If Morgan wasn't a child, Lin Feng would have just broken in. I looked around and no one was there. Lin Feng quietly approached the pickup. Love you 3,000 times. Click. A crisp mechanical sound sounded, and the refuge door opened. Little Morgan's voice sounded again. Please come in. Huh. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Little Morgan was decisive, and opened the door after matching the password. Walking down the stairs, the space opens up. As expected of Tony's old father, an underground shelter was built like a villa. There is no shortage of entertainment areas in the living area. Little Morgan stood in a space similar to the living room, watching Lin Feng quietly. The hair that has not been treated for several months seems to have grown a lot compared to the one in the movie. Looking at each other, Little Morgan took a step back subconsciously. The little eyes dodged a little. Daddy, he's not here anymore, right? One sentence silenced Lin Feng. Opening his mouth, Lin Feng tried to tell a lie. Don't lie to me. Little Morgan looked at Lin Feng. Mist formed in his beautiful big eyes. Fridays don't lie. I only had 2 questions and she couldn't answer them. Lin Feng sighed. This little guy seems to have inherited Tony's intelligence. He walked over slowly and stopped not far from Little Morgan. Lin Feng squatted down and stretched out his hands. Try to make your smile look brighter. Come with me to another world without disasters, Little Morgan. This is your daddy's last wish. The little guy was too young, felt the kindness released by Lin Feng, couldn't help but threw himself into Lin Feng's arms and cried out. And don't blame the kids for believing in Lin Feng so much. Lin Feng's sunny face of the big brother next door is the easiest to attract children. Coupled with the fact that Lin Feng met a code that only she and Daddy knew, it proved that Lin Feng was not lying. After living in the shelter for a day, Little Morgan became acquainted with Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng is not good at dealing with children, but Junior Morgan has not been in contact with the same kind for several months, and there are still some topics to talk about. It's just that the childish topic made Lin Feng a little painful. Little Spider-Man sent a message that the healing potion has been successfully made. This also means that it is time for Lin Feng to leave this universe. Do you have anything to take with you? Lin Feng asked Little Morgan. After the zombie virus disappears, it will enter a long period of development. It's not impossible to keep Junior Morgan here. Only Tony had asked himself. Furthermore, Morgan Jr. is now unaccompanied and brought back to his own universe. He can also be taken care of by an old father of the same style. In any case, it's better than staying here. Children at this age must have a complete family relationship. As for little Morgan, there is even less of an opinion. As a young girl, she didn't quite understand how outrageous it was to go to another universe. But this is Daddy's confession, and little Morgan is also willing to believe the black-haired big brother in front of him. Little Morgan pulled a small suitcase. Well, a small one, but half the height of little Morgan. It contained some photos of Tony and Pepper together, and this was her only treasure. Oh yes, and Mom's battlesuit mask. She tugged at the corner of Lin Feng's clothes, a little confused in her big eyes. Lin Feng shook his head, and took little Morgan's little hand. For Junior Morgan's mood at the moment, Lin Feng can be said to have empathized with it. Don't forget, Lin Feng grew up in an orphanage. After finding the black suitcase Tony mentioned, Lin Feng directly received it in the system space. Inside are the research results of Tony's life, which he brought back to Tony in his own world. Looking again at the shelter where he had lived for several months, little Morgan left with Lin Feng. The lights in the shelter dimmed, and it is estimated that there will never be a day when it will be activated again. Back on the ground, the glare of the sun made little Morgan a little uncomfortable. After getting used to it, he stared wide-eyed, curiously looking at the strange yet familiar scene in front of him. Roar! Around the refuge, there were still some zombies. Seeing the appearance of humans, they screamed excitedly and attacked here. Little Morgan hid behind Lin Feng in fear. She has seen with her own eyes how this kind of monster cannibalizes the same kind, so can she not be afraid? Lin Feng squatted down and picked up little Morgan. Don't be afraid, they can't hurt you. In order to reassure little Morgan, Lin Feng directly used psychokinesis to lift up the abandoned car on the side of the road, and with a bang, the zombie that had just roared could no longer be. The car seemed to come alive, one left and one right, crackling and smashing the surrounding zombies. Look, it's not scary. The sun shone on Lin Feng's face, his smile was very gentle, and little Morgan's heart also calmed down. Sparrow food is amazing. But her arrogant father can do it too, but it's not so easy. Little Morgan was hugged in her arms, and she held Lin Feng's neck. A sense of security welled up in her. But when the little head looked around the place where he lived in the past, it became extremely depressed at the moment. Little Morgan was a little sad again. This is touching the scene. Will the big brother take you to fly? Lin Feng was keenly aware of the change in Morgan's mood. Children of this age are still very sensitive, especially after such a disaster. He didn't want to comfort the child for half the night. There is nothing more tormenting than this. Hearing Faye, little Morgan was immediately attracted. Really? Like Daddy is flying in the sky? Lin Feng chuckled and didn't explain. His flight is more high level than Tony's mechanical flight. Lin Feng took little Morgan slowly into the air, which caused little Morgan to exclaim. Before, he begged Daddy to take him to fly, but Tony picked her up and held her high, even if he passed. Little Morgan fully experienced the perfunctory from his old father. But this can't be blamed on Tony. Tony doesn't have the perverted abilities like Lin Feng. Moreover, the whole body of the steel battlesuit is made of metal, so it is hard to say whether it will hurt Morgan or not if he flies around with him. And now, the wish has come true. Little Morgan looked excitedly at the farther and farther ground, raised his little hands and cheered a little, not afraid at all. Children, as long as they attract attention, they will soon forget sad things. Let's go. Lin Feng laughed loudly. The biological force field protected little Morgan, and flew towards the Avengers base in an arc in the air. In order to make little Morgan happy for a while, Lin Feng slowed down the flight on purpose. The distance that can be reached in 1 minute, Lin Feng flew for 10 minutes in a daze. Landing at the Avengers base, little Spider-Man is already waiting. Peter, big brother. Little Morgan saw a familiar face and happily rushed over to give little Spider-Man a big hug. Little Morgan. Peter picked up little Morgan and raised him high. Well, what a heartwarming scene. If it were yesterday, little Spider-Man would not have dared to touch little Morgan. He has a zombie virus on his body, and he hastily contacted and infected little Morgan, fearing that if he meets Tony after death, he will be beaten into a stupid dog. But now, little Spider-Man's originally pale complexion has returned to rosy. Obviously the healing potion has succeeded. The launching device has been manufactured. Next, we only need to produce enough potions to restore the world to how it was. Little Spider-Man hugged little Morgan and reported to Lin Feng. This is the best news since the disaster happened. Soon, the world will return to its previous peaceful appearance, and little Spider-Man is really happy from the bottom of his heart. And last night, little Spider-Man had brought Aunt May to the Avengers base and used the healing potion. Under the perfect medical system of the Avengers base, Aunt May survived successfully, and the smile on little Spider-Man's face couldn't stop. That's up to you. Lin Feng smiled back. He is just a passerby in this world, not as deeply touched by little Spider-Man. Oh, by the way, give me a few bottles of healing potions. Lin Feng continued. I should take little Morgan and leave. The little Spider-Man brought a small box kindly, without asking Lin Feng's purpose for asking for the potion at all. Inside the box are 8 test tubes of medicine. The potion is light blue in color, and a small test tube can save a zombie. Is there really a Tony in your universe? Little Spider-Man handed the potion to Lin Feng and asked curiously. He wasn't skeptical, just curious. After all, he has only seen parallel universes in movies. Lin Feng nodded, and little Spider-Man laughed again. That's good, it's good for little Morgan. Although it is estimated that I will never see little Morgan again in the future, which is a bit regrettable. But presumably Mr. Stark from another world will take better care of little Morgan. And there is Superman in that world, so there is no need to worry about disasters. Aren't you going to stay and see the ending? The Wasp's voice came, and she leaned on the table, her expression as calm as ever. Lin Feng refused with a smile. No, there is nothing to see. I'm going back as soon as possible. Oh yes, Peter. This is for you. As Lin Feng said, he took out a rescue device and threw it to little Spider-Man. When there is another unsolvable disaster, just press this collar, and I will appear. Anyway, it's also Morgan's hometown. Maybe Morgan will come back to visit when he grows up. Besides, he has some fate with little Spider-Man and the Wasp, so Lin Feng left a rescue device for little Spider-Man. Come on, little Morgan, say goodbye to Peter big brother. Lin Feng picked up little Morgan and prepared to leave. Little Morgan also knew that he was leaving, and waved his little hand at Peter. Goodbye Peter big brother. Goodbye, sister. Little Morgan didn't know what the Wasp's name was, and it seemed that this big sister was not easy to get along with. But still politely said goodbye to Wasp. The Wasp was obviously a little surprised, and then a long-lost smile appeared on her face frozen by the doomsday. No matter how big the disaster is, people will still treat their children with a smile on their faces. With children, there is a future, and with children, there is hope. Goodbye, little Morgan, may you be happy forever in another world. The Wasp sent her blessing. Little Morgan was lucky. This world is already like this, but she can go to another world to start her life again. The Wasp didn't have any jealousy, but was a little emotional. After saying goodbye, Lin Feng flew into the sky. After letting little Morgan take a look at the world again, he activated the ability and took little Morgan back to the world of shape-shifting King Kong. The consciousness returned to the body, and Lin Feng went to meet little Morgan. Little Morgan was a little confused when he saw two identical Lin Fengs. Lin Feng made a reasonable explanation. Little Morgan didn't understand, but was shocked. The duplication in the original animation is not a lie, is it real? You can submit the task yourself? Just submit a bottle of healing potion. Lin Feng ordered to his duplication. The remaining potions are placed in the curry in the system compartment for emergency use. This is hope in case things get to the point of no return. But with Lin Feng's vigorous and resolute actions, that day will never come. Duplication shrugged helplessly. How can I not understand this? We are one, and we all think the same. This is not wrong. Okay, then you continue to lurk and climb up, and I will take little Morgan away. Climbing up definitely means that the position has climbed up. After this task, duplication can enter a higher sequence. The undercover plan was very successful, and the duplication is very powerful. After explaining, Lin Feng went back to pick up Martina, and returned to the main Marvel universe together. Martina is having a great time these days. But to be honest, after only a few days away, she misses Susan, Sister Wanda, and Lin Jilly, her best friend. If I don't get involved with Lin Jilly, I always feel that something is missing in my life, incomplete. She has the illusion that the world of shape-shifting Donkey Kong is now more like her hometown, the home of her adoptive mother. And the universe with Susan and Lin Feng is more like her own world, her own life. When she left, Martina didn't feel any reluctance, she just smiled and said that she would come back to visit from time to time. This made the woman who raised her call Martina heartless. The main Marvel universe. Inside the villa, Lin Feng slapped Martina on the head. What are you doing? Martina hugged her little head in dissatisfaction. Look again, if you look again, little Morgan will bury his head in the sofa. Lin Feng rolled his eyes angrily, and pointed to little Morgan, who buried his head like an ostrich. For this new little sister, Martina was full of curiosity. A pair of eyes seemed to grow on little Morgan, which made little Morgan feel a little scared of her. You stay here, I'll take little Morgan out. After resting for a while, Lin Feng walked out holding little Morgan. This is not the place for little Morgan. There are already two brats in the family, so hurry up and take little Morgan to Tony, so as not to be misled by these two brats. Where are you taking her? Martina was in a hurry. Her three scumbag plan happened to be missing one person. Little Morgan was naive and easy to fool. He was the best candidate? Find her a father. Lin Feng waved his hand without looking back, pulling little Morgan up into the sky again. Martina was left in a daze. Find a dad. Still the familiar Stark building. Tony was drinking tea in his own room on the top floor. He's been busy lately. It's the Symbiote Legion again, and it's the Autobot Legion again. But he is in pain and joy. The current self is completely different from the previous self. It can be seen from the attitude of J Fang and S.H.I.E.L.D. towards him. But Tony is not someone who cares about these things. He looks at the blue sky outside the window with some emotion. For the technology he has now mastered, Blue Star is obviously a little fussy. His current gaze has been placed in the universe. Universe? Tony suddenly found a black spot in the sky that was growing from small to large, flying towards him. Lin Feng is here again. Tony picked up his teacup and took a sip. He was no longer surprised by Lin Feng's arrival. I would also like to thank my good brother for the tea. It is really a must-have product for health preservation. Lin Feng landed in front of Tony steadily with little Morgan. Seeing that he brought a small person, Tony looked down suspiciously. After seeing clearly, a sip of tea was sprayed out directly. Morgan, Morgan. Tony cried out in disbelief. Tony has seen this face countless times, even in dreams, and it is very familiar. Isn't this his future daughter, little Morgan? Although the hair is a bit longer than in the photo. Daddy. Little Morgan rubbed his eyes in disbelief, his surprised little mouth grew bigger. After confirming that it was the old father, little Morgan ran over and hugged Tony's thigh in tears. Although I don't know why Daddy has become younger, but this face, this iconic mustache. It was her father, that's right? Tony subconsciously picked up little Morgan, and his movements were extremely skillful. The moment little Morgan was in his arms, Tony's heart beat faster and his breathing became short of breath. Little Morgan buried his little head on his shoulder and cried. The dazed Tony patted the little Morgan on the back, while blinking wildly at Lin Feng. The shock and bewilderment on his face was very exciting. Lin Feng happily watched Tony scurrying around, ignoring his aggressive eyes, and even leisurely took out his phone to take 2 photos. This historic meeting. The daughter of the other world who travels through time and space. You could write a science fiction novel. Tony suddenly saw the daughter he had been thinking about day and night appearing in front of him so alive. Lin Feng didn't forget that Tony was still working hard with Pepper to create a human being to no avail. We welcome such a big daughter today. The doubts of the old father must have been overwhelmed. Don't cry, don't cry. Tell Daddy, what happened? Although he didn't know why little Morgan was crying so sadly, Tony subconsciously comforted him. Moreover, the word Daddy has no sense of disobedience. Lin Feng couldn't help but want to applaud him. It has to be you, Mr. Tony. This hand is seamlessly connected, and the role of the old father is instantly brought into play, and the time of entering the play can be regarded as the top in the industry. Little Morgan finally lifted his little head off Tony's shoulders. The big eyes were already a little swollen from crying, and Tony felt distressed for no reason. Her little hands tugged at Tony's face. Daddy, aren't you already dead? Daddy, how did you get younger? Daddy, is Mom still alive? Little Morgan was full of great doubts in his little head, and he burped and uttered 3 consecutive questions. Tony frowned sharply, his brain thinking rapidly. These 3 questions seemed inconceivable to Tony. Every question seemed to short-circuit his brain. His mouth opened, but he didn't know what to say. The two are not on the same chat channel at all. Unexpectedly, Mr. Tony, who is very smart and almost extremely close, will have a day when he can't turn his head. Fortunately, soon, Pepper's arrival saved Tony. Tony, there is a text message from Party J. I invite you to attend the next one. Pepper opened the door and walked straight in, holding an invitation letter in his hand, talking as he walked. Little Morgan turned his head curiously, and Pepper lost her voice with a squeak, covering her mouth in shock. Morgan. Pepper's bewildered and shocked expression is exactly the same as Tony's. She also knew about the existence of Little Morgan, mainly because Tony was undefended against Pepper. For a while, Tony just smirked at the screen for nothing. Can Pepper not be puzzled? Under pressure, Tony finally explained the reason. Well, anyway, Pepper is Morgan's mother, so it's okay to say it in advance. Anyway, if something unexpected happens, go to my good brother Lin Feng. My good brother, #1 in the universe. But at the moment actually meeting Morgan, Pepper had a dreamy feeling. Oi. Little Morgan saw Pepper, struggled to jump out of Tony's arms, ran to Pepper and hugged her in 2 or 3 steps. Pepper was suddenly attacked, and was even more confused, and was at a loss for a while. But she reacted quickly and bent over to hug Little Morgan. In an instant, a kind of blood-linked care rose from my heart. It's amazing, obviously not a child of the same universe, but Pepper feels that Little Morgan is his own. Even his eyes softened. She patted Little Morgan's back lightly, and leaned her little head on her shoulder. Then he spoke silently to Tony. Tony, I want an explanation. I don't know whether to explain where the child came from, or why Little Morgan cried and had red eyes. Tony spread his hands towards Lin Feng, making a gesture of finishing. Lin, explain quickly, what's going on? Tony approached Lin Feng in a low voice, avoiding Little Morgan deliberately. The child was brought by Lin Feng, and it is definitely up to Lin Feng to explain it. In a word, Pepper also set his sights on Lin Feng. He was shocked by the appearance of Little Morgan just now, but he didn't notice the existence of Lin Feng. Lin Feng stretched his body and sat down on the sofa. It's a long story. Long story. Shouldn't you? Tony poked the sky sideways. He knew that Lin Feng had traveled to the future of the parallel world. The battlesuit of the Mark Nano series and the photos of Morgan Jr. were given by Lin Feng. Could it be that the good brother went to the future of the parallel universe to abduct Little Morgan? That's right. It's a long story, and it's not easy to say. Lin Feng cast his eyes on Little Morgan meaningfully. At the moment, Pepper was facing Lin Feng, and the Little Morgan in her arms was facing Lin Feng with his back, so he couldn't see Lin Feng's eyes. Tony immediately understood Lin Feng's meaning. Some words should not be heard by Little Morgan. After pondering for a moment, Tony winked at Pepper. Pepper, take Little Morgan to freshen up and buy some clothes by the way. Tony is implying that Pepper dismisses Morgan Jr. But the reason is very tenable, and Morgan Jr. lived alone for several months. The long hair is not well taken care of, and it is a bit messy. Pepper was understanding and knew that the two had something to say about Morgan Jr., so he walked out of the room with Junior Morgan in his arms. The conversation between the two can still be heard in the corridor outside the door. Oi, why buy new clothes? What about our old clothes? This. Because the weather is getting cold soon, I need to buy new clothes for little Morgan. Pepper has never felt so witty like today. Oh. Little Morgan let go of his doubts, and happily went shopping with Oi. She didn't want to think about why the dead daddy and Oi became younger, she just knew that they were still alive, that was enough. Oi, can I have an orange popsicle? Well, you can wait until after eating. It's not that the family doesn't go into the house. Pepper's speed of bringing into the role of the old mother is about the same as Tony's. One big and one small walked farther and farther away, their voices became smaller, and finally disappeared. The sound became smaller, and finally disappeared. Tony exhaled a foul breath, and wanted to ask Lin Feng countless questions. Okay, can we talk now? I said. Lin, are you really going to abduct the future little Morgan? Tony sat on the sofa, still not recovering from the surprise just now. It should be regarded as brought from the future, but it's not the universe I told you about. This matter is more important to Tony, and Lin Feng didn't intend to tease Tony, so he gave the answer directly. Tony took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Well, this is really a little bit overwhelming. However, Lin, why did you bring her here? Did I agree in that world? Tony was in a hurry, and there was some questioning in his tone. This is also his worry about Morgan Jr. If the current little Morgan is 20 years old and has a mature and independent thinking, then it doesn't matter. But Junior Morgan is obviously only 5 or 6 years old. Will it be detrimental to her growth if she is exposed to these things rashly? Lin Feng didn't lie. It's really cumbersome to talk about little Morgan. He simply threw out the memory that Tony from the zombie world gave him. You think I want to? Didn't you ask me from another world? Look at this. Tony took the storage and plugged it directly into his own server. With such an obvious storage device, Tony would look idiot for asking. Sir, an image has been detected. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S came. Tony immediately ordered, play. With an order, the large screen in the room began to play the images in the memory. Then, a familiar voice came out. Hey Morgan, go to Oi and ask her what are we having for dinner tonight. Got it, Daddy. Tony frowned. Isn't this the voice of myself and little Morgan? With the sound, the screen lit up. A middle-aged version of Tony sat in front of the camera, eye to eye with the Tony of this world. To be honest, even Tony in this universe is considered middle-aged. But thanks to the help of Lin Feng and the symbiont, his face and body are still at their peak. Tony in the zombie universe is not so lucky, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes are very obvious. Or maybe it's because the zombie virus outbreak has exacerbated the rate of aging, making him look like a middle-aged version of Tony. Me from another world. Tony on the screen spoke. If you see this image, there is no doubt that I have had an accident. The opening sentence made Tony's eyelids twitch wildly. Numerous doubts flashed in his heart. Tony continued to look at the video without saying a word. My world, a huge amounts of disaster is happening. Maybe you don't believe it, even now I feel like I'm dreaming. Zombie virus, do you know? Yes, it's the zombie virus in the movie, it really happened. The middle-aged Tony looked a little tired, and he turned sideways, revealing the TV screen behind him. On the TV screen, some news is being broadcast. The human beings who have turned into zombies have ferocious faces, and their actions are eclipsing the same kind. Is there any hope in the world? Where are the Avengers? The Avengers come and save us? Bad news, half of Avengers members have been infected by zombie virus. The infected list is as follows. Immediately afterwards, countless zombies flooded the city. Human beings linger in the dark. Hulk, who turned into a zombie, smashed, looted and burned the city. All the pictures were so dazzling that Tony felt his scalp tingling. Look, it's outrageous, isn't it? Even Roger's constitution is not immune to this virus. The Avengers are working hard to resolve this virus, but obviously they don't intend to give us that opportunity. A world map appeared on the screen. Nearly 80% of the area is marked red. There are all occupied areas. The scene switches back to the middle-aged Tony's face. From the moment I became Iron Man, I felt like everything was changing. Disasters are coming more frequently, making people irresistible. Every time, there are dangers everywhere, but fortunately, we all succeeded in getting down. After experiencing countless disasters, I thought I could face everything calmly. But now I can't. The middle-aged Tony shook his head helplessly. Because Morgan, today may be my last dinner with Pepper and Morgan Jr. I could feel that my sacrifice and Pepper's were destined. But I'm not afraid, because I learned about you in another world, and Lin Feng. Speaking of this, the middle-aged and elderly Tony suddenly relaxed, and there was a smile on his face. A bald magician told me. Is that interesting, or wise magician? Forget it, anyway, she is strange master. The group of mysterious magicians can always see something that is missing. Middle-aged Tony doesn't seem to know how to describe it. Ancient One is indeed mysterious. But the middle-aged Tony doesn't know that the timeline of this world has not yet developed to strange to camouflage. The magician told me that Lin Feng will come to my place, so I will ask Lin Feng to bring little Morgan to your world. You won't refuse me, will you? Oh no, it should be said that you will not reject little Morgan. After all, she's Tony Stark's daughter. The middle-aged and elderly Tony spoke with puns, his eyes full of confidence. Me and Pepper can sacrifice, but Junior Morgan can't. She still has hope, she still has choices, and she still has a future. That is you. Middle-aged Tony's eyes became sharper, staring straight at Tony in this universe. I put the information of little Morgan in the memory as well. It contains some of her living habits, her favorite colors, her hobbies, and her favorite food. I put everything in there as much as possible. It will help you take better care of little Morgan. While talking, the middle-aged and elderly Tony sighed, and his eyes became a little bit reluctant again. Who would want their young daughter to leave their side? If it weren't for this damn disaster? Daddy, Daddy. In the picture, little Morgan ran back again. Oi calls you over. The middle-aged and elderly Tony picked up the little Morgan and replied with a smile, okay, let's go see Oi together. With that said, he turned off the recording device. But at the last moment, the middle-aged Tony quietly glanced at the camera. That gaze, as if traveling through time and space, met Tony from the main universe once again. Promise me, take care of little Morgan. Ding. The screen went black and the recording ended. For a moment, there was no sound in the room. Tony sat on the sofa, crossed his hands together, and kept this position for a long time without moving. This is really. In just a short amount of time, the footage is like Tony showing a world on the brink of extinction. Zombie virus, the end of the world. The sacrifice of myself and Pepper, the hope of little Morgan. It's like watching a sci-fi movie, so unreal. If little Morgan hadn't really appeared in front of him. Tony pinched his eyebrows, feeling a little inexplicable. Lin Feng didn't bother him. This magical thing made people unable to react for a while. Gotta give Tony some time to digest. Lin, what do you think little Morgan should be called in the future? Tony asked suddenly after a long silence. Definitely not the little Morgan now, I mean the Morgan after me and Pepper. Tony added in time. Let's get another one. What's the difficulty? Lin Feng felt that this question was a bit mentally handicapped. Co-author, if you have a daughter after little Morgan, you don't know what it will be called? Should I call it little Morgan too? Tony rolled his eyes. What the hell opinion? Well, Lin Feng was just joking too. Well, if you find it difficult, I can take care of little Morgan. Seeing Lin Feng crossing his legs, he said with a smile. Tony rolled his eyes again. Nonsense, my daughter is definitely going to be raised by myself. Tony was just digesting the message from Morgan Jr. As for his financial resources, let alone one little Morgan, he can afford to support 100 little Morgans. But speaking of it, it's too regrettable. I didn't expect that in another world, I would encounter such a thing. Do you think our world will be like this? Tony turned his head, a look of concern in his eyes. Little Morgan's experience made him feel distressed, but at the same time he was a little scared, fearing that the zombie virus in that world would repeat itself in his own world. Unlikely, and definitely not ruled out. The zombie virus in that world came from a neon wastewater discharge experiment. Lin Feng denied Tony's idea, and at the same time told the information he got about the zombie virus. As long as this incident is not allowed to happen again, the zombie virus will basically not break out. Let's prepare in advance. I brought the healing potion of that world. Lin Feng took out 2 bottles of healing potions from the system space. Although I don't know if there will be zombie viruses in the quantum realm of our world, and I'm not sure whether the medicine will work on it. But it's always good to be prepared. Tony took the potion with a dark face, yelling in his heart. After listening to Lin Feng's explanation, he never imagined that it would have something to do with the discharge of wastewater from Neon's side. I didn't pay much attention to it at first, but now it's on Tony's #1 watch list. I get it, I'll make a lot of it just in case I need it. At the same time, I will also arrange for a team of symbiotes to sneak directly into the Neon side. It's about Morgan Jr. and the world. Tony directly chose to use the Symbiote Legion. His symbiote army is not a baby army who only knows how to play tricks, but an elite who has gone through life and death experiences. As long as the development trajectory of Neon coincides with what Lin Feng said, Tony's symbiote army can directly control the situation. I hope Neon can withstand the pressure brought by Tony. Hehe. You can figure it out. If it doesn't work, there will be me. The Tony of the main universe is not comparable to the Tony of the zombie universe. In addition, Tony knew the source of the virus in advance. As long as there is a slight trend, Tony can solve it. Lin Feng didn't even need to make a move, there was no doubt about that. By the way, here are all your research results from another world. Lin Feng took out a black suitcase again. Also, the luggage little Morgan packed. But I think these technologies are of no help to you now, just as a souvenir. The current Tony, Holy Place #2 has been demolished, and the level of technological development has made the scalps of the whole world go numb. Tony in the zombie virus universe just developed a few more years, and Tony in the main universe probably has completed corner overtaking. Tony shrugged, non-committal. Does little Morgan know that I was sacrificed in that world? Tony pushed the suitcase aside and asked suddenly. I knew that Tony would probably ask this question. Lin Feng sighed, and answered irrelevantly. She's very smart. Yes, very smart. The little girl who is ignorant on weekdays grows rapidly under the high pressure of the apocalypse. That's outrageous from what she's been able to pull out of Friday. Logically speaking, this is simply impossible. Friday is not in the realm of humans and does exactly what he is told. But it is not enough to ask directly, but it can be analyzed through some lateral questions. It can only be said that it is Tony's daughter. Very smart. Tony chanted these 3 words, and felt a little headache again. Lin Feng said so, there is a high probability that Morgan Jr. knows about it. I advise you not to lie, Tony. Lin Feng said. You can try to guide it and let it imagine for itself, but you can't lie. A lie needs to be covered by countless lies. Tony fell silent, his teeth gnawed and itched, he could only take a step and watch. Phew, don't think about this for now. Tony's head was hot from thinking, and he chose to give up temporarily. J.A.R.V.I.S. Have Captain 02 Asgardian come to meet me. 02 Asgardian is a team formed entirely by female symbiotes. Their main job is to cultivate the team for the protection behavior. Definitely, there is also 01 Asgardian made up of male symbiotes. Tony and Lin Feng explained. The 02 Asgardian team will pick out the best 4 female symbiotes and change shifts 24 hours a day to protect Little Morgan secretly. There are plenty of people who have feuded with Tony. If they knew that Tony had a daughter, maybe they would give Tony a big gift in exchange for their lives. Arranging the Asgardian team, Pepper returned with Little Morgan. It took only an hour for the two of them to stroll around. But helplessly, the sun was about to set, and it was time for dinner, so Pepper didn't take Little Morgan for a long time. Just bought some clothes for Little Morgan. Little Morgan ran over with a bag of ice cream. Daddy, when are we having dinner? Since shopping, Little Morgan's smiling face has not stopped. It seems that life has returned to the carefree life before. How about going to eat now? Tony's old father greeted him with a smile on his face, and picked up Little Morgan. Yay, eat now. Little Morgan was definitely happy. Oi said that you can eat ice cream after eating. Then let your Lin Feng big brother take you to the restaurant first, okay? Daddy and Oi need to put your ice cream in the refrigerator, or they will melt after eating. Tony's ability to coax children is a bit self-taught, and Lin Feng watched with joy. Okay. Little Morgan replied crisply, ignoring why it took 2 people to serve the ice cream. Lin, you know where the restaurant is. Tony handed the Little Morgan to Lin Feng, and winked by the way. Lin Feng definitely knew where the restaurant in the Stark building was and what Tony meant. Okay, then hurry up. Lin Feng carried Little Morgan and left. Leave room for Tony and Pepper. Tony had to explain to Pepper one more story about Junior Morgan. Lin Feng walked inside the Stark building with Little Morgan in his arms. The building is very well equipped. Whether it is entertainment, rest, or dining area, everything is available. It is complete to the point where food, drink, and sleep can be all included. Definitely, Tony doesn't like to be disturbed, and he doesn't like so many people watching when he eats with Pepper, so he has a restaurant that only serves himself. Only Tony and Pepper can enter this restaurant. With Lin Feng's authority, it is also unimpeded. Lin Feng came to the restaurant with Little Morgan in his arms, and found a seat to sit down. Although it's not the first time I come here, every time I see the restaurant Lin Feng, I have to sigh. As expected of a big dog, a restaurant is decorated like a castle. Little Morgan, why don't you speak? Little Morgan was a little silent all the way, which was a bit uncharacteristic. The smile that was still on his face just now was gone, making Lin Feng frown. Do children's moods change so quickly? Could it be that you are unhappy going out with Oi? Lin Feng asked cautiously, taking care of the child's emotions. Little Morgan shook his head. Lin Feng big brother, our daddy, and Oi really my daddy and Oi? Little Morgan raised his head, his little face was full of doubts and entanglements. Lin Feng felt a thump in his heart. Nima? Why do you ask? Did the kid realize something was wrong so quickly? Why do you ask that? Lin Feng felt that he couldn't answer this question. Little Morgan lowered his head again and kicked his 2 little feet. Oi, I seem to have forgotten a lot of things. I even forgot what kind of ice cream Morgan likes to eat. Okay, case solved. Pepper's pot. Little Morgan continued on his own. Friday will not lie, and Daddy and I have become younger. Could it be that? Could it be? Lin Feng didn't know what Little Morgan thought of. I just feel that I am pulling like Teacher Tony now, and my head is not enough to turn. How to do? How about a mind jam to wash your brain? It's a little inhuman for such a big kid. Could it be that time has gone backwards? After thinking hard, Little Morgan clapped his little hands as if he had suddenly realized. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched unconsciously. How come you round yourself up? Miss Morgan, I think highly of you. Okay, it looks like I'm thinking a little too much. Children of this age, no matter how smart they are, have limited access to information and knowledge. Even if you tell her that there are aliens in this world, she will still believe it with a curious and frightened expression. Although there are really aliens in this world. Regarding Junior Morgan's self-justification, Lin Feng chose to remain silent. Well, at least I didn't cheat Junior Morgan no. Little Morgan didn't seem to want to think too much, and quickly put this question behind him, chatting happily with Lin Feng heartlessly. Lin Feng agreed while thinking in his mind. Needless to say, Junior Morgan's self-justified explanation seems to be the best solution at present. As far as the timeline is concerned, this is indeed a few years before the outbreak of the zombie virus. Well, stand up? Hey, Little Morgan, what are you talking about so happily? Soon, Tony and Pepper came to the restaurant. Lin Feng keenly noticed that Pepper's eyes were a little red, obviously crying. Women, be sentimental. Daddy. Little Morgan happily ran towards Tony. Children of this age like to stick to their parents. Tony hugged the Little Morgan and nodded towards Lin Feng. Several people sat at the dining table, and Tony started to order directly. Stark Industries definitely has its own chef team. Tony ordered food without any hesitation, and Little Morgan's eyes gradually lit up. Daddy ordered all her favorite food. It seems that my inference is not wrong. I have indeed come to the world a few years ago. The small head directly ignored the bugs in it. If she came to the world a few years ago, how would her parents know of her existence? If Tony and Pepper also came to the world a few years ago, how could they be younger? Lin Feng sneered at Tony's seemingly skillful ordering. Others don't know, but they can't escape his perception. Tony had a concealed earphone plugged into his ear. In the earphone, J.A.R.V.I.S. is talking about the same things that Little Morgan likes to eat. Good guy, this is it. That memory recorded Little Morgan's daily living habits. With the assistance of J.A.R.V.I.S., Tony may be able to connect seamlessly. Cough cough. After ordering, Lin Feng coughed twice. It's really stupid. I don't care about anything when I have a daughter, and I don't order anything I like to eat. But that's not what Lin Feng coughed for. Little Morgan seems to have misunderstood. She feels that she came to the world a few years ago. Perhaps, we can work on this aspect. Lin Feng directly used the skill, sound transmission into secrets. No, it should be said to be more high level. Because the voice came directly from Tony's head. Little Morgan's self-explanation is very tenable. The zombie universe and the main universe have a highly similar development history. In addition, Little Morgan has not yet studied systematically, so it is a good choice for her to spend her childhood carefree and tell the truth when she becomes an adult. Even if life is different from before, or there are bugs again on Tony and Pepper's side. But as long as you fool around, and explain well, children won't dig deep. Tony's eyes moved, and he nodded slightly at Lin Feng without any trace. He understood what Lin Feng meant. This is also somewhat similar to the method he discussed with Pepper. Well, I'm afraid Little Morgan doesn't know. She is the only one in this world who can make Iron Man and Superman take care of their emotions at the same time. After dinner, the whole family and Lin Feng had another dessert, the ice cream chosen by Little Morgan. Well, what a happy family. Lin Feng smacked his lips. Go to bed early and get up early for good health. Tonight, Pepper will sleep with Little Morgan. As a child, after finally escaping from the zombie world, his emotions are still a little sensitive. At this time, Mama is by my side, and I will always sleep more comfortingly. Lin Feng was right. This night was the most peaceful night for Little Morgan since the outbreak of the zombie virus. Looking at the night scene outside the window, Tony poured a glass of wine and handed it to Lin Feng. His face is full of red now, and the appearance of Little Morgan brings not only the sadness of another world, but also sudden surprises. Lin, you said before that you would be our daughter's godfather. What do you say now? This voice sounded full of a cheap taste. Lin Feng turned his head and saw Tony's expression. With a cheap look, he is almost catching up with Deadpool, so he probably has no good intentions. I have no objection. Let's see what Little Morgan means. Lin Feng said with a fake smile. Little Morgan must be very honored. Tony's eyes lit up and he rubbed his hands together. Now the Little Morgan can't understand what Superman is, so let the old father grasp it. This opportunity cannot be missed. Look, is there anything good for Little Morgan? Seeing the dagger in the picture, Tony revealed his purpose. Lin Feng rolled his eyes straight away, knowing that Tony had started acting like a demon. What else is she missing? You're a rich, oily millionaire. Little Morgan has already stood at the pinnacle of his life. It is no exaggeration. In terms of personal safety, the 4 top-level symbiote combat forces, are there any existences that can threaten her on Blue Star? Tony's calculations took off. If other people have the opportunity to recognize Superman as Godfather, they would like to spend all their money and would not want to miss this opportunity. Tony was able to ask Lin Feng for something with a big face. You can't say that. According to your Oriental rules, you can be called a Godfather. Even the poisonous stinger might not be able to move Tony's face. But Lin Feng understood what Tony meant. There are some essential differences between a godfather and a godfather. The Eastern godfather generally refers to the father's best friend, a way of expression to strengthen the relationship or prove the close relationship. But according to the Oriental emphasis on love and righteousness, godfather is not as simple as calling it casually. Although there is no nominal guiding power, parents' love for their children will not be ambiguous. The godfather is relatively special. It is determined through a not-so-complicated ceremony when the child reaches a certain age, and he has the right to guide the child in name. This is complicated, so it's hard to say, because even in the East and West of the Marvel Universe, the understanding of each region is more or less different, so there is no need to delve into it. Lin Feng probably knew what Tony was thinking. With such a perverted friend as Lin Feng, Tony has a deeper understanding of Oriental cultural knowledge. His original intention was to let Lin Feng treat Morgan like a half-daughter. Lin Feng smiled. Actually, I would rather be Morgan Jr.'s big brother, godfather, or godfather. I always feel like I'm getting old. Curry in Lin Feng's system warehouse has a lot of treasures lying there, each of which is not an artifact that can be measured by money. Giving a few pieces is completely painless. But seeing Tony's humble appearance, Lin Feng just didn't want to take it out, just wanted to tease him. Tony rolled his eyes. That's fine too. If you don't mind being lower than me. Even if he is a big brother, Tony can take advantage of it. Little Morgan calls Lin Feng big brother, so what should Lin Feng call himself? Hey. Lin Feng's face turned dark, and he forgot about it. That's why Tony dared to joke with Lin Feng like that. For someone else, Lin Feng has to be pushed to the pool in the central square to wake up. Ahem, goodbye, you can give this to Little Morgan later. Lin Feng took out a piece of jewelry suitable for children from the system warehouse curry. Older gingers are more spicy. Tony's thick-skinned skills are not comparable to Lin Feng's. A small and delicate necklace with a small red gemstone on the pendant. And little Morgan's hair color looks very good. Lin Feng has already prepared this thing, and when Tony has little Morgan, he will give it as a gift. But I didn't expect such a thing to happen in the middle. But don't panic, Lin Feng still has several similar ones. It can save life when it is dangerous, and it can also enhance the wearer's physical fitness in daily wear. That's it, I'm leaving. Lin Feng dropped the necklace, turned his head and flew away without any hesitation, yo-yoing. Talk about a few more words, and the seniority will be completely messed up. Tony laughed and tossed the necklace. The fleece was successfully pulled. Today is really a good day. Not only did she have a daughter, but she also managed to win the wool from Superman, can you believe it? Tony came to the bedroom, and little Morgan had already fallen asleep. Pepper didn't fall asleep, seeing Tony tiptoe in, he cast a puzzled look at him. Look, what good things I brought to little Morgan. Tony giggled and showed Pepper the necklace. Pepper still looked puzzled. Given by Lin Feng, it can protect little Morgan. Tony explained in a low voice, and Pepper suddenly realized. Who is Lin Feng? Is Superman. What he gave was not an ordinary existence. Even if the necklace doesn't serve a special purpose, it's a testament to Superman's friendship. Tony carefully put it on little Morgan's neck. Little Morgan was in a deep sleep and had no intention of waking up at all. Looking at the necklace, Tony let out a long sigh of relief. He also cares about little Morgan to the extreme. If he didn't add some self-defense measures to little Morgan, he still wouldn't feel at ease. Although a little too cautious, the old father's mood is understandable. After all, there are too many dangers in this universe. And, now the danger was on Tony's side. Pepper looked unkind, approaching Tony and whispered, "Where's my gift? Only little Morgan has it." With a thump in his heart, Tony yelled that it was terrible. Forget about this jealous old woman. Lin Feng flew all the way back to the villa. The villa has no lights. At this time, everyone is probably asleep. Susan and Wanda hugged each other and fell asleep. Lin Feng looked envious. When Lin Feng is not in the villa, Susan will ask Wanda to sleep together. Lin Feng simply understood what Susan meant. Big bear pillow? Soft and comfortable? Shaking his head, Lin Feng secretly thought it was a pity that he could only go to the guest room to rest. Forget it, don't bother them both at this late hour. The next day, the sun shone, and it was another beautiful day for world peace. Sending the two bear children to school, Susan and Wanda also went out to work. Only Lin Feng was left as an idler, sitting in the courtyard basking in the sun. After absorbing infinite gems a while ago, the inexplicable ability Lin Feng that popped up has almost been sorted out. A bunch of useful and useless ones popped out. As for the great project of creating life forms, Lin Feng has never left behind. The midday sun scorched the earth fiercely. Ordinary people will choose to run to the air-conditioned room to escape the heat. As for Lin Feng, he could hear thunder when he was basking in the sun. Thunder? Lin Feng put down his hand on the dog's head. The moment the golden-haired dog withdrew his hand, it disappeared. Apparently also created by Lin Feng using ability. Taking off his sunglasses, Lin Feng looked at the uninvited muscular man in front of him speechlessly. So, what's important to destroy my lawn? Poor lawn, a huge amounts of circular circle appeared. On the pattern of the magic circle, the green grass turned into fly ash. Just a minute ago, Thor yelled and teleported from Bifrost. With a serious face, he yelled at Lin Feng that something serious happened. Looking at his masterpiece that descended, Thor's face showed a look of embarrassment. Actually, I don't know too well, it was my father who asked me to invite you. Just looking at my father's expression, I guess it's a very serious matter. Lin Feng was too lazy to complain. As the big prince of Asgard, he is always frizzy. Forget who said it, Thor may be a good fighter, but he's still far from being a king. But old man Odin looking for himself? What's the matter? Lin Feng patted his butt and stood up. Okay, let's go now. Now that Odin invited himself, let's go and have a look. After all, I took the reality gem and 2 hand cannons last time. Although the hand cannon was never used a few times. But I don't blame Odin, it's because I upgraded too quickly. Definitely. Thor affirms. His father's expression was ugly. Although the old man Odin usually puts on airs, as if strangers should not enter. According to him, the king should have the majesty of a king. But this time the old man's expression, the kind that Thor is not in the mood to eat after seeing Thor. Seeing Lin Feng standing up, Thor held up his hammer, and was about to yell at Heimdall to take Lao-Tzu back. Lin Feng's eyes were fixed. Thor suddenly found himself unable to speak. That's right, the silence technique. Hey, it can't be called silence, it just makes Thor's mouth shut. This is one of the practical skills that Lin Feng selected from the messy abilities. Stop barking, and want to burn the lawn again. Lin Feng rolled his eyes angrily, and then stepped forward to grab Thor's arm. With a thought, the two disappeared in place. The figure flashed again, and the two came to Asgard. Hey, Thor shakes his head, fighting back the nausea. Lin Feng has no adverse reactions when using the mobile ability himself, thanks to Superman's strong physical fitness. Thor couldn't do it, and Lin Feng didn't bother to add a biological force field to him. How could a big man be so hypocritical? It's exciting. Thor said stiffly, a little lost. Let's go see your father. Lin Feng flew into the sky first. Although uncomfortable, the symptoms disappear quickly. Thor swung his hammer and flew into the sky, following Lin Feng closely. Speaking of which, Lin Feng, I haven't thanked you for your help yet. While flying, Thor chatted with Lin Feng. Thank you for saving my mother. When he said this, Thor's expression was extremely sincere. The last time Malekith attacked Asgard, Queen Frigg chose to play dead in order to experience Thor and Loki. But you can't keep pretending to be dead. So after getting the desired result, Frigga was definitely revived again. God knows what Thor cried when he saw Frigga alive. And Lin Feng ran around all day long, pretending to be able to see everything, the kind that Heimdall couldn't see. Even if Thor wanted to thank Lin Feng, he had no chance. Lin Feng waved his hand indifferently. Small things, nothing more than a little effort. By the way, how is your little girlfriend? Lin Feng asked back, not wanting to talk more about the topic of God Empress. Girlfriend? If you want to say this, I will be excited. Thor purred excitedly. The two chatted about unnutritive topics one after another, and flew towards Odin's palace. Asgard was still the same as the last time I came, dropping money all over the place brilliantly. When he arrived at the palace, Odin was already standing outside the palace holding a spear to welcome him. Beside him was the god Queen Frigg. This is very comfortable. The old man is obviously very sensible. Lin Feng's current strength is boundless. If it wasn't for the intersection with Lin Feng, and Lin Feng didn't care much about etiquette. Even if Odin personally went to Blue Star to ask Lin Feng for help, Lin Feng would not take him with him. His Excellency Lin Feng, welcome to Asgard again. Odin greeted him with a full smile, not polite. He has a good attitude, and Lin Feng is willing to return it with a smile. God King, God Queen, long time no see. Long time no see, Your Excellency Lin Feng. Compared with Odin, Queen Frigg is much more reserved. Ha 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 ha, it's been a long time since I saw you. Come on, shall we go in and talk? Odin turned sideways, inviting. Lin Feng nodded and walked in first. Odin's extremely polite operation directly stared at Thor. Good guy, it's the first time he's seen such a polite attitude from his father. Lin Feng is the only one. But the last time I came, why didn't I see my father so polite? Why are you in a daze? Odin rolled his foot onto Thor's knee, with a look of resentment on his face. You also come together, there are some things you should know. Odin put on his strict father's face and said, not to be refused. Thor pouted, reluctantly following at the end. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. A group of 4 sat in the palace. A few beautiful maids served tea, and couldn't help looking at Lin Feng twice. The identity and strength of the guests who can be received by the God King and Queen at the same time naturally needless to say. And Lin Feng is sunny and handsome, and looks very young, no doubt people can't help but want to explore it in depth. Out of politeness, Lin Feng picked up the teacup. After everyone enjoyed the tea, Odin spoke. Your Excellency Lin Feng's strength is even more unfathomable than the last time we met. Odin smiled and let out a rainbow fart. But he wasn't lying. If it wasn't for Lan seeing under his gaze, and Lin Feng didn't deliberately hide himself, Odin would have no way to perceive Lin Feng's existence. As for Lin Feng's strength, Odin was able to see some of it last time. But this time, Lin Feng's whole person was like a black hole, and Odin felt dizzy and his eyes turned black when he took a look at it. He could only feel the boundless aura of oppression, but he couldn't feel the stage of Lin Feng's strength at all. But it doesn't prevent Odin from judging that Lin Feng can crush him to death with one finger. Facing the rainbow fart, Lin Feng laughed and shook his head. Has something happened to the God King? The implication is that you can get straight to the point, and don't make these useless rainbow farts. Odin was taken aback, as if he didn't expect Lin Feng to be so direct. Putting down the teacup, Odin was silent for a few seconds, and his smile became more serious. Hela, run away. Lin Feng picked out his ears and opened his mouth. What the hell? Hela ran away? I don't know where to start complaining. Eldest daughter Hela. Lin Feng opened his mouth to ask, thinking it's better to be sure. What if Odin wasn't talking about the Hela? Yes. Odin nodded. Break through the seal and run away. Odin pursed his old lips and looked at Lin Feng with deep eyes. You really know about Hela? A question mark popped up in Lin Feng's head. What the hell? Does it matter? He subconsciously opened his mouth and said, why are you still alive after Hela ran away? That's not what I meant. Lin Feng was a little embarrassed, and realized his grammatical flaw, saying that was like cursing Odin to death. I understand what you mean, Your Excellency Lin Feng. Odin didn't care about Lin Feng's slip of the tongue, just sighed a little. Odin was also shocked when he felt that Hela was out of the seal. Indeed, if I don't die, Hela can't break through the seal. But the fact is, Hela did escape from the seal. Speaking of Hela, Odin is distressed and helpless. During the Hela period, there were no Thor and Loki. At that time, Odin took Hela to fight around, creating the glory of Asgard today. But Hela's ambition also surpassed Odin at that time, and it swelled to the point where Odin could not control it. After Odin felt that he could not stop Hela, he chose to exile and imprison her. This level has closed Hela for thousands of years. Odin is immortal, and Hela is barely free from the seal of captivity. Hela's power comes from Asgard. Once she returns to Asgard, her power will be endless. After Odin finished speaking, he was a bit stuck in the memory and couldn't extricate himself, and he didn't make any movement after waiting for a long time. Frigga saw that Odin was a bit old and useless, so she took up the conversation. Your Excellency Lin Feng, you have changed the fate of Asgard. But now, we have another crisis. Hela didn't go back to Asgard because she knew Odin was here. But now, she will go to find a more powerful force. We may still need your help. Odin, in his prime, couldn't stop Hela. If Hela really finds a more powerful force, then based on her resentment towards Odin, there is a high probability that she will stab him in the opposite direction. At that time, Asgard will undoubtedly be controlled by Hela, and then continue to embark on the bloody journey of the battle. As for Thor and Loki, there is no power against Hela at all. Before Lin Feng expressed his opinion, Thor couldn't help raising his hand curiously. May I ask, who is Hela? Why does her power come from Asgard? Thor looked puzzled. He had never heard of the name Hela. But he found that when the name was mentioned, whether it was Odin or Frigga, there was a trace of melancholy memory in their eyes. And the power comes from Asgard? What the hell? Frigga hesitated for a moment and glanced at Odin. Seeing that he showed no signs of stopping, he said, Hela is your sister, Thor. She's our first child. The silly son has also grown up, and there are some things that Thor should know. The future throne of Asgard will be passed on to Thor, and Frigga only hopes that Thor can grow up as soon as possible. After living for more than 1,000 years, the muscles have grown a lot, but the brain has not grown at all. What? Thor was stunned, as if struck by lightning. Never thought that I have a sister? For a moment, he became curious about this elder sister who had never seen her face before. Where is she now? Why didn't she go back to Asgard? Ahem. Thor. Odin was a little annoyed, and the spear of eternity hit the ground twice heavily, making a bang-bang sound. Lin Feng looked at the silly dog's expression. You didn't remember what your father said just now? Odin didn't bother to scold Thor anymore, and shook his head in disappointment. If Hela hadn't been so ambitious, he would have been the perfect heir. Frigga is also true. Could it be that when Hela was born, all the IQs were allocated? When it came to Thor, why did it slip so badly? Odin felt ashamed to take him out. Thor is very blind, still thinking about his sister Hela. Loki likes to play pranks, and he is totally a master who doesn't spend a day on the house. Thor considers himself a qualified elder brother, and he has nothing to say about his love for Loki. It would be wonderful to have a sister to care for me. I didn't expect to have a sister. I really want to communicate with her. Thor subconsciously said something, in exchange for a sideways look from Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered in his heart. Exchange? I don't think you want to communicate with Hela. Kneel down and crush your Mjolnir as soon as it comes up. It also turns you into one-eyed just like Odin at the end. Exchange? How does the exchange send heads? Definitely, Asgard will reward you generously. Odin promised Lin Feng that he was too lazy to care about his stupid son. At the moment, he already regretted letting Thor listen together. Isn't this a shame for Asgard in front of Lin Feng? If it wasn't for the lack of conditions, he would have wanted to have another one. Lin Feng thinks this is trivial, and Asgard now has almost nothing useful to Lin Feng. None of the treasures he took from the Time Administration could be easily obtained by Asgard. I'm more curious about how Hela broke through the seal. And where is she now? Lin Feng didn't answer whether he would help, but asked Odin back. Odin fell silent, thinking about something. After a while, he continued, I don't know how she escaped from the seal. Your Excellency Lin Feng changed the future of Asgard. But now, fate has once again changed in the direction originally predicted. Originally, Frigga should have died in the attack of the Dark Elves, and Odin will come to the end of his time. But the appearance of Lin Feng gave Odin hope. He can jump out of the control of the timeline without backlash. If there is anyone who can prevent the destruction of Asgard, Lin Feng will be the best candidate. It's just that in Asgard now, what else can impress Lin Feng? However, with Lin Feng's character, Odin still felt that he should fight for it. He has saved face for a lifetime, and for Asgard, he can let go of this old face. Without external help, Hela would be an unprecedented disaster for Asgard. Hela would trigger Ragnarok, something Frigga had seen before. As for where Hela is, I know. Odin poked the ground again with the lance of eternity in his hand. Boom. There was a crashing sound, and countless golden particles were splashed. The golden particles formed a small golden card in the air and floated into Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng looked down, and there was a string of coordinate information that kept soaring. I still have some means. This is Hela's position, but it is constantly moving. Odin explained, and Frigga saw that Hela will go to find a more powerful force. Once she succeeds, the world will start to be chaotic. With Hela's militant character and ambition, the Nine Realms will once again usher in the scene of devastation. And after conquering the Nine Realms, there is a high probability that Hela will continue to fight in the universe. This is what Odin does not want to see. Fuck. Thor frowned, and after listening for a long time, countless brain cells died, and finally realized what his father was saying. His sister, so wild, would be a disaster for Asgard? Want to conquer the universe? Thor's face suddenly became serious. Asgard was his home, and he definitely had to guard his homeland. Father, let me bring Hela back and accept your trial. Thor slapped his chest righteously. As the future heir to the throne, he is obliged to solve the impending disaster in Asgard. Odin's hand holding the eternal gun trembled, and then he glanced at Thor speechlessly. She's far more powerful than you think, Thor. Thor was very unconvinced. I have Mjolnir. I will defend the glory of Asgard. Ah yes, he is really the stupid son of the landlord's family. Lin Feng quietly moved his butt, moving away from Thor. Turn back and be affected by his IQ. Hela can crush Mjolnir before returning to Asgard. What do you use to fight Hela? Also, didn't you say that last time Frigga faked her death and practiced Thor? Just practiced like this? How come you feel even more stupid? Under Lin Feng's suspicious gaze, Frigga lowered her head in shame. She was also very helpless after giving birth to a silly son. But Thor's starting point is good, he already has enough sense of responsibility. Your Excellency Lin Feng, please consider this. After Hela regains control of Asgard, Blue Star will also usher in her declaration of war. I believe you can understand what I mean. This is a disaster in the 9 realms, and no one can escape. Odin used honorifics this time and explained. He was afraid that if he said this, Lin Feng would think that Odin was threatening him again. But the fact is that, after the fall of Asgard, Blue Star is also doomed. Hela's sword will point to everything in the 9 realms. I can understand, the King of God doesn't have to worry. Can you see what power Hela is looking for? Lin Feng continued to ask. Odin looked at Frigg and nodded slightly. Frigga immediately said, it's a blue cube with unimaginable energy and authority. Odin continued, I suspect, that may be a new cosmic cube. Lin Feng suddenly raised his head. Do you know the cosmic cube? Hearing this, Odin was also surprised. Your Excellency also knows. After reacting, Odin suddenly laughed. Lin Feng knows the cosmic cube, so he must know how powerful the cube is. In this way, there is no need to explain too much. Lin Feng will probably agree to help. Since Your Excellency knows the cosmic cube, it is clearer what consequences Hela will cause after finding it. Lin Feng was silent, then took out a BB player and turned on the screen. Just now, I felt a little impression of Hela's changing coordinates. Get in touch now. The coordinates of the cosmic cube left by team leader Wang are also changing, and the coordinates of Hela are gradually approaching the cosmic cube. But looking at the speed of approaching, it won't be there in a while. Lin Feng calmed down. He didn't care much about it at first. Hela could be crushed to death by himself. But if she really wants to take the cosmic cube, and it just so happens that this cosmic cube is the kind with relatively high power, which will undoubtedly cause some troubles for Lin Feng. Although it can be repaired afterwards, Lin Feng always likes to solve things in the bud. This avoids variables and saves time and effort. Okay, leave this matter to me. Lin Feng decisively agreed to Odin's request. Isn't this a coincidence? Coincidentally, I will also set off to find the cosmic cube. Even if Odin doesn't find himself, he has to face Hela. It's just that Frigga couldn't see the future that Lin Feng existed, so she asked Lin Feng for help. It can be regarded as Hela's unlucky, and actually has the same goal as Bien. Lin Feng can also sell Asgard favors by the way. Seeing Lin Feng agreeing to help, both Odin and Frigga were visibly relieved. This is good, this is good. Due to the existence of Asgard's old enemies, Odin dare not leave Asgard easily. As soon as he leaves, the old enemy will plot how to overturn his back garden. At this time, Thor, who had been silent for a long time, stood up again. Lin Feng, I want to go too. To deal with Hela, he is duty-bound. Although Hela is his sister, she is also Asgard's enemy? No. Odin immediately glared at Thor with a scowling face, and Frigg couldn't help sighing and shaking his head. Guawazi is completely unaware of the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth. Do you know the Mjolnir in your hand? The previous owner was your sister Hela. Lin Feng would not take this burden, and directly refused. With Hela's current speed, you can't catch up with her. And your father is right, Hela's strength is beyond your ability to deal with now. You should stay in Asgard honestly. Why are you taking me there? To be a mascot? Or go to be slapped by your sister and kneel down to embarrass yourself? It's not too late, I'll start now. Lin Feng felt that he had to act first. Although I don't know how Hela got the coordinates of the cosmic cube, but Lin Feng had a premonition. Hela won't be the only one looking for the cosmic cube. It cannot be said that this time the cosmic cube will be a big melee of the cosmic powerhouses. Odin and Frigga definitely had no objection, and immediately got up to send Lin Feng away. This kind of thing is definitely the sooner the better. But when he left, Lin Feng glanced at a large pillar in the palace intentionally or unintentionally. From the time they started talking, there was a man hiding there. Lin Feng chuckled. He had already perceived the existence behind the pillar, but he didn't expose it. Loki, has his magic been able to hide from Odin and Frigg? Interesting, a famous transit star somewhere. At the backstage of the Sing Sing bar, there is a beautiful little girl standing. She stared intently at her older sister with a charming face. Chu Xing looked a little hesitation, her small mouth kept opening and closing, seeming to have something to say. Sing Sing at the moment is tinkering with their clan's special combat equipment. This thing has been useless for a long time. Every time they see the equipment, the sisters feel sad from the bottom of their hearts. It was a sigh for what happened to one's own homeland, and a mourning for the deceased family members. So even when performing missions in the past, Shi Xing was never seen to be used. Sing Sing, take this. Sing Sing gave Xiao Xing an hourglass-shaped timer. In a small hourglass, the grains of sand flow extremely slowly. There is a small display screen below, the number on it is more than 700 hours. If my sister hasn't come back after the timer resets to 0, you can follow the agreed route and return to your home planet. Zixing looked serious, as if he was about to do something important. She set herself a month. On her body, she has already put on the battle armor from her hometown. Shallow battle armor, the appearance is densely packed with scales. Under the action of light, the scales constantly reflect a slight black-purple light. The battle armor extended all the way to the soles of the feet, clinging to the skin, outlining Shi Xing's fine figure. The tail flicked unconsciously. This little guy is used to being free on weekdays, but it feels strange to be wrapped up for the first time. A set of battle armor, armed directly to the tail. Xiao Xing took the timer and was a little dazed. In the end, he still couldn't hold back his mouth. Sister, can you not go? Even if it's just the two of us, wouldn't it be good to live quietly? The prototype is not a brat who doesn't know anything. Under her young appearance, she has a big heart that has experienced vicissitudes of life, and a wisdom that is difficult for ordinary adults to match. She understands that Shi Xing's departure probably will never come back. But this is the only hope for the continuation of the race. Chu Xing knew that she couldn't stop her sister, but she couldn't help but speak. Zixing shook his head silently, reached out, and grabbed 2 long knives and stuck them to his back. Those 2 long knives were very slender and black, so black that they couldn't even reflect light. The scale battle suit was like a magnet, and it clicked the moment it touched the long knife, firmly fixing it on Shi Xing's back. Putting the 2 hot weapons on his waist again, and after checking the ammunition, Shi Xing said, "You know, little star, that thing is our last hope. And it belongs to our family? I have the confidence to get it." Shi Xing's eyes are determined. She has been preparing for this opportunity, and she has enough confidence in getting back the treasures of her own clan. Only by taking back the treasures can the stars of the hometown shine in the vast universe again. Chu Xing pouted, and lowered her head a little aggrieved. My sister is right, she has no reason to stop her. Just go back to the home planet? Although the mother star is hidden enough, it has become a dead star with almost no life. Why go back? Sister, you must come back safely. You're not going to leave Chuxing alone, are you? Facing Xiao Zioxing's question full of anticipation, Zixing's eyes were a little dazed, and then became firm again. Well, it's an appointment, I will definitely come back. Zixing stepped out of the bar, his steps full of determination. Meanwhile, one part of the universe. Inside a spaceship that looks like an eagle, Rocket stood on the battle table and yelled. Is the ammo loaded? Is the food supply sufficient? How about the ship maintenance? Delax. Damn it, Grote, stop playing games. The crackling sound effects of the game made the Rockets really upset. Now Grote has reached the age of adolescence, and his personality has become very rebellious. The obedient and gentle man who used to be obedient and gentle, although he often did stupid things, has disappeared. Grote is now from Zon. A mouthful of genealogy is a sneaky game. Even if he can only pronounce the 3 pronunciations of Grote, you can still understand that he is greeting you. Grote didn't have the bird rocket at all, and once again succeeded in jumping the rocket to his feet. Star-Lord Quill rolled his eyes and said dissatisfiedly, Rocket, I'm the captain. You're a fart. Rocket retorted, jumping up. Tell me loudly, who got the information this time? Who will lead you to win tens of billions of money? Tell me loudly, who is it? Rocket was so unhappy, he tilted his head and squinted at Quill. All right, it's you and you, but I still want to tell you, I'm the one, Captain. Star-Lord Quill puffed out his chest, as if he was a strong man. He hated the fact that the raccoon had shown him no respect. Haha, Rocket sneered, disdained to argue with the fool. Gamera is used to the daily tricks of this pair of idiots. I think you should think carefully about it. Do you really want to go? Gamera's intuition as a good fighter, she has a premonition that this trip will be extremely dangerous. But these 2 guys have never heard of her once. However, the warning level of the danger made Gamera's scalp tingle, and she had to speak again to persuade her. This thrilling feeling of danger, not even her old father Thanos brought it. I don't know where you got the news from. But if it is really more powerful than infinite gems, I don't think we can get it. The daughter of Thanos is afraid of danger. Rocket seemed to have heard some big joke. Danger and money have always coexisted. After completing this vote, I will be able to retire. 10 billions of money, do you know the concept of tens of billions of money? Rocket exaggeratedly raised 2 forelimbs. At least 2 complete sets of infinite gems can be bought. And you don't need to panic at all, you forgot that we still have a secret weapon. Rocket patted his pocket with confidence. It contained 3 super powerful bombs. Although the size of the bomb is very small, the power of the bomb is very terrifying, and it is a forbidden item in the universe. If it weren't for the Rocket's way of being wild enough, they wouldn't be able to buy them with money. However, the Rocket is not completely dependent on these 3 bombs. He still has a backhand, which is the Superman rescue device that Lin Feng once gave him. Pressing this rescue device, the benefits obtained must be divided into half of Lin Feng. So it is not a fatal situation, the Rockets will not call for help. This wave, the Rocket thief is steady. So all our savings bought 3 bombs. Quill couldn't help covering his forehead. He was really out of his mind. He actually agreed to buy the bomb after being yelled at by the Rocket. What do you know, 1 bomb is enough to blow up a planet. For this treasure, you must get it. An idiot who doesn't understand anything and wants to be a captain? Still want to get your own respect? The Rockets had no way of understanding Quill's thoughts. Wouldn't it be nice to be a comedian quietly? Hurry up, we don't have time to waste, let's start now. Rocket quickly jumped onto the driver's seat and pressed the push lever without saying a word. The little paw nimbly tapped on the virtual screen, and quickly locked on to the destination. Although it is far away, we can jump in space. The coordinates have been locked, and the Nikola star field is about to jump. After the computer feedback, the spaceship vibrated slightly, obviously the space jumping device has started to operate. Wait for the rocket. Gamera glanced at the numbers on the screen and was stunned for a moment. You're crazy. Quill hurriedly pulled the seat belt and roared, while reaching out to cancel the jump. Boom! Before Quill could stop it, the spaceship had entered the space jump. Through the window, you can see that transparent crystal walls like honeycombs appear in front of you. A sense of dizziness hit. Don't you know, you are a mammal. Is jumping 50 times harmful to the body? Nickel Starfield, you have to jump more than 1,800 times. Ah! Before he finished cursing, the angry Quill twisted under the side effects of the space jump. The two eyes began to alternately change the file size, followed by the lips began to grow larger, moving closer to the crooked mouth Dragon King. One in the spaceship counts as one, and they are all distorted like Q-version characters in 2D animation. More than 1,800 times. Quill felt like he was going to die on the way. Quill and his party, who started the journey, didn't realize that there was a little tail behind them at all. No, it should be the big tail. Half an hour ago. Hey. Yondu rubbed his hands and sat in the captain's seat behind the console. He touched his big blue head, bragging, Quill, that idiot, must never have imagined that I intercepted part of his information. This time, I will let you understand what a real predator is. That's right, the boss is mighty. I've never seen a sale worth tens of billions in my life. How could it be possible for Quill to take it all to himself? After completing this vote, I can retire. Yondu farted, and all the dogs behind him immediately raised their arms and shouted their stinky feet. Come on, set it to follow automatically. Don't get too close. Yondu directly ignored the group of brats, and happily instructed the driver. Tens of billions of business, he thought Quill was teasing him. However, the investigation of the authenticity of the information was so difficult that even he couldn't get a trace of information. For a person like Yondu, the more he can't investigate, the more he believes in the authenticity of this matter. I haven't given an explanation for infinite gems last time. Do you think I won't know if you don't call me this time? Thinking of what happened to Xandar last time, Yondu gritted his teeth with hatred. Quill, the rebellious son? Fortunately, he still regards it as his own son. Such a great benefit is not called Laozi. Boss is right. We must teach Quill a lesson this time. That's right, take all the money and let him go to nothing. Don't make noise. Quill seems to be about to set sail. Yondu's eyes narrowed, he said. Is auto-tracking set up? Set it up, make sure to follow Quill's spaceship in real time. He jumps, I jump. The driver saluted excitedly, crookedly. But now no one cares, they are full of expectations staring at Quill's spaceship, waiting to set sail. Tens of billions, I have never seen so much money in my life. Even if everyone gets a little, it's enough to go home for the elderly. Jump, hop, Quill, hop. The driver yelled excitedly. With a bang, the Yondu spacecraft, which was set to follow automatically, immediately followed the jump, biting the small tail of the Quill spacecraft tightly. Good boy, you can't escape. Yondu said boldly. Then, with a jump, Yondu's face was full of excitement. Jumping twice, Yondu is in high spirits. After jumping 3 times, Yondu frowned slightly. The 4th time, the 5th time, the 6th time. Yondu's expression slowly turned frightened. Everyone in the spaceship felt huge amounts of discomfort. On the 15th jump, the spaceship wobbled a lot, and everyone complained. 30 jumps. No one in the spaceship could stand, lying on the ground with constantly distorted, crooked nose and slanted eyes. Wow, trough, yes, how many jumps are set? Yondu felt that his internal organs were twisting, and he couldn't think well at all. He had entered the roller coaster mode with a blank mind. Boom, bang bang bang, bang 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 bang. In the universe, 2 idiot-like spaceships, one big and one small, started a chasing battle. On the passing planets, the fighting primitives looked up at the spaceships that appeared and disappeared, scratching their heads in doubt. Hela heard the noise in her ear and looked up. Then I saw a spaceship flying past her at a high speed, and then jumped away through the crystal wall. Hela frowned, feeling that things were not simple. In the next second, a spaceship with even more huge amounts of hopped away. Hela raised her brows, her eyesight could completely see the jump within 2 or 3 times. Good guy, it's only been a few thousand years, are all the cosmic creatures now so brave? But now is not the time to study this. There is a huge amount of white wolf under her crotch, carrying her to sail in the universe. Definitely, not her old companion, the Fenrir wolf. Because Odin is not dead, Hela did not return to Asgard. This white wolf was met by Hela in the universe. Speaking of which, she seems to have a relationship with wolves. After conquering the white wolf, he used it as a mount, which saved much effort than navigating the universe alone. After touching the torn clothes, Hela pinched her legs, urging the white wolf to move forward quickly. Her combat uniform is linked to her current strength. Without returning to Asgard, her powers are limited after all. Even the clothes couldn't be fully recovered. The white wolf was trapped, and he whimpered, and ran even more cheerfully. Upon closer inspection, a blush actually appeared on the face covered with snow-white wolf fur. It's so weird. Asgard, your king, is coming back soon. After leaving a word, 1 person and 1 wolf disappeared into this space at a high speed. Lin Feng embarked on a journey to find the cosmic cube after returning to the blue star. Take out the big baby given by team leader Wang, the BB machine. The above coordinates are still jumping constantly, very cheerful. This coordinate is ridiculously far from blue star. But for Lin Feng, no matter how far the distance is, it is just a shuttle. However, the incident between Odin and team leader Wang gave Lin Feng a warning. He believed in his intuition, and he was definitely not the only one staring at the cosmic cube in this universe. Because according to Odin's level, it's unlikely that he would be able to know something like the cosmic cube. What's more, Hela actually knows the coordinates of the cosmic cube, which is originally full of weirdness. To be on the safe side, Lin Feng chose a location about 1 galaxy coordinates away from the cosmic cube, and started the space shuttle. With a distorted figure, Lin Feng disappeared in place. Appeared again, already came to do not know how many light years away. There are countless stars in the universe. Lin Feng took out the communication terminal that he hadn't used for a long time. This terminal came by chance after Little Raccoon Rocket summoned him last time. This thing is still very convenient in some ways. The last information about Lin Feng owning 6 infinite gems was sent from this platform. Can communicate, can receive tasks, and can also locate the location. There is no doubt that the technology in the universe is full of strange things, and a small platform does not require too much technical content. Lin Feng looked at the galaxy he was in. About 27 light years in front of him is the destination of his trip. The place where the cosmic cube exists, the Nila star field. With a thought, Lin Feng's figure instantly became transparent. He didn't go to the Nila star field, but stood in place, let go of his perception, and looked towards the coordinates of the cube with supervision. In the galaxy, the positions of countless stars are all in my mind. The galaxy is huge, but given Lin Feng some time, Lin Feng can scan the entire universe. But after looking for a long time, he didn't find the blue cube. In the Nyala galaxy, there is absolutely no existence that meets the energy level of the cosmic cube. But Lin Feng did not doubt the authenticity of the coordinates. It is estimated that the cosmic cube used special means to hide itself. Otherwise, such a large energy level would have been detected long ago. What's more, under the effect of perception, Lin Feng discovered that there are at least a dozen living beings in the Nicola galaxy, either individually or in a team, all driving spaceships, each separated by a few light years, orbiting in the galaxy. Lin Feng smiled. To be honest, the Nicola galaxy is not too big, and there are no life forms. And these life forms in Lin Feng's perception, with their fierce aura, are obviously warriors who have been slaughtered for a long time. So many cosmic organizations gather in the galaxy without life body at the same time. If you say there is no problem, you won't believe it. Lin Feng focused on finding the cosmic cube within a few light years of these living bodies. Soon, Lin Feng discovered something abnormal. While no cube was found, Lin Feng found a small black hole that was constantly moving. How small? About as small as Lin Feng's villa. And Lin Feng noticed it for a simple reason. The life forms he discovered just now are almost all within 1 to 5 light years of the black hole, surrounding the black hole in a circle. At the same time, Lin Feng discovered this small black hole, which would randomly jump a certain distance after a certain period of time. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat and he thought of something. He took out the BB machine left by team leader Wang again. Every time the black hole jumps, the coordinates on the BB machine will also change greatly. It seems that my analysis is correct. The small black hole should be related to the cosmic cube. Could it be that the cosmic cube is hiding in a black hole? Lin Feng stroked his chin and looked at the dozen or so life forces again. I was thinking about whether I should catch a question and see if I knew anything. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng is not going to startle the snake for the time being. All forces seemed to be waiting for something, quietly suspended in place. Lin Feng also chose to stand where he was, staring intently at the black hole. Bang! A small spaceship appeared on the edge of the Nicola galaxy. It's Star-Lord's spaceship. After 1800 jumps, the famous Guardians of Galaxy finally came to this galaxy. It's just that in the current spaceship, there is a dead silence, and there is no movement at all. Not long after, Yondu's spaceship also jumped up, and they kept a safe distance from Quill's spaceship to ensure that they would not be discovered. Inside the spaceship, there was also a dead silence. Half an hour later, there was a voice like a gossamer in Quill's spaceship. Grote. Grote, who was in the size of a teenager, was lying in the spaceship, trembling and raising his little hand upwards, and with a bang, he hung down powerlessly. Again, T said, swearing. Rocket rolled his eyes laboriously, and couldn't help the desire to vomit as soon as the words came out, and vomited directly into the spaceship. The move seemed to set off a chain reaction. There was a sudden sound of vomiting in the spaceship. OMG, it's disgusting. Quill even vomited out the pickles he ate yesterday, the smell. The rocket was almost so smoked that he passed out again. Vomiting is fine. If it weren't for these people's more or less abnormal abilities, 1,800 jumps would be enough to kill them? After some washing, with the help of Mantis Girl, everyone finally recovered. Quill staggered and sat on the driver's seat, looking weakly at the outer space of the spaceship. I don't seem to have danced all the jumps of my life together. Here we are, have we reached our destination? Quill pointed out the window. That thing? Where is the thing? Why didn't I see it? Rocket also sat in the co-pilot seat, and responded feebly. Idiot. I can get information about this kind of thing, and there must be other forces that can get it. We are at the edge of the galaxy, we must slowly approach the target. Did you eat Captain Rocket's plan in a sandwich? Quill rolled his eyes. This little raccoon has nothing else but likes to tease himself every day. If it weren't for his top-notch skills and poor background, he would have hung up the rocket and smoked it long ago. I don't know if I can beat it. But even if he has no strength, he will fight back. So, Mr. Raccoon, what's the plan? Don't tell me, wait for someone else to get it, and then blow up that person, and the thing will be in hand. Saying that, Quill couldn't help laughing himself. This kind of idiotic plan, probably no one will do it. When the rocket heard the words, it showed a surprised look. Fuck, how do you know? Quill's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Let's return to the voyage now, I don't want treasures. Nima, can this also be called a plan? He felt like he would be killed by the rockets. Rocket smiled and rejected the proposal. Want to go back now? Late. Time passed day by day, and the black hole was still moving. A week later, the black hole has the file size of a car. For a week, Lin Feng has been floating in the outer reaches of Enix galaxy incognito. Under his strong perception, he constantly discovers the newly arrived life forms in the galaxy. This number has expanded several times, dozens of groups. I'm afraid they all came for the cosmic cube. These forces are all strange races, and each of them contains an astonishing evil spirit. The strength is uneven, some are strong and some are weak. Lin Feng definitely also discovered the Guardians of Galaxy where the rocket is, but he didn't choose to go up to say hello either. Except for Rocket, he has only met the others once, and he is not very familiar with them. As for the Predators, the Nova Corps also came to join in the fun. He looked again at the dozen or so forces that first came to the galaxy. Predators and Nova Corps are like cannon fodder in front of them. I don't know how they know about the cosmic cube. This kind of treasure competition is not something they can participate in. Lin Feng looked around and naturally found Hela. Riding a white wolf, he looked a little embarrassed in his tattered combat uniform. Sure enough, as Old Man Odin said, Hela also came to find the cosmic cube. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to these later forces at all. As far as their fighting power is concerned, they can't beat Lin Feng together. The only thing that needs Lin Feng's attention is those huge creatures in armor. They were one of the first forces to arrive. The strange armor on his body made Lin Feng a little curious. Under the perspective of ability, the inside of the armor is empty. But after Lin Feng thought for a while, he found a similar outfit in his memory and locked their race. Tenjin Group, only 3 members are here. Lin Feng read a sentence silently. I don't know if it's because of the armor, or the members of the 3 gods have special means, but Lin Feng can't feel their strength. It doesn't look like the Tenjin Group in movies or comics. Even if the god group in the comics comes over, Lin Feng can see it all. There is also a creature with huge amounts of it that also draws Lin Feng's attention. It was a cat-like creature. Huge amounts of body size, black fluff, a whole truck file size. If it weren't for the orange eyes, it would be almost invisible in the dark universe. As for why Lin Feng paid attention to this black cat, that's because when Lin Feng looked at the black cat actually found Lin Feng and made eye contact with him. However, after finding that Lin Feng was not hostile, the black cat withdrew its gaze and continued to stare at the small black hole that was constantly rotating and moving. Very interesting. Lin Feng looked away. These dozens of forces are all around the black hole. Among them, there are many 2 forces that met together and a war broke out. Driving spaceships to shoot at each other will definitely arouse the awareness of other forces. But everyone has nothing to do with themselves and hangs high, silently watching the war happen. He even happily stabbed a knife in the back. After all, the fewer the number of people, the higher their chances of getting this treasure. Another week passed quickly. In the galaxy, it has increased to hundreds of forces. For the treasure, these forces showed enough patience. Lin Feng did not choose to eliminate them, because he doesn't know in which form the cosmic cube will appear. So far, the small black hole has shrunk to the file size of only 1 person. Leave them alive, maybe someone has a way to make the cube appear. He wants to use the trick of praying mantis to catch cicada and oriole to follow. Lin Feng released perception again. During these 2 weeks, he tried to find Team Leader Wang, but he still found nothing. Team Leader Wang, since leaving Lin Feng with a BB machine, seems to have disappeared from the entire universe. It was very confusing for Lin to tidy up. With a glance, 2 more life forms fought a few light years away. Lin Feng is no stranger to this. It's just that when Lin Feng saw one of the people fighting, his eyes stopped. The tight scale battlesuit wraps the good figure. The scale battlesuit glowed purple. 2 double knives that were so black that the body could not be seen were constantly flying. Her opponent is a burly alien race. Lin Feng wasn't attracted by the man's perfect figure completely covered by the scale battlesuit. But this person is also an old acquaintance of Lin Feng. Star off. Lin Feng was full of question marks. Why is this succubus proprietress here, still dressed like this? Lin Feng directly said that women's fights are much more interesting than men's fights. But Zixing's strength, put it here, is completely cannon fodder among cannon fodder. If several powerful forces fought, the aftermath alone would burn Zixing to ashes. Why is this succubus so indifferent? As Lin Feng thought, while he was thinking, Zixing had already been slashed several times. Her 3-legged cat kung fu is completely useless against her opponents. It was an alien creature also in black armor, which looked a bit like a predator. Its head looks like a lizard, ferocious and terrifying, and it holds a delicate long machete in its hand. Zixing's twin knives slashed at the lizard man, only a burst of sparks splashed, but they couldn't do any damage at all. But the lizardman dealt with it with ease, and from time to time used the machete in their hands to add a new scar to Zixing. Seeing that Shi Xing was about to turn into a blood gourd, he didn't run away, so he struggled to hold on. Lin Feng rolled his eyes speechlessly, moved his body, and instantly crossed the distance of several light years, standing at the center of the battle between the two. Help, help, who can watch the beautiful succubus lose her life? What's more, it's a young lady I know? When the lizard man saw the sudden appearance of the human being, he showed no surprise at all, and stabbed out with the weapon in his hand without any hesitation. A smart lizardman, and an excellent fighter? It seems that he also knows that there are only enemies and no friends in this kind of place. It's just that smart is smart, and it's bad luck for him to meet Superman. Lin Feng dodged the blow sideways to show respect. Then he slapped the lizard man on the forehead. The lizardman turned into dust before he could even scream. Only a tragic word in uppercase was left in place. After finishing off the lizardman lightly, Lin Feng turned his head to look at Shi Xing, with a strange expression on his face, and said, "What can't you think about? Why are you here? What can't you think about? Why are you here?" As Lin Feng spoke, his hands kept moving. Several green rays of light condensed in his hand, and they lightly patted Zixing's shoulder. That is the power that comes from time. The light entered the body, and the knife wound on Shi Xing's body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the damaged scale battlesuit was repaired under this force and it was intact. Before Huixing could exclaim in surprise, Lin Feng grabbed her with his hands, and moved to the original position with a dodge. Although the destructive power of the fight between the two just now was very small, there is no guarantee that anyone will notice the situation here. Zixing has already recognized Lin Feng. She silently put away her two knives. "Thank you." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. "Thank you? What are you doing here? There's nothing to do. Hurry up, this is not a place for you to stay. A mere succubus fighting 5 scumbags is not even qualified as cannon fodder." Lin Feng could stare at her to death. If I hadn't discovered it in time, the succubus proprietress would have become the dead soul of the lizardman. I don't. Shi Xing pursed his lips, and refused crisply. Lin Feng rolled his eyes repeatedly. What the hell, there are still people who don't take their lives seriously. However, Lin Feng thought about why Zixing appeared in this place in an instant. Everyone who comes here is for one purpose. You came for that too. Lin Feng directly stretched his finger forward. There, 27 light years away, is where the tiny black hole floats. After Shi Xing identified the direction with his fingers, his face became firm. Yes, I did come for it. Shi Xing knew that he would not be the one who came to look for this thing alone, and the purpose could not be hidden at all. Lin Feng, big sister, can you stop making trouble? The one who fought you just now is the cannon fodder of cannon fodder. You can't even beat cannon fodder, why join in the fun? Lin Feng was a little powerless to complain. How many catties and tails dare to come up with the idea of cosmic cube? With succubus boss Nian's small stature, Rocket might be able to handle her easily by himself. Not to mention that if you meet someone like Hella, just a face-to-face meeting can make her ashamed. I have reason to have to get it. Shi Xing was not repulsed by Lin Feng's words at all, and he had an aura of vowing not to give up if he couldn't get his hands on it. Lin Feng couldn't figure out why he was so stubborn. But thinking about drinking the out-of-print wine of the proprietress of Zixing, Lin Feng still opened his mouth and continued to persuade. With your strength, the first time a large-scale battle begins, people will be gone. You have a reason, but you can't grasp it. Lin Feng couldn't understand what Zixing was thinking. She must know her own strength. Even the task of the light brain is difficult. Take a step back. Even if everyone really lost their minds, let Zixing get it. Can the dying star be kept? Zixing is also sober in the human world, knowing that he does not have that strength. So he directly set his expectation on Lin Feng. I really don't have one, but you do. What the hell? Lin Feng was more puzzled at first, and then sneered. You won't let me grab that thing for you, will you? To be honest, you'd better go back to sleep quickly, there is everything in the dream. Aware of Zixing's purpose, Lin Feng's attitude turned cold. He's not some kind of jerk-swarming pig brother. The friendship with the succubus proprietress can only be regarded as mediocre. Shall I grab the cosmic cube for you? You are thinking about farting. That's min? Zixing didn't care about Lin Feng's attitude and continued talking. I originally planned to summon you when I couldn't fight. But I didn't expect you to come to this place. I don't know how powerful you are, but it's definitely better than my chance of grabbing it. Lin Feng chuckled. Well said. But I can grab it myself, why should I give it to you? What I gave you is a rescue device, not a wishing coin. It is true that Lin Feng is a person who likes to do whatever he wants. Giving the proprietress Shi Xing a rescue device is just a little interest in the race of the proprietress Shi Xing. In the final analysis it is out of interest. But this succubus thinks of himself as Aladdin's lamp? The rescue device cannot make a wish to Lin Feng. Zixing was silent for a while, and finally sighed. That thing originally belonged to our family. As soon as these words came out, Lin Feng's eyes trembled. Cosmic cube. Cosmic cube. Zixing repeated suspiciously. It's just a small blue cube. Lin Feng gestured, and then his eyes showed doubts. Didn't you come for it? You don't know its name. Zixing shook his head and nodded. Maybe it's called differently. Our family, call it the origin of knowledge. Shi Xing's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence, recalling the past. That was a long, long time ago. Stop. Lin Feng raised his hand. Long story short. Although I like to listen to stories, but at this time, you should stop making long speeches. The story had just begun when it was interrupted by an incomprehensible amorous feelings. Zixing couldn't help but glared at Lin Feng resentfully. The content of this story is to expose your own scars, can't you listen carefully? A long time ago, our ancestors lived on primitive planets. Well, there is nothing wrong with primitive people living on primitive planets. Later, gods appeared. The gods gave us the cosmic cube, allowing us to develop at a high speed. It brings us the origin of knowledge, so we call it the origin of knowledge. Later, because cube was targeted by interstellar pirates in the universe, they slaughtered our race wantonly. The whole race is fragmented, and the elders used the power of the cosmic cube to help us escape. Our race should be that only my sister and I are left. Gone. Gone. So short. Didn't you tell me to make a long story short? Shi Xing cast a resentful look again, making the corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitch. Is this still your fault? The proprietress can describe the ability. In a few words, the development history of a race is exhausted, but the gods were mentioned in the words? Lin Feng rubbed his chin. Could it be that he surpassed the Protoss? There was too little information, and he couldn't be sure. But Lin Feng found a loophole in Zixing's words. Since you had the cosmic cube at the time, why couldn't you defeat mere space pirates? Lin Feng asked the key point. He knows about the existence of space pirates. Space pirates, like raiders groups, are divided into several factions. The fighting power between each group is also strong and weak. In this galaxy, there are two groups of space pirates, the kind that are extremely powerful. Definitely, for Lin Feng, they are ants. As far as I know, space pirates can't stop the power of the cosmic cube. Can you explain it? Lin Feng continued. You want to say that the gods gave you the cosmic cube to help you develop? I believe it. Because the energy provider of the cosmic cube is not the beyonds of unknown dimensions. The purpose of the different races to provide the cosmic cube energy is to test the desire of human beings and learn the process of human evolution. But the creation of the cosmic cube is not difficult to say, nor is it simple to say simple. He needs to create a special, sufficiently stable energy field, and open a gap between the dimension occupied by the beyonds, and then pour energy from another dimension into the energy field through the crack. After this energy field is filled with interdimensional energy, it will transform into a perfect cube. So, as long as you find a way to create an energy field and connect the dimensions of different races, even an ordinary person can also create a cosmic cube. But an incomplete cosmic cube can already reach beyond omniscience and omnipotence. Its energy and omnipotence surpass all human imaginations, and even in the omnipotent universe, it is almost unrivaled. The cosmic cube can control elements, play with time and space, and transcend logic. With the cosmic cube, can the genocide be beaten by space pirates? You seem to be teasing me? You overlooked one thing, Mr. Lin Feng. The proprietress of Shi Xing took her young sister by herself, and after so many years, she could tell what Lin Feng was suspicious of in just one word. Although the cosmic cube is powerful, there are very few people who can use it perfectly. Not everyone is as powerful as you. Shi Xing's resentful gaze had a special flavor, which made Lin Feng's heart skip a beat. The elders used the cosmic cube to wipe out almost half of the existence of space pirates, and they couldn't hold on anymore. That makes sense. This made Lin Feng feel comfortable. Indeed, not everyone is as powerful as himself. Then what? The cosmic cube fell into the hands of the pirates. Zixing shook his head. Not at all. The cosmic cube gave birth to self-awareness at that time, and teleported away by itself. Afterwards, it disappeared into the universe. Speaking of this, Zixing paused. Well, this is my guess, otherwise, if no one controls it, the cosmic cube shouldn't disappear by itself. The cosmic cube didn't start reappearing in the universe until 1 year ago. The unique induction of our race will sense the existence of the cosmic cube. This is the method left by the god who gave us the cosmic cube, only I know. With that said, Shi Xing waved his hand. A small cube projection emitting blue light actually appeared in her hand. There is a faint blue transparent thread on it, pointing to the direction of the small black hole. Zixing followed this all the way to find him. After the disappearance of the cosmic cube, the angry pirates turned the home planet we lived in into a barren grass. I don't know what radiation weapon they used. There can no longer be life on the planet. Zixing's eyes were a little sad, but also a little angry. I have waited hundreds of years to rebuild my home. I will never give it up. Lin Feng was taken aback when he heard it, but it was not difficult to understand. Only, dare you ask how old you are? Lin Feng couldn't help asking. Waited for hundreds of years? That Zixing must be at least a few hundred years old. Is the life cycle of the succubus so long? And that little sister named Chu Xing, is she also an old monster with the appearance of a cub? Zixing glanced at Lin Feng strangely. Why is this person's focus so strange? Leaving Lin Feng alone, Shi Xing already had a cooperation plan in mind. She chose to change the subject directly. The cosmic cube will show up soon, let me make a deal with you. My purpose is very simple, which is to restore the vitality of motherhood. As long as it comes back to life, our race can continue to reproduce. I have a way to make the cosmic cube follow me, but I can't keep it. You protect me, I just need to use the cosmic cube to rebuild my home. After that, the cosmic cube is yours, how about it? Zixing felt that there was nothing wrong with his cooperation plan, it was all about taking what they needed. She had thought clearly for a long time, that everyone is innocent and pregnant with crime. Their family can't keep such a treasure as the cosmic cube. Instead of this, it is better to give it to the strong in the universe in exchange for protection. Well, like a strong one like Lin Feng. No, isn't your setting correct? Lin Feng retorted. Why are you still similar to the elves? As long as there is vitality, you can reproduce. Are you asexual reproduction? Only her and her sister are left in the race? How does this T reproduce? A word appeared on Zixing's forehead. Could you not bother with these weird things? Whether we cooperate or not, give me an accurate word. Such a powerful person is no longer interested in the cosmic cube? The succubus proprietress suddenly became irritable, and Lin Feng stopped teasing her. Well, he admitted that he is now full of curiosity about the race of Zixing. He wanted to see how the succubus reproduced. Okay, do as you say. But I have a request. Tell me, Zixing responded without any hesitation. As long as Lin Feng's request is not excessive, she will satisfy it. Before the resurrection of the race, everything has to be delayed a little bit. I want to see how your family reproduces. Lin Feng opened his mouth. Hiss, the word of tiger and wolf. Zixing was taken aback for a moment, and then took a deep breath. Lin Feng's words reminded her of the process of the tribe appearing under the Elder's ceremony a long time ago. It is indeed miraculous that the appearance of their clansmen is the product of the birth of the earth veins. It's just that when the tribe was born, Zixing's face turned reddish. She stared at Lin Feng strangely, as if she couldn't understand Lin Feng's request. Are you sure you want to see it? Asking this question, Lin Feng scratched his head. What's so uncertain about this? I'm just curious. If it's inconvenient, forget it. Lin Feng just heard Zixing's description, and thought that Zixing's race reproduced asexually. But now seeing Zixing's reaction and her flushed pretty face, Lin Feng was a little uncertain again. Stop thinking of yourself as a pervert who likes to watch other people perform action movies on the spot. Zixing shook his head. No, there is nothing inconvenient. You can watch it if you want. But now, we need to get the cosmic cube first. Time is running out. The cosmic cube will emerge from the black hole soon. You are ready. Quill's spaceship. Star-Lord Quill was silent for a while. Rocket, is that the one you summoned last time? Quill felt that his brain was not working well, and he couldn't remember the name of that person. The rockets didn't speak, but Delax behind him spoke. He clenched his fists in front of his chest and couldn't help breathing faster. That's right, it's that man. A real man with great power. Delax is a man who speaks directly and never knows what euphemism is. And his brain circuits are different from normal people. This character set makes him look rather naive. Coincidentally, when the battle broke out in Sing Sing just now, it happened to be not very far from Xingzhu and the others. The few people who love to join in the fun found the fight, and the dog drove the spaceship to the vicinity. Then I saw the scene where Lin Feng took Zixing away. You know that person? The mantis woman asked suspiciously. She joined Guardians of Galaxy relatively late, so she didn't meet Lin Feng. Well, he's scary. Rocket had a headache. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be here too. If his target is also that treasure, I think we have no chance. Rocket stomped. The boss who stared Ronan to death with his eyes. I don't know if the bomb will work for him. Is there such a powerful existence? Worse than Egg. Hearing this name, Xingzhu couldn't help frowning. Mantis Girl also realized that she had said the wrong thing, showing a look of panic. Sorry. The plot of Guardians of Galaxy 2 happened, and Ego also died in the hands of Star-Lord. For Quill, Egg, who killed his own mother, was taboo. Fortunately, because of Lin Feng's contact with Rocket, Quill, and others, the plot has slightly shifted. So Yondu didn't die in the plot. It's okay, I don't care anymore. Xingzhu's frown eased. Speaking of it, he can easily get rid of Egg. How about, you invite him to come over and ask? Xingzhu suggested to Rocket. Don't you have that summoner? It's good to ask in advance, lest when you really fight, you don't know how to die on your own side. I think it's a good proposal, Gamera said. After all, Thanos with the full infinite gems can't stand against him. She already knew that Thanos died at Lin Feng's hands. Well, I know from her sister who has been in the rebellious period. In her mind, she clearly remembered the frightened expression on Xingyun's face when she mentioned Lin Feng. Thanos, who has 6 infinite gems, is not Lin Feng's opponent, and even beats Thanos outside the universe. In the end, just one look, and Thanos was wiped out. Gamera was in a daze for a while when she heard the information. I didn't expect my goal to be achieved so easily, and I felt a little unreal. Hearing Gamera speak, Star-Lord couldn't help shivering. Yeah, almost forgot about this. Thanos died at the hands of Lin Feng. Gamera didn't hide the fact. Then what? Why don't we return to the voyage now? Xingzhu immediately retreated. Well, tens of billions of cash is very tempting, but you have to spend your life. Don't panic, maybe our guess is not accurate. Rocket thought for a while, and took out the metal emergency device. After communicating with Lin Feng twice, the Rockets were able to confirm that he was not a person who killed for no reason. As long as he gives up on his side, Lin Feng will most likely not kill the killer. Lin Feng received the request at the same time as the emergency call was pressed. Right now, he and Zixing are staring hard at the small black hole. Definitely, Zixing cannot see so far. He could only constantly output his plan to Lin Feng from the sidelines. As soon as the cube appears, we will go to the battlefield. Lin Feng's main attack is to kill and kill directly, just like a certain game of T. Lin Feng felt a little headache when he heard this unreliable plan. Stop talking. Lin Feng interrupted Zixing's long speech. My ears are almost call used. Go, I'll take you to meet the magical creature. What? What magical creature? Shi Xing said in high spirits. Lin Feng didn't hesitate, and directly grabbed Zixing and teleported into Xingjia's spaceship. What magical creature? Definitely is a talking raccoon? Hey, little raccoon, long time no see. Lin Feng greeted cheerfully. Look, this is the magical creature I was talking about. Lin Feng explained to Shi Xing. Shi Xing also looked at the humanoid raccoon curiously, and greeted him politely. As soon as Lin Feng appeared, everyone in the spaceship stood up. Although Lin Feng looked very kind, his strength made several people unconsciously feel a sense of fear from their hearts. Huh? Mantis Girl. Lin Feng discovers a new member of the Guardians of Galaxy. But the two antennae on Mantis Girl's head are more like snails. Hello. Mantis Girl stared at Lin Feng curiously. She has never seen Lin Feng make a move, so she has no real sense of Lin Feng's strength. I have to say that the Mantis Girl should be the most polite existence in Guardians of Galaxy. Lin Feng. Rocket was not polite, and called Lin Feng's name directly. Why are you here? The little raccoon cheated and didn't say that he was waiting for someone to come here to find the treasure. If Lin Feng really didn't know, wouldn't it be tantamount to self-destructing if he said it? But Lin Feng's answer dashed the little raccoon's hope. Come here? Definitely has the same purpose as you. Otherwise, could it be that you can't sleep at night and come out to look at the stars? Lin Feng explained. After speaking, he turned his head and smiled at Shi Xing. See, a cannon fodder who is not afraid of death just like you. I guess you can't even beat them, and you still want that thing. Zixing rolled a blank look at Lin Feng, but didn't speak. She doesn't know the Guardians of Galaxy, but she knows that too much talk is too much. After saying hello just now, she stopped talking. Ahem, Mr. Lin Feng. I want to solemnly declare that we are not cannon fodder. Feeling belittled, Quail mustered up the courage to stand up. It's just that the tone makes people feel cowardly and funny. Lin Feng was not annoyed either. He raised his hand and pointed in one direction. See there is a woman riding a white wolf. Probably have a back and forth with Thanos. And those guys over there in armor can crush Thanos to death with one hand. According to Lin Feng's induction, the strength of the Tianchen group is much higher than that in the movie. Definitely, killing Thanos with one hand also corresponds to Thanos in the movie. I understand that your spacecraft's detection system is relatively backward. I can tell you that there are more than 100 forces in this galaxy, and you belong to the bottom wave. Give you a piece of advice, go back quickly. If you really want to fight, you are the cannon fodder sent by the first wave. Think about it carefully. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he returned directly with Zixing. He still has to stare at the small black hole. According to Zixing, it has been less than 12 hours since Cube's appearance. For Rocket and others, Lin Fengnian gave a piece of advice in a sympathetic way, otherwise he wouldn't have come here in person. As for how they choose, Lin Feng does not intend to forcibly interfere. They are all adults, and they know the seriousness of the matter. If they still want to do it, they should be mentally prepared to bear the consequences. Lin Feng ran over in a hurry, left some words and disappeared. Several people in the spaceship looked at each other. What should I do? Let's go. Let's go? But we spent all our savings to buy 3 bombs. Do you think this will kill Lin Feng? Or those monsters in his mouth? Rocket wanted to jump up and scratch Quill's paw. For those monsters mentioned by Lin Feng, the Rockets have no doubts at all. Lin Feng alone can control himself, so is it necessary to lie to himself? Terrible, Mom, I'm going home. Let's go to a place a few light years away to watch the situation. After all, Rocket is still not willing to give up this treasure, and is ready to watch the situation in the dark. This is good, this is good. Quail also thought this proposal was good, and for the first time agreed with the Rocket's idea. Gamera and Delax have no opinion. Wouldn't it be a fool to push forward even though he knew he couldn't beat him? Mantis Girl has no opinions and doesn't express her opinion, just listen to her. A few people hit it off, and the spaceship jumped out of the galaxy like a dog. A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of Yondo who was following them, keenly aware that something was wrong, and jumped out of the galaxy like a dog. Returning to the original place, Lin Feng waited patiently again. He has been waiting quietly for half a month, and it is not less than 10 hours away. Can the cosmic cube be obtained? Lin Feng could only answer that if nothing else happened, he would be sure. Because there are hundreds of forces in this galaxy, none of them can compete with Lin Feng. If they were all added together, it might give Lin Feng a headache. Because there are a few of them that cannot be erased by infinite gems snapping their fingers. 12 hours is almost fleeting in Lin Feng's long lifespan. The small black hole was spinning rapidly, faintly covered with a layer of blue light. Here we come, get ready. Shi Xing, who hadn't spoken much for a long time, suddenly spoke. Although she couldn't see the position of the black hole, she could feel the cube's state because of the means left by the elders. As he said that, the phantom of the cube appeared in Zixing's little hand again, and the blue light was even more dazzling than before. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze remained motionless, always staring at the black hole. After staying for so long, it was just for the moment when the cosmic cube appeared. Team leader Wang still didn't show up, and Lin Feng could only temporarily forget about it. He stretched out his hand to grab Hui Xing, and was ready to teleport and snatch it the moment the cube appeared. 10,9,8,7. The countdown begins. Lin Feng's teleportation ability is ready to activate at any time. The blue light in the small black hole is also getting brighter. This phenomenon immediately attracted the idea of the first echelon of onlookers watching the treasure. They are the existence of medium strength among all forces. The boss knows to hide behind the scenes to watch the situation, but the cannon fodder knows that he is not strong enough, so he hides further away to observe the situation. 3, 2, 1. Here we come. After Zixing's voice fell, the black hole suddenly shattered. The blue light flourished for a while, and it was even so bright that it was a little whitish. Light comes and goes quickly. After the light disappeared, the blue cube-shaped object was suddenly exposed to the universe and scurry around. Lin Feng's figure that was about to teleport stopped. He stared at this scene dumbfounded. What the hell? After a long wait, the cosmic cube finally appeared in the universe. However, there are 10 of these What's the situation? Why are there 10 cubes? Knowing that time was running out, Lin Feng hurriedly asked Shi Xing. Out of 10, 9 are fake. They can emit the same energy vibration frequency to confuse each other. Take me there quickly, I can tell which one is real. Zixing responded quickly. At this time, it reflects the importance of the race that the original cube has. This is also one of the bargaining chips that Zixing asked Lin Feng to help. Hearing this, Lin Feng launched a teleport without saying a word. Lin Feng only stayed for about 2 seconds, and the first echelon had already started fighting. Dozens of spaceships jumped to the area where the cube appeared at the same time. Among them, there are many strong men who have physically crossed the universe. Those with spaceships fired directly. Those without spaceships directly use their own means to carry out energy strikes. There is no room for mercy at all. As soon as someone got one of the cubes, an energy cannon with a diameter of up to 1 meter was immediately ushered in. Immediately after the next second, the spaceship that fired the gun immediately ushered in a devastating blow. Who doesn't have an energy cannon with a diameter of 1 meter? In order to compete for 10 cosmic cubes, there is no hand in this space. For a time, colorful energy cannons ran through the entire galaxy. A silent war started at this moment. Dozens of forces from the first echelon made their moves in unison, making the center of the battle as bright as the sun. It directly renders this area into a firework zone. Lin Feng took Hui Xing and teleported to this area within a second, and several energy cannons fired over. Looking at the energy cannon thicker than a bucket, Zixing felt like his heart was about to stop beating. She subconsciously hugged Lin Feng tightly. This is a biological instinct. When danger comes, they will unconsciously seek help from the strong. Lin Feng had activated the biological force field long before the teleportation. The powerful shield from Superman makes the energy cannons useless. The energy cannon could no longer advance 1 meter in front of the two of them. Quick, which one is true? Lin Feng asked directly, regardless of the energy cannons flying around the universe. Zixing quickly checked the cube projection in his hand. The projected light blue silk thread points to a direction far away. This silk thread can only be seen by Shi Xing. There. Zixing stretched out a finger. That person, the cat is holding the real cosmic cube in its mouth. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the finger and shouted, "Good guy." It was what he saw before, like a black cat the size of a truck, scurrying around in the battle space with a cube in its mouth. Its movements are very sensitive, and the harvesting net made of energy cannons can't keep up with its speed at all. It seemed that it was afraid of accidentally swallowing this thing, so the black cat stuck the cosmic cube between the upper and lower rows of teeth. Just like wearing a flashing braces, it glows faintly with blue light. In the battlefield, no one except Zixing knows which cube is real. But everyone is not stupid and can analyze it. Only one of them must be true. So what they're doing now is getting as many cubes as possible. If you can get all of them, you will be safe. The black cat dodged several energy cannons in a row, and its agility was outrageous. Lin Feng had never seen such a miraculous species, and he had no information about such a big black cat in his mind. The only one seen in the Marvel Universe movie is the cat that devours the beast. The black cat kept dodging, and Lin Feng was keenly aware that its mental state was beginning to decline. The firing speed of the energy cannon is extremely fast. It seems that the black cat should have the ability to predict the attack route or predict the future for a short time, so it can always dodge without injury. But this ability is estimated to consume a lot of energy. If nothing else, the black cat will run away. Sure enough, when the energy cannon was recharging and most of the attacks were interrupted, the black cat shook, and the whole figure began to become blurred and transparent. Teleport. Lin Feng saw the omen at a glance, and his eyes immediately focused on Heat Ray. Although the cat is cute, if you want to compete with yourself for the cosmic cube, you have to do it. Lin Feng had no hesitation, and the heat ray spewed out quickly. This power and speed are not comparable to the spaceship's energy cannon. However, Lin Feng was moved with compassion. The power of this heat ray was not too great, and it was aimed at the black cat's ear. Lin Feng's purpose is to interrupt its teleportation, not to hurt its life. This cat looks like a rare and exotic beast, maybe it can be brought back and raised. Heat ray quickly flew towards the black cat, and was about to hit it, and the vision suddenly appeared. A deep purple light suddenly lit up in the void. A huge amount of figure flashed out of the light, and slapped the black cat flying, interrupting the black cat's teleportation. Tenjin group members appear. Zhang. The heat ray aimed at the black cat's ear accurately hit the head of the figure that suddenly appeared. Lin Feng frowned and stopped heat ray. Niu, brother, use your face to pick up skills? Lin Feng didn't know the titles of the members of this god group. I saw him wearing a large purple barrel metal armor, a bit like Tony's Mark I prototype. Heat ray hit the armor on the head, knocking his head off. Sudden attack, the mysterious pattern engraved on the large purple barrel armor glows purple. It seemed to be offended by Lin Feng's sudden attack. I saw him stretch out his hands, and 2 beams of light shot out instantly. One struck at the black cat that was shot flying, and the other struck at Lin Feng. The black cat jumped away vigorously, but had no intention of fighting the big drum, and immediately fled into the distance. But Lin Feng didn't even look at the incoming beam of light, and instantly disappeared on the spot. The black cat has teleportation skills. The focus now is not to play with the gods, but to stop the black cat. The transmission of the black cat has activation conditions and a time limit. But Lin Feng is different. With just one thought, Lin Feng can instantly teleport. Lin Feng moved directly in the direction the black cat was heading. The black cat's eyes widened suddenly, a little confused, but it reacted extremely quickly and was about to turn around and run wildly. Lin Feng's eyes froze, and his whole body entered a Speed Force-like state. With super speed showing off, the whole world seemed to have pressed the pause button in Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed the cosmic cube that the black cat was holding. But the next movement of the black cat made Lin Feng stunned. Seeing that the cosmic cube cannot be kept, the black cat closed its eyes and gritted its teeth. It gurgled, swallowed the cosmic cube. Lin Feng was stunned, with his hands still outstretched in midair. Fuck. Such a brave cat? There is something. I have pressed the time to pause. How did the black cat swallow the cube at this speed? At the same time, the moment the black cat swallowed the cube, in the universe, the phantoms of 9 cubes in the hands of various forces quickly escaped control and flew towards the black cat. In the end, it all got into the black cat's stomach and disappeared. The scene was silent for a second. Everyone was stupefied, watching the cube in their hands flying with wings attached. Finally, it flew into the cat's belly. Grass? A plant. Everyone present is not a good person. Can you suffer this kind of grievance? Fire. Fire. Less than 5 seconds after swallowing, the sky was full of artillery fire again. This time there was no melee, and the artillery fire was aimed at the black cat. Nima, so many higher creatures are robbed here, and finally swallowed by a cat. Where does this leave the face of the famous cosmic villains? That's T. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. What's the matter? He grabbed Zixing with his left hand, and grabbed the thigh of the still dazed black cat with his right hand, and launched a teleport directly. Since the cat ate it, take the cat away. Lin Feng can think of hundreds of ways to get it out of the cat's stomach in 1 second. The teleportation was successfully launched. But in an instant, Lin Feng felt a pulling force attached to his body. Something's wrong. Lin Feng frowned. In the next second, his figure appeared on the spot again, teleported to a lonely. Without waiting for Lin Feng to think about it, the energy cannons all over the sky came one after another, bombarding Lin Feng's biological force field. Oh, it doesn't hurt or itches. Lin Feng sneered, and conveniently covered the black cat with a biological force field, and then looked sideways. The members of the 3 god groups appeared together. A big purple barrel, an earthy one, and a blue one. They stood side by side, with their hands synthesizing in a triangular shape facing Lin Feng's direction. The pulling force felt by teleportation just now came from them. Sure enough, it's not the Tenjin group in the movie. The god group in the movie couldn't interrupt Lin Feng's teleportation so easily. If it wasn't for the wrong timing, Lin Feng couldn't help applauding them. Awesome to be able to pull out the teleporting Silver Superman. The energy cannon is still bombarding Lin Feng constantly. Although the damage was not high, Lin Feng was a little annoyed by the dazzling light. You are forcing me to kill. Lin Feng sighed. I didn't want to be so cruel. The energy cannon is still attacking constantly. Because of the unity of the target, Lin Feng has almost turned into the sun now. Lin Feng didn't intend to spoil them any longer, so he flew up a little to prevent his next attack from affecting the black cat and the dying star. In the next second, the eyes were suddenly filled with energy, and 2 destructive heat rays gushed out. Secret technique. The super cosmic spiral rolls, the huge energy electric eyes are compelling. Lin Feng continuously circled while releasing the heat ray. The energy-filled heat ray turns into a sharp weapon for harvesting life. It is unstoppable everywhere. Whether it is a spaceship or a meteorite, at the moment of contact, they are divided and divided, vaporized and vaporized. And the attack range of the heat ray is directly several times that of the combat area. One skill, one move, crushing the notorious cosmic villains. The heat ray hit a meteorite, vaporizing it instantly. Still, let's go back. Quill looked at the heat ray passing by the top of the spaceship, watching it melt huge amounts of meteorites the instant it made contact. Quill couldn't help but swallowed, feeling a little parched. The spaceship of the Guardians of Galaxy has stopped at the outermost edge of the battle area. The colorful energy cannon just now made them want to retreat. But now, this destructive ray shattered the last line of defense in their hearts. Sure enough, as Lin Feng said, in this battle for treasures, they are the cannon fodder among the cannon fodder. At this moment, Quill is so glad that he didn't get to the battle area. With this shot hitting him, Star-Lord's interstellar journey can be over. Rocket nodded blankly, and for the first time did not refute Quill's opinion. Yes, go back, go back. The Rocket subconsciously pressed the return button. Stay away from Lin Feng in the future. Rocket had a vague impression of this ray. Look at the scene of it hitting the meteorite. Is it somewhat similar to when it hit Ronan? Wait, rocket. It's Gamera yelling again. Nima, the return button, will return to start jumping? How did the rockets forget about this? The return flight is confirmed, and the transition is about to begin. 1800 plus jumps are displayed on the screen again. Boom! Quill's hand moved a step slower, and the spaceship began to leap in an instant. You. Quill's scream sounded, and he disappeared into the Nicola galaxy along with the spaceship. And Yondu also experienced 1800 super jumps again. Driver forgot to turn off automatic follow. Hela, who was riding a white wolf, looked at the big and small ones hopping away, feeling very familiar. Forget it, now is not the time to worry about this. After fighting with Odin for so many years, you must not only have force, but also wisdom. Hela wisely stayed away before the engagement began. She has no idea of a one-on-one duel. As long as you can get the cosmic cube, there is no pressure at all to draw a knife behind your back. Soothed the irritable white wolf under him. This little guy felt a deadly threat. If Hela hadn't been pulling it, it might have escaped with its tail between its legs. Little guy, wait a little longer, the result should be out soon. Besides, on Lin Feng's side, after a few circles of heat ray sprayed by the spiral, the battle area was directly cleared. More than 100 different forces, under the harvest of the terrifying heat ray, turned into single digits. The few remaining forces were not destroyed because of their own strength. It was because of good luck that Lin Feng's rotation didn't cut them, so he narrowly escaped the catastrophe. The sound of gunfire suddenly fell silent. No one dared to act rashly. Lin Feng's ability to clear the field in a few seconds is really terrifying. These villains have been running rampant in the universe for so many years. To be honest, it was the first time I saw such an attack intensity that ruined the three views. And as a qualified villain, it is also very important to have eyesight. They understood in an instant that the human being in front of them was simply not something they could deal with. Thousands of energy cannons can't knock out a single hair of the person, and the person's eyes are staring, and hundreds of spaceships evaporate on the spot. I can't beat it at all. What treasure do I want at this time? Think about how to escape. I don't know who it is. The first one backed away quietly. Immediately afterwards, they all reacted. The few remaining forces retreated for a long distance quietly, and tacitly started the leap, and jumped away. Nima, it's too scary. Lin Feng's face was deeply engraved in their minds. Their only thought is to run away as soon as they see Lin Feng in the future. It's generally funny, the galaxy that was in the dark and dark at the first moment, and the silence in the next second is creepy. No way. Now that he has decided to make a move, Lin Feng will definitely destroy them with one move. Otherwise, those constantly energy cannons, although the damage is not high, are dazzling like a firework with highlight in front of your eyes. Zixing stared dumbfounded at what Lin Feng had done. She had imagined how powerful Lin Feng was, able to come and go freely amid thousands of artillery fires. But the layout is still small, not only can come and go freely, but also cut down almost everyone with one move. The black cat lay under Lin Feng's body without saying a word, with fear in its eyes. Lin Feng was still holding the nape of its neck with one hand. The truck file size's body trembled uncontrollably because of fear, for fear that Lin Feng would appreciate its eye-catching flashes on a whim. Lin Feng ignored the black cat. Under his biological force field, it was impossible for the black cat to divert. He looked at the members of the three gods. In the heat ray just now, Lin Feng focused on them and scanned them twice. But only one of them was destroyed. It's not that Lin Feng's heat ray is not powerful enough. But at the moment before heat ray arrived, the celestial team in earth-colored armor automatically stood in front of the other two. The three of them concentrated their energy on the khaki celestial group in order to resist heat ray. The mighty celestial group did succeed. But the price is that the members of the khaki celestial group have been turned into pieces. Facing Lin Feng's gaze, the remaining two members of the celestial group trembled, and one of them subconsciously took a step back. They didn't expect that Lin Feng could unleash such a powerful attack method. It's completely beyond recognition. Hihi, are you scared now? Late? Lin Feng's eyes became fiery and bright again. A more powerful destructive atmosphere than the previous heat ray enveloped the two members of the celestial group. The power of Lin Feng's heat ray can be adjusted. If you really want to let go, you can melt a universe in an instant. Black cats can be kept as pets and still survive. But the Tianshan group is like a big metal tube. Since they dare to attack themselves, they should save their lives. The members of the celestial group finally gave up the idea of snatching the cosmic cube, and immediately wanted to teleport away, but it was too late. One foot has not yet stepped into the teleportation space, and the attack has arrived. Undoubtedly, the more powerful heat ray instantly vaporized the two members of the celestial group. For Lin Feng, it was still too weak. Now the only ones who can make Lin Feng interested and let go of the game are the big guys set in the comic version. After killing the three members of the celestial group, Lin Feng didn't feel any pressure. Lin Feng is not worried about whether other Tianshan groups will come to the door. If you dare to come, why not send them on the road together? Neatly? In the universe, there are many dark places. Whether it's cosmic villains or the top forces, they all like to use this kind of place as a secret base. It seems to be more forceful to do so. Members of the 7 celestial groups surround a rectangular table. The height of the members of the celestial group is generally around 2,000 feet. They were dressed in armor of different colors, covering their whole bodies, and even their faces could not be seen. Obviously, they were discussing something. And if Lin Feng were to be here, he would definitely find that the 3 celestial groups he killed earlier were still alive. It's just that the light of the lines on their armor is much weaker. The cosmic cube was not obtained. Do you want to pass the information to OAA? The member of the celestial group in purple armor spoke. The sound is full of metallic texture. There was no movement of his mouth, and his voice seemed to come out of nowhere. OAA will take some time to come back. The one who responded was the member in black armor sitting at the head. The OAA in their mouth is actually the boss of the celestial group. OAA is the same as the supreme, indescribable OAA. It's just that in order to avoid confusion in the later setting, OAA was renamed to AAO, which means higher than other existences. But no matter which name it is, the meaning of the translation into Chinese is almost the same. OAA can manipulate reality, control energy, and even reshape affairs. As for combat power, definitely is also the strongest in the celestial group. His evolution has exceeded our predictions. Although it's just a duplication, it can be destroyed with one attack. With a wave of the purple god group's hand, the scene of Lin Feng releasing the heat ray appeared out of nowhere. I can feel that that is not his most powerful attack method. Now, I propose to consider again, whether to pass it to OAA. For some matters beyond control, OAA usually decides or resolves them. The Black Celestial Group members tapped their hands on the table, thinking about this issue. His eyes flicked across all the members of the Celestial Group present. In the Marvel Universe, Lin Feng has hardly ever had a big fight. So for Lin Feng's strength, all the existences in the universe who know Lin Feng don't have a complete height estimate. However, Lin Feng's heat ray can give a glimpse of the leopard. The sum of those present may not be able to defeat that life form named Lin Feng. After a long silence, the members of the Black God group said, "Everything, let's talk about it when OAA comes back." Lin Feng had no idea that he was being targeted by the Celestial Group just like that. But even if he knew, Lin Feng wouldn't panic. As long as OAA doesn't show up, Lin Feng can do whatever he wants. Lin Feng, who ended the battle, suddenly perceived that a living body moved behind him. Before he could think about it, he turned his head subconsciously. In the next second, a long knife came out and stabbed Lin Feng in front of his head. Lin Feng turned around blankly. All the life forms in this space, except for the few standing in front of him, were almost driven away. After seeing his own heat ray, does anyone dare to attack him? Lin Feng can't imagine who is so brave. But when he saw who was coming, Lin Feng smiled. Little Hella riding a wolf. Great for my sister. Are you out of your wits? I didn't even look for you, but you came to your door yourself? A playful smile appeared on the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Seeing that the knife missed, Hella pulled the white wolf decisively, turned around and was about to run. She had indeed witnessed the power of Lin Feng heat ray with her own eyes, but she doesn't believe that this level of aggression can be unleashed indefinitely. The escaped spaceships are the best proof that those few were not eliminated. Lin Feng didn't kill them, most likely because he ran out of big moves and entered a weak state and couldn't make any more moves. Hella sensed an opportunity and had to gamble. She won't be able to sleep tonight if she doesn't fight for it. She also needs the cosmic cube to go back and seek revenge from the old man. If you miss a move, turn around and run, just look for an opportunity to sneak attack again. It's just that the idea is good, but Hella seriously underestimated Lin Feng. It's all here, do you still want to leave? Lin Feng stretched out his hand, and a black rope suddenly popped out from the system space. The black rope quickly climbed up Hella's body. Receive. Lin Feng pulled his hand, and the rope quickly tied Hella into a stick, pulling towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng has more than a dozen of these ropes, purchased from the Time Management Bureau for 0 yuan. The rope comes from an ancient magical race. Lin Feng doesn't know what it's called. It has only one function, that is, through the extension of mental power, it can become a restraint or attack weapon. At the moment Hella, with tattered clothes and tied up, looks a bit miserable. Seeing Hella being arrested, the white wolf wailed twice, without hesitation for a second, and ran away on his own. Lin Feng watched this scene amusedly, but did not stop the white wolf from escaping. Just raise a black cat. White wolf is not cute, so don't raise it. Stupid wolf. Hella couldn't help rolling her eyes. She kept struggling, but what material is this little black rope made of, and how is it tied so firmly? Little brother, do you know who you are tying up now? I am king of Asgard. Let me go quickly, and then dedicate the cosmic cube to me, and I will allow you to follow me. Seeing that he couldn't break free, Hella started a verbal attack. Lin Feng? Grandpa smiled. The queen gave Lin Feng a big smile when she spoke. This has been imprisoned for thousands of years, and the brain is not working well? I remember that less than a month ago, Odin just commissioned me to capture a woman named Hella. Is that you? Lin Feng didn't expect such a coincidence. Originally, he planned to find Hella. It's easier now. Hearing this, Hella's heart skipped a beat, and her expression distorted accordingly. Is this tea really such a coincidence? This is less likely than Odin kneeling down and apologizing to himself. Randomly met someone who caught him, and actually met Odin? But in the next second, Hella suddenly felt grievances in his heart. What a grudge, old man. After shutting himself up for thousands of years, he finally escaped by himself, and even invited such a powerful human being to catch him? But can Hella admit it? Do not admit it. I'm not Hella, let me go and I'll tell you where Hella is. Lin Feng was speechless. This black eye will run the train with his mouth full? Do you take me for a fool? Forget it, there's nothing to say, come with me to see your father. After speaking, Lin Feng was ready to send Hela to Asgard. He has no interest in Hela with dark circles, so he threw it to Odin earlier. Lin Feng still has to study the cosmic cube. After thinking about it, Lin Feng turned to Zixing and asked again, Xing, do you have a way to take out the cosmic cube? If there is no other way, then we can only use a knife. Lin Feng's eyes aimed at the black cat's stomach. The black cat trembled again, and subconsciously hid its stomach behind its two paws, not daring to meow. Don't be afraid, it's just a knife operation, and it will recover soon. Lin Feng didn't know when he had a bad taste and liked to be funny. Zixing stepped forward in time to save Mao Mao. Okay, do you want me to take it out now? As a race that originally owned the cosmic cube, it is still possible to control the cube to move and turn off the star for a while. And now, Zixing can't wait to take it out, and then take the cosmic cube to revive his own planet? Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Don't worry, send this girl back to that old man Odin first. Then, according to the agreement, let's bring your planet back to life first. It is also good to put the cosmic cube in the cat's stomach temporarily. According to the nature of the system, infinite gems cannot be accommodated in the system space, let alone the cosmic cube. Take it out now, let Lin Feng carry it around. Hela struggled even more when she heard that she was going to Asgard. No, I can't go back to Asgard. Hela showed a look of extreme reluctance. Lin Feng chuckled. Don't struggle anymore, the more you struggle, the tighter the rope will be. Hela heard this, stopped struggling, and looked hopeless on her face. But he couldn't help sneering in his heart. Dog man, take the bait. Back to Asgard? Did you know that my ability comes from Asgard? When I get to Asgard, can I still break free from this little rope? Lin Feng definitely doesn't know what Hela is thinking. Holding the black cat in one hand and Hela in the other. Then I found out that there was no hand to grab the star. You put your hand on my shoulder. Xing is good at what he does. Gone. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he immediately teleported. The scene in front of me was black and then bright. The three of them and one cat crossed half of the universe and came to Asgard. To save trouble, Lin Feng teleported directly to Odin's palace. Blue sky, white clouds, towering buildings with a mix of technology and ancient styles. Hela once again saw a familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar scene, and was in a daze for a while. But Zixing had never seen this kind of scene before, and looked at it curiously. Her planet also developed at a high speed with the help of Cube before it became extinct. But the development time was not long, and he encountered villains like space pirates. Come on, meet your father. If you have anything to say, you two, father and daughter, let's have a good chat. Lin Feng said with some sighs. This sentence is also sent out with emotion. The conflict between Odin and Hela is a family affair. Lin Feng doesn't know how Odin will deal with Hela, but it should not kill Hela. To be honest, if it wasn't for the conflict between Hela's goals and his own goals, he didn't even plan to accept Odin's commission. Lin Feng didn't want to get involved in other people's family affairs. Lin Feng walked into the palace slowly with two women and a cat. Hela was being led, her face flushed. The torn clothes on her body have been restored to integrity. This means that her strength has been completed, but why can't she break free from this broken rope? Walking into the palace, Lin Feng saw Odin immediately. As if he felt something, Odin had already stood in the palace. He glanced at Hela, his old face couldn't help twitching a few times, but he didn't say hello, but thanked Lin Feng first. Thank you, Your Excellency Lin Feng. In the name of Odin, you will always be a guest of Asgard. As for the black cat and extinguishing star brought by Lin Feng, Odin just glanced at them and ignored them. Lin Feng waved his hand. It's okay to listen to this kind of nonsense that doesn't cost money. Now old Odin is expressionless, showing no joy or sorrow. He just looked at Hela with a touch of melancholy. On the other hand, Hela is simply an emotional releaser. No intention of pretending at all. Just grinning straight at Odin. Odin, why aren't you dead yet? Coquettishly filial to my sister? I haven't seen it for thousands of years, and it's this kind of greeting when I come up. I am your father, Hela. Old Odin's face darkened, and he said in a deep voice. Although Hela was bound, her aura was released. That's it? Are you worthy? Hela shot back angrily. After spraying, he turned his head and yelled at Lin Feng again. You don't let me go. I want to kill this old thing. She had imagined various scenarios of meeting Odin again. After being imprisoned for thousands of years, Hela wished he could stab Odin to death with his own hands. She thought she could face Odin calmly. But she was wrong. Well, when we meet again, I can't suppress my anger at all. If he wasn't still tied up, he would have killed his father with a knife. Hela. At this moment, Queen Frigg came out from behind the palace. The moment Hela returned to Asgard, she felt it too. Her eyes were full of tenderness and distress. After all, it was her child. Yo, who is this? God, Queen Frigg. Is it okay for thousands of years? Do you know how I live? The darkness where you can't see your fingers. Do you want to experience it? Hela laughed almost crazily, her mouth was completely merciless. Just because of disagreement, you shut yourself down for thousands of years? But her mother didn't give her the slightest help. After thousands of years of wear and tear, her feelings for Odin and Frigg have faded long ago. Now in her heart, only hatred remained. Your Excellency Lin Feng, please let Hela go. The appearance of the two completely drove Hela into a state of madness. The black ropes have drawn circles of flesh on Hela's slender figure. Odin sighed and begged Lin Feng. From the beginning of the confrontation between the three of this family, Lin Feng stood silently by the side. Both men and women like to gossip. This is an annual drama that can't be seen in Marvel movies. It's just that Lin Feng was taken aback when he heard Odin's request. You sure? He let go of Hela 1 second, and Hela can slash Odin with a knife the next second. Is Odin so brave? Hela's fighting power is not comparable to that of his stupid son, the eldest prince. Odin nodded grimly. That's right, let her go. I think I should have a good chat with her. My queen, please step back. As Odin said, the spear of eternity tilted slightly. Lin Feng instantly understood what the old man was going to do. This is to fight Hela. The scene of father's kindness and son's filial piety was staged in Asgard. Lin Feng and Shi Xing stood outside the palace, listening to the crackling sound of metal weapons colliding in the palace. The father and daughter were obviously fighting. But for the next development, Lin Feng lost interest. It's just those possibilities. Either Odin lost and was stabbed to death by Hela, or let the old man taste the taste of being locked up for thousands of years. Either that or Odin won and resealed Hela. As for living in peace, Lin Feng feels unlikely. Because thousands of years ago, Odin said that he couldn't stop Hela. And Hela has not given up the idea of fighting on his own until now. But it is not certain. Lin Feng thinks that if it is a life and death battle, Hela may not be able to defeat Odin. After all, the aborigines of Asgard have the characteristic that the older they are, the stronger they are. Wonder if old Odin can do the same. If Hela really wins, the people of Asgard will suffer. Because the current Asgard's reserve combat power cannot support Hela's sweep of the 9 realms at all. Lin Feng thought about it more than once after watching Thor 3. If Odin hadn't sealed Hela back then, what would Asgard look like now? Thousands of years ago, Odin's father defeated the Dark Elves in their heyday and hid the TIE particles. Odin also led the army of Asgard and defeated the Frost Titans. Received the treasure casket of ancient winters of Frost Titan into the treasury. It is conceivable how powerful the Asgard warriors were at that time. And now, since Thor 1, Asgard has been peaceful on the surface, and the people live and work in peace and contentment. But on the other hand, the warriors of Asgard were stepping backwards step by step. Thor 2 fully exposed Asgard's combat readiness. The spaceships of the Dark Elves are hitting Asgard in droves. Even if Lin Feng hadn't come, the god Empress Frigg would have sacrificed to heaven as in the original plot. If it were Hela leading the Valkyrie, Lin Feng probably wouldn't have this normal result. Let alone whether the Dark Elves have a chance to come to Asgard. With Hela's character, she has already leveled the 9 realms and headed towards the universe. What are you thinking about? Seeing Lin Feng standing outside the palace without speaking for a long time, Shi Xing couldn't help but speak. Thoughts were interrupted. Lin Feng regained consciousness. Nothing. I'm just thinking about my family's hard to recite scriptures. Odin is pathetic enough. The eldest son, Thor, is clearly out of his wits. The adopted Loki, secretly plotting how to piss off everyone all day long. As for Hela, who was originally the most hopeful, she is completely a tyrant and wants to conquer all the time. Zixing couldn't understand what Lin Feng was saying, but when he saw him looking away, he subconsciously thought that Lin Feng was expressing his feelings. But the scene of Asgard is indeed gorgeous and shocking. The planet of our race used to have mountains and rivers. Zixing took 2 steps forward, looked at the scenery together, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The scene of Asgard's prosperity brought back memories of Zixing. She looked at the children playing in the residential area below the palace, feeling a little dazed. It was as if she had returned to what she saw hundreds of years ago when she stood on the altar with the elders. The people of the tribe live and work in peace and contentment, busy with life, but also happy to enjoy their work. Although it is not as high as the level of technology they have developed. The star-extinguishing race is lucky, but at the same time unlucky. The arrival of the cosmic cube has allowed the entire race to develop rapidly. But the strength and driving conditions of each cosmic cube are quite different. Although the cube can help races, let them quickly enter the development stage. But due to the fact that there are no strong people in the race of Zixing, it is obviously very difficult to move the cube. And even if it is rapid development, it must be done step by step. It is impossible to be a primitive man who drinks blood today, and become a first-level civilization that flies out of the planet tomorrow. If our race had someone as powerful as you, it wouldn't be what it is today. To be honest, Shi Xing is a little envious of the planet Lin Feng lives on. Under his protection, Lin Feng's race must be safe and happy. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt the same way. Not only before crossing, but also after coming to the Marvel Universe, Lin Feng always understood a truth. If you fall behind, you will be beaten, and fists are the last word. Only fists can make the aggressor put down the butcher knife. Lin Feng couldn't even imagine the days when he didn't have the strength to live in Marvel. Stop talking about such heavy subjects. Lin Feng was unwilling to discuss this topic, and smiled at Zixing. Be happy, how about we go to your planet now and bring it back to life? Everything has to look forward. Now Zixing also has a chance to change everything. Lin Feng is also happy to help a weak race get back to life. Hearing these words, Zixing became excited. Waiting for hundreds of years, isn't it just for today? Okay. Shi Xing nodded heavily, stepped forward, and grabbed Lin Feng's sleeve. This was the first time he was so proactive, and it was enough to see how excited Zixing was. But at this moment, a voice came from behind Lin Feng. Please wait a moment, Your Excellency Lin Feng. Lin Feng stopped when he was about to teleport, and when he turned his head, he saw Frigga walking over quickly. Queen of God. What's wrong? Lin Feng was a little puzzled. What did Frigga come out to look for instead of watching the domestic violence scene in the palace? There was a smile on the back of the god. Your Excellency Lin Feng is leaving. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, according to the agreement. I sent Hela to you? I have other things to do. This is the Queen of God. Frigga bowed slightly. Thank you, Your Excellency Lin Feng, for your help to Asgard. Have you found the cosmic cube? Ask this? Lin Feng didn't understand what Frigga meant. Could it be that Asgard is also thinking about the cosmic cube? But after thinking about it, Lin Feng felt that Odin should not be so ignorant. The combined power of the entire Asgard cannot compete with him. Lin Feng shrugged, feeling that there is no need to hide this kind of thing. Yes, I did find the cosmic cube. If the Queen of God has nothing else to do, I'm leaving. Your Excellency Lin Feng, don't worry. Frigga smiled, and then took out something like a small booklet. Since Your Excellency has obtained the cosmic cube, then this thing is given to Your Excellency. It can help you use the cosmic cube better. Oh, Lin Feng looked at the small thing in the hands of the God Empress. It smells like a home appliance manual. The Queen of God still has such a thing. Frigga covered her mouth and smiled. It's just that I got it by accident. It's useless to me. Why don't you give it to His Excellency Lin Feng? Lin Feng took over the user manual unceremoniously. Okay, thank God Queen. Although I don't know where Frigga got this stuff, but this is the reward Lin Feng deserves. Receive it into the system space, take out the cube later, and see if it works. Knowing that Lin Feng was eager to leave, Frigga didn't want to keep her anymore. Thank you again, Your Excellency Lin Feng, for your help to Asgard. If there is a need in the future, Asgard will definitely not refuse. The current Asgard is really not suitable for entertaining guests like Lin Feng. The old and the young are still fighting inside. Watching Lin Feng leave, Frigga put away her smile and walked towards the palace, with a worried look on her face again. If Lin Feng was not too important, she would never have left the scene at this time. Odin and Hela, whoever got hurt, wasn't what she wanted to see. Following the guidance of Zixing, Lin Feng crossed countless galaxies again and found the planet of Zixing. The volume of the planet is about 3 times that of the blue star. Seen from the universe, the entire planet is a scorched gray. Generally speaking, there will be no life on such a planet. At first, the space pirates did not completely destroy the planet. Instead, it used a weapon against life systems that was banned by most alliances in the universe. It was a liquid weapon. In the high-temperature evaporation of the explosion, it will quickly cover the entire planet and kill all life forms. The Earth lost its vitality, plants were reduced to ashes, and even the air became unsuitable for life. Well, kind of like a cross between bioweapons and nanobots. Landing on the planet, you can still vaguely see the remains of the previous buildings. The entire planet is filled with a desolate atmosphere. Hundreds of years have passed, and the Earth still has no sign of returning to life. No wonder this weapon is banned by the vast majority of alliances. Zixing led the way ahead, and his excited steps quickened. Her purpose is the altar. Lin Feng is walking the cat leisurely in the back. I said cat, can you become a normal cat file size? Lin Feng really intends to adopt this black cat. But the black cat has always maintained the size of the truck file size. If it is brought back to Blue Star, it may be too eye-catching. The black cat first showed a trace of human doubt, and then nodded in Lin Feng's gaze. Okay. A voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. It was a child's voice, and he couldn't distinguish between male and female voices. As the sound sounded, the black cat quickly shrunk in size. It directly becomes the bicycle file size. Although it is not small in size, it is indeed much more pleasing to the eye than the previous big trucks. Damn it, you can talk. Lin Feng was immediately amused when he heard the voice. Can the black cat still talk? Say. The black cat thought for a while. Well, it's a kind of teleportation. Black cats cannot speak directly with their mouths, but they can transmit the words they want to express to the heads of other creatures. This is also a kind of speaking. It's easy to talk if you can speak. What race are you? Why have I never seen it before? Lin Feng was curious about the race of the black cat, so he opened his mouth to ask. Just as curious as the race of the dying star. The universe is so big, it is not surprising that there are races that Lin Feng has never seen before. But most of them are either very primitive or ferocious. As for Lin Feng's luck, let's not talk about Zixing's growth in human aesthetics. Now I have found such a cute black cat. Race. I do not know either. From the moment I am conscious, I am an independent individual. No family. Lin Feng asked. The black cat shook his head. No. In its long life, the black cat has also tried to find its own kind, but they have found nothing. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. No, it would be better without that. Then do you want to hang out with me in the future? The kind that go hungry for 9 meals in 3 days. Ahem, no. It's the kind that has 3 meals a day and desserts. Lin Feng's hands were itchy, and he couldn't help but put it on the black cat's head and rumpled. One thing to say, Lin Feng felt it when he grabbed the back of the black cat's neck before. The texture of this fur is really good. I can't put it down when I roll it up. The black cat felt a little unaccustomed to it, but because of Lin Feng's previously exposed strength, he didn't dare to resist. Fucking with you. Do you mean to follow you? The black cat froze for a moment, then said. It was not that no one wanted to subdue themselves before, but either he is not as strong as himself, or he cannot support his appetite at all. Because what you need to grow is not food, but energy. But the human in front of him is the most powerful creature that the black cat has seen so far. If he refuses, he won't be unhappy, and give himself a bright eye. The black cat didn't know what Lin Feng's skill was called, but only knew that the attack was powerful enough to pierce through him. My food is powerful energy. I have a unique ability to feel the presence of energy. What the black cat said was very cryptic, but the meaning was very clear. This cat has to keep looking for energy in the universe as food. If you are by your side, can you guarantee enough energy for food? Energy. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, thinking of the scene of the black cat holding the cosmic cube. Could it be that it regards the cosmic cube as food? This cat can be said to be very brave. However, using energy as food, you can also find the location of the cosmic cube. It seems that the black cat's ability is not simple, but it's a pity that he met himself. After thinking about it, Lin Feng picked it up in the system warehouse. Then a special kryptonite was taken out. This thing is of no use to Lin Feng now, but he still has several in stock. How about this? The black cat looked at the kryptonite in Lin Feng's hand and felt it. Hesitantly said, "It's so-so. Yo, still don't like this thing?" Lin Feng smiled, put away the kryptonite, and then took an infinite gems from the invisible Superman's wristband. Superman bracers have a special stealth function. Under normal circumstances, Lin Feng does not deliberately turn off this function, and basically no creature can detect that he is carrying a whole set of cosmic treasures on his wrist. Then how about you look at this? The moment infinite gems appeared, the black cat's eyes widened, staring straight at the gems and couldn't look away. Even the cat's mouth couldn't help but open, as if it was about to drool. Meow, what is this? Energy with no end in sight like the universe? The black cat can feel that after eating this energy source, it will probably not need to eat for 100 years. To be honest, during the long life journey of the black cat, he has eaten countless kinds of energy storage devices. There are stones, batteries, and energy fluids that contain electrical energy. Sometimes I eat one meal for one day, and sometimes I eat one meal and starve for 3 days. But I have never seen a small gemstone contain such a huge amount of energy. Eating one can actually last 100 years. Definitely, except for the cosmic cube. Black cats can't digest something like the cosmic cube for the time being. The cubic energy is unlike anything seen before. It is a special energy from another dimension. Although it can make one's own life level sublimated like never before. But cube has its own consciousness, and will not allow itself to be swallowed by the black cat. Do I need to do anything to work with you? The black cat was not blinded by the temptation in front of him, but asked cautiously. Cats also have cat rights. If cats are allowed to do things like mining, cats will not go. It knows it has seen it on a planet. Some people who made mistakes, or life forms that were traded, eventually became miners. The ore was mined day and night. Don't ask why you don't use machines for mining. Machines also need energy to operate, and the labor force of living organisms is the cheapest in many places in the universe. Only a piece of broken bread is needed, and it can last for more than half a day. You don't have to worry about it at all. I'm not a devil. Lin Feng waved his hand and said with a smile. There is nothing to do on weekdays, just eat and drink. Do you know a place called Blue Star? There is a creature that looks like you. Lin Feng only wanted to keep a black cat as a pet. He had thought about getting a cat before. But before the trip, Lin Feng was busy with work, so he didn't have time to raise a cat. After time travel, I become a Superman, and I feel that ordinary cats can no longer satisfy my own requirements. So this handsome, talking black cat became the perfect pet choice in Lin Feng's mind. Not for this purpose, when the black cat swallowed the cosmic cube, Lin Feng would have already slapped it and sent it to meet its ancestors. And pets still need to work? What a joke? Meow, where is Blue Star? Is there really a creature like me there? When the black cat heard what Lin Feng said, its eyes instantly brightened. It was born in this universe for 3 things. Fuck you, find the same kind, and continue to eat. As for why you want to find the same kind, that is the most primitive instinct of living beings. A single individual will always feel lonely many times. Lin Feng can't quite understand this feeling. After all, there are billions of human beings in just one Blue Star. Definitely, but they're not as big as you. Lin Feng reached out and gestured. Blue Star's cat is basically about the size of an adult's forearm. Some fat cats and some special species that eat and drink wildly are not excluded. The black cat nodded wildly. As long as you don't lie to me, then I am willing to follow you. The black cat is also tired of living a wandering life. It's not bad to have a place where you can live with peace of mind. The black cat made a statement, and Lin Feng was very satisfied. Isn't this easy to talk about? I thought it would take some repairs to make Mau Mau understand the status quo. Yes, very sharp. Now I can be regarded as a cat family, and this cat is extremely majestic. As for whether Mau Mau will betray Lin Feng, Lin Feng was too lazy to think about such meaningless topics. Do human cat owners worry about cat betrayal all the time? Definitely not. And the cat is not stupid, it eats and drinks well in your house. Will it betray when it loses its mind? Now, can you give me that little stone? As soon as he spoke, the black cat couldn't help drooling, and his eyes followed infinite gems, and he didn't leave it for a second. I feel like if I eat this, I won't have to eat for at least 100 years. The current Lin Feng is extremely wealthy, and definitely doesn't care about a few infinite gems. If it really doesn't work, go to the Time Management Bureau to buy it for 0 yuan. There is not only one-time administration. I can give it to you, but I have to wait until I get back to Blue Star. Lin Feng tossed the infinite gems and reinstalled them on the wristband. As for now, there are other things to do. Other things definitely refers to the big plan to revive the planet from the dying star. The black cat nodded a little aggrieved. It doesn't matter, it's not a problem at all to wait a while for Ganfan. While one person and one cat were talking, Shi Xing had already led the two of them to an open-air altar. The altar is about half a person's height. It should be made of stone, and it has cracked. It is also full of traces left by the years and looks dilapidated. Zixing continued to walk forward. Above the altar, there is also a small round stone platform. In the middle of the small circular stone platform, a sunken square hole can be seen. Around it, there are some incomprehensible symbols connected by complex lines. This is it. Zixing took a deep breath and said. Her hand stroked the altar, her tone full of nostalgia. It should still work. Zixing stroked the stone platform for a while, then turned around and stretched out his little hand towards the black cat. At the same time, the phantom of the cosmic cube appeared on the palm again. Point the phantom at the black cat. A blue light flashed from the black cat's abdomen. The cosmic cube, which was swallowed by the black cat before, appeared from the light and floated into Shi Xing's hand. Lin Feng suddenly felt that the projector in Zixing's hand was like a remote control, and he operated it in the same way when he was looking for Cube. Cube flew away, and the black cat opened its mouth, very reluctant. This is the food that was swallowed in the stomach and flew away. This is the first time that what was eaten was taken away. But it also knows that it can't digest the blue cube for the time being. Lin Feng stood aside and watched quietly, but didn't stop him. Earlier, he agreed to Zixing. Although Zixing didn't play a big role, Lin Feng is not a person who backtracks on his promises. After restoring the vitality of the star to the star, it will belong to Lin Feng. Coincidentally, Lin Feng also took a look at how the succubus he had been thinking about was born. Lin Feng looked at Zixing expectantly, but Zixing held the cube and stood still. She frowned slightly, as if she was struggling with something, and she didn't speak for a long time. What's wrong? Isn't it to revive the planet's vitality? Lin Feng folded his arms and looked at Zixing with some doubts. This is just a step away. What is brewing here? The pensive Shi Xing came back to his senses, and waved his hands in a panic. Yes. In one sentence, Lin Feng seemed to be lost, and Lin Feng was even more puzzled. Could this succubus be possessed by something dirty? It turns out that Lin Feng was overthinking it. Zixing couldn't help but look back and forth between Lin Feng and the black cat. It seemed that he was weighing something and looked at it for a while. Lin Feng didn't rush, just watching Zixing's bewildering behavior. For a long time, Zixing gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and took another deep breath as if making up his mind. Lin Feng, can you accept the following of our race? The sudden sentence stunned Lin Feng. Lin Feng's first reaction was, this girl is indeed possessed by something dirty? Why do you want to follow yourself suddenly? What happened? Giving up racial freedom? Are you serious? Lin Feng asked uncertainly. Zixing doesn't look like an existence that is easy to give in. Normally speaking, let alone let Zixing take the initiative to follow and surrender. Even with force, Shi Xing's character will not give in easily, okay? But turning around, Lin Feng thought again. Does this succubus have any special hobbies? Seriously. Shi Xing responded with a serious expression. I got the idea after Cube Scramble. Accept our following and become the only direction and belief of our race, I beg you here. Zixing suddenly knelt down on one knee, put his right hand on his left shoulder, and lowered his head, as if performing some ritual. From this angle, Lin Feng can easily appreciate the size of the bear wrapped in tights. Hiss, the Dozong powerhouse is so terrifying. Keek, digressed. Our race has a special brewing skill. It brings joy to anyone who enjoys it. And we're a family that's not just winemaking. We are proficient in making various potions. Not only can the wound be healed, as long as there are materials, we are confident that the medicine can overwhelm anyone. Like a salesman, Zixing kept showing off the advantages of his own race. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. No, you made me a little confused. Will you get up first and tell me the reason? Looking at the succubus actions, they are very sincere, and it doesn't look like a sudden whim. Then what is the reason why Zixing wants to be an outsider to be the leader? Shi Xing stood up, organized his thoughts, and then slowly explained. I didn't say that the space pirates who brought destruction are not just for Cube. They have another purpose. They want to imprison our family and use it as a tool for medicine. Having said this, Zixing puffed out his chest proudly, but then his gaze dimmed again. The medicine we made is very rare. In the black market, there are still some potions passed down by our race. One bottle, sold to 100 million. But because of these two reasons, it brought us a fatal disaster. We need the shelter of a powerful existence. Otherwise, don't talk about buying medicine in exchange for supplies. The little sister who went out with the medicine will most likely be gone. The last sentence made Lin Feng's eyes tremble twice. Well, what Zixing said is simple and easy to understand. It turned out that I wanted to hug my thigh. Only after experiencing the catastrophe of destruction will one understand how important an existence that can shelter the entire race is. Zixing has wandered in the universe for hundreds of years, and has seen slaves of the universe who are slaughtered by others. I have seen the brutal existence of destroying a planet because of outrageous reasons such as bad mood. After going through all this, Shi Xing realized how hard won the previous life was. In the previous competition for cube, Zixing was undoubtedly the cannon fodder among the cannon fodder. Not to mention the energy cannon of the spaceship. Anyone who came out casually was not something she could resist. And these existences were reduced to ashes one by one under Lin Feng's move. At that time, she was standing beside Lin Feng. It is the most intuitive and can feel the impact of heat ray to the greatest extent. The first time heat ray was released, she was shocked. At that time, Lin Feng was like a god in the universe, unrivaled wherever he looked. It seemed that there was no light in the universe that was more dazzling than that moment. That kind of power that was so powerful that it made the enemy despair, but also made him feel at ease, made Zixing unable to help but want to move closer to Lin Feng. Still the same sentence, the instinctive reaction of creatures is to seek good luck and avoid bad luck, and seek shelter. Knowing what was going on in Zixing's mind, Lin Feng felt a little relieved. In the final analysis, it is summed up. Everyone is innocent, but pregnant is guilty. If there is no shelter, even if the planet returns to life, another wave of interstellar pirates will still usher in an unknown number of years. After experiencing a genocide, Shi can figure out how to understand this kind of thing is not fruitless. It's just that a bottle of potion sold for 100 million? Aren't you all from the King of Medicine? How much did Infinite Gems collector pay? Definitely, the meaning of infinite gems can no longer be measured by money. Lin Feng almost didn't think too much, and planned to accept the followers of the star-extinguishing race. He himself is walking sideways in the universe. Protecting a planet is all about moving your fingers. You can exchange endless potions and fine wines with just a flick of your finger. Can this deal be more cost-effective? Lin Feng had drunk the wine brewed by Zixing. That kind of magical feeling can make a Superman feel happy. If this is not the King of Medicine, who is? Taking a step back, Lin Feng himself may not need the potion, but what about the people around him? And outside the four walls, what about my original hometown in the universe? Okay, I accept your following. Lin Feng made a decisive decision. Needless to say, Zixing's appearance is on the line, and Lin Feng believes that her clan's appearance is not low. Such a group of good-looking young ladies can also make potions and brew strange drinks. Brain pumped to not accept following? After getting the result, Zixing's expression was visibly relieved. It was like letting go of a big rock, an unprecedented comfort. The two of them tacitly did not mention how the race that joined the Zixing would guarantee their loyalty to Lin Feng. Because Lin Feng was already so strong that they couldn't resist at all. With a wave of your hand, you can destroy this planet, as well as all species on it. As long as the Zixing race is not born with no brains, then it will not do any small tricks behind the scenes. This is what is usually referred to as breaking through all methods with one force. Then, invite our new leader to revive the planet's vitality. Zixing smiled and said frankly, my ability, there is no way to activate the cube to restore life, and ask the leader to take action. In fact, this is also one of the reasons why Zixing chose to follow Lin Feng. With her ability, there is absolutely no way to use the cosmic cube. Lin Feng laughed. Good guy, I underestimated you. It turned out to be waiting for me here. Take the cube from Zixing's hand. This thing looks cold to the touch, but it contains a huge amount of different dimensional energy. The moment he started holding it, Lin Feng could feel that the cube had its own consciousness. That's right, otherwise, when the planet was destroyed before, how could it run away by itself? What should I do? Lin Feng asked while holding the cube. This thing has to have a process anyway, due to the characteristics of the star-extinguishing race. It is one thing to revive the vitality of the race, that is, to revive the vitality of the entire planet. As a dying star who has been in contact with cube, he definitely knows how to operate. It's just that she doesn't have that much energy and ability control cube. Put it in that hole, and then input energy to activate the cube. Shi pointed to the concave hole on the small stone platform. The life veins of our race are intricate. You need to direct the cube's energy to penetrate every branch, and then you can completely revive the planet's vitality. The method sounds very simple. Lin Feng held the cube and pressed it into the cavity with a click. The concave hole just stuck the cube firmly. In an instant, the white and bluish energy spread all over the lines on the stone platform, and flowed constantly along the lines. It's just that after pushing to a certain level, it stopped moving forward. Next, the input energy activates the cube. Lin Feng closed his eyes, trying to input energy towards the cube. Energy is poured into the cube. At the same time, a cubic shadow appeared in Lin Feng's mind. It's just that the shadow is pitch black. With the continuous infusion of energy, the black shadow began to gradually glow with light. The energy grows in the shadow bit by bit, like a progress bar. Lin Feng's energy output is extremely fast. The energy injected quickly reached a very high level, although it didn't make Lin Feng feel strenuous. But there are some doubts. The cosmic cube originally existed as an unbelievable level of energy source. To be reasonable, it only needs a little energy to induce it to activate it. Why does activation require so much energy? But I don't have time to think about that much. Since energy is needed, indoctrination is enough. Anyway, with Lin Feng's reserves, it is easy to create an ocean of energy for you. With the input of energy, the cosmic cube on the stone platform also burst into dazzling light. The originally interrupted energy extension continued to spread along the lines after being replenished. Soon, the energy overflowed the entire altar. There was a crisp sound from the altar, and then it vibrated. There was a vibration under his feet, and Zixing pulled the black cat back to a safe distance. The altar, which was originally fragmented, was quickly put together at this moment and recovered. Zixing's eyes are bright, there is hope. The altar soon became complete, and the vibration stopped. And the energy pattern on it also extends to the ground. At the same time, the cubic shadow in Lin Feng's mind has been filled. At this time, Lin Feng no longer needs a lot of input energy. The picture in my mind has also become wider. The ley line structure of the entire planet appeared in Lin Feng's mind. This is the lifeblood map of the planet. Lin Feng observed it. It turns out that this planet is driven by energy. It's not the same as Blue Star's ecology. The growth of vegetation and life on this planet requires energy support. No wonder it can breed plants that can be used to make potions, and it can even reproduce asexually. The ground veins are intricate, like pipes, which appear to be densely packed at first glance. Next, as long as the energy of the cube is poured into all the branches, it will be fine. Lin Feng began to guide the cube's energy to quickly fill the channel. White energy gushes out, starting to light up one after another. Although there is no need to use Lin Feng's own energy anymore, the workload has not decreased at all. There are so many branches of an entire energy planet that it makes one's scalp tingle. What Zixing said is correct. Although the conditions required to drive the cube are simple, they are also harsh enough. The energy required for the previous activation alone cannot be easily obtained and used by the dying star. And now, after a rough calculation, there are tens of millions of channels. If you let Zixing guide it, you can fill one of them in a day and consume it to dry up the star. For Lin Feng, it's a bit like a game. But it is a time-consuming simple game. Channels lit up, and the entire dead planet began to vibrate at a high frequency. On the land, the scorched gray land turned emerald green at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless vegetation that feeds on energy also broke through the ground and soared into the sky. Successful, successful. Seeing this scene, Xing couldn't control himself at all, and jumped up excitedly. The planet is starting to come back to life. How many times have I seen this in my dreams? Finger star grass. Self-propelled flower. It's back, it's all back. With tears in his eyes, Xing performed a wave of beauties turning into monkeys, running crookedly on the grass, pointing at plants and yelling. The black cat was also attracted by the scene in front of him, staring curiously at it with a pair of yellow animal pupils. It has seen the destruction of many planets, but it has never seen how a dead planet is revived. It is definitely curious. Attracted by Zixing's cry, Lin Feng kept moving to guide energy, and turned his head to look. The cheerful Xing was already rolling on the ground. In a second, the charming big sister's temperament was completely destroyed. Well, Lin Feng expressed that she can understand her current mood. But you are too bold and unrestrained. However, the scene where the vegetation grows and the planet comes back to life is relatively new. Lin Feng had never seen this scene before. Big trees rose from the ground and went straight to the sky. In just a few seconds, it grew to a height of tens of meters. The fruit is like no money, and the whole tree is full of fruits. Lin Feng had never seen this kind of fruit, but it looked delicious. After watching for a while, Lin Feng withdrew his gaze and stopped looking at the mat in Zixing. With tens of millions of veins, even if it is as simple as playing a game, it still takes time. With the repair of a large number of veins, the phenomenon of revival of vitality is happening on the entire planet. Lin Feng's mental power is at the cheating level. The gray vein map in my mind is gradually turning into color. Countless branches overflowing with energy one after another. Each one will bring new life. This gave Lin Feng a small sense of accomplishment. After a few hours, there were only 3 particularly thick main veins left on the entire planet that were not perfused. And the vitality on the planet has been fully restored. A burst of fragrance from the vegetation came to the nostrils. The ground is already covered with various unknown plants. The whole planet is covered under green vegetation. Now look at the planet from the perspective of the universe, and you will find that it has turned into different shades of green. It is completely unimaginable that a few hours ago, this planet was still a dead color. There are 30 regions of the planet with lakes and oceans. The lake, which was originally dark and bottomless, is overflowing with clear water again. Seeing, there are still 3 main lines left. Lin Feng reminded. After a few hours, Zixing's excitement had passed, but the smile on his face remained unchanged. From the beginning of the recovery of the planet, I have been laughing until now. Aha! After the main vein is infused, my clansman can be born. Quick, quick! Zixing urged excitedly. Lin Feng pouted. The old sister Yu has become a silly girl, her body is covered with grass clippings. The 3 main veins are extremely thick, and compared to other channels, the perfusion time is longer. After infusing tens of millions of veins, Lin Feng did not appear tired, but he was extremely bored. Soon, the 3 main lines were also instilled. Lin Feng let out a foul breath, and removed his hand from the cube. Finally, this tedious work was completed. But when he came back to his senses, he always felt the way of Xing. Sure enough, if you want to be followed by a race, you have to pay first. This is Lin Feng. There are many life forms in this universe that can help the dying star to restore the planet's vitality. But there are only a handful of people who are as relaxed as Lin Feng. Cat, come here. After finishing work, Lin Feng called out. The black cat didn't know why, so it took 2 seconds to realize that it was calling itself. Are you going to feed yourself? The black cat hurried to Lin Feng's side, looking at Lin Feng expectantly. However, the black cat is purely thinking too much. Lin Feng grabbed the cat's head and rued crazily. He directly made the black cat rue a stupid. Cool? Lin Feng couldn't help shouting. At this time, the benefits of pets are reflected. Playing the game passively for a few hours, although there is no difficulty, the process is boring and boring. This requires a good absorption of spiritual energy in the cat. After the injection of the 3 veins was completed, the surface of the planet protruded with tubes of energy. According to what Zixing said before, this is the lifeline needed for the birth of the tribe. It provides enough energy to transform into the life of the dying star race. What about life? Why isn't life born? Lin Feng asked. He is still very interested in the special continuation of the asexual reproduction of Zixing. But after watching it for a long time, I didn't see life being born. Zixing, on the other hand, stared intently at the pipeline and smiled. Don't worry. She pointed, look carefully. The energy pipes are laid close to the ground, rendering the land composed of vegetation a bright green, which is really beautiful. But what Zixing was referring to was a kind of vegetation. Lin Feng took a closer look. Among the vegetation, the most striking thing is the unknown big tree that is full of fruits and reaches tens of meters in height. On the green leaves of the big tree, some bright light spots floated down. Like fireflies, they landed on the energy pipeline impartially. Then, a magical scene happened. The small spot of light, like a seed, quickly began to grow. Energy constantly washes the light spot, injecting energy into the light spot. After the light spot grows to a certain height, it begins to twist. In just a minute, a human form completely made of energy appeared. Well, look at the logo on the chest, it's female. Lin Fengrua is holding the cat's head. So that's how Zixing's people were born? Co-author, I said that you were born on a tree, are you really right? But that's not all. Shortly after the light formed a human form, white bones appeared in the body. Immediately afterwards, red veins wound around the bones. The energy turns into blood that flows through the veins, and finally gathers in the chest, forming a red heart. The birth of this kind of life is still very miraculous. When the bones and veins of the human body are fully formed, the skin begins to appear. From top to bottom, as if a layer of paint has been splashed on it, the birth of a life is complete. Fuck. Children can't watch it. After the energy completely transformed into a human form, Lin Feng quickly covered the black cat's eyes. He opened his eyes shamelessly. This newborn clansman has no clothes? Why did you suddenly start testing veteran cotters? The black cat meowed dissatisfied. What the hell, don't you have no clothes on? You think I'd be interested in watching you till legs? Small dots of light one after another turned into the same kind of dying stars. All without clothes. The hair is basically dark or light purple, and a few of them are actually gradient purple. Not to mention the appearance. This is really... Lin Feng thinks this is the ideal land in the mind of a man. She seems pretty face-flushed. This is what you want to see, how the tribe was born. Are you satisfied? New leader. Lin Feng nodded subconsciously, then shook his head violently. He found a blind spot. Although there are big and small chests, there is not a single male among these clansmen. Should it be said that it is asexual reproduction? Don't need a man at all. After the birth of a group of tribesmen, the tree seemed to have entered a state of rest, and no longer shed light spots. And those clansmen started to open their eyes one by one. His blank eyes scanned the surroundings, and finally landed on Lin Feng, and then under Lin Feng's gaze, he knelt down on one knee. Fuck. Lin Feng felt a surge of hot blood rushing straight into his nasal cavity. This visual impact. Seeing, what are they doing? Lin Feng pinched his nose and asked in a low voice. Why did you suddenly kneel down towards yourself? Could it be that I can't hide my identity as the savior because of my arrogance? You channeled the energy that revived the entire planet. Now this planet has your breath on it. They will remember your breath from the moment they were born, and you are equivalent to their creator. Xixing explained. While speaking, the blush on his face still didn't dissipate. Although she is also a woman, the scene in front of her is indeed difficult to think calmly. Hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly realized. There is such a good thing? Isn't he equivalent to their natural leader? Then can't you do whatever you want? Moreover, it is very convenient to manage, and Lin Feng can truly treat them as his own. Most importantly, all of them are young ladies. Lin Feng only felt that this trip made a lot of money. It's just that Lin Feng doesn't like the name of the leader. Preconceived notions, these two words always reminded him of the Autobots and Martina, that jumping brat. What should they call themselves? What to call? Lin Feng was a little distressed. Now Lin Feng has accepted the followers of the whole planet. And because of Lin Feng, the life system of the entire planet is imbued with Lin Feng's aura. In other words, the entire planet belongs to Lin Feng. So what to call it? Master of a planet. Do you want to call the ball captain? Lin Feng immediately strangled this idea. It doesn't seem like a decent title. God? King? The patriarch or the emperor? It doesn't feel appropriate, and it also calls Lin Feng old. In the impression of ordinary people, the patriarch is almost like an old man. Moreover, kings or emperors always have a sense of age. In the end, Lin Feng decided to call the leader simply and rudely. Secretly speaking, at the beginning, Lin Feng planned to ask them to call him daddy out of spite. After all, they were able to appear because of Lin Feng. But with this title, there are so many good-looking young ladies in the clan, wouldn't they want to do something in the future? So let's call him the leader, just the leader. After deciding on the title, the people of Zixing started to search for vegetation and leaves. They work in groups of 3s and 2s, and use these plants to weave them into simple clothes and wear them on their bodies. This made Lin Feng very relieved. Well, at least there is shame. Only this time it's more primitive. By the way, what is the name of your race, Zixing? Lin Feng looked at the busy ladies and asked, turning his head towards Zixing. It can't really be called a succubus. They are just similar to the succubus in the anime that Lin Feng has seen before. Our race. Xixing muttered. The previous elders said that we are a star in the universe, so our group has always been called a star. If you really want to talk about a race, it should be called Star Clan. Xixing pointed at the clansmen, and said, look, the light spots before they were born, aren't they the shining stars in the universe? Star Clan. Lin Feng clicked his tongue, not to mention, he was more vivid. This is really a simple and rude name, and it is also very arrogant. There are countless named planets in the starry sky. The race of the dying star is called the Star Clan, which means the origin of the planet. But Lin Feng likes it. Being arrogant is being arrogant. With Lin Feng around, don't you have the capital to be arrogant? Looking at the busy young ladies in front of him, they all belong to him, Lin Feng suddenly felt a strange heroic and protective desire. Where are the space pirates who attacked you before? In order to celebrate the rebirth of Star Clan, I'm going to kill them to add to the fun. Lin Feng raised his hips vigorously. Now that he has become the leader of the planet, he will definitely destroy his former enemies. Boss, you don't need to take action. Lin Feng was taken aback, scratching his head with his hands. Why? You don't want to revenge yourself, do you? I am your leader now, don't look outside. This is what I should do. Lin Feng felt that since he had accepted Star Clan, he had to assume the responsibility of being the leader. Besides, just relying on Xixing's three-legged cat kung fu, that's not revenge, it's called delivering food. Zixing responded a little funny, not really, it's just that hundreds of years have passed, and they all died. Dead, all dead. That's right, they don't have as long a lifespan as ours. So in a sense, time has avenged us. Xixing can think about it, revenge by boiling the enemy to death? But this made Lin Feng feel like his fist was hitting the cotton. Yes, this was all hundreds of years ago. Ordinary life does not have such a long lifespan. Ready for revenge, but the enemy is already old and dead. What is this? Then how long is your life expectancy? Lin Feng continued to ask. Judging by the appearance of Zixing, it is equivalent to a human being in his 20s. But according to what Xixing said, she has lived for hundreds of years. This lifespan is the same as that of the elves in the novel? We can probably live for thousands of years, no problem. Xixing raised his head and thought for a while. Come on, catch up with Asgard. It's just that the fighting power is not as good as Asgard's. Then you guys, were you all born as big adults? Lin Feng pointed to the clansmen who were still working. It was the first time to take charge of a planet, a race. Lin Feng naturally became curious about Star Clan. As a leader, you must at least get to know your own people. The number of the first batch of born clansmen was about 100 or so. Looking around, they were all adults in good shape, and there was not a single child in sight. Didn't Star Clan have childhoods? That's not right. Xixing's younger sister, Chu Xing, is exactly like a child. Soon, Zixing gave a reply. The vitality of the planet has just recovered, and now is the time when the energy of the Earth's veins is the most abundant. Those born at this time are definitely adults. Speaking of this, Xixing thought of the old elders again. In the past, it was rare for the three main veins to fill at the same time. Elders don't have such a high ability, they can guide cubic energy to water the three main veins. So those born at that time were all children, or babies. Definitely, after a few batches of clansmen are born, the energy of the earth veins will decrease, and children will be born at that time. Lin Feng nodded straightly. Unexpectedly, this is the case, and asexual reproduction can really do whatever it wants. It is unexpectedly reasonable to calculate whether the birth is a child or a baby by the energy filling degree of the main vein. But doesn't this mean that as long as Lin Feng wants to guide the cubic energy to fill the three main veins from time to time, adults can be born forever? But Lin Feng quickly abandoned the idea. Childhood is precious and happy, and he doesn't want to deprive his people of their childhood. As for the first few batches, well, the planet needs to be built, so they can only be wronged. After all, they have already been born, so can't Lin Feng beat them back into the furnace and rebuild them? A few hours passed, and each clansman had a well-fitting piece of clothing. The places that should be covered are covered. They gathered around Lin Feng again, looking at the leader curiously. But because the word leader is too deterrent, they dare not go forward. At the beginning, Lin Feng didn't feel it yet. Slowly, these clansmen cast their gazes at him, and Lin Feng couldn't take it anymore. His eyelids twitched a little from being stared at. Lin Feng hurriedly moved to Xixing's ear. What are they looking at me for? Zixing had a funny face on his face. Maybe it's because I'm curious about you. Curious? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Does this girl think she's funny? He has never experienced staring with hundreds of people. Well, they are waiting for your next instruction. After all, you are the leader, the direction of the planet's development still depends on you. Quick, take 2 steps forward, it's your turn to speak. Xixing pushed Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at Zixing speechlessly, and saw a hint of ridicule in her eyes. Well, this girl can still tease herself, she has no respect for the leader at all. As for the next step in the development of the planet, Lin Feng took a step forward. Ahem, that. Lin Feng's brain was running rapidly, and he suddenly asked himself to speak. What should he say? It is also the first time for me to be a ball captain. If you ask me to destroy a planet, I'll make some scenes. But now that life is born, what's the next step? Lin Feng was a little stuck. He caught sight of Zixing inadvertently from the corner of his eye, and suddenly he had a plan. As the leader, I hereby appoint Shi Xing as the next elder. She will lead you to the next step of development. As long as it's not life-threatening, you can just go to Zixing directly. As soon as the voice fell, the ladies and sisters immediately responded. Give face? Very face-saving? They didn't question Lin Feng's intentions at all, and everyone's eyes were filled with longing and admiration. For Lin Feng, they have a natural intimacy and a submissive attitude. They will not violate any decisions made by Lin Feng. Come on, Elder Zixing, what should we do next? Lin Feng turned his head and revealed a teasing look. Xiao Mian, still want to see yourself make a fool of yourself? I will directly oppose the general. However, Lin Feng cannot be blamed for this. He himself never thought that he could become the master of a planet. Lin Feng's strength has grown too fast. Normally, to reach his level, it is an existence that has experienced countless scenes. The rapid increase in strength caused Lin Feng's heart to always be a little bit worse. No, it can't be said to be bad, but Lin Feng was originally a young man, and he has not yet made up his mind to raise his offspring. But now that there are so many tribesmen suddenly, Lin Feng is not prepared at all. In terms of clan management, Lin Feng had no experience and never thought about it, so naturally he didn't do his homework in this area. But don't forget that Lin Feng also has Superman's brains. Go back to Blue Star and take a look at related books, and you will be able to use it proficiently soon. The next step is to build a house. Shi Xing didn't mean to blame Lin Feng. Now that she has followed Lin Feng, she still has this awareness, and she has to listen to whatever the leader says. And indeed, Zixing is more familiar with the characteristics of his own people, including what to do next. If Shi Xing came to be an elder, there would be no problem at all. And then, after ensuring the daily life, we can start making potions and brewing that kind of wine. I have saved a huge sum of money over the past few hundred years. Let's hire a group of cosmic builders to build the house. Shi Xing was thinking about the future development of Star Clan. The current Star Clan needs to build a large number of houses, and then continue to give birth to new clan members. Now everyone is empty-handed and has nothing, and they have to start from scratch. Fortunately, for hundreds of years, the bars run by Zixing and the black market have resold the few special products left on their own planet, making a lot of savings, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a huge sum of money. Don't forget, a bottle of medicine from Zixing is worth hundreds of millions in the black market. Although there is an element of hype, but after removing costs and middlemen, at least 60% to 70% will be in the hands of Zixing. These money can help Star Clan quickly develop to the previous level. If you want to build a house, you don't need to invite outsiders, Lin Feng said. This thing, just leave it to his good brother Tony. Leave the ready-made resources unused. Why spend that wronged money? And what Lin Feng thinks is not just that simple. This planet has nothing to hide. On Blue Star, the development of the symbiote team is still limited. In terms of quantity alone, they are restricted in many ways. Lin Feng thought it would be a good choice to train them on this planet. And in the future, the planet will produce medicines and alcohol, and it will also need guards to trade. There are many jobs in this universe where black people eat black people, and Lin Feng can't stay on the planet every day, and follows every batch of transactions in person. The symbiote army can protect Star Clan on a daily basis, and when trading, the symbiote army will become a qualified guard. It's totally a double win. Lin Feng already planned to use this planet as his base camp. The volume is 3 times that of Blue Star, and the environment is beautiful, full of the breath of nature. Totally a good place to retire. He doesn't intend to develop this planet into a steel city, just keep the status quo. That's fine, you are the leader and you have the final say. Shi Xing didn't have any objections at all. Give it to Lin Feng, and he can save a lot of money. Don't call me the leader, call me Lin. Look at you, why do you regard me as the leader? Lin Feng teased a little speechlessly. He wasn't blaming Zixing for his attitude. It's just that the relationship between Lin Feng and Shi Xing has almost risen to the level of friends in the many times before. A friend called himself the leader, which is strange. But Zixing took Lin Feng's statement a little seriously. She looked at Lin Feng with a serious and respectful expression. No, you are indeed the leader. You resurrected this planet and our people. You have great power, but you have not been controlled by it, and you have never used it to do whatever you want. Your character and your deeds, Star Clan has your protection, it is our greatest luck. Lin Feng's expression was a little weird, and he didn't feel used to it. That's fine, why is it so sensational all of a sudden? But thinking about Lin Feng makes it clear. He and Shi Xing's acquaintance started in the bar. Lin Feng has the ability to do whatever he wants, and he should be superior, but he doesn't look down on others because of it. In the previous cube battle, the power Lin Feng displayed was completely unbelievable. He could have taken the cosmic cube directly at that time without considering the life and death of Xing Xing and Star Clan. Even if it's a little bit hotter, it's just a matter of waving your hand to extinguish the star. But Lin Feng didn't do that. Instead he agreed to cooperate with Xing Xing's unequal bargaining chips. For friends, Lin Feng will always be the one who feels like a spring breeze when meeting each other. Strong, yet kind. Although Lin Feng's friends, if you count them, there are only a few. As for why Zixing treats Lin Feng more like a friend, that might be a preconceived notion. Also, now that the planet is back to life, as agreed, I'm going to take the cosmic cube. After ordering some precautions, Lin Feng continued. Although Star Clan has followed him now, Lin Feng has not forgotten his purpose. No problem, take it away. Zixing shrugged indifferently. According to the current energy filling degree, it can support us for decades or hundreds of years without any problem. Just remember to charge it when the time comes. Lin Feng took the cosmic cube, but Xixing was not reluctant. After all, the current energy is enough. It's just that it still needs to be charged, which Lin Feng finds it a bit troublesome. The original plan was to see if it was possible to absorb the energy absorption of the different dimensions in the cosmic cube. It will be gone after inhaling. What to charge? Can other energies supply the Earth's veins? Lin Feng asked again. If possible, his infinite gems, the energy contained in one is terrifying enough. But Lin Feng doesn't hold out much hope. When guiding energy to infuse the planet's veins, Lin Feng noticed it. The interdimensional energy of Cosmic Cube is completely different from infinite gems and the energy in this universe. If you want to be universal, I'm afraid it will be a little troublesome. Hearing this question, Zixing thought for a while before saying, I don't know either, why don't you try? Do not know? Just do it. Lin Feng decisively took out a space gem from the system space. Purchased for 0 yuan from the Time Management Bureau, once you take it out, you can't take it back. But Lin Feng has learned to carve out a small space by himself. The ridiculous thing is that the space he created himself can perfectly hold infinite gems. The small space made by the multi-universe Silver Superman is completely isolated from the Marvel Universe, and it is extremely safe to put in it, and you are not afraid of losing it. As for why infinite gems cannot be placed in the system space, Lin Feng has some guesses, but none of them have been verified. The space gem that returned to the universe bloomed with dazzling blue light again. With Lin Feng's thought, the surface of the blue space gem rapidly expanded with energy, and in a blink of an eye it became a cube with the same file size as the cosmic cube. Originally, when the space gem was in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D, it appeared as a cube. It's just that in the movie, after Thanos got it, he crushed the useless outer layer. And the marvel here was crushed by Lin Feng. The tesseract transformed with the space gem has replaced the cosmic cube. Because the energy in the veins of the planet is very full, it didn't cause any impact. Lin Feng tried to guide the energy infusion veins of the space gem. But after trying a few times, the energy couldn't blend at all. Although I had thought of it a long time ago, I was still a little disappointed. But don't panic, there is almost no need to replenish energy within 100 years. And there is more than one cosmic cube. 100 years is not enough for Lin Feng to find the second cosmic cube. After thinking about it, Lin Feng continued. Let's put this space gem here. It has the ability to travel through space, which is also convenient for you to travel in the universe. Space gems can be activated by simply having a place in your mind and adding a little energy. While there's no way to power the planet's veins, the space gem can be useful in other ways entirely. I have to say that cube is not comparable to infinite gems in terms of ease of use. At least the drive of infinite gems doesn't need that much power. And putting a space gem here is also for the symbionts to travel back and forth between the planets. If there is any situation, you can also come back and forth for support. Lin Feng snapped his fingers by the way and changed some small features of this space gem. The main thing is to let it remember the breath of this planet to achieve a certain effect. For example, seeing teleported away, but when I came back, I found that there was no space gem. At this time, you can call teleportation in your mind. In other words, Lin Feng turned this space gem into a space gem exclusive to Star Clan. This is not difficult for him, even if there is no space gem, it is no problem to ask Lin Feng to create a short-term portal or something. It's just that the portal needs to consume Lin Feng's energy all the time, but with the space gem, there is no need. Okay, you wait here and get familiar with how to use the space gem. I'll go back to Blue Star to find some food and building materials. After making some arrangements, Lin Feng is ready to go back to Blue Star. Let's go to Tony's good brother to collect a bunch of daily necessities first. As for the black cat, it will stay here for the time being. As for the cosmic cube, Lin Feng also threw it into the small space he created. He is going to wait for Star Clan to arrange it properly, and he will study it again. Back at Blue Star, Lin Feng went to find Tony immediately. Whether it's food or shelter, it's easier to leave it to Tony to do it. Not only a good brother, but also a perfect tool man. But this time Tony didn't stay in his luxurious Stark building, but in the studio of his own villa. Lin Feng went straight into the basement unimpeded all the way. Tony, where's Little Morgan? Lin Feng walked into the basement of the villa, scanned around, but didn't find Little Morgan. I saw Tony holding a test tube and observing. The test tube is an orange-red liquid. Forest. Tony glanced at the person coming, and put down the test tube in his hand. Tony has gotten used to Lin Feng's unannounced visits. There wasn't that much tension between him and Lin Feng. Morgan Jr. and Pepper are shopping, Tony explained. I'm still busy with the enrollment procedures for Little Morgan. As you know, Little Morgan can go to primary school. Tony did not make Morgan Jr.'s existence public. This is also to protect Little Morgan. After all, he is originally the one who is on the cusp of the storm, so it is inevitable that he will have some enemies. After a few days of getting along, together with J.A.R.V.I.S.'s J.A.R.V.I.S Junior Morgan's hobby manual, Tony and Pepper have completely grasped Junior Morgan. Little Morgan didn't think about why the world has changed so much. Just know that both Daddy and I are alive. And Tony also experienced the feeling of an old father, which was very enjoyable. Just the two of them? You didn't follow. Lin Feng curiously moved a stool and sat opposite Tony. In the past, Tony was looking forward to seeing Little Morgan every day, but he didn't follow him when he went shopping? Isn't this busy saving the world? Tony shrugged and pointed in one direction. You know, in order to prevent the discharge of wastewater from Neon, create the same zombie universe. But I've got some ideas now. Look, I've made some interesting stuff. As he spoke, Tony shook the small test tube he had just put down. The orange-red liquid in Tony's test tube shone slightly as it was shaken. What is this? Lin Feng looked at the test tube in front of him, feeling familiar. This is a magical particle that can make objects zoom in and out. Tony proudly introduced. Regarding the wastewater on the Neon side, Tony's original intention was to throw it into the universe. But the containers holding the wastewater are too big, and it is unrealistic to bring them into the universe. Lin Feng and Tony talked about the origin of the zombie universe, which made Tony focus on PIM particles. Tony felt that the reason why they caused the seawater to enter the quantum realm and return was because of unskilled use. As long as the wastewater container is reduced to the bottle file size, and then launched into the universe, won't the problem be solved temporarily? Or put it in the sun and evaporate directly? But it involves a lot of theory and practice to do, and Tony has been busy with these tasks. As he spoke, Tony stuck a small circular device on the water glass, then found something like a remote control and pressed it. In an instant, the cup filled with water disappeared from the eyes of the two. Lin Feng fixed his eyes and found the place of the cup, and it became in existence several times smaller than a sesame seed. Tony pressed the button again, and the glass returned to its original file size. How about it? Isn't it amazing? Tony shook his legs apprehensively. Lin Feng cast a strange look. Yes, it is very powerful. Particles that can scale objects up and down. Isn't this the PIM particle? You developed it. Lin Feng couldn't figure out what Tony had to be ashamed of. Didn't Hank Pym apply PIM particles to everything? Tony rolled his eyes, and then said dissatisfiedly, what are PIM particles called? Now it's called the Stark particle. This kind of particle has not been developed, it has always existed in nature, it just needs some way to find and restrict the use of them. And my method of finding particles is fundamentally different from Hank Pym's, so in my case, it's called Stark particles. Lin Feng was a little speechless about this name. All right, you found out, you have the final say. Tony was still the same Tony, stinky fart, always thought he was the best. PIM, Stark particles are good stuff. However, it must be fully controlled before using the wastewater. Lin Feng could not help reminding. Seeing Tony make things like Stark particles, he probably understood what Tony wanted to do. Don't worry, I'm not that group of idiots. If it weren't for the Little Morgan thing, maybe Tony would have used Stark particles on the Neon. But now, it's clear that Tony is no longer following the idea of running before he can walk. I will implement the plan after I have full confidence. Before that, a lot of experimentation is needed, Tony added. Hearing this, Lin Feng chuckled. The experiment is good. Here, there is just something for you to experiment with. It is no coincidence that there is no book. Before, Lin Feng thought that it would be troublesome to transport supplies to Star Clan, and he had to rely on Lin Feng's help to deliver batches of supplies. And now Tony took out the Stark particles. Wouldn't it be possible to shrink all the materials and then restore them to the Star Clan's territory? All supplies can be delivered at once. I have to say that Stark particles are incomparably easier to use in this aspect. Next, Lin Feng said that he owns a planet and that there are alien races on it. The process is naturally an abridged version, and Lin Feng did not mention about the Cosmic Cube and Asgard, because these things are too far away from the current Tony. But Rao deleted most of the clips, and Lin Feng's experience still stunned Tony. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Tony was stunned for a while. That is to say, you have a living planet now? Tony asked uncertainly, digging out his ear. Dude, you've had enough of this to write an outrageous sci-fi novel. That's right, just right. The people on the planet need a lot of supplies, and your Stark particles will come in handy. Moreover, the symbiote army can be placed on that planet to develop and train their combat effectiveness at the next level 1 stage. After all, we can't stay in Blue Star all the time, can't we? Lin Feng said. Tony's development in Blue Star has already reached the limit. The elements found and usable on Blue Star are limited. Based on these things, even if you want to research any new tricks, it is somewhat difficult. Take the palladium element that tormented Tony at the time. In the universe, there are no clean energy sources that can replace palladium and are more efficient. In the next step, when Tony has thoroughly researched Holy Place number 2, it is estimated that he will start a new cosmic itinerary. That's really quite bizarre. Tony clicked his tongue. As expected of Superman, this life experience is simply beyond the cognition of ordinary people. Can I go to that planet you mentioned? Tony asked immediately afterward. To be honest, Tony was still very curious. Although it has been known for a long time that there is more than one living planet in the universe, knowing and seeing with one's own eyes are two completely different concepts. Definitely yes, that belongs to my planet. Lin Feng responded. Just right, I'll take you to have a look, and you can help plan the basic supplies over there. With Stark particles, housing can be built in no time. Tony definitely will not refuse Lin Feng's request. Collect the required materials, then use Stark particles to shrink them, and then bring them to Star Clan to restore them by Lin Feng, and that's it. But before that, let's transport a few simple prefabricated houses, like the style of containers. Although it is a bit rudimentary, it can also protect against wind and rain. When was it? Now. As long as you are ready, you can go there at any time. Speaking of which, Lin Feng also forgot to ask Zixing, what is the food of the Star Clan? Don't look back, people don't eat the food that passed out, otherwise it will be embarrassing. Now take Tony for a walk first, to see what is missing, and then come back and get ready. Come on, I'm ready, Tony said impatiently, his face full of excitement and curiosity. Lin Feng stood up and put his hand on Tony's shoulder. Okay, let's go and have a look now. These things should be done sooner rather than later. Lin Feng doesn't want his young ladies to get wet in the rain. Tony was understandably excited. After all, the new planet of life is a brand new world for him. Tony had a hunch that his journey to the stars and seas was about to begin. The planet where the star family is located is very far away from the blue star. Even if it is led by Lin Feng, it will take a second to teleport thousands of light years. Tony didn't feel anything at all. It's just that when the eyes turn dark and then light up, they come to a whole new world. As soon as he landed, Tony was shocked by the scenery in front of him. A vast world dominated by different shades of green unfolded in front of him. The eyes are vegetation that has never been seen before. Strange trees soaring into the sky, and unknown colorful vegetation on the ground. Even some vegetation is emitting a slight fluorescence. In the sky, there are two suns, one big and one small, but there is no burning feeling in the air. And the quality of the air is not comparable to that of Blue Star. When Tony saw the Star Clan man in the original green clothes with a strange tail behind him, his eyes widened. The whole person was stunned for a while. This. Tony kept pointing at Star Clan. Is this the native of this planet? Good guy, with such good looks, you can't even grab one and put it on Blue Star. Tony feels that he can only look for something comparable in some game CGS. The looks of one or two are justified, but among the dozen or so in front of him, none of them were ugly. And what kind of tail is that behind them? Tony felt vaguely familiar, as if he had seen this type of tail somewhere. But it doesn't matter, Tony is already a little jealous of Lin Feng. What kind of luck is this Nima? Can such a planet be found? Not to mention how suitable the environment here is for the elderly. Just look at this young lady with different looks. Lin, why didn't you find this planet a few years earlier? Tony was crying. If a few years ago, Tony, who was still a playboy, couldn't control himself when he saw this scene. But now, with Pepper and Junior Morgan, and letting Tony see the appearance that these blue stars have never reached, Tony wants to cry but has no tears. Don't make trouble. Lin Feng took 2 steps away in disgust. These are all my people, even 10 years in the morning, you have no chance. Star Clan is his, Miss Star Clan is definitely his too. Lin Feng wouldn't have brought Tony if he didn't really need Tony's help. Okay, I was just kidding. Tony rolled his eyes with a smile. As for whether it was really a joke, only he knew. Don't talk about this with you, let me take a good look at your planet. After the spanking, Tony pulled a small box out of his pants pocket, along with a remote. Putting the box far away, Tony pressed the remote control, and the small box instantly turned into a container with huge amounts of Friday work. With a roar from Tony, the container was quickly opened, and hundreds of drones flew out of it, heading straight into the sky. Meanwhile, Tony put on his headset. This is an environmental detection drone from Stark Industries. Ability to scan an area for resources and structures. But this is not over yet. After the environmental detection drone was lifted into the air, several detection vehicles with huge probes in the front section ran out of the container. After running for a certain distance, the probe car began to drill the ground vertically. It is capable of detecting metals and elements in the ground. Stark particles just work. If it was in the past, it would take a lot of effort to transport these things. Tony clapped his hands and sat down on the floor, waiting for the data to be sent back. When he was free, Tony took out his phone and snapped random pictures. This kind of scenery can't be seen at all on Blue Star. Lin Feng didn't stop him either. Just take pictures if you like, and treat it as wages for Tony. And Tony also knows in his own mind that he will not show it to people who shouldn't see it, and it is estimated that he will share it with little Morgan. Lin Feng is not worried about the information leakage of his own planet at all. Please, is there any existence in the single universe that can beat me? Lin Feng can completely push his own planet to teleport. If you want, the Star Clan's planet will appear next to Blue Star in a second. The drone designed by Tony is full of technology. In less than half an hour, a large amount of data was sent back. Sir, 27 unknown elements have been discovered, and the vegetation accounts for more than 70% of the planet. Friday's voice sounded in the headset. A large number of rare earths and mineral resources have been discovered. Line-by-line lists of data, labeled air composition, elemental analysis, and a general overview of the planet, appeared on Tony's phone. In addition, a high-intensity energy reaction was detected deep underground throughout the planet. Energy levels exponentially exceed detectable limits. Tony clicked his tongue secretly as he looked at the photos taken from a high altitude. Sure enough, I didn't guess wrong. This is a good place to retire. Not only is it a good place to retire, but it also has abundant mineral resources and a large amount of rare earths. This planet is a complete treasure. Not to mention that there are actually 27 elements that Blue Star does not have. This immediately aroused Tony's desire for research, and he wanted to move all the laboratories here immediately. As for the ultra-high energy index, Tony is no longer surprised by it. Speaking of which, are there no men on this planet? Tony scanned for a long time, combined with the footage from the drone, only found dozens of female Star Clan. Besides, why is the population so small? According to the results of the detection, this planet is very suitable for reproduction. Under normal circumstances, this kind of planet should not have such a small population. Regarding this, the planet was destroyed before, and the life forms disappeared along with it. And I brought them back to life, otherwise why do you think I am the master of this planet? Lin Feng explained. Speaking of being all female, because the race on this planet reproduces asexually. You have also detected that there are huge amounts of energy reactions underground. They are life forms born from energy. There is such a creature. Tony was startled, rubbing his hands, his eyes widened. Can I catch a research study? Lin Feng's face darkened. Get lost, don't even think about it. Although they are the masters of the planet, these young ladies are not tool people. He, it's fine if you don't want to. Tony laughed, and he just said hello. Even if you really want to do some research, it won't be too much. But Lin Feng didn't allow it, so Tony gave up. Tisk tisk tisk, I really envy you as the ball leader. I also want to build a planet like this. Tony said again. The owner of the planet, this identity is simply too awesome to say. And they are all young ladies with energy life forms. This planet has been given a new label by Tony. A man's dream town. Facing Tony's wanting to eat farts, Lin Feng sneered. Wake up, Mr. Tony, you can't handle it. They were attacked by space pirates at the time. At that time, there were only 2 Star Clan survivors. Of the 2 people who survived, one was Zixing, and the other was her younger sister. As he spoke, Lin Feng was taken aback. He said how he felt something was missing after he came back. The star is gone? Lin Feng looked around and waved at a young lady from Star Clan. The young lady ran over and stood beside Lin Feng, with her head slightly lowered, respectfully. Elder Zixing. The elder said he was going to pick up his younger sister. The younger sister's voice was weak. Although she lowered her head, she kept her eyes upwards, observing Lin Feng secretly. There is one thing to say, not only herself, but almost all the young ladies of Star Clan are very curious about Lin Feng, and they don't know why. Lin Feng raised his forehead. He definitely noticed the young lady's little move. Are all Star Clan people this skinny? But Lin Feng didn't care too much. After all, as I said before, beautiful women are privileged with him. Waving his hand, success, go get busy. After dismissing the young lady, Lin Feng also sat next to Tony. There are still elders on your planet. Tony asked Lin Feng after hearing the conversation between the two. Well, I happened to come across it in the universe. Let's not talk about this. You've finished the detection, and that's the situation. You look at preparing supplies. Lin Feng felt that there was nothing to talk about Zixing. This is a bit long to say. Finished? No, it's still far away. But it is really necessary to prepare some emergency supplies first. This planet is so huge that even drones above the sky can only detect part of it. If you really want to detect everything, you may need to launch multiple satellites. However, the data collected so far is enough to serve as a basis for preparing supplies. Tony stroked his chin and looked at the working Star Clan ladies. Although the clothes made of primitive plants also have a different flavor, they will not be happy together. But who wants to wear tree leaves when there are more comfortable clothes? Ha, primitive people, let Uncle Tony open your eyes with technology. After probing for another half an hour, Tony got some of the data he wanted again. He stood up and waved his hand. Let's go back to Blue Star. A long list of needed supplies has been sorted out on Friday. Clothes, food, simple housing, various tools, and some communication equipment. During the period, Tony also asked Lin Feng to ask the young lady of Star Clan what collection tools they need. The fluorescent vegetation on the ground is obviously not something that can be collected by ordinary means. Lin Feng is not very happy to contact the girls himself, and Tony can understand. One thing to say, he doesn't want other men to get close to Pepper and Morgan Jr. Well, most men are like this, so Tony let Lin Feng ask himself. Also, according to the collation of the data, Tony needs to modify some detection equipment to detect the entire planet. Definitely, Lin Feng's consent is also required. After all, the planet belongs to Lin Feng. The two returned to Blue Star again, and Tony immediately started to prepare various supplies. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was happy to relax, and returned to his small villa, spending another 2 days of happy life. A large number of basic materials were dispersed into individual orders and sent to major relevant factories. Due to Stark Industries' name, 2 days later, the materials appeared in Stark Industries' warehouse. A full 200 huge amounts of containers. And each container was equipped with a Stark particle generator by Tony. Press a button, and 200 containers can all be packed into one suitcase. Tony from at the moment was standing next to Lin Feng with his suitcase. Definitely, this trip to Star Clan is not just the two of them. Behind them stood 201 terrifying women. These 201 women are all from the symbiote army. One of the women is their instructor. Since the Star Clan are all young ladies, it would be inappropriate to bring the male symbiont there. Although they are more or less controlled by mind gem, they will not betray. But it would be inconvenient to bring 200 symbiote males with hideous faces, and it would scare the young lady later. This was specifically explained by Lin Feng. In the future, the symbiote army that goes to Star Clan will also be all women. I have to say that Lin Feng still loves the young ladies of Star Clan very much. This time, you will arrive in a brand new environment. The first task is to help the residents there build houses and living facilities. Tony said sharply, facing the 200 symbionts. And after that, your task is to protect the Aborigines? Do you understand? Tony's voice clearly spread to every corner of the warehouse, full of momentum. It was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a serious side of Tony. Needless to say, after being with the symbiont for so long, Tony's current aura is astonishing. If you really want to release it deliberately, it is a sharp weapon for children to stop crying? Yes. Deafening answers sounded in unison, and no one questioned why it was such a simple task. Loyalty, nothing to worry about. Okay, great. Very energetic. Tony was very satisfied. He just briefly mentioned the task. As for the specific task, it will be issued on Friday. After pretending to be B, Tony turned around, lost his momentum, and returned to his usual appearance. Let's go, Lin. We're all ready. Tony is full of energy, even more excited than before the last departure. Among the 200 containers, 2 containers were the detection equipment he modified overnight. This time, he will also stay for a few days to explore this planet well. Lin Feng nodded, waved his hand, and a portal with huge amounts of appeared in the warehouse. Regarding the sudden appearance of the portal, the 201 female symbionts showed no sign of changing color at all. Their psychological quality is not comparable to that of normal ordinary legions. After all, the symbionts on them are all aliens, which is outrageous enough. The symbiote instructor stood up first, and with an order, the symbiotes walked into the portal in unison. After waiting for the 201 female symbionts to enter, Lin Feng and Tony entered. Arrived in Star Clan again. The female symbiont that entered first has already lined up neatly. They waited intently for the next order. In the rear, some Star Clan ladies gathered together, looking at them curiously and with some fear, discussing something in whispers. Star Clan has experienced genocide. So even the newly born Star Clan, in their inheritance, somewhat fears and loathes the intruders. The huge aura exuded by the gathering of 201 symbionts made them a little overwhelmed. Lin Feng noticed this, and walked over to him intimately, trying to make his smile as kind as possible. Don't be afraid, they are all here to help you. With me here, don't worry. Although it was just a simple sentence, the Star Clan who wore Lin Feng's aura never showed the slightest doubt about Lin Feng's words. The life form produced by the energy of the earth veins is an adult form, but after all, it is just born, and the mind is still in a state of ignorance. Coupled with the knowledge inheritance of Star Clan, it is pitifully less compared to some races. These 100 young ladies from the Star Clan would probably have to be taught by Shi Xing for quite a while. Boom. Lin Feng had just comforted the girls when there was a loud noise, which startled the girls again. Lin Feng turned his head and looked over speechlessly. 200 containers were stacked neatly together. Tony changed them back to the original file size. The first team, build a house, the coordinates have been uploaded, please implement them one by one according to the list. The second, third, and fourth teams carry detectors, equip weapons, eliminate dangerous animals nearby, and establish a safe zone. The fifth and sixth teams, experimental collection equipment, and friendly communication with the Aborigines. Seventh special team, alert the surroundings. Above, act now. A feminine unmanned steel battlesuit came out of the container. She will be controlled by Friday and will become the supervisor of the 201 symbiotes, assisting the female symbiotes in building the planet. The order was issued, and the symbiote legion moved in an orderly manner. The group of 200 people quickly dispersed, each performing their duties. It is said that building a house is actually very simple to operate. The power of the symbiont is huge. 2 symbionts are enough to lift a 1010-meter simple board house. They just need to find an area with little vegetation and no special plants to live in. The prefabricated houses produced by Stark Industries are equipped with electric auxiliary equipment at the 4 corners and in the middle, which can automatically drill down to a certain depth to fix the house. Whether it is from the perspective of durability or wind and earthquake resistance, it is very excellent. If it is not deliberately destroyed, it will not be a problem to use it for 100 years. The symbionts of the other 3 teams scattered with weapons. They were divided into 4 groups, and each group started from the center of the altar to the periphery in a triangular formation. There are still many beasts on this planet. When Lin Feng revived the planet's vitality, they were definitely born by the ley lines. The symbiote team is carrying the grating, Shan, fence that Tony rushed to transform overnight. After solving the surrounding beasts, a safe area will be established. Lin Feng didn't think this move was a big deal either. Although there are basically no ferocious beasts around the altar, it is enough to be prepared. As for number 5 and 6, a small team began to conduct detailed detection of special plants. The other team walked towards the Star Clan ladies. The serious and orderly state disappeared in an instant, replaced by the face of the big sister next door. It seems to make people involuntarily close. It didn't take long to get along with the young ladies of the Star Clan. Seeing that the outsiders in these leaders' mouths were really helping themselves, the ladies and sisters of the Star Clan were completely relieved. Chief, when will you give me food? The voice of the Black Cat suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's mind. When I brought Tony here 2 days ago, the Black Cat had already gone for a walk elsewhere. Lin Feng didn't look for it at that time either. Cats, they always like to wander around. But it's been 2 days, and its food hasn't moved, so I can't help feeling a little anxious. If it didn't think Lin Feng would hit it, it would have dug a hole to absorb the energy of the ley lines. Fuck. Tony rolled his eyes and took a step back. What huge amounts of monsters. Danger. Discovering the appearance of unknown creatures, the vigilant 7th team shouted and completed the formation almost instantly. The weapons in their hands greeted the Black Cat one after another. Although the Black Cat looks similar to Blue Star's cat, it is too big. After Lin Feng left, it returned to the truck file size. The Symbiote Legion directly listed it as the native beast of the planet. The attack came too suddenly. A grenade exploded on the Black Cat's head, followed by an overwhelming rain of bullets, which knocked it unconscious. What's the situation? Why did you get beaten all of a sudden? It's just that hot weapons don't seem to work. No matter whether it was a grenade or a bullet, it didn't even knock out a single hair when it hit the Black Cat. Meow. Although he didn't know how he was beaten, it didn't prevent the Black Cat from realizing that someone was bullying him. Living in the universe for so long, it is not a good stubble. Immediately, the limbs exerted strength, and disappeared in the eyes of everyone in an instant. The Black Cat circled to the rear of the 7th team at an extremely fast speed. Squad 7 felt nothing but a hurricane approaching. Immediately afterwards, huge amounts of cat's claw struck, and the 3 female symbiotes were shot flying. Cold weapon combat. The captain of the 7th team shouted coldly, and put on the dark short knives in unison. Bullets are useless. They came here this time without carrying any heavy weapons. Although the formation of the team was disrupted by monsters. But Team 7 didn't panic at all. What are they? It's the Symbiote Legion. Integrate the Blue Star humans of the powerful parasitic race in the universe? The 3 symbiotes that were shot flying were not injured at all, and one turned around and entered the battle. For a time, 1 cat and 1 team stood in a group. Lin Feng watched from the side, but had no intention of speaking to stop it. He wanted to see how powerful the symbiote army led by Tony was. With him, there will be no casualties. The Black Cat doesn't know what race it is, but it is obviously capable of surviving in the universe. The symbiotes were shot flying one by one, and the Black Cat popped out its sharp claws. Every time a symbiote was shot, it left 3 bloodstains. The battle tends to be somewhat one-sided. The captain of the 7th team looked gloomy, staring solemnly at the monster in front of him. The defense is extremely strong, and this impressive attack power is a bit tricky. But this was their first real battle in the actual sense, and they were defeated by a cat-shaped monster. Isn't this embarrassing in front of the boss? Thinking of this, the captain didn't intend to hold back. Attention all, armor combat. Yes, yes. A tidy answer sounded, and in the next second, all members of the 7th team became a symbiosis. The young lady who was originally a robust figure suddenly increased in height and turned into a monster with pale eyes and 2 rows of ferocious fangs. Team 7 directly launched the skill 2-level reversal. Boom! Several fists hit the Black Cat's torso at the same time, among which were the symbiote tentacles whose heads had turned into sharp horns. Each symbiont has different characteristics. In battle, it will be a sharp weapon if you use it well. The symbiote armor has enhanced the combat effectiveness of the 7th team in all aspects, not only in strength, but also in speed. Meow. The Black Cat only felt pain in the chest and abdomen, and then flew out with huge amounts of the cat. Although the sharp tentacles did not stab the body, the pain from it was indeed real. Before it could land, the 7th team jumped up and kicked the sky again, and the Black Cat flew up again. Boom, boom. How badly the Black Cat beat the 7th team before, and now it is bullied by the 7th team so badly. This is totally bullying people? Oh no, bully the cat? The Black Cat just felt pain all over his body, and he didn't know how many feet he had been hurt. After being kicked away again, the Black Cat froze and stopped in midair. Meow. A sharp meow sounded. Humanized pain and anger appeared on its face. At the same time, the cat opened its mouth and began to gather energy. The red energy of the table tennis file size quickly spreads to the basketball file size. This is one of the skills that the Black Cat possesses, the energy attack skill. This is not over yet. Mau Mau is obviously very angry, and the energy bomb of the basketball file size has expanded several times again. Defense. The captain of the 7th squad gave a loud shout, and the 10 team members quickly stepped forward. After a moment of squirming, their arms turned into huge amounts of shields, blocking in front of all the members. Click. The energy bomb was released and hit the 7th team directly at an extremely fast speed. Before the first shell fell, the Black Cat began to condense the second shell, obviously very angry. Lin Feng's eyes were fixed. Good guy, did this force all the tailed beast jade out of the cat? Can't let them fight anymore. He quickly moved into the air, blocked the advancing position of the cannonball, and slapped it into the sky with a slap. The shells pierced through the air and exploded high in the air. Immediately, within a radius of 10 miles, everything was dyed red by the light of the energy explosion. If this shot falls on the ground, it will inevitably open a big hole in the ground. This planet is Lin Feng's property. He doesn't want the planet to be damaged. Everyone stop. Lin Feng immediately stopped the fight after flying the energy shells. This is my new pet, it's my own, a cat. Lin Feng intervened, leaving both parties at a loss. Mao Mao stopped charging the second energy bomb, and her big eyes circled back and forth between Lin Feng and the 7th team. The captain of the 7th team frowned, did not dare to act rashly, and did not order the shield to be retracted, and always maintained a defensive posture. Lin Feng did not intervene in the establishment of the symbiote core, and they definitely would not obey Lin Feng's orders. But their host symbionts were sending the signal. Danger, death, run. The symbiont can perceive the strength of the living body, and Lin Feng in front of him is like a huge natural disaster with no bottom, standing in midair. Team 7 felt the fear of the symbiote for the first time. They were trembling. Friday was decisive and directly ordered the 7th team to be released from the fighting state. Team 7 didn't know Lin Feng, but she knew that he was a good friend of the boss. And many things about the boss come from Lin Feng. Without the existence of Lin Feng, there would be no birth of the symbiote legion. The 7th team stopped, and the black cat fell to the ground reluctantly, looking at Lin Feng with a resentful and aggrieved expression. It hasn't taken revenge yet, why did it stop? Give it a chance, it will definitely overthrow this group of hideous two-legged beasts. But it had to listen to Lin Feng's orders, and when it thought of the threatening energy rays from the electric eyes, it felt fear from the bottom of its heart. Lin Feng felt the black cat's emotions, and reached out to stroke its head to show comfort. Okay, make it smaller, they are all here to help StarClan develop, they were just scared by you just now. The black cat turned its head arrogantly, not looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng thought it was a little funny. This cat is still a little petty, but it's normal. Don't be angry, this is for you. Lin Feng took out infinite gems. He is still good at coaxing people, even though the other party is a cat. Seeing infinite gems, the black cat immediately lost all emotions, opened its mouth, and the saliva was about to flow down. Give it to me really. The black cat stared at the huge amounts of vertical pupil, and looked at Lin Feng expectantly. Not to mention, although it is huge, some of the cat's actions are still very cute. Well, take it. Lin Feng responded with a smile. Yeah. The cat was happy, picked up the infinite gems, and ran away in an instant. I don't know what to do. But Lin Feng guessed that it must have found a place to eat leisurely. Tony on the side came over and looked at the black cat's disappearing figure in amazement. I never knew you had such a pet. Hey, I just met it a while ago. It looks cute, so I plan to keep it for fun. Tony nodded meaningfully. As expected of Superman, the cat I raise is also different. After speaking, Tony laughed again. How is it? The combat power of the symbiote legion is not bad, right? As smart as he is, he figured out Lin Feng's purpose in a second. The black cat is Lin Feng's pet, and after fighting with the symbiote legion, Lin Feng didn't stop immediately, so his purpose is self-evident. He wanted to see how the symbiote legion was being cultivated. Lin Feng shrugged. It's not bad, it's just that they lack air-to-air combat methods now. Although it was only a short battle, when the cats flew into the air, they lost most of their effective means of attack. In the face of energy bombs, they can only defend passively. Even if they were given another chance to fight, the ending would not change anything. Definitely, it is not ruled out that there will be some surprises for Lin Feng. But this is a test after all. Lin Feng doesn't want to see both parties get hurt. But overall, I'm still satisfied. Lin Feng still gave a qualified evaluation. According to Lin Feng's observation, the combat effectiveness of the female symbionts of the 7th team is almost comparable to that of Thor at this stage. Note, only Thor at this stage. Well, it can be regarded as the fighting level of all Thor. It seems that Tony is still very concerned about the symbiote team. Aerial combat means? Yes. Tony said. Did you forget my steel battlesuit? I've been mass-producing that thing for a long time. Each person has a set of steel battlesuits. Fly up and continue fighting. What Tony said was also right, and Lin Feng didn't refute it either. The cost of mass-produced steel battlesuits has been controlled by Tony within an acceptable range. The only shortcoming, Tony has already told Lin Feng. The current female symbiote legion is the 3rd generation. Compared with the 2nd generation, its combat power is much weaker, and it is even more different from the 1st generation. There is no way to avoid this. The blood of the ancestors of the symbiont will continue to disperse and decrease with the appearance of offspring. This is somewhat contrary to the movie. In the movie, the offspring are generally stronger. As for why the 1st generation symbiote legion was not allowed to come, that's because the 1st generation of the symbiote legion had no females. But even so, the strength of the 201 female symbiotes still occupies the top of the symbiote race. The black cat's sharp claws can easily cut through high-hardness alloys, but can only leave shallow bloodstains on the unarmed symbiote. Find time to cultivate a few 1st generation symbionts. Lin Feng instructed. The 1st generation of symbionts was what really satisfied Lin Feng. Their strength, nothing else. It's not a scary thing to show off vibranium. Tony responded immediately. No problem. It's on the agenda when I go back this time. The 3rd generation symbiote is also invincible on Blue Star. But to protect Zixing and the others to conduct transactions in the universe, there is still a small probability of accidents. The 1st generation doesn't need much, a team of 10 is enough. After walking around the planet with Tony for a while, the simple prefabricated houses were all built. There are 100 simple prefabricated houses, and this is the first batch. Each simple prefabricated room can accommodate 3 to 4 girls without being crowded. This is also what Lin Feng requested. Since I have this ability, I definitely want to make my lady live as comfortable as possible. The prefabricated house is fully equipped with kitchen, bathroom, and living room as standard. Electric appliances are also readily available, and the refrigerator is full of ingredients, so it doesn't matter if you don't know how to cook. The symbiote core will do it. Even in the living room, there is a sofa and TV. Properly took care of all aspects of Miss StarClan. It's just that on this planet, there is no signal on the TV, so I can only watch the programs in the memory. Each set of prefabricated houses is calculated to be a full 100 square meters of file size, and the cost of each set of prefabricated houses is not cheap. Knowing that this is where I and others will live in the future, the young ladies and sisters of the Star Clan are excited. Under the leadership of the symbiont, I can't wait to visit. The layout styles of the rooms are similar, just choose the one you like. Visiting here. Out there, the symbiote team who dealt with the nearby beasts also returned. As Lin Feng detected, the number of ferocious beasts nearby is very rare, and with their strength, they can be easily dealt with. The symbiont transformed the grating fence into a circle, enclosing the entire living area. Near the fence, a camera with no dead angle is also installed. About 2 hours later, the first wave of detection teams also came back. They installed corresponding detection equipment and brought back some detection data. This detection tool is more accurate. After checking it out, Tony turned his head to Lin Feng and said, "Lin, shall I dig some unknown ore and study it?" In the last data report, 27 unknown elements and several ores were indicated. But the last time Tony came, he just took a look around and didn't have enough tools and storage devices. This made Tony's research-loving heart tangled up at that moment. This time, although sufficient preparations have been made, Lin Feng's consent is required. Again, the planet belongs to others. Lin Feng nodded. Go. A little ore or something, he doesn't care. After Tony left, Lin Feng was not idle either. Because, at this time, Zixing came back. The two sisters, one big and one small, appeared on the altar. One of them was carrying a large package on his back. Little Starling's package almost caught up with her height. Lin Feng big brother. Xiao Xiaoxing saw Lin Feng's eyes light up, and ran towards Lin Feng with a big backpack on his back. This little girl ran to Lin Feng's front and back, and immediately bowed at 90 degrees. That huge amounts of backpack nearly knocked her over. Thank you for resurrecting StarClan. Really, thank you very much. The grateful little eyes were extremely excited. My sister has already told her that the Lin Feng big brother I saw last time revived the entire planet. The little girl felt like a dream. My sister has been busy for many years and put in so much effort for the affairs of StarClan. And the hope of recovering the planet is so out of reach. I never thought that this wish would come true so soon. She definitely has a crush on Lin Feng. In her heart, Lin Feng has risen from a strange acquaintance to a benefactor who seems to have a bright smile. You're a big kid. Lin Feng smiled and sent out a head-to-head kill. This time, Chu Xing didn't show any resistance. It seems that there is no camouflage seen before. Lin Feng still vaguely remembered the first time he saw Zixing. The little girl touched the weapon behind her back. That child's face was her natural disguise. Opening his mouth, Lin Feng wanted to ask the young star's age, but finally gave up. Well, it's good to be a kid. Although this child is conservatively estimated to be older than himself. Shi Xing walked over from the side. Her eyes were fixed on the busy symbiote core and the buildings that appeared out of thin air. Lin Feng's actions were really fast. She and Chu Xing stayed in the bar for 2 days, explained some things, packed their bags and came back. I haven't seen you for 2 days. The house is built? Why are there so many people I don't know? This is... Shi Xing cast a puzzled look. StarClan also has a clear division of labor. The sequence of life, the sequence of battle, etc., and the star is obviously the sequence of battle. Although the symbiotes are good enough to hide, Zixing can still sense their hidden murderous aura. And under the thin clothes, there is an explosive torso. You mean them? They are all legions I found. They can help you in future transactions, or in any physical activity. Lin Feng quickly explained. Don't worry about safety, they have great power, so don't be polite to them. That's right, being able to appear in StarClan and running around carrying supplies in front of Lin Feng's eyes, thinking about it, I know it's my own. Zixing nodded, and said kindly, I see. Lin Feng thought too much, she would not be polite. Now this planet belongs to Lin Feng, and the beneficiary of development is Lin Feng. Don't talk about that, have you seen that room? Lin Feng pointed to the one with a different color in a row of simple board houses, that's where you live. Let's go take a look together. As an elder, even if Shi Xing doesn't care, there must be something special to distinguish him from ordinary StarClan. The three walked towards the house one after the other. The boardroom specially reserved for Zixing is larger than the other boardrooms. The facilities inside are also more luxurious. The other panel houses are all solar panels. The house in the Dying Star is powered by the small reactor used by Tony's previous generation. According to normal calculations, it will not be a problem to use it for hundreds of years. Putting the luggage into the storage room, and after a brief visit, Shi Xing sat down with Lin Feng. Xiao Xing took her own package and ran to the selected bedroom. Over the years, she has also collected a lot of weird little objects, including the pile of weird things that the optical brain gave when she was doing tasks before. A super sweeping robot that can sing was put on, and Xiao Nazai hummed along and arranged the room. She has sharp eyesight. She knew at a glance that her sister and Lin Feng had something to discuss, so she just walked away. In the living room. Sure enough, it was the right choice for Star Clan to follow you. After sitting down, Zixing first sighed. In just 3 or 4 days, the planet changed from being barren to what it is today. Zixing would even feel a little dazed sometimes. If it wasn't for the fact that there are only 100 members of the clan, she would have doubted that the Star Clan had never experienced that destruction. All thanks to Lin Feng. Not to mention these materials, as far as the transmission methods left by Lin Feng are concerned, they are all existences that others cannot meet or ask for. Infinite gems, a cosmic treasure that cannot be bought by billions or tens of billions. It is the great luck of Star Clan that Lin Feng can agree to follow Star Clan. This thigh is unimaginably thick. Lin Feng chuckled at this and did not refute. The current prefabricated house is also an emergency. I leave the 201 legions to you to help you build. Again, don't worry about loyalty and safety. Lin Feng emphasized. In the future, I will arrange a stronger team to guard the Star Clan. If you encounter a problem that can't be solved, you still have my rescue device. In addition, this time I brought a lot of food and daily necessities, enough for you to use for a long time. I have already asked them about the food, and they all like to eat. After Lin Feng explained, Shi Xing lowered his head and listened quietly. She touched the rescue device that she had been carrying with her without a trace. These words made her feel the long-lost feeling of being protected by others. This feeling has disappeared for hundreds of years since the advent of space pirates. Well, everything is up to you. With these things, we can go into production very quickly. Trust me, the potion made by Star Clan will not let you down, Zixing said confidently. Lin Feng is so devoted to Star Clan will definitely not let him down. Lin Feng chuckled, and responded indifferently, okay, then I can look forward to it. But after thinking about it, Lin Feng added, don't force yourself too much. Basic development is still the most important thing. Pharmaceutical or not, to be honest, money doesn't mean much to me anymore. I can't stay here for a long time, you will have to work hard in the future. Zixing shook his head. That's not to be afraid, Star Clan has survived, at least it is developing in a good direction now, isn't it? In a few days, the energy of the Earth veins will give birth to the next batch of clansmen. And in the next batch, it should be the Star Clan of the Battle Order. The future will definitely be better. Zixing clenched his small fists. His eyes were full of hope, he was full of confidence in this, and he was also full of energy. Even the tail behind her swelled happily, wagging left and right as her emotions swelled. Lin Feng tried hard to look away from the tail. It's good that you can think so. It's time for me to leave too. I'll introduce someone to you later. If you need anything in the future, just tell him directly, you don't have to be polite to him. As for the black cat, Lin Feng paused, looking for the black cat's location. Just let it stay here for now. The black cat didn't know when it dug a big hole outside the residential area, ran inside and fell asleep as if hibernating. It has swallowed infinite gems into its stomach. In Lin Feng's sight, the infinite gems in his belly were continuously releasing energy and running around. It is somewhat similar to Lin Feng absorbing infinite gems. Originally, he wanted to bring this little, big guy back to Blue Star, but now it seems that the black cat will not wake up for a while. What an amazing creature. Zixing has no objection to Lin Feng's arrangement. After living here for a day, Lin Feng left with Tony. At the same time, there is also a container of materials. Lin Feng gave Zixing another communicator, which can contact Tony at any time without delay. If there is anything missing, just go to Tony and ask for it. The Symbiote Legion remained in Star Clan. Lin Feng sent Tony back to Blue Star, and Tony immediately started research on collecting materials, as well as the continuation of the first generation of symbionts. Excited Tony seemed to have returned to his youthful past. On the Blue Star, there was nothing he could be curious about. As for Holy Place number 2 left by Lin Feng, the research progress has reached halfway. He had a premonition that when Holy Place number 2 was fully resolved, it would be the official clarion call of his journey to the stars and seas. Finally, a series of things have been arranged, and Lin Feng has nothing to do, and he can finally study the cosmic cube quietly. Just thinking about it, Lin Feng came directly to the universe. Study the cube on the Blue Star. If one is not careful, the Blue Star will be blown up. Lin Feng found a desolate uninhabited planet, and was going to start fiddling with cubes here. But he didn't take out the cosmic cube first. Instead, he first took out the cosmic cube booklet given to him by God Empress Frigga. I don't know where it came from. The booklet is very thin, with only a few pages. Lin Feng flipped open the cover. It is a cubic vertical painting to the eye. The source, production method, and type of the cube are marked on it. Lin Feng glanced at 10 lines quickly. He already knew how to make it. In the Marvel universe, there are still some who know how to make the cosmic cube. But if you know it, you know that it is not that simple to really meet the conditions and make the cube. First, you have to find a way to connect to that other dimensional race. Lin Feng quickly finished flipping through the booklet. His strong memory allowed him to remember these contents instantly. How to use the cube seems to be very simple. Each cube has a unique energy return pattern. This is similar to the magic circuit that Lin Feng used to see in some anime. The difference is that this circuit is equivalent to a key of the cube. By mastering the circuit of the cube, you can drive the cube. Force pushing is also possible, but it takes a lot of energy, like what Lin Feng did in StarClan before. And in the case of forced urging, it is difficult for the cube to reach a perfect state of use. But what Lin Feng thinks is whether the energy absorption in the cube can be removed. But after thinking hard for a long time, he couldn't find a way. This thing has a mind of its own, just like the soul gem. This point was confirmed in the destruction of the Star Clan that Shi Xing said before. Cube left Star Clan just before the destruction of Star Clan, which is enough to prove that it has self-awareness. At the same time, having its own consciousness proves that this is a relatively complete cosmic cube. This is actually not good news for Lin Feng. Because after the birth of self-awareness, if you want to absorb the energy of the cube, you will definitely be resisted. Lin Feng was strolling around the planet with the cube in his hand. He found a random place to sit down, held the cube in the palm of his hand, and began to exert pressure on the cube. The power assertion increased, and soon reached a terrifying level. There was a clicking feeling. It wasn't that the cube started to break, but that the space was distorted by Lin Feng. The powerful force caused the gap between the palm and the cube to be distorted, visible to the naked eye. This power is enough to crush infinite gems like a walnut, but the cube still hasn't changed a bit. Hey, I still don't believe it. There is something that Superman can't crush. Lin Feng was also excited. It was the first time he had encountered such a hard thing. The intensity has risen a level again. Terrifying power surrounded Lin Feng, and the space between his hands collapsed constantly. The planets sitting under the buttocks began to collapse under the aftermath of space distortion. The energy in the cube began to be slightly active and somewhat disordered. But this disorder is like a small wave in the sea, very subtle. Lin Feng could feel that the cube was far from reaching the breaking limit. It seems that he has to do his best to make it possible. Lin Feng's heart sank, and he murmured inwardly. Then, it stopped. Forget it, just to be on the safe side, don't force yourself. He was afraid that if he squeezed any further, he would burst the universe. Even if the biological force field is turned on all the time, it may not necessarily be able to prevent the damage caused by the distorted space. This thing is too dangerous. And it is so hard that if the cosmic cube is really opened, there is a high probability that it will directly detonate the energy of another dimension. Terrible, terrible. In this case, why not try the method given by Frigg? Knowing that violence would not work, Lin Feng returned to Blue Star with cube. Study energy lines, don't worry about energy runaway or something. Lin Feng is a person who enjoys himself. Wouldn't it be nice to go home, sit on the sofa, drink tea, and study? Unexpectedly, I just left for a day and came back. At sunset, the scenery of Blue Star is still beautiful. In the small villa, only Susan was at home. After saying hello, Lin Feng sat down on the sofa. How many of them are there? Lin Feng asked, crossing his legs like an old man. It's 5 o'clock now, and the two brats are out of school before 4 o'clock. Wanda took them out to play and should be back soon. Susan responded in the kitchen, and then came out with a cup of hot tea. Then, he was attracted by the blue cube on the table. Gently put the teacup down. Susan asked, what is this? Every time Lin Feng came back, he would more or less bring some strange gadgets to Susan. Last time, I brought a mule toy that can curse people and walk by itself. It is also said to be a specialty of a certain place. But the whole family disliked that thing and had already thrown it in the utility room. Lin Feng tapped the cosmic cube with one finger. As the cube is struck, the light turns on and off, as if responding to Lin Feng. This thing is called the cosmic cube. Don't underestimate this cube. If you can control this thing, you can become a god. Flipping is to destroy the universe and create the world. I'll just ask you if you're Diao or not. Lin Feng cheered and gave a brief introduction. Susan looked at Lin Feng with a strange look, then shrugged and smiled indifferently. Hehe, that's really interesting. Okay, I'm going to make dinner, and Wanda will be back with the two kids in a while. After speaking, Susan kissed Lin Feng on the cheek, got up and walked towards the kitchen. Seeing her indifferent look, I probably thought Lin Feng was joking. After all, the two brats in the family usually come and go, swords and swords. As far as the tricks of the two of them are concerned, Susan will recite them. One is Unicron, who is best at flying crows. One is the Machine Master, who is good at destroying parking lots with tornadoes. Didn't expect Lin Feng to be influenced by the two brats when he was not at home? Lin Feng looked away speechlessly, and continued to play with the cosmic cube. What he said was the truth. Controlling the cosmic cube is as small as controlling elements, as large as manipulating time and space, and surpassing logic. I am happy, I can still rebuild an omnipotent universe. But Susan could be forgiven for not believing it. For ordinary people, this is a sci-fi movie among sci-fi movies. Lin Feng didn't care, and he didn't lie. He let Susan cook, and continued to play with the cube. Soon, night fell and the villa was lit up. This season, the sun sets at 6 o'clock. The door opened with a bang. Martina stepped in. Sister Susan, is dinner ready? I'm hungry. Martina swaggered and yelled as she walked. When passing by the living room, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and spotted Lin Feng. Hey, brother Lin Feng, are you back? Living in Lin Feng's house for a long time, Martina no longer had any fear of Lin Feng before. It's not good enough now. Lin Feng hummed, looked up, and then covered his forehead, a little unbelievable that it was Martina in front of him. Hey, what are you wearing? Standing in front of Lin Feng, Martina changed her previous image and put on a costume with cyberpunk elements. On the top of his head is a hideous helmet that reveals his face, still shining. Wearing a fluorescent pattern lining on the upper body, and a leather jacket full of barbs and flashing lights. On the outermost layer, there is also a transparent and colorful transparent clothing. The lower body is a pair of black tights with fluorescent patterns. Look at the 5 cm thick metal jewelry on your hand and neck, don't you think it's heavy? The whole person looks very weird, feeling that many elements have been integrated, and he looks like a mental patient who should not enter. Mentioning this outfit, Martina was excited. How is it going? I just went to the mall to buy this. With that said, Martina started showing off her new gear. I saw her pressing the cuffs, and her whole body was shining brightly. The helmet on the head even protruded a colorful light and began to rotate. What's outrageous is that there are 2 speakers on both sides of the helmet. As the lights turn, extremely dynamic music is played. It looks like a country high diss. This is not over yet. Along with the music, Martina poses in an extremely embarrassing secondary posture. Put your left hand on your right waist, put your right hand on your forehead, and lean your upper body back. Then he said in a deep voice with a tone that sees through everything and controls everything, I am the master of the machine. After speaking, he jumped on the spot twice. This wave of operations stunned Lin Feng, and the cosmic cube in his hand fell onto the table. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether the posture just now was Jojo standing or T. Lorian. This Nima. Bulby. Lin Feng opened his mouth and clapped his hands, then he took out his phone and snapped a few photos. Duyan, record the second moment anytime, anywhere. The picture is so beautiful that even Superman dare not look at it by himself. Lin Feng plans to wait for Martina to play this scene in her coming-of-age ceremony. Let her see what she has done today. Martina smiled, put away pause, and turned off the lights. How about it? Is it handsome enough? Handsome? So handsome. Lin Feng had no intention of correcting her at all. Well, many people have this period. We can't deprive people of their fantasies, can't we? To put it bluntly, when Lin Feng was in school, he also imagined that he was Superman, saving the world all day long. I didn't expect that after a few years, I would really become a Superman. It's really, life is impermanent. Handsome is handsome enough, but I have a question. Lin Feng glanced at the tight leather pants, pointed at them, and said, will your fart bulge if you wear these? Martina blushed instantly and gave Lin Feng a white look. Damn it, little fairies don't know how to fart. Ignore you, I'll go find Sister Susan. Sin, who did this little fairy learn from? By the way, aren't you the master of machinery? Why are you becoming a little fairy again? Lin Feng looked at Martina who was bouncing away, and felt a little pain in his head. Obviously, this is to show her sister Susan the latest equipment. Just as Lin Feng looked away, the door opened again, and Wanda led Lin Jili in. I was so shocked just now, Lin Feng even forgot to ask where Wanda and Lin Jili went. It seems that Martina ran fast and came back first. Wanda is carrying a big bag, and Lingalai is carrying a small bag. Fortunately, Lin Jili was still dressed normally. Wanda blushed when she saw Lin Feng. Just now Martina was so loud that the outside could hear her. She wanted it, but I couldn't hold her back, so I bought it. What did I buy? Definitely that extremely weird outfit? Lin Feng waved his hands tiredly, wanting to say that it doesn't matter, just spend whatever you want. Anyway, the dividends from Stark Industries alone can't be spent. But in the next second, a soft rubber bullet hit him on the forehead. Hey, hello. Take the villains and eat my universe emperor cannon. Ling Jili's childish voice sounded, and at some point she took out a toy repeater gun from the bag, and also took out a green children's helmet and put it on her forehead. The soft rubber bullet went straight to Lin Feng's forehead, in exchange for a word on the forehead. Again? The bullets ran out quickly, and Lin Jili was not afraid. She rushed to the feet of the wicked with her helmet on and began to recover the bullets. Lin Feng stared at Wanda with dead fish eyes, staring at Wanda a little bit at a loss. Did you take them to the Oriental Forum? 1 is like this, 2 are like this. Lin Feng has already confirmed that they must have been wandering in the Eastern Network, otherwise they would not know that these memes are already a bit outdated for Lin Feng. Hey, just take a look. Wanda laughed. Lin Feng didn't speak, just looked at her. It's all like this? Or just take a look. I'm afraid you're also fascinated by shopping. Time to eat. Just when Wanda's scalp was numb from being stared at, Sister Susan came to save the little sister. Well, it doesn't matter, as long as the children are happy. Susan smiled, not caring about the operations of the 2 brats at all, she was already used to it. These 2 kids are crooked? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. All right, eat first. As he spoke, he got up. However, at this time, an accident happened. Unicron. Martina followed Susan out, and saw Lin Jili standing beside Lin Feng motionless. Her gaze was fixed on a glowing cube on the table. She hadn't noticed it just now, because her expensive helmet blocked some of her vision. Universe great, it's time to eat. Although the Emperor of the Universe is usually his old enemy, it is still very happy when everyone eats together. But why is the current Universe Emperor motionless? Martina doesn't understand. Lin Jili didn't even respond to calling a few times, which attracted everyone's attention. Both Susan and Wanda noticed something unusual about Martina. Ling Jili, as if she had been frozen, stood motionless in place, staring at the things on the table. Seeing that there seemed to be a problem, several people were about to gather around. Lin Feng yelled in time, "Don't come over. Stand back. Quick back." The sudden yell startled the three of them, and Susan was the first to react, pulling Martina and Wanda back for a distance. She rarely saw Lin Feng's serious side, and every time Lin Feng showed a serious face, it meant something happened. It's no small thing to get Superman serious. But this time, it seemed that Lin Jilly, who was raised by Susan as her own child, had nothing to do, which made her feel a little worried. Susan guessed right. They couldn't see it, but Lin Feng could see it clearly. The current Martina seems to resonate with the cosmic cube. A terrifying energy was brewing among them. The energy level was rising, but it was remarkably steady, with no signs of getting out of control. But even so, this sudden change still made Susan and the others very nervous. Among them, there are more concerns about Lin Jilly. Look at the child, standing there like a lost soul. Lin Feng watched Lin Jilly and the cosmic cube quietly. He didn't step forward to stop it, but quietly covered it with a layer of biological force field to prevent accidents from happening. "Gilly," Lin Feng called softly, but Lin Jilly didn't respond. Lin Feng looked at cube again. The cube of at the moment has automatically floated in midair, stably, without any movement or abnormality. Confused, Lin Feng looked very confused. But in an instant, Lin Feng's eyes moved, and he suddenly felt that he had grasped some clues, and it was a little vague. He rubbed his chin, always feeling that something terrible was about to happen. While Lin Feng was thinking, Lin Jilly made another move. After being in a daze for a while, she decisively stretched out her small hand to reach the cube. The moment she touched the cube, Lin Jilly was sucked into the cube. "Damn it!" Lin Feng exclaimed. "What's the situation?" Martina covered her small mouth with one hand, pointed at cube with a trembling hand, and her voice was sharp. "It ate Gilly." Susan also looked puzzled and flustered. "Lin, what's going on? What the hell is this thing you brought back? Where's Gilly?" She wanted to step forward to check the situation, but Lin Feng stopped her. Lin Feng fell silent after being surprised. He suddenly thought of the scene of meeting Lin Jilly for the first time. "For a while, I only felt that some doubts in my memory became clearer. It's the same feeling as grabbing the clues before. Don't panic, I'll take a look." Lin Feng walked to the table and picked up the quiet cosmic cube. The vague memory gave Lin Feng a bold idea. First of all, after careful observation, Yu Feng did not change anything after absorbing Lin Jilly. If you can't see the change from the body surface, it can only come from the inside. Lin Feng calmed down and poured energy into the Dao cube. Li Feng, who didn't respond to Lin Feng's communication before, finally gave a response. "Take the villain." Some childish doubts sounded in Lin Feng's mind. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched, ignoring the title. "Gilly, are you inside the cube?" Lin Jilly's voice came back. "Cubic? Is this it? I feel so familiar here, as if it's a part of me." "Part?" Lin Feng muttered, and then smiled. This sentence confirmed Lin Feng's guess by 80%. "Do you want to come in? The scenery here is beautiful." Lin Jilly issued an invitation. Lin Feng thought for a while before agreeing. "Okay, you pull me in." Lin Jilly didn't speak, and directly used actions to represent words. A mysterious attraction came from the cube in his hand. Lin Feng didn't resist, and in an instant, his whole body was sucked into the cube. Susan, Wanda, and Martina looked at the scene in horror. Martina's voice changed. "Small, is the little cube eating people again? It ate brother Lin Feng too." Wanda also became more flustered. What should I do? Should I call the police?" Susan subconsciously reached out to stop her. Now she felt that the thinking ability of her brain was broken, and her whole mind was in chaos. But soon, she came back to her senses. "Take a deep breath. No, they can't solve this kind of thing. Lin Feng is powerful, so there shouldn't be any problems. Let's wait a minute, 5 minutes, no, 2 minutes. Susan thought calmly, and immediately came up with a countermeasure. Lin Feng is a Superman, and it's normal to have some actions beyond ordinary people's perception. If there is still no movement from the cube after a few minutes, Susan intends to touch it herself to see if it can be sucked in, so as to find Lin Feng. You must not touch that cube, understand? Susan turned her head and explained to the two seriously. Yeah. Martina nodded hastily. This little thing is so weird, she won't touch it. The three of them sat on the sofa together, quietly staring at Li Feng in a daze, with an unconcealable worry on his face. Inside the cube, Lin Feng was pulled into a space by the attraction. This gave him the illusion of being in the universe. It is also a boundless void, the difference is that there are no planets here. Some are the aurora with blue light all over the sky, and there are blue light spots floating everywhere. Lin Jilly was standing not far in front of Lin Feng, holding a small light spot, with a look of reminiscence on her face. Look, it's so beautiful. Lin Jilly pushed some light spots towards Lin Feng. The light spot floated in front of Lin Feng and disappeared. I rolled my eyes, what the hell is this? Shaking his head amusingly, Lin Feng floated to Lin Jilly's side. Lin Jilly's eyes were not the same as before, but Lin Feng couldn't tell exactly what was different. With a twitch in his heart, Lin Feng said, Jilly, did you recall the past memories? Lin Jilly was taken aback for a moment, then smiled happily. Yes, just now, I have already remembered the past. So this is my former body. Lin Jilly also recalled the first time she met Lin Feng. At that time, she was floating in a silent space. That is hyperspace beyond the universe. She who was asleep was awakened by the shock of energy. In order to protect her consciousness from dissipating, she stared at the body of Lin Feng's soul astral. The two had some misunderstandings. But Lin Feng didn't blame himself, and found himself a new body to stay. And just now, she came into contact with the cosmic cube, and gradually recovered her memory before hyperspace. Lin Jili's response made Lin Feng gasp. Mommy, his outrageous guess came true. The answer is ready to come. Lin Jili is the cosmic cube. Lin Feng confirmed, all the memories have been restored. Lin Jili nodded affirmatively, yes, all are back. Okay then, can you answer a few questions for me? Lin Feng said. Lingerie nodded. Why did your consciousness leave the cube before and float into hyperspace? Lin Feng's opening is the core issue. He didn't think about why the consciousness can still be separated from the body after the birth of consciousness in the cosmic cube. People are non-human creatures, isn't it normal to have some small skills? He couldn't figure out why the consciousness of the cosmic cube drifted into hyperspace. Hearing this, Lin Jili frowned and began to think. Then, a look of embarrassment appeared on the little face. That was an accident. Speaking of it, it's still a bit of an embarrassing accident. But Lin Feng is not an outsider. In Lin Jili's heart, she always remembers that Lin Feng saved her who was about to disappear. And even if the memory is restored, the bond between Lin Feng, Susan, and others will not disappear. At the beginning, when I opened my eyes for the first time, I was on a beautiful planet. It's just that shortly after I was born with consciousness, that planet ushered in a devastating disaster. Lin Jili stretched out her small hand, a green miniature planet, spinning in her hand. Speaking of destruction, Lin Jili felt a little sad. Lin Feng moved his eyes, looked at the familiar planet and interrupted, Star Clan. Huh. Lin Jili stared at her big eyes and said in surprise, you know, isn't that a coincidence? Lin Feng chuckled, yeah, I was walking around on that planet yesterday. Feel it carefully, there should be a record in the cube, and the Star Clan has returned to life. Lin Jili closed her eyes, and opened them again after a few seconds. A happy smile appeared on his face again. Star Clan has always been a tough race. Unexpectedly, they actually regained their vitality by relying on their own efforts. Lin Feng immediately corrected him, no, it should be said that he hugged my thigh. That's it. Speaking of which, it was the energy of my universe emperor that revived the planet. Lin Jili said dissatisfiedly with her hands on her hips. For a while, it seemed to be back to the previous state of the second year. Alright, although the eyes are a little different from before, it is still difficult to conceal the burning soul of Chu Er in the depths. That's right, what Unicron said is right. Lin Feng laughed, and didn't want to argue so much with the brat. After all, they are released in the universe, the second one is fake, the bull bee is real, and he is really called the Emperor of the Universe. Tell me, what next? And then, Lin Jili recalled again. After the birth of consciousness, I became curious about the world. I'm trying to explore my ability and want to communicate with Star Clan. But soon, the planet ushered in disaster. Lin Jili suddenly felt guilty. At that time, she had already given birth to consciousness, but it did not prevent the disaster from coming. But if you really want to say it, you don't blame Lin Jili. I just came into consciousness not long ago, and I can't control my energy perfectly. If I intervene forcefully, it is very likely that the entire galaxy will be blown up. I knew those bandits were targeting me, so I decided to teleport away to save Star Clan. But I didn't expect. Lin Jili's expression became more and more embarrassing as she thought about what happened at that time. Lin Feng was amazed by the face changing back and forth. Well, anyway, my control has gone wrong. Consciousness and main body were sent away in two parts, and sent to different places. Lin Jili scratched her head in embarrassment. Hey, it's not her fault. Think about it, just like a newborn child, at the stage of ignorance, how would he know the file size to control his own power? Sometimes it is completely understandable to use too much force. Yeah, I understand. Lin Feng hugged his arms. You must be Shu'er in the universe. This time, the clues in my mind are complete. He finally knew what he had encountered in hyperspace before. Isn't this just the consciousness of the cosmic cube? I also know why the cosmic cube should be conscious, but never responds to Lin Feng. This consciousness, and body, can be transmitted separately. Consciousness is gone, can you still respond to Lin Feng? Cooperating with me, I have been holding other people's body and screaming. As for the appearance of the cosmic cube, Lin Feng probably has some guesses. I'm afraid it's also related to Lin Jili's appearance in Blue Star. And then, can't you feel the body? Then you can only sleep in hyperspace for hundreds of years. Lin Feng teased. Yes. Lin Jili smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of her head. Actually, it's not that powerful. But I still have to thank you. If I hadn't met you, I should have disappeared. That's not complimenting you, Unicron. Lin Feng shook his head and shrugged indifferently. It's nothing. After all, it was my own fault at the time, which caused the shock to wake up Lin Jili, and made her almost disappear. He should keep Lin Jili himself, this is his fault. It's just that I didn't expect that Lin Jili was the consciousness born from the cosmic cube, which is too coincidental. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and asked again, then you have regained consciousness now, what are your plans for the future? Plan. Lin Jili looked at Lin Feng cautiously. This is not to drive her away, right? It doesn't make sense. Can I still live here? To be honest, Lin Jili didn't have any plans. This happened shortly after the birth of consciousness, and then I fell into a deep sleep. For hundreds of years after that, she had been sleeping until Lin Feng woke her up. He was full of calculations, and his conscious time was only a few years, and he was still a child. Looking at Lin Jili's reaction, Lin Feng remembered something about the cosmic cube. After the consciousness of the cosmic cube is born, there will be no absolute good or bad. It is affected by the surrounding environment. When I first met Lin Jili, she was born not long ago. So now this character. Thinking about it, Lin Feng's face turned dark. Wanda, Martina. One connivance, one assistance. The cosmic cube has become the ghostly appearance of today's middle two. Two culprits, neither one can escape. Without hesitation, Lin Feng responded, definitely it's fine, there will always be your bedroom here. Out of selfishness, Lin Feng also didn't want to see Lin Jili leave. This is the cosmic cube? Suddenly I was a little fortunate to have met Lin Jili at that time. Hey, that's good. Lin Jili immediately changed back to a smiling face. Then, can I go to StarClan to see? I want to see the revived StarClan. Lin Jili asked. This is obviously treating Lin Feng as a parent, just like a child, asking the parents to go out to play. Obviously as an independent individual, the cosmic cube can go wherever it wants, right? But Lin Feng kept laughing in his heart. What kind of experience is it like to be the parent of cosmic cube? It's just a pity that Lin Feng can't absorb this cosmic cube, because she has become her own family. Thinking of this, Lin Feng smiled and nodded again, definitely yes, we will go tomorrow, how about it? So now, shall we go out first? Susan and the others should be worried. The space inside the cube is spacious enough though, but chatting here is not a thing. There were 2, 1, and 3 people squatting outside, staring at cube. Oh, let's go out then. Lin Jili also felt something was wrong. Her series of behaviors should have worried Sister Susan. After the words fell, Lin Jili did not see any operation, and a repulsive force had already been exerted on Lin Feng. In an instant, Lin Feng was ejected from the cube. Afterwards, the cube slowly floated up from the table. After emitting a burst of blue light, Lin Jili was transformed. At the same time, the cube disappeared. Gilly, how are you? As soon as Lin Jili appeared, Susan immediately carried her off the table, held her little head and examined it carefully. This sudden disappearance startled Susan. Without giving Lin Jili time to speak at all, she checked from head to heel. In the end, he scratched his eyelids and pinched his face to see if there was any problem in his mouth. Lin Feng on the side couldn't laugh or cry. Is this the so-called caring leads to chaos? Lin Jili was speechless after being pinched. I'm fine. Lin Jili was serious for only 3 seconds, and quickly recovered her childishness from the second year of middle school. Putting his little hands on his hips, he said with a smile, what can I, the universe great. In this world, there is nothing that can harm the great universe. That pride, I don't know who to follow. Martina surrounded her curiously. Universe great, where did you go just now? Is it the inside of that little cube? Lin Jili replied affirmatively, that's right. This is the treasure that the great universe lost in the universe. Now, it's come back to me. With it, dominating the world is not a dream at all. Lin Jili patted her chest and smiled. Okay, that's amazing. Martina didn't know what to say. I just felt that Lin Jili was sucked in by the small cube just now, and the operation she transformed into was very miraculous. Susan would not completely believe Lin Jili's words, but hugged Lin Jili and cast a questioning look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded unobtrusively, but what he was thinking in his heart was that you finally noticed me. No problem, this is indeed what Gilly lost. Lin Feng explained. Okay, don't worry about this, let's eat quickly. Let's talk after dinner, or it will be cold in a while. When it came to Gan Fan, several people put aside their doubts for the time being. After all, this family is foodies. That's it, let's eat first. Fortunately, the tossing time of the few people was not too long, and the food was still hot. Several people sat down at the dining table together. Ling Jili was pulled to the seat next to Susan. She used to sit with Martina. It can be seen that Susan was really scared before. Even while eating, Susan still observed Ling Jili from time to time. After confirming again and again that there was really no problem, I picked up the bowl with confidence. Martina was different. She was simple-minded, ate dinner carelessly, and chatted with Lin Jili across the dining table. After dinner, Lin Feng briefly chatted with Susan about Lin Jili. Lin Feng saw Susan's reaction earlier. This is really treating Lin Jili as her own baby. Definitely, the matter of Lin Jili was shortened intentionally by Lin Feng. In addition, after thinking about it for a while, Lin Feng still told Susan about the Star Clan. After all, Lin Jili's origin cannot be bypassed from Star Clan, and Lin Feng also promised to go to Star Clan with Lin Jili tomorrow. But it was just a passing statement that he saved a planet, and he didn't tell Susan about the history of Star Clan. There are some things that are complicated to talk about and make Susan think too much, so she simply doesn't say much. Talking too much will only make Susan think too much. Before going to bed at night, Lin Feng took Lin Jili to chat again. In the end, it was confirmed that although it is the cosmic cube, it still wants to live in Lin Feng's house. She has no plans for the future, but feels that her current life is pretty good. The two confirmed again, and after visiting Star Clan the next day, Gilly went to sleep. Lin Feng sat on the roof alone. To be honest, after recovering, Lin Feng always felt that the matter of Lin Jili gave him a sense of nonsense. The nonsense encounter, the nonsense coincidence, the coincidence made him feel abnormal. However, after replaying the entire timeline from the first meeting of Lin Jili in hyperspace to the integration of Lin Jili's consciousness and cube now, Lin Feng did not find any problems in any link. For the time being, I can only treat this as a coincidence. As for team leader Wang, there is still no news, as if this person never existed. Time came to the second day. After dinner early in the morning, Lin Feng planned to take Lin Jili to Star Clan. He wanted to take Susan and the others with him, but was unexpectedly rejected. This is something Lin Feng did not expect. An alien life planet, shouldn't it be very curious? Moreover, Susan was originally a reporter, so this kind of thing should have an unimaginable attraction to her. Why doesn't it seem like much interest? Lin Feng didn't understand. But that's okay, Star Clan is still in the early stages of development, and they passed by, just to see what's new. And the planet is full of good-looking young ladies. If Susan saw it, even if she believed Lin Feng again, she would inevitably feel a little emotional. Susan is not going, and neither is Wanda. In the end, only Martina wanted to go with a look of excitement. All right, Lin Feng can only take the 2 children with him, and after leaving for a day, he returned to Star Clan. Star Clan is also in the morning, and it seems to be about the same time as Blue Star. When he came to Star Clan, Lin Feng could already see young ladies in 2s and 3s going out to work. Tisk tisk, you're really diligent. For the 3 of Lin Feng, they just bowed down respectfully, and then went about their own business. They also know that the leader doesn't like troublesome things. Compared with the elder in the inheritance of knowledge, the new leader prefers simplicity. When Martina came to Star Clan for the first time, her eyes widened immediately. Among other things, the scenery of Star Clan is really a natural beauty that can't be seen on Blue Star. Especially the light spots falling on the trees, and the fluorescent plants on the grass that sway with the breeze, add a wonderful sense of mystery to this planet. Breathing the fresh air, Martina ran on the grass as if she was having fun. Lin Jili ran to the altar and touched the altar with nostalgia. This is not the first time she has come. She once gave birth to wisdom here. As long as you touch the altar, the picture before the birth of consciousness can also appear in your mind. Lin Feng. Shi Xing walked over, pointed to Martina who had plunged into the group of young ladies, and Lin Jili who was alone by the altar, and asked, "Who are they?" Lin Feng is really not used to calling the leader all the time. Zixing also felt a little awkward, so he simply called back his previous name. For the 2, the address is only secondary. Lin Feng glanced at Martina. It didn't take a minute for this guy to get along with the little sister of Star Clan. But looking at Miss Star Clan, she smiled a little forcedly. I'm afraid it's because they think this person was brought by the leader. Although he is a little mentally retarded, he still has to deal with it. Simple little sister, embarrassment is written all over her face. Hey. Lin Feng was speechless. Well, that's a brat, don't worry about her. As for that. Lin Feng pointed to Lin Jili next to the altar. She is the cosmic cube, are you familiar with it? Star off. I haven't seen you for a day, have you become humorous? After realizing it, Shi Xing chuckled, feeling that Lin Feng's joke was utterly boring. Also the cosmic cube? Why don't you say she is the emperor of the universe? But when he smiled and laughed, Zixing stopped laughing, feeling something was wrong. She glanced back and forth between Lin Feng and Lin Jili twice. Lin Feng's attitude made Zixing feel like he wasn't joking. She glanced at Lin Jili suspiciously again. Are you serious? The cosmic cube has become a human. Not really. This is hard to explain. Why don't you ask her yourself? Zixing couldn't figure out what Lin Feng was doing, but he still didn't believe it, so he raised his foot and walked towards Lin Jili. Zixing, hi, may I ask who you are? Lin Jili came back to her senses, her eyes lit up when she saw Zixing, and she recalled the picture of Zixing as a child hundreds of years ago in her mind. Hello, I am the Emperor of the Universe. Fading Star. After a while, the 2 chatted. Lin Feng shrugged, and didn't use his ability to listen to what they were talking about. Suddenly, a voice came from the ear. Lin Feng big brother, good morning. The voice ran to Lin Feng's side. It's Chu Xing, with big eyes wide open, and behind him, a tail that is 1 size smaller than Shi Xing's is swaying from time to time. Do you want breakfast? Little Starling is holding a hamburger. Hamburger? Lin Feng was full of question marks. Ken beat chicken and drove to an alien planet? Okay, I guess it was prepared by Tony. But being able to put hamburgers in daily necessities, Tony is also a talent. Isn't he afraid of spoilage? No, I've already eaten. Lin Feng firmly refused. Okay then, I'll eat it myself. Little Chu Xing didn't care, wagging her tail and looking at the altar. Seeing my sister talking to others, she didn't bother her. Lin Feng stood on the spot for a while, he didn't know what to think, and suddenly rolled his eyes. Turning around, he shouted at Martina, Martina, come here. I'll introduce you to a friend. Don't harm other young ladies anymore, you're almost crying if you don't see it. Martina, and this good thing? He ran over in a hurry, and stretched out his little hand towards Xiao Xing. Hello, I am the mechanic master. As soon as he opened his mouth, it was a full-fledged introduction. The baby star burger stopped at his mouth. Dazed for a moment, he looked at Lin Feng in a daze, and then at Martina. Machine master. Yes, that's right. I can turn any machine into a robot, awesome. Speaking of this, Martina was excited again. Ever since she gradually mastered the use of energy, there has been a sequelae. It seems that the mental age is gradually becoming naive. This is also good, it is much stronger than some villains who become extremely inflated after gaining power. Thinking about it from another angle, Lin Feng still feels quite relieved. Really? Chu Xing expressed doubts at the right time. Why do you still doubt me? Go, what kind of machinery do you have here? I will show you a change. Martina was dissatisfied with the questioning from alien friends. Pulling the baby star is about to start looking for mechanical creations. There's a drilling truck over there. Lin Feng pointed in a direction and reminded him. Okay. Martina made a 90-degree turn, and continued to move forward with Xiao Xing. She wants to transform a friend in appearance into a robot. Open your eyes. Chu Xing didn't refuse, and was dragged away by her. Lin Feng smiled and looked away. He originally wanted Martina to turn those tools into shape-shifting King Kong. I thought I needed to introduce myself a few words. I didn't expect the fish to take the bait so actively. Change a few shape-shifting King Kong, it can help the development faster. Sent 2 children. There was another situation at Zixing's side. Lin Jili proved that she is a cosmic cube, and the method is to directly control the altar and give birth to another 100 star clans. Same scene as before. Spots of light fell from the tree, and under the surging energy of the earth veins, they quickly formed a human shape. Fuck. Why so suddenly? Squad 1, hurry up and get some clothes. Lin Feng shouted at the symbiote team in the distance. He hadn't forgotten how arrogant Star Clan had been born. No clothes at all, okay. The first team didn't know what to do with the clothes, but faithfully carried out the order. They acted quickly and sent the clothes over before the new Star Clan was fully formed. What happened? So suddenly. Lin Feng approached the altar and asked. There was no sense of blame in the words. Lin Jili chuckled, pointed at the dumbfounded Zixing, and said, she doesn't believe it. I'm not proving myself. Back then, she was still such a big kid who actually questioned the great universe emperor. Ling Jili stretched out her hand and gestured. She clearly remembered the stupid things Zixing did at the altar when she was a child. Although there was no birth consciousness at that time, it didn't prevent her from knowing what Cube had done before as long as she wanted to know. By the way, I still have her previous images, do you want to see them? You don't even know what stupid things she did when she was a child, ha 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 ha. She is actually on the altar, ha 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 ha. Don't say it. Zixing blushed. Lin Jili smiled so happily that Lin Feng also wondered what Zixing did before to make her laugh like this. Seeing Zixing's begging gaze for help, Lin Feng returned a calm look. My people, Superman will protect you? Ahem, don't watch it. We can't entertain other people's embarrassing stories. We cannot base our happiness on the suffering of others. Lin Feng educated Lin Jili with a serious face. That tone was extremely serious. Hearing this, Shi Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Only she didn't notice. Lin Feng spoke seriously, but his left eye kept blinking at Lin Jili. In an instant, a line of words was typed. It's not convenient now, show me when no one is around. Lin Jili responded by blinking her eyes twice, imitating Lin Feng and typing out a line, Universal Great received. The newly born 100 Star Clan ladies belonged to the battle order. Different from the previous ones, at the time of birth, what was passed down was the combat skills of Star Clan. But how should I put it, the overall combat power of Star Clan is ridiculously weak. But it didn't matter, Lin Feng didn't expect them to fight either. He waved his hand, and ordered the symbiote army to lead the young lady down, and first determine the place of residence. In many board houses, 2 or 3 young ladies live together, so there are still more than half of the prefabricated houses vacant. But after this group of ladies and sisters live in again, it is estimated that there will not be many left. Tony needs to speed up building the house. After arranging the order of the 100 battles, Lin Feng sat on the edge of the altar. Zixing also sat on the side. She has accepted the fact that Ling Jili is the cosmic cube. There are many strange things in the universe, and she has seen a lot of them, so she is quite strong in accepting ability. After playing around for a while, Lin Jili went to find Martina and the others. She and the 2 grown UPS have nothing to talk about. Or the mechanical master is more to her liking. The 3 children met for a while, and soon they were fighting together. Before he could finish 3 sentences, he decided to go on a planetary adventure. The action was also quick, and within a short while, he drove a magically modified ground drilling vehicle and set off. Is this okay? Zixing watched the ground drilling vehicle go away, slightly frowned, a little worried. She just doesn't feel safe. Lin Feng didn't think it was a big deal. He shrugged and said, it's nothing. Emperor Universe and Mechanic Master, do you think it's really just talk? Among the 3, Lin Jili and Xiao Xing are both children in size, while Martina looks like a girl. However, under the influence of the forum and Lin Jili, it gradually became secondary. With these 3 body types, it is normal for Zixing to worry. But don't be fooled by the harmless appearance of these 3 people. A cosmic cube, beyond the existence of logic. A source of fire is itself an incredible energy body. Compared with the 2 of them, Chu Xing seems to be the most ordinary, only a little special in age, but she has a lot of eyes. It is no problem to throw these 3 people out to run amok in the universe, so there is no danger. Ling Jili called herself the Emperor of the Universe is humble. You think they are bragging, but you don't know that they are real. Hearing what Lin Feng said, Shi Xing was a little confused. She doesn't quite understand things like Master of the Universe and mechanism. But since Lin Feng said there was no danger, then it should be. So, yesterday you said you wouldn't be back in a short time, but you came here again today because Ling Jili wanted to see Star Clan. Having said that, I'm curious. Why, the cosmic cube will become a person, or a child? Zixing already knew the reason Lin Feng came here was because of Lin Jili. What she really wondered was, how long has it been since Lin Feng took the cosmic cube? Just turn it into a person? This method is simply unbelievable. While thinking about it, Xing quietly moved his butt, getting away from Lin Feng. She suddenly thought, this person must be BT. This matter. You may not believe it when you tell it, Lin Feng said. Tell me, I'll definitely believe it. Okay, then I'll talk about it. Lin Feng talked about meeting Lin Jili in hyperspace and what happened last night. Zixing knew that it was nothing. The reason why Lin Jili is today has nothing to do with Star Clan's disaster at that time. After some narration, Zixing was stunned for a while. This is really outrageous. Don't you say you believe it. I didn't say I didn't believe it. I'm just saying it's outrageous enough. Outrageous. There are too many outrageous things in this universe. Lin Feng sighed. Before you were all fighting for the cosmic cube. But how many of you know how outrageous the cosmic cube is? Speaking of this, Lin Feng is actually a little distressed. Lin Jili suddenly transformed from a heartless brat into a cosmic cube. He was a little scared. What if Ling Jili couldn't control her ability, or was bewitched by someone with a heart to do something to destroy the universe? After all, Lin Jili is a child both in behavior and thinking mode. Just like before, it should be because the birth of consciousness is short and there is no clear self-awareness, so the embarrassing thing that the consciousness and the body are transmitted separately. However, Lin Feng observed from last night to the present, and did not find that Lin Jili was out of control. From this point of view, it was much better than the situation of the mechanic master at that time. How outrageous. Xing continued from the side. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. Anyway, it's really good. He was afraid that if he said it, he would scare Zixing again. Is it crazy to erase the universe with one thought? How powerful it is, tell me. Lin Feng didn't say anything, but it aroused Zixing's curiosity. She knows that the cube is powerful, it can support the energy consumption of a planet, it is definitely strong enough. But Zixing's knowledge of the cosmic cube is also very poor. She just knows the superficial origin of this thing, and part of its function. Listening to what Lin Feng said now, it seems that it is more than that. You're quite curious, aren't you? Lin Feng smiled. Seeing that everything was fine, he decided to tell the curious classmate Xing about the great horror in the universe. The ability of the cosmic cube is a power that you can't imagine at all. Before finishing a sentence, Lin Feng suddenly put away his smiling face, and stretched out his hand to grab Xing. Immediately following a teleportation, he left the place. What's the matter? Xing was suddenly shaken, a little puzzled. Lin Feng didn't speak, but frowned, and stared at the place where the two were sitting just now. He was right. The power of the cosmic cube is beyond your imagination. A strange voice sounded. Where the two were just now, the space distorted. A figure walked out from the space. Black hair, black eyes, wearing a blue casual clothes. Who are you? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. He has a passive skill similar to Little Spider-Man, able to sense danger and things beyond normal. It was just because I felt the existence of super things that there was a scene of teleportation. Let me introduce myself, my name is Wang Xinyang. The visitor had a kind smile on his face, as if humans and animals were harmless. When the name appeared, Lin Feng's eyes moved, and he immediately thought of something. Group leader Wang. Wang Xinyang tilted his head. It's not wrong to call it that way, although that's just my borrowed identity. Team leader Wang directly admitted his identity. He was the team leader of the Spear Bureau who wanted to meet Lin Feng on the Blue Star before. He also gave the coordinates of the cosmic cube. Knowing Wang Xinyang's identity, Lin Feng relaxed a little. He couldn't help being cautious just now. In Lin Feng's perception, the team leader Wang in front of him at least has an ability not weaker than his own. This is scary. Not weaker than multi-universe Silver Superman's ability. This should be the person with the highest individual strength that Lin Feng has seen since traveling through Marvel. If it wasn't for team leader Wang's lack of hostility, Lin Feng would have thought he was here to find fault. The misunderstanding was resolved, and the atmosphere relaxed, but Lin Feng still maintained a trace of vigilance. Do you have time? Let's chat. Team leader Wang invited with a smile on his face. From the beginning to the end, he did not show any hostility. Lin Feng thought for a second, then nodded. He came just in time, and he happened to have a question to ask this team leader Wang. For example, why do you give yourself the coordinates of the cosmic cube? You guys talk, I'll go and see the newborn Star Clan. Xing thoughtfully found an excuse to escape. This time it was replaced by two big men, sitting on the edge of the altar. Team leader Wang looked at the scenery of Star Clan with a smile on his face, and seemed to have no intention of speaking first. In this case, Lin Feng will not be polite. Group leader Wang is an Oriental. Speaking of which, I would also like to thank team leader Wang for informing me of the coordinates of the cosmic cube. Lin Feng expressed his thanks first. Although the cube turned into Lin Jili in the end, Lin Feng was a little bit dumbfounded. Grateful. No, speaking of it, I have to thank you. Wang Xinyang shook his head, and thanked Lin Feng in turn. Thank me. Lin Feng was taken aback, somewhat puzzled. That's right, thank you for taking good care of the consciousness of the cosmic cube. Wang Xinyang looked very happy when he said this. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched. Hell, he knows Ling Jili? Could it be that he overheard it when he was talking with Sixing just now? By the way, thank you for taking the picture Gu. What the hell is the cosmic cube? You don't have anything to do with Lin Jili, do you? For a moment, Lin Feng's thoughts diverged directly, and a lot of doubts arose. Regardless of what Lin Feng thought, team leader Wang immediately answered another question from Lin Feng. As for the Orientals, it's not. Lin Feng frowned. How do you say that? Wang Xinyang chuckled. It's easy to understand. I was born in the East, but I am not a man. Not human. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Why did he suddenly scold him? Team leader Wang still has this hobby? It's not what you think. How to say? Her name is Lin Jili, right? Wang Xinyang asked suddenly. Lin Feng nodded silently. Wang Xinyang continued. She and I are the same kind of similar existence. Lin Feng suddenly raised his head, a little in disbelief. Are you a cosmic cube too? That's right. Huh, Lin Feng was really shocked right now. Another cosmic cube that gave birth to consciousness appeared. Now the cube is worthless? According to what you said, it's called the cosmic cube. And because my creator is an Oriental, I chose this face. Wang Xinyang continued to explain. As for why I should thank you, I think you'll understand after I explain it. Definitely, my explanation should also be able to answer some of your questions in a disguised form. Do you want to listen? Is this still worth considering? Lin Feng immediately made a gesture. Start your show. I love listening to other people's stories. Wang Xinyang didn't write any ink, and slowly lifted the last fog of Lin Jili and the cosmic cube. Star Clan was destroyed that year. The newly born cosmic cube with consciousness left Star Clan. But because he was born shortly after, the logic theory was used incorrectly, and the consciousness and the cube body were transmitted separately. The consciousness was transmitted to the hyperspace, and the body, because of the loss of consciousness, hid in the vast universe. While a cube wants to hide, almost no one can find it. Until later, Lin Feng encountered the sleeping consciousness of the cosmic cube in hyperspace and brought it back to the Marvel Universe. I was perceived by Wang Xinyang, who happened to pass by the Marvel Universe. Wang Xinyang was curious about the shape of the cube, and then began to investigate the whole incident. He is also the cosmic cube, and it is very simple to trace the source of one thing. As the same cube, he decided to help the cosmic cube where the universe was born. After that, he searched for the cubic body in the Marvel Universe. It wasn't until some time ago that I found it, and used some methods to make it appear slowly. After that, he managed to give the coordinates of the cosmic cube to Lin Feng. Then why didn't you take Ling Jili with you and go directly to find the cube? Or, just bring the cube back? Lin Feng asked in confusion after listening to Wang Xinyang's words. He didn't understand why Wang Xinyang had to spend a lot of effort to let himself retrieve the cosmic cube. Wang Xinyang gave an explanation. It's not that I don't want to bring it back directly. It's about me as a similar existence, which will make the unconscious cosmic cube feel afraid and start self-defense. It's like the parent is not at home, the child will lock the door. If I stay in this universe, the body of the cosmic cube will not show up. So after I gave you the coordinates, I temporarily left this universe. Lin Feng's eyelids moved slightly, and he murmured inwardly that it was so. No wonder when I was about to meet team leader Wang, I couldn't find it no matter how hard I looked. It turned out that team leader Wang went to another universe. And the reason for helping that? Lin Jili. It's related to my own experience. Wang Xinyang continued. The cube evolves independent self-awareness, which will be affected by the surrounding environment and users. At that time, I was in the hands of a mad scientist. Some of his crazy ideas affected me when I was just born with self-awareness. Affected by him, I only had one thought at that time, which was to destroy the world. And I did. But soon, when my personality and form were perfected over time, I found that I did something wrong. Speaking of this, Wang Xinyang felt a little nostalgic. Although I finally rebuilt that universe, I don't want these experiences to happen to others of the same kind. So in this universe, when I feel the existence of the same kind, I subconsciously help. I saw that she is living happily under your care. I didn't feel the pain and the devastation. That's why I said thank you. The cosmic cube is a very special existence. They are individuals derived from different dimensional energy. Once consciousness is born, it will be affected by the things around it. And the cosmic cube can easily destroy the universe. Therefore, if one influence is not good, the consequences will be unimaginable. Thank you. Meeting Lin Jili was an accident. Lin Feng said, waving his hands. He didn't think there was anything to be thankful for. He just did what he wanted. At that time, Lin Feng couldn't leave Lin Jili behind. Wang Xinyang nodded. He is also a cosmic cube, and also has the ability to trace the source. You can see the scene where Lin Feng and Lin Jili met at that time. I also know that Lin Jili has integrated into Lin Feng's family and Lin Feng's life. Compared to herself at the time, Lin Jili was obviously much happier. By the way, do you know if Lin Jili can control her own ability? Lin Feng suddenly thought of this, and asked. The main reason is that Lin Feng couldn't help but feel worried because of Martina, the jewel first who exploded at any time. The former Lin Jili did not have the current ability. He was worried whether Lin Jili would be like Martina, who couldn't control herself and exploded everywhere. That's what Martina used to be like. After integrating with the fire source, I couldn't control my runaway. If Lin Feng does not appear, it is unknown how long Zuzi will guard the source of fire. In the end, it was also Lin Feng who took out infinite gems as an energy suppressor, coupled with long-term self-training, to reach the current relatively stable level. The situation of Lin Jili and Martina are somewhat similar, but Ling Jili is even more terrifying. He can still control Martina when it blows up. The cosmic cube exploded. Lin Feng felt that he could bring Susan and the others to Star Clan, and then push Star Clan to other universes. Wang Xiniang responded, "Don't worry, every cosmic cube can perfectly control itself." In his career, he has not only seen Ling Jili a cosmic cube. Although the characteristics of each cube are different, without exception, there is no such thing as being unable to control oneself. But Lin Feng frowned. Perfect? Is this big brother kidding me? Lin Jili has separated herself, and it's perfect. Didn't you say earlier that Ling Jili's logic was wrong, so the consciousness and body were transmitted separately? Wang Xiniang nodded and explained, "I'm not wrong when I said perfect. We have perfect control over our abilities." Lin Jili used wrong logic and thinking, not her own ability. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as leaving her at that time. In fact, as a cosmic cube, Lin Jili did such a stupid thing, which somewhat discredited the predecessors of the cosmic cube. Looking at history, which cosmic cube has been pulled like this? It can only be said that there are not many normal people who get along with Lin Feng. Let me explain it this way. Lin Jili, who was ignorant at the time, discovered the pirate invasion. The first thought was to teleport herself away, because she knew that the target of the pirates was her. If she leaves, there is a high probability that the pirates will let this planet go. But when she was teleporting, she realized that she should teleport away with Star Clan. This is the safest way. The two ideas were executed at the same time, which made her spread out and transmit, which led to today's situation. But the ending is always good. You don't have to worry about her getting out of control or something. Wang Xiniang explained a little bit. These things have already passed, there is no need to delve into it. It is good to know a general idea. As for why the pirates were not eliminated, it has something to do with the environment at that time. As I said, the environment will affect Cube's thinking and character. At that time, the Star Clan was weak and helpless, so no matter what they were doing, they would only choose to give in blindly. And this environment undoubtedly affected Lin Jili at that time. Lin Feng couldn't help but nodded. This old man was right. Don't wonder why Ling Jili had such childish, even stupid, and illogical thoughts at the time. How much do you expect her to think about a newborn child? And it was born under the influence of the peace-loving, retreating race like Star Clan. Among them, there is also a pod of Star Clan. But as Wang Xiniang said, the result is always good. In the future, I don't need to worry about Lin Jili getting out of control, which is very comforting. But within 2 seconds of this thought, Lin Feng thought again with a bit of pain. Although Lin Jili won't lose control, but with that brat's character and behavior, it's inevitable that she won't use her ability to do some unimaginable things, especially when there is a bad friend by my side who is cooperating every day. The cosmic cube can transcend logic, and if one day the two brats are having fun and Lin Jili is happy, it is not impossible to turn Blue Star into a magical world or an abyss of another world. This matter, the more he thought about it, the more likely it became. Lin Feng didn't dare to think about it further. He felt that he had to discuss it with Susan when he turned around, so that he could straighten the brat. At least, limit the time you spend watching cartoons every day. This side is talking about Ling Jili, and Ling Jili is not idle. The ground drilling vehicle chugs and chugs on the road. It is said to be a ground drilling vehicle, but it has been activated by Martina to become a shape-shifting King Kong. Now the off-road that has been modified by magic is no problem, and it can run 200 miles in the depression. Yahoo! Alas! Martina and Lingalai stuck their heads out from the roof of the car, raised their hands high, and cheered against the wind, but they were having fun. The two had happy smiles on their faces, and they did not forget to bring their new friends along. Xiao Xiaoxing huddled in the back seat, tremblingly shaking her head and refusing. She regrets it now, she regrets running out with these two unreliable people. Looking back, I can no longer see where the living area is. This has been running continuously for almost an hour, and the vehicle has been moving forward, and I don't know how far it has run. Should we go back? Chu Xing couldn't help poking at the two of them and reminded. It's not that there are wild beasts on the planet, let's not talk about safety. I have been out for so long, my sister is worried. Chu Xing felt that if she went back, she would not be able to escape after a scolding. What did you say? Can't hear clearly. Martina withdrew her head from outside the car and asked suspiciously. I said, we should go back. Chu Xing repeated. Lin Jili also retracted her little head, with the same puzzled look on her face. Go back? Why go back? We've only been out for a while. 1 hour? As usual, two people started playing, and 1 hour was just a warm-up exercise. If it weren't for the majesty of Sister Susan, they would not be able to sleep for several days and nights at night. For this, Chu Xing only feels tired. She patiently explained, we are too far away from the living area. There are beasts on this planet. Beast. Lin Jili and Martina looked at each other and said in unison. Their eyes were full of curiosity and excitement. Chu Xing was dumbfounded. I wanted to scare these two people away with a beast, so why did I become more excited? Where is the beast? I want to fight the beast. Yes, that's right. I'm going to eat beast meat tonight. When mentioning the beast, the two couldn't hide their eagerness to move. On Blue Star, there are too many rules. The two little ones only saw the so-called beasts in the zoo during the holidays. Normally, they would never have the chance to touch them, not to mention that both of them have itchy hands, wanting to punch everything they see. It's too dangerous. Xiao Xiaoxing wanted to cry without tears. Danger. Lin Jili and Martina seemed to have heard something incredible. A universe emperor, a mechanical master. Are you telling me it's dangerous? Stop joking, sister. Today, I will show you what is the universe emperor and what is the mechanical master. Lin Jili straightened her chest, put her hips on her hips, and shook her head. This set of movements was extremely skillful and arrogant. Young Star covered her forehead. No, it's not on the same channel at all, so it's impossible to communicate at all. Her mind was spinning, looking for a way to break the situation. After a while, his eyes rolled, and there it was. Then what? Lin Feng big brother will be worried. Aren't you afraid of being scolded? This. The bouncing Lin Jili Martina seemed to have been choked, and stopped shaking with a loud bang. Yes, I forgot about this. When Lin Feng was mentioned, the two flinched in their eyes. The two still have a certain fear of Lin Feng. What's the matter? No one wants to be scolded by Lin Feng. How about, go back? Martina said. No, the two of them were not too reconciled. So, how about going back after hitting a beast? Lin Jili's eyes lit up, and she thought of a compromise. Chu Xing's lips twitched for a while, wanting to curse but stopped. Still looking for beasts in the end? What did you suggest? Chu Xing wanted to say something more, but the two of them wouldn't listen to her at all. Forget it, Xiao Xing gave up struggling. It's okay, although I didn't go back immediately, but it has some effect after all. As for a ferocious beast, you should be able to deal with it if you are smarter. And as long as you don't enter some dense jungle, there will be no threatening beasts. Half an hour later, if we can't find it, we'll go back. How about it? Young Star suggested. She has to be an insurance policy. If she can't find the beast, will she have to keep looking for it? Half an hour. Lin Jili felt that she was underestimated, and immediately slapped her chest. In less than half an hour, I can see that there is a beast there. Lin Jili pointed to the hillside ahead with her little hand. Well, it's not close, but you can see it. Did you see? There is a black beast in the ground there. Deep in the ground behind the hillside, there is a huge amounts of black creature. It huddled together and lay quietly on the ground. Lin Jili saw it clearly, and it was completely in line with her goal. Get it today as a souvenir of your journey? Oh, where is it? Martina looked up excitedly. It's right there, that hillside. I see, let's go. Martina patted the steering wheel. Driller, speed up. She named the car Driller. It came from a post she had read on an Eastern forum. As expected of someone who spends every day in the forum, even the name has that taste. Earth Driller whined twice, the exhaust pipe spewed out 2 black smokes, and the oil gauge went straight to the end. 320 miles. Running 300 miles on flat ground is frightening, but acceptable. But it's not off-road. Potholes everywhere? Thanks to the high-end version of the car, if you change it to a normal car, the car will fall apart. Row is so, it is a bit unbearable. The young star was bumped in the back, almost vomited out the overnight meal. She swore that she would never play with these two demons again next time. Fortunately, the target was not far away. 5 minutes later, the driller drifted and stopped at the destination. Get out of the car, beast. Martina kicked the car door and walked out first. Vomit. Chu Xing staggered out of the car, held on to the door and retched. StarClan's digestion ability is different from ordinary people. She doesn't eat much in the morning, so she has nothing to vomit. Is it here? Martina pointed to her feet and confirmed to Lingalai. Lin Jili nodded in affirmative response. Yes, that's right. All right, driller, drill for me. Martina ordered decisively. Yes, my lord leader. The driller opened his mouth, and the unique metal mechanical sound of shape-shifting King Kong sounded. Che-che, did Che-che talk? The young star, who had eased up a little, felt a little surprised, and then couldn't be overwhelmed by the next scene. I saw the car I was riding just now. Suddenly Thomas came forward on the spot, clicked shape-shifting, and turned into a robot with a big drill on its head. It has exceptionally thick limbs and a huge amounts of turbo pack on the back. The driller stood on the ground with both hands, and then did a handstand, aiming the big drill above his head at the ground. Buzz. Buzz buzz. The big drill bit was powered on and started spinning at high speed. It started. The driller has started to drill the ground. The dust rose, and the few people hurriedly retreated a distance to avoid being affected. Chu Xing watched the performance of Earth Driller blankly, feeling a little numb. Okay, people are not normal, cars are not normal. Buzz buzz. It was originally a high-quality drill car of Stark Industries, and it was activated into a shape-shifting diamond. The ground drilling skills are beyond the reach of ordinary machinery. In less than 5 seconds, the driller had disappeared. Nice. At this speed, we can dig up that beast in less than a minute. Lin Jili clenched her fists and stared at the ground with sparkling eyes. 1 minute? Those are conservative estimates. 30 seconds had passed, and the driller was about to reach the target. And the black beast that Lin Jili was eyeing was none other than the black cat brought back by Lin Feng. Buzz? Boom? There was a noise coming from the ears, and the sleeping black cat moved its ears, but didn't pay much attention. But right after, the underground space he was in actually started to vibrate. This time he was finally awake. The cat raised his head, his eyes were blank. Meow. Black cats feed on energy. In order to quietly digest the huge energy source obtained from Lin Feng, it deliberately dug deep into the ground. Digest here without being disturbed. Infinite gems contain too much energy. Under normal conditions, it takes more than a year for a black cat to digest almost all of it. But in the state of sleep, it only takes a little more than half a year. The black cat intends to sleep for a month and wake up for a month. This will not delay its energy absorbing, but also come out for a stroll. As a cat, wandering around is an obsession it cannot let go of. It's just that he didn't sleep for a long time before he was woken up. The underground nest dug by myself began to vibrate inexplicably. The black cat raised its head blankly and looked up. The vibration became louder and louder, and the buzzing sound became louder. The black cat got up and wanted to see what was going on. Suddenly, dense cracks appeared on the wall of the cave above the head under the vibration. Immediately afterwards, a big hole was broken. Then a huge, shining black drill bit fell down. Ding! Buzz buzz! The drill bit landed right on the black cat's head, impartially. The black cat was taken aback for a moment, only to feel its head sinking, and the drill began to spin crazily. Buzz buzz! Sit size. The driller obeys the leader's order, no matter what he gets, just do it as hard as he wants. The drill bit is hard, but the black cat head is even harder. Under the fierce confrontation, sparks actually appeared at the junction of the drill bit and the cat's head. Meow. The black cat whose head was knocked by the drill came back to his senses, and immediately became angry. What the hell, suddenly interrupting my sleep, and doing such things that make the cat angry? The black cat launched the cat jump vigorously, dodging the drill. Then, before the drill hit the ground, he swung a cat-mow uppercut violently. With a snap, it not only relieved the force of the drill bit to drill down, but also gave an upward recoil force. The earth driller, who had been drilling happily, only felt a pain in his forehead, and then he spun and flew backwards towards the entrance of the cave. At the entrance of the cave, two generals, Martina and Lingalai, were staring closely at the entrance of the cave. What's the matter? Martina couldn't see what was going on in the cave, but Lingalai could. Lin Jili watched and explained constantly. Hey, I've got it. Huh? It looks like a cat. I'll go back quickly. Lin Jili didn't know what she saw, so she pulled Martina back a few steps. Immediately afterwards, he saw the spinning earth driller coming out of the hole upside down. It's just that the feet came out first. I'll go. Martina also exclaimed, opened her small mouth, and looked at it in a daze. The earth driller kept charging, spinning upside down and heading straight to the sky. Martina recognized this stunt immediately. Snail, spiral ascends to heaven. And it's an extremely top-notch handstand spiral ascending to heaven. I go. Mommy, when did her little car learn super world-class skills that even she couldn't learn? Bang-chi? After flying a certain distance, the earth driller hit the ground straight again. The drill bit stopped turning, as if passed out. Martina scratched her head, and was about to step forward to check it out. What did she get into? She actually realized the upside-down spiral ascending to heaven? It's just that before he took 2 steps, a scalp-numbing meow suddenly sounded from the hole behind him. Meow. Angry black cat jumped up from the hole. Huge amounts of the cat's body, as big as a truck. Wow. Lin Jili Martina exclaimed at the same time, her eyes moved with the leaping black shadow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow meow. Once out of the hole, the black cat kept meowing. Martina didn't understand, but she looked a little annoyed. Is this a curse? Beast. Lin Jili stared at the black cat with bright eyes. Big, huge, super big. It's not that Lin Jili has never seen a cat, but she has never seen such a big cat. After seeing it for the first time, Lin Jili decided to accept it as the mount of the Emperor of the Universe. It's not too cool to ride when you go out to play, okay. Martina's bunch of small cars are nothing compared to this big cat. Quick, run. Among the 3, the only sober Xiao Xiaoxing cried out in cold sweat. Such a big creature. With a mouthful of fangs and a terrifying aura, she almost couldn't help turning around and running away. The 2 of them still haven't run away. Are they scared stupid? Meow. The black cat that was cursing Xinghuan heard the yelling and looked down. Only then did I realize that there were 3 children under my feet. Meow meow meow. The black cat leaned its head over and looked at it curiously. It had seen StarClan, and only one of the 3 was StarClan. The other 2 should be humans. Seeing that the beast noticed her, Chu Xing's legs trembled uncontrollably, and she swallowed her saliva with difficulty. Originally, I was thinking of fighting the beast just now, so I took the 2 of them back as soon as possible. But in this situation, it's still a ghost. The 3 of them together might not be enough for this beast to get between its teeth. Xiaoxing was scared here, but Martina, like Lin Jili, looked at the truck-like black cat excitedly and curiously. Even the down-to-earth driller didn't go to see it. Hearing the meow of the black cat, Martina subconsciously poked Lin Jili. What did it say? Lin Jili responded quickly. Where did it come from? The little brat, dare to disturb my sleep. Martina was taken aback after hearing this. Hey, do you understand? She just asked casually subconsciously, but she didn't expect that Lin Jili really gave the translation. Does she still understand cat language? That's it. Lin Jili slapped her chest, extremely proud. Do you call me the title of Emperor of the Universe for nothing? Fighter Lin, he will never let go of his pride. Awesome. Admiration, admiration. Martina was deeply impressed by Lin Jili's special function, and did not doubt it. She can't understand cat language. The young star whose head was about to burn off behind him was about to cry. It's really a dare to say and a dare to believe. He Nang of the Star Clan, unexpectedly welcomed two guests at the same time, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Young. Can't we be decisive and run for our lives? Chu Xing groaned in her heart, and retreated silently alone. These two funny comparisons can't be counted on, and they can only rely on themselves. She quietly hid behind a tree, stretched out her hand, and a pure black sharp blade appeared in her hand. She didn't want to leave the two of them and escape by herself, but she was going to find an opportunity to take the heat. If you can't hit her head on, you can only look for flaws from the side. Meow meow meow. After observing for a while, the black cat lowered its head. You guys are lucky, I don't eat little kids. Remember not to disturb my sleep again, get out. This time, the voice of the black cat rang directly in the minds of the three of them. It saw the baby star that ran behind the tree, but it didn't care. The three little kids in front of me were probably brought by Lin Feng. Threat, just don't disturb your sweet dreams. After the words fell, I thought the three little kids would scream in fright, and then run away collectively. But I never thought that the little one who looked the smallest, frowned, and his little hand was just a finger. This seat is not a brat. Listen to this seat is the emperor of the universe. After finishing speaking, she put her hips on her hips and raised her head. That little fan, in one word, essay. It's just that it looks too small, and it has no deterrent effect at all, and it's even a little funny. Lin Jili raped her family, and Martina was not to be outdone. Yes, you are the brat. This seat is the master of machinery. You broke my subordinate. How should I deal with this matter? Martina hugged her chest and pouted at the earth driller who was still lying on the ground. It's like you don't give an explanation, and you will stew the cat today. Not far away, the earth driller, who was about to stand up after being relieved, moved his eyes, and immediately lay down again, motionless. It knows that this is the leader who wants to blackmail people. Don't ask how it knows. Meow. The black cat froze for a second, and then laughed happily. Meow 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 meow. Where is this weird kid with a carrot head over 1 meter, dare to threaten me? Ha 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 ha. Ben Meow laughed so hard. The black cat laughed wantonly. Lin Jili frowned, her little face puffed up angrily, and she said angrily, I told you I'm not a brat. If you call me a brat again, I'll beat you. Lin Jili threatened with her small fists outstretched. That's right. It hurts so much when she beats someone. You can knock a cat's head off. She is older than Ling Jili and taller than Ling Jili, but for some reason, Martina always gives people the feeling of a dog leg. Ha 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 ha. Hit the cat's head crookedly. You guys can really tell jokes. Little boy, I'll call you, little boy. The black cat smiled and narrowed its eyes, thinking that these two little kids are so interesting. It really made the cat laugh. Stretching the huge cat's head in front of the little one, the black cat said boldly, come on, I'm going to see today. How did you knock my head off? If you can knock Ben Meow's head to one side, Ben Meow will give you an explanation. How about it? The two little ones are probably not worthy of tickling themselves with all their strength, and the cats don't panic at all. Oh, that's what you said. She was called a little brat again, and the enemy even sent her head to beat her. Could the emperor of the universe be polite to him? Clenching Binan's small fist, Ling Jili punched the cat's head with one fist. There are no fancy tricks, just force and punch. Boom! Black cat truck file size's body was attacked by a huge strange force, and flew out backwards. It was faintly visible, and a white thing flew out from the corner of his mouth. Lin Jili has excellent control over her own strength and ability. Under her deliberate manipulation, even the fist wind that should have blown did not appear. The fist seemed to have teleported to the cat's head. Visually, it seemed unreasonable, but it was extremely powerful. This punch directly stunned the black cat. The ones who were stunned were Martina and Chu Xing. Just a child, suddenly knocking the truck out. What kind of visual impact is it? Anyone who comes to see it has to put a question mark. Gee, Gilly, when did you become so powerful? Martina asked incredulously, swallowing her saliva. She had never seen that Ling Jili had such a powerful punch. Before facing the black cat, she didn't panic because she knew that as long as she yelled, she could fly over immediately with Lin Feng's Superman hearing. She is a second grader, not stupid. In the face of danger, don't you run away and give it away for nothing? But Lin Jili's punch today not only hit the cat's head, but also hit her 3 views. Others thought my mechanical master was joking, but it was true. Co-author of your universe, are you kidding me? And Chu Xing. Forget it. The child was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Meow. An extremely sharp meow sounded. The black cat flew far away, rolling on the ground in pain. Its head hurts, but it's more of a bewilderment. For the second time, Mao Mao suspected that the cat had given birth. The first time was when I saw Lin Feng's ultra-level universe spiraling and rolling huge energy electric eyes. What kind of monster is this? With one punch, a tooth flew out. It knows how hard its own body is and how outrageous its defense is. A little brat who knocked out all the teeth of Meow with one punch? Does this make sense? Does this make sense? Hey, hello, silly cat, I'm just asking you if you accept it or not. Ling Jili shook her small fist triumphantly, and said provocatively, the cosmic cube is fearless, it's just a bigger cat, if you don't obey, hit it? The black cat grinned and rushed to Lin Jili quickly. After the pain comes anger. Being bullied by a kid whose beard is not as tall as her own, where will she put her face in the future? Speaking out, should it still be mixed up? Meow, I want to eat you. The black cat bared its teeth, and approached Ling Jili with its head, while screaming with blood on its mouth. Don't get me wrong, the blood is from a tooth falling out. It didn't intend to really eat Ling Jili, it just wanted to intimidate and save some face. This mouth is full of sharp teeth, and there is blood. It does not believe that no one is not afraid. But, how should I put it? Maybe Mao Mao's head was broken. To scare Ling Jili? Boom! There was another loud bang. Without any surprise, huge amounts of black cat flew upside down again. Faintly visible, a white shiny object burst out of the cat's mouth. Well, it looks a little familiar. In the Star Clan living area, Lin Feng is still talking with Wang Xinyang. Lin Feng, I have to remind you of one more thing. After telling all about Lin Jili, Wang Xinyang changed the subject. Yay, tell me. Lin Feng nodded, but looked elsewhere. Wang Xinyang continued, what you did in the Time Management Bureau last time has been exposed. The Time Management Bureau has already watched you, you should be more careful next time. After speaking, Wang Xinyang paused, then changed his words. However, with your strength, you shouldn't care about these things. But watch out for some of them. Lin Feng, are you listening? As Wang Xinyang was talking, he suddenly noticed that Lin Feng seemed to be distracted, and his eyes were always looking into the distance. What's even weirder is that there is still a smile on the corner of his mouth. Oh, I'm listening? Lin Feng turned around. He had just seen the confrontation between the black cat and Ling Jili, and he almost couldn't laugh out loud. Poor kitty, 2 teeth were knocked out by 2 punches. It looks miserable. But for some reason, Lin Feng just wanted to laugh. Maybe it's because of the black cat's bewildered, unbelievable look. This luck is no one, first offended Silver Superman, and then uttered nonsense to the cosmic cube. Wang Xinyang followed Lin Feng's gaze and noticed this scene. There was a sudden silence. Well, Lin Jili grew up quite healthy in Lin Feng's family. But that's it. Sometimes the idea is a bit unconstrained. According to human beings, it's a brat. But Wang Xinyang felt very relieved about this matter, because the humanity displayed by Lin Jili is something that has never appeared in any cosmic cube. She is more human than all the cosmic cubes. Maybe after many years, she will become the most powerful cosmic cube. Wang Xinyang withdrew his gaze and sighed softly. Although the voice was small, it couldn't escape Superman's ears. On the contrary, Lin Feng was a little puzzled. Why do you say that? Lin Feng asked in confusion. That's what I said. It's just possible. Wang Xinyang laughed and responded. It seemed that he was hiding something. Lin Feng didn't bother to ask. He was used to the Riddler, and it wasn't the first time he met him. Let's talk about you. Wang Xinyang changed the subject and said, the Time Management Bureau has already followed you. Under normal circumstances, they are not a threat to you, but I'm not sure if they will jump the wall in a hurry and do some weird things. Lin Feng nodded numbly. I understand everything. Time administration, there must be someone behind it. Lin Feng has no interest in the time administration. He no longer wants to know why the 3 gods are robots, nor does he want to know who is behind the time administration. The only thing he wants is 0 yuan purchase. The cosmic cube can't absorb it anymore. Lin Feng has long been thinking about the next 0 yuan purchase in his mind. Thinking of this, Lin Feng asked directly, do you have any other positions in the time administration? Wang Xinyang looked at Lin Feng strangely. You want to search again? Not so good. In a word, Wang Xinyang knew what he wanted to do. Hey guy, this search is not enough, want to do it again? Lin Feng chuckled. What's wrong with that? Don't you know the style of the time administration? 0 yuan purchase, no pressure at all, okay? Hearing this, Wang Xinyang nodded. He really knew what the time administration had done. It is also impossible to say whether it is right or wrong, or whether it is fair to the creatures in the universe. They just interfere with the timeline of the universe according to their own wishes and standards. What sacred timelines are all smoke bombs of the time administration? Strictly speaking, there has never been a perfect timeline. In the universe, ability is usually used to speak. Don't tell me, I really do. Wang Xinyang conjured up a BB machine and handed it to Lin Feng. It is exactly the same as the BB machine given last time. Lin Feng did not expect that he would like to use such an ancient way to convey information. This coordinate cannot be regarded as other time administration. The existence of the time authority extends to all directions in all universes. That is to say, the time administration you visited last time is just an area of the time administration. Wang Xinyang explained. This is equivalent to the subsidiary organizations of Blue Star. Below the general administration, there are sub-bureaus in various directions to control the situation in different regions or dimensions. It's just different sayings, and there is not much difference in meaning. Lin Feng fiddled with the BB machine for a while, then put it away. The space where the Time Management Bureau exists is not a normal cosmic space. The coordinates of this other universe given by Wang Xinyang only have an interface similar to it, but it is enough for Lin Feng to find them. By the way, do you know how the Time Administration noticed me? Lin Feng didn't understand that his original 0 yuan purchase was extremely secretive. The whole process is stealth, hiding his breath to act. And according to his particularity in the timeline, the Time Administration should not notice him. Unless there is a dog snitching. But after thinking about it, Lin Feng didn't tell others that he had been to the time administration, did he? The only one who mentioned it vaguely was Ancient One. At that time, after Lin Feng got a lot of infinite gems, she returned the time gem to her. But with Ancient One's character, he wouldn't do such a thing. It doesn't make sense. Wang Xinjiang replied, well, the Time Management Bureau has more or less tricks. Your actions were so crazy last time, you directly emptied the evidence in an area, which is equivalent to slapping the time administration in the face. They definitely will stop at nothing to find you. You are unique in the timeline, and there is also a particularity that cannot be peeked at. But as long as you have existed, there will always be some traces left. There was no direct answer, but Lin Feng understood. Indeed, my future should be changing all the time, no one can see it. But whether they can see their own experience after coming to Marvel, Lin Feng is now not sure. Because that is a fact that has already happened. The last time he was in the Ancient One of the zombie universe, he could know the future of his going to the zombie universe. Lin Feng also thought about the reason afterwards. She probably didn't see Lin Feng's future, but made a guess based on Lin Feng's past and the future development of the zombie universe. If this is the case, Lin Feng doesn't know whether the Ancient One in the zombie universe also knows about what Lin Feng duplication did. Okay, let's not talk about this. Ling Jili is coming back. Just remember to be careful, I'll go first. Wang Xinjiang's arrival was sudden, and his departure was easy enough. After 2 sentences, he left this universe directly, without even giving Lin Feng a chance to say goodbye. Lin Feng shook his head amusedly, he is also a free and easy person. Oh, right. Wang Xinjiang who just left suddenly came back. 3 days later, remember to go to Ancient One. Wang Xinjiang said. Ancient One. Lin Feng looked at Wang Xinjiang who had gone back and forth and scratched his head. Why can this guy still read his own thoughts? He just thought of Ancient One, and he actually wanted to find Ancient One by himself. What do I want her for? Lin Feng asked. Wang Xinjiang explained, it has something to do with Asgard, you will know when you go. I really left this time? Goodbye. Wang Xinjiang dropped his words and disappeared again, this time he really left. Okay, let's walk away freely. Something to do with Asgard? Lin Feng thought about it for a while, and thought it would be okay to go there. Putting these 2 things behind for now, Lin Feng looked in Lin Jili's direction. Ling Jili was already on her way back. Lin Feng's supervision can see it. When I went there, I drove a ground drilling vehicle. When I came back on a black cat. The black cat travels much faster than the driller, but within a few minutes, it has already appeared within the normal line of sight. At a glance, a huge black monster was running wildly on the surface. Running set off a hurricane, and the earth trembled slightly. It looked scary, but the young ladies of StarClan and the Symbiote Corps took a look at it and continued to work on their own. When the symbiote fought against the black cat last time, almost all the young ladies in StarClan saw it, so they were not surprised. That is, the young lady who was just born in the battle sequence was a little scared, but after explaining it, they all became quiet. Alas, hola, constantly cheers sounded from the head of the black cat. The black cat galloped to the living area and braked precisely in front of Lin Feng. Meow meow meow, meow 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 meow. It barked at Lin Feng with an aggrieved face. The black cat was so angry and anxious that he forgot what he said. But Lin Feng seems to understand, it wants to stand for it? Lin Feng big brother. 3 small heads protruded from the black cat's head. The cheers just now came from Lin Jili and Martina. The 3 jumped down one after another. I have something to ask my sister, I'm going first. Chu Xing tremblingly greeted Lin Feng and left. The 2-hour experience was so exciting, it made her feel like she had returned to the previous mission. Lin Jili stood in front of the black cat with a satisfied face, looking very satisfied with the speed of the black cat. Indeed, the black cat ran fast and steady, and its head was still fluffy. Sitting on it was very uncomfortable. How about it, did you have fun? Lin Feng said with a smile. That must be very happy. I didn't expect there to be such a big cat here. I have already decided, I want to take this black cat back, and it will be the exclusive mount of the Emperor of the Universe from now on. As she said that, Lin Jili raised her head again, and patted the black cat's thick legs proudly, without considering whether the black cat was willing or not. Haha, feel honored? To be the mount of the Emperor of the Universe. With that little expression, it looks like you've made money by following me. Meow meow meow. The black cat jumped to the side violently, then opened its mouth wide and meowed twice at Lin Feng. This is not to eat Lin Feng, it would not dare to give it 100 guts. This is for Lin Feng to see his 2 teeth that fell out. Miserable, indeed miserable. Lin Feng clicked his tongue twice. One fell out on one side, and it was almost pushed out of the tooth socket, leaving no roots. This little gilly, black hens. Meow meow. After showing the wound to Lin Feng, the black cat closed its mouth, looked aggrieved, and stared at Lin Feng expectantly. It meant to say, go and avenge me. It's good to be with little Gilly, you don't feel wronged. Lin Feng said with a smile. The black cat was like a thunderbolt. At this moment, it finally remembered how to speak. I didn't mean that. Who wants to follow her? Isn't this killing the cat? The hands are so black. Let it follow Lin Jili. It is 10,000 unwilling. This time she can knock out 2 teeth. Who knows what else she can knock out next time. The black cat has already noticed that it can't beat Ling Jili's 2 punches at all. What's wrong with it? Is it hungry? Ling Jili looked at the black cat jumping around, not knowing why. I simply thought that the black cat was hungry. Immediately, he asked the black cat, Mau Mau, what do you eat? Since he is the pet and mount of the Emperor of the Universe, there is no reason to go hungry. The teachers in the school have taught us to be kind to animals. The previous 2 punches were requested by Mau Mau himself, so I can't blame myself. It eats some energy components, such as electricity. The black cat was still jumping around, so Lin Feng could only explain to little Gilly. Ling Jili thought for a moment with a bitter face. Yes, this kind of thing. Ling Jili stretched out her small hand, and a large number of blue lightning condensed on it, making a hissing sound. Within 2 seconds, they gathered into a small plasma ball. After thinking about it, it seemed that it was inconvenient to eat, so Lin Jili shook it with her little hand. The blue sphere is compressed into a small blue cube. It looks like a smaller version of the cosmic cube, but it contains huge amounts of electricity. Ling Jili nodded in satisfaction, then raised her left hand to conjure up a cartoon animal food plate. I saw her right hand holding the blue square tilted slightly. The blue squares, just like clicking the copy and paste button, appeared in the snack bowl continuously. The black cat, who was disdainful at first, was already dumbfounded. For it, a small cube contained good energy, but it was still a little too little. Although purer and bulkier than most of the energy it has eaten before. But how can the black cat who has seen infinite gems see the small squares? However, when hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of such small squares appear in the pot, the visual impact will come. Come on, come eat. Lin Jili put the small basin on the ground and beckoned. The black cat unconsciously took 2 steps forward, looking at the cubes in the small basin and swallowing. As a biological nature, I can't refuse the temptation of this pot of deep blue, exquisite, good-looking, exudes a crispy electric breath. Eat one and try it. People have done everything, so take it as an apology for bullying me? The black cat comforted itself, and its figure began to shrink. After turning into a motorcycle file size, you can eat the cubes on the plate. Trying to pick one up, the black cat didn't swallow it like before. Instead, gently crushed the cubes. The cube shattered, and the blue energy inside exploded in the mouth instantly. One bite, starting from the mouth, numb all the way to the tip of the tail. At this moment, the black cat exploded. Well, fried hair in a double sense. The crispy, numbing taste and smooth plasma directly penetrated the entire torso of the black cat. What? This is a novel experience that has never been seen before. It is the first time that cats eat such delicious energy. It turns out that this thing can be so delicious. Thinking about the salty, sour smells that he had eaten in the past, the black cat felt like crying. This is the first time for a cat to understand what it means to be delicious. It suddenly felt that it is not impossible to hang out with this universe emperor in the future. Life is not easy. Cats cry. Looking at the happy black cat, Ling Jili nodded in satisfaction. As expected of the emperor of the universe, he can capture alien creatures by making anything casually. A large bowl of energy cubes, the black cat ate it up quickly. Huge electric current, irritating hairs standing on end. At the moment's black cat is like a ball of quills. It looked expectantly at Unicron. Those little eyes seem to be asking if there is any more. Not enough. It can eat at least 10 pots. Energy is secondary. The main reason is that I ate too quickly and didn't taste much. Ling Jili looked suspiciously at the black cat's belly. She made that little energy cube. She definitely knows how terrifying the electric energy inside is. One drop can make the waist twister hit with lightning for an hour without stopping. I thought one would be enough for cats. The reason why I do so much is mainly because I want to show my skills and let the black cat know how powerful I am. Unexpectedly, she actually underestimated the black cat's belly. The black cat noticed Lin Jili's gaze and meowed twice. With this amount of energy, the cat is no problem at all. A pot of energy cubes is enough for the black cat to move around for a few days on weekdays. Definitely, not counting the infinite gems given to it by Lin Feng. That thing is now in the stomach of the black cat, and it is controllable how much it absorbs. Lin Jili understood Mau Mau's longing eyes. As long as you follow me, this kind of thing will be enough in the future. It was a piece of cake for her to make this thing, but Lin Jili didn't cook for the cat right away. A thief who wants to get caught and plays hard. The black cat licked its lips, tilted its head and thought for a while, then cast a questioning look at Lin Feng who had been standing beside him. Judging from the communication just now, the black cat already knows that Lin Feng has an unusual relationship with this child. It only agreed to follow Lin Feng 2 days ago. Now suddenly come up with this kind of thing to seduce the cat catters. I was a little tangled for a while. But what do you want to ask the cat? It felt that it could not refuse the temptation of meal tickets. Lin Feng stepped forward to pat it on the head in understanding. She is my family, you will follow her from now on. Originally, it was planned to take back to Blue Star and raise it at home. I didn't expect that Lin Jili would like this thing, and she could prepare food for the black cat. This is all right, even the cat food is saved, and I will hand it over to Lin Jili in the future. Lin Feng was also happy to throw it out. Hearing this, the black cat calmed down, trotted to Lin Jili's side, and meowed. That flattering cat look made people feel ashamed. It fully explained what it means to have milk is a mother. Lin Jili patted the cat's head, then put her hands on her hips and laughed loudly. Very good. You are very discerning. Following the Emperor of the Universe, your benefits are indispensable. Go, Let's go to the planet to explore. Ling Jilly uttered the heroic ambitions of a villain, and then turned over and rode on the cat's neck. She hasn't played enough yet. Now she didn't want to ride the Mechamaster's driller. In comparison, it is obvious that the black cat has better shock absorption ability. With soft fur and a steady and vigorous body, it is simply a magical animal that combines a mount and a pet. But in the next second, a big hand lifted her down. Adventure cat? We should go back. Lin Feng said, rolling his eyes. Huh? So fast? Lin Jilly pouted dissatisfiedly. It's only been a few hours since I came here, how come I have to go back? Yes, let's play for a while. Martina on the side leaned forward and said in a slightly coquettish tone. She had been watching from the side just now, and she was greedy for what Ling Jilly tamed the big cat. If possible, she also wants to find a cat. There must be more than one cat on this planet? At least Martina thought so, but the result was destined to disappoint her. What are you playing? It's time to go back to eat. Lin Feng couldn't help complaining. Don't you want to take a look at Star Clan? Are you here to see or to play? At first, I thought that Lin Jilly was hurt by seeing the memories from the past. As a result, I came to Star Clan and started playing after less than 10 minutes of recalling. Oh, no, let's play for a while. The Universal Emperor grabbed Lin Feng's big hand and shook it back and forth, trying to soften Lin Feng's heart. However, this behavior did not impress Lin Feng at all, and only resulted in a sneer. Still the Emperor of the Universe, I don't know where to lose my integrity. Seeing that there was no hope of playing, Ling Jilly curled her mouth, wanting to fake cry. At this moment, a light suddenly lit up on the altar. Several people looked over immediately. In the light, a confident middle-aged man stepped out. It's Mr. Tony. Lin Feng, are you here? That's great. Tony teleported over and saw Lin Feng at a glance. After all, a few people are now beside the altar. Tony walked quickly to Lin Feng. Hey, the two kids are here too. Lin Jilly and Martina were standing next to Lin Feng, and Tony noticed them immediately. What kid? It's the Emperor of the Universe. Lin Jilly frowned dissatisfied. Yes, there is also a mechanical master. Martina echoed repeatedly. Mere mortals have never lacked respect for the strong. Accurate? Oh yes, Unicron and Mechanic Master. Shouldn't it be class time? Tony squinted, looked down at his wrist, and teased pretending to look at the time. Ignore you, blame uncle. Lin Jilly immediately turned her head when she heard that the class was about to start. What annoys her the most is these two words. Thinking that she is a majestic universe emperor, but she still has to go to class all day long? That child's question was so simple to her that it was a tormenting state. Martina also stared at Tony with hostility. She also didn't like school. Tony chuckled. Children just don't care to be teased. The little Morgan in my family is fine. Compared with his peers, he looks a little quiet and ignorant and cute. Sparing Lin Jilly, Tony said to Lin Feng, I'm looking for you. The first generation of symbionts have already parasitized. Can you open a portal and let them come over? Last time, Lin Feng gave Tony the permission to teleport to and from Blue Star and Star Clan. But Tony doesn't have that much ability, and he brought his symbiote legion with him, so he can only trouble Lin Feng. So fast. Lin Feng was a little surprised by Tony's speed. In such a short period of time, the first generation of symbionts has been formed? What is fast? Tony leaned back, only feeling that the words reflected something. The first generation of the Stinger's split body is in stock. Also, the symbiote legion also has a lot of reserve personnel. This time, 100 women were parasitized first, and they were brought in to do security and construction work. Tony explained quickly. With this speed, it can be said that Tony is also very concerned about Star Clan. Take out some spare plans and use them first, just for the development and safety of Star Clan. It's still the place we came to last time, just open the portal there. After Tony finished speaking, Lin Feng said hello without any inkling, and opened the portal. The other end of the portal is linked to the previous warehouse. 100 first-generation female symbiotes passed through the portal in an orderly manner and came to Star Clan. It was a little different from the 200 symbiote core last time. These 100 female symbionts began to look around curiously after they came, and sometimes they discussed in whispers. Lin Feng frowned. What's going on? Why is the discipline so much worse than before? Tony also realized this, and explained to Lin Feng with his head tilted. The parasitism is more urgent this time. There was no time for comprehensive training. What I think is that letting them receive training on this planet can be regarded as adapting to the living environment here in advance. Don't worry about discipline, the symbiote legion that came last time will train them. As he said that, Tony pressed the device on his wrist twice, and contacted Friday, who had been staying on this planet and serving as the commander of the symbiosis. The unmanned steel battlesuit carrying Friday flew from a distance and landed in front of Tony. Tony ordered directly, Friday, they will be handed over to you. Let's take her to meet the seniors first. After a month, I want to see a qualified legion. Oh, by the way, and this, a new batch of simple houses and tools. Let them arrange it. Tony took out another small box and gave it to Friday, which contained materials shrunk down with Stark particles. Friday took the lead and led 100 first-generation symbionts to the temporary tent next to the simple prefabricated house. Last time, the preparations were in a hurry, and the prefabricated houses were given priority to the ladies and sisters of the Star Clan. Those tents are all prepared for the symbiosis. It can't be said to be shabby. They have their rules. But Tony came here this time and brought more supplies. Presumably the symbiont will be able to live in a boardroom soon. After ordering things, Tony rolled his eyes and said, "Shall we go to the side to chat?" These words were obviously addressed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and followed Tony to the side. As for Lingerie and Martina, when Lin Feng was talking to Tony, they had already sneaked away. At the moment, the two were riding a black cat and running wildly. Their faces were full of excitement, as if they had done something big. In fact, if you really want to talk about playing, you are not so excited. The main reason is that this kind of skin operation that doesn't listen to the adults and runs out to play, brings them a different kind of excitement, and their excited little faces turn red. Don't go too far, you are allowed to play for another hour. Lin Feng's voice sounded in the minds of the two of them. The excited little face collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Devil? Tony took Lin Feng to an open space, and took out a small model from his pocket. Come on, let me show you my latest work. Tony put the small model on the ground, then pulled Lin Feng back a few steps. Press the remote control, the small model quickly becomes larger, revealing the prototype. It is a small spaceship about 10 meters long and 5 meters wide. Tony couldn't help but smile. Every time he uses Stark particles, Tony has an indescribable sense of accomplishment and superiority. I only regret that I didn't make this thing a long time ago. It's really convenient for my wife. Lin Feng looked at the spaceship, the black, red and gold color scheme, a sharp yet aesthetic appearance. Well, it's very Iron Man style. Tony's main battle suits in the past were all gold-red styles, but this time black is added, probably because of the Stinger. How about it? This is the space shuttle I designed based on those two small spaceships. Tony introduced with some pride. It took him a lot of effort to build this spaceship. The technology Tony had mastered a while ago and produced the main architecture, but the connecting parts and outer armor need high-strength metal to make. At the same time, it must have high toughness, adhesion, cold, and heat resistance, and can even rub back and forth in the atmosphere. This kind of material is almost impossible to find on Blue Star. The only thing that could barely comply with Tony's request was extremely rare and expensive. Until he dug up a metal ore in StarClan. It was material that fully met his expectations, and even better material. So I made this trial version non-stop. Tony intends to use it to detect the surrounding environment of the star population planet. Lin Feng watched and clapped his hands. Good guy, have you researched the space jump technology? A spaceship is nothing, but to make a spaceship with space jump technology, the things inside are not easy. And the most valuable thing on the spaceship is those few devices. Not really? Tony chuckled. This is the propulsion device on the two small spaceships that were dismantled and put in. But it can't be my fault. Some materials are not available on Blue Star. As for the space jump generating device, it is impossible to make it with Blue Star's current tools. So in a short period of time, there is no way to carry out long-distance space missions. Tony shrugged, not ashamed, because he was telling the truth. Walking at the forefront of technology, Tony naturally has his own unspeakable secrets. Some things really cannot be made with Blue Star's current environment and tools. As a result, before you want to make things, you have to make tools first. And making this kind of tool is not something that Blue Star can easily do. This chain of links made Tony miserable. So after discovering 27 unknown elements and ores of StarClan, Tony seemed to see the door to a new world. These things are likely to help him realize his ideas one by one. Is this thing safe? Lin Feng patted the spacecraft. Under supervision, the intricate circuit structure appears in the eyes. It looks a bit like a rush work, and Lin Feng has some doubts about its durability. It must be very safe. Tony curled his lips, a little dissatisfied with Lin Feng's suspicion of his masterpiece. I'll drive it around and explore it myself. Besides, I have verified the performance of this spaceship before at Blue Star. As expected of Mr. Tony, he did this kind of job of learning to run before walking. Tony wasn't really taking his own life lightly, though. He drives it himself, and even if something happens, with the Stinger and himself, he can survive in the universe for a long time. And don't forget that Tony and Stinger can transform into a symbiote battlesuit. This also allows them to have good mobility in the universe. Lin Feng still remembers the last time, when Jingma came to find her, Tony fought with her. It can be seen from that battle that Tony also has a good combat ability in the universe. However, I didn't see Jingma when I was in the Cosmic Cube, and I don't know where in the universe I was wandering. Lin Feng shook his head, leaving Jingma behind. This startling mother is a movie version. He really has no interest. As for the spaceship, you can just look at it and do it. Lin Feng waved his hand, expressing his indifference to the spaceship. Superman going out on a spaceship? Are you kidding? Isn't that slower? But you know, give me a document when the technology is mature. Lin Feng asked again. It was agreed before that Lin Feng would take back some technology. It's not even a deal. After all, if he really wanted to trade, Lin Feng could search the universe, and he was planning to do so. The reason why there is no search yet is not because Lin Feng has a kind heart. It is because most of these technologies have faults with the original universe. We must first jump up step by step from acceptable and understandable technologies. You have to eat one bite at a time. Tony responded, that's definitely fine. When I research thoroughly, I can not only give you information, but also provide materials. Let's not talk about this for now. Are you going to my house for dinner? Your little fan, but I've always wanted to see you. He would come to my side for training every day after class. I think you should know who I'm talking about. How about calling him together? After talking about the business, Tony wanted to invite Lin Feng to have a meal together. As for the little fans, it should be that Peter Parker didn't run away. As Tony said last time, this kid has been bitten by a spider and turned into a good neighbor, a Spider-Man with a broken mouth. Lin Feng didn't want to go at all, he wanted to have dinner with Susan. But after thinking about it, he decided to accept the invitation. Lin Feng was curious about the scene where Little Spider-Man and Iron Man appeared together. Originally, he had a good impression of Little Spider-Man, and wanted to see how the kid grew up now. Little Spider-Man has a series of qualities such as kindness and hard work. In the original play, under the guidance of Tony, Little Spider-Man slowly embarked on the road of being able to be independent from a baby in pajamas. And when it comes to the relationship between the two, Tony's help to Little Spider-Man really cannot be expressed in words. Throughout the entire film series, there are scenes about Little Spider-Man and Tony, and the atmosphere of the old father and the silly son can always be felt. Tony's care for Little Spider-Man is even more meticulous. This can be seen from the battle suit he gave Little Spider-Man. Back then, Tony had experienced the helplessness of being alone and helpless in the desert, so he equipped Little Spider-Man's battlesuit with very precise positioning. In Iron Man 3, Tony wore thin short sleeves and dragged the Mark 42 in the snow. This cold and painful memory gave the Little Spider-Man battlesuit a heating function. In the movie, the parachute function of the spider battlesuit is what makes the audience feel distressed the most. That's because in Captain America 3, the Avengers Alliance Civil War broke out, and Tony watched the war machine fall, but he was powerless. He has experienced a lot of pain, and naturally he does not want Little Spider-Man to experience it again. It can be said that Tony has been escorting Little Spider-Man until he really grows up. Many such operations also made the majority of netizens jokingly call Tony the old father of Little Spider-Man. This paternal love is really upright. When Tony snapped his fingers and died, he left Edith with Little Spider-Man. Among them, there is also a card that says, "It is given to the next Tony Stark." When Lin Feng saw this scene, he couldn't help crying. This is the high hope placed on Little Spider-Man, and he is regarded as his successor. But now, let's get back to reality. Tony is already so distorted from the original book, I'm afraid he won't have the chance to snap his fingers again. Because Lin Feng has pulled out the difficulties in front of him forcefully ahead of time. The agreement that led to the Avengers Alliance's civil war was torn to pieces by Lin Feng, and I'm afraid there will be no more civil war dramas. And Thanos also fell into Lin Feng's hands a few years in advance. Even if there are other disasters, it will not come to the point where Tony must sacrifice. Okay, call Peter. Lin Feng replied after thinking about it. That kid is not only my fan, but now I'm afraid he admires you even more. Lin Feng teased with a smile. He hasn't been in Blue Star to solve the disaster for a long time. Now it's the Avengers who solve the disaster, and the most prominent of them all is Iron Man Tony Stark. Tony shook his head and retorted, that kid is not like that. You haven't appeared in front of people for so long, many people don't remember Superman. No, it's not that I don't remember, it's just that there are almost no voices for discussion. Speaking of which, you're not as hot as Peter now. Mentioning this, Tony still has some emotions. Lin Feng appeared in the world at the same time as him. At that time, he and Lin Feng were the two famous superheroes of Blue Star. Walking around in the Blue Star all day, wherever there is a disaster, there will be them. Now, however, Lin Feng's stage has expanded to the universe. Land seeing can no longer stand on Lin Feng's table. People fly sideways in the universe, travel through the past and the future, and even parallel worlds, and have an extremely wonderful life. And I was still playing with mud on Blue Star. That's right, for Lin Feng now, Tony feels like he's playing with mud. Fortunately, Lin Feng did not forget Tony, and remembered to give Tony a lot of help. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Tony to start the journey of the universe so quickly. Little Spider-Man, a good neighbor and helpful, it's normal for everyone to like him. Lin Feng shrugged, looking indifferent. Now he doesn't need the reputation point very much, so he just changes to tea or something to drink, which is completely useless. Besides, the things he looted from the Time Administration can be exchanged for massive reputation points under certain conditions. Although there are still golden Supermans that can be exchanged in the system store, Lin Feng is also approaching that stage. He still feels that Silver Superman's unlimited growth attributes are more suitable for him. Okay, let's not talk about this. Go and explain the matter, and we will go back after the explanation. After thinking about it, Lin Feng added, don't worry, Lin Jilly and the others haven't come back yet. He was going to find a place to sit quietly for a while and sort out what happened recently. It is good. Tony responded and walked away. An hour passed quickly before Tony finished explaining everything. The main reason is that some things need to be confirmed on the spot, otherwise it will not take so long. Seeing Tony's smiling face, he should be quite satisfied with the performance of the symbiote. As for Lin Jilly and Martina, they are also back. But it was captured by Lin Feng. What can only be played for an hour, the two of them didn't listen at all. When Lin Feng found them, the two of them and the cat were still running wildly. After saying goodbye to Shi Xing and Xiao Xing, they returned to Blue Star with a black cat. The black cat has become about the same file size as a domestic cat. Originally, it couldn't become so small, at most it could only become the file size of a bicycle. But Lin Jilly didn't know what method she used, so she shrunk it down into a house cat. That's fine, at least it won't attract attention. The dinner party was scheduled for the evening, so Lin Feng took Martina and Lin Jilly home first. Lin Feng originally wanted to take them to have a massage together, and called Susan and Wanda by the way. But I didn't expect these people to be unwilling, and I don't know why. In the villa, Lin Feng lay comfortably on the sofa, waiting for the night to fall. Susan and Wanda are very curious about the new family member, cat, and are teasing each other. Come on, Xiaohei, show your sisters a unique skill. Lin Jilly shouted from the side. They were right next to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's ears twitched when he heard Xiaohei's sound. Xiaohei? It's really a simple and rude name. This reminded him of the novels he read when he was bored. The names of those pets were either Xiaohei or Xiaobai. The same, but catchy and easy to remember. The black cat, it should be called Xiaohei now. Hearing Lin Jilly's request, Xiaohei reluctantly took 2 steps forward. It couldn't figure out why it was doing these incomprehensible actions. But for its own cat food, it has no choice at all. In the eyes of several people, Xiaohei used all 4 limbs to do a difficult backflip. Good guy, Susan and Wanda stare. Just now I thought Lin Jilly was joking, but I didn't expect this black cat to be really clever. But just this is not enough to surprise the 2 of them. After all, they have seen clever cats and strange cats on the internet. But then, Xiaohei's 4 limbs alternately landed on the ground, and his hind limbs swung in the air. Under the shocking eyes of the 2, there was a Thomas maneuver. After this set of actions, the 2 of them were completely dumbfounded. This. As expected, this operation was shown to Susan and Wanda, who exclaimed in unison. The 2 subconsciously rubbed their eyes. No, read that right? This cat was doing hip-hop just now? It's not over yet. After finishing a set of movements, Mao Mao jumped up, lowered her head, and finished with a moonwalk gracefully. Even though Lin Feng knew that Xiaohei was not an ordinary cat, but doing these movements with the cat's body really made people unable to look away. Handsome and cute. When did these 2 girls teach this set of moves? How is it? Awesome. Lin Jilly put her hands on her hips. Arrogant? In order to teach the black cat to learn this set of movements, when I was in Star Clan, I forced it to watch the video over and over again. The black cat rolled its eyes violently. If it wasn't for the cat food, it wouldn't do these ghostly moves. Amazing. Susan and Wanda extended their hands and applauded at the same time. They felt from the bottom of their hearts that this cat was really powerful. It is estimated that this is the only one in the entire Blue Star. Oh no, I forgot to take a picture. Susan suddenly slapped her forehead. This was a mistake. If I knew it was so exciting, I should have taken a picture with my phone. After thinking about it, Susan took out her mobile phone and looked at Mao Mao with sparkling eyes. Xiao, hey, right? Can you do what you did just now? I'll cook delicious food for you. Xiaohei made a question mark, shook his head, and let out a disdainful groan. Who are you? You still make cat food for this cat? Do you think this cat is rare? Xiaohei didn't know Susan, he only knew that the blonde woman in front of him wanted to direct him. Are you kidding? If you want to change to the old cat, you have already geoed up. Xiaohei didn't intend to pay attention to this unknown woman, and walked to the side. As soon as it entered the house, it took a fancy to the blanket beside the stairs, which was fluffy and soft. It must be very comfortable to lie down and sleep. It's just that the raised cat's paw hadn't landed on the ground, and suddenly his whole body froze, and cold sweat broke out. What's the situation? Why did he suddenly feel an ominous aura behind him? Xiaohei turned the cat's head stiffly, and found where the breath came from. It was Lin Feng. He was staring at himself with squinted eyes, and there was a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Xiaohei was stunned by this malicious smile. What are you doing? Am I doing something wrong? Lin Jilly rescued Xiaohei in time. She picked up Xiaohei and placed him in front of Susan. Quick, hurry up and perform another one, she is the biggest in this family. After finishing speaking, Lin Jilly moved closer to the cat's ears and emphasized in a low voice, she said you have nothing to eat, so you will have nothing to eat. Susan is her own food and clothing parents. Although now Lin Jilly has recovered her own ability, but she will never forget how Susan treated her well before. Hearing this obvious reminder, Xiaohei trembled all over, and instantly became enlightened. Good guy, did I just offend the worst of the group? It's so dangerous, I almost self-destruct my happy life. Meow meow. Xiaohei immediately let go of his reserve, ran up to Susan flatteringly and yelled twice. Wow, this cat is so obedient. Susan, who had no idea what happened, looked at the obedient Xiaohei in surprise. Xiaohei was stung by Rua, he felt bitter but didn't say anything. This family is all weird, unite to bully their own cat? There is no way, for the sake of long-term meal tickets, Xiaohei can only perform the action just now again. The cool movements are made by cats. Although I have seen it once, it is still very visually impactful. Susan recorded the whole process and left contentedly. And Mao Mao, who finished the task, also got a small energy cube specially made by Lin Jilly. All the best. This wave is a win-win situation. Between fighting and making noise, the time came to night. After Lin Feng reconfirmed that no one would participate in Tony's dinner, he went out by himself. The dinner was set at the famous Western restaurant of Waist Twist, and Lin Feng drove his own Lamborghini that Martina turned into an Autobot to go there. He did not choose flight, but enjoyed this normal way of travel. The Western restaurant is not very far from Lin Feng's villa, only half an hour's drive away. When Lin Feng arrived, he happened to meet Tony and his group who arrived at the same time. Tony, Little Spider-Man, Pepper, and Little Morgan. Lin Feng parked the car and greeted him with a smile on his face. It's all my own people. It looks like a warm dinner. Seeing Lin Feng also arrived, Tony raised his hand in greeting. Lin. The energy of enthusiasm. Compared to Tony, Pepper was much more reserved. He nodded with a smile, and called Mr. Lin Feng as a greeting. Her relationship with Lin Feng is not close or far, because of Lin Feng's identity ability and Tony Stark. Pepper respects him a lot. Lin Feng big brother. Little Morgan was more straightforward, rushing up and hugging Lin Feng's legs. Children's emotions are very intuitive. They don't have the hypocrisy and arrogance of adults, and she won't even talk to you if you don't like them. Hey, Little Morgan, how are you doing? Lin Feng reached out and hugged Little Morgan. Hey, have you grown? After picking it up, Lin Feng found that Morgan Jr. was much heavier than last time, and it seemed that he was having a very good life. Well, but his EQ is pretty good. He didn't say he's getting fat, but he's growing up. Little Morgan's eyes sparkled, and he was delighted. That's right, Morgan has grown up. Mom doesn't believe it. She insists that I'm fat. As he spoke, Little Morgan cast a resentful little look at Pepper. Pepper shook his head and laughed. After all, children can't understand the euphemism of adults. Now that we're all here, let's go in and talk. Tony reminded. Lin Feng nodded, and didn't let go of Little Morgan, and walked inside with her in his arms. Peter Parker followed Lin Feng. He didn't get the opportunity to speak just now, but now looking at Lin Feng in front of him, he just felt a little excited. Mr. Superman. Peter's mouth became less slick. Do you still remember me? A few years ago, the one who asked for your autograph. Peter wasn't sure if Superman could remember himself. At that time, I didn't have the current ability, and I was just an ordinary child who missed it at a glance. Lin Feng kept walking while holding the Little Morgan, turned his head, and looked at Peter Parker with a smile. The good neighbor Spider-Man at this time, his face is still very immature. The Marvel world is also full of dangers, and this is how old it is, and it is time to set out on the road to save the disaster. Definitely remember, your name is Peter, right? I still remember that I took a picture with you at that time. I didn't expect you to be so old. Peter nodded excitedly. Lin Feng was very friendly and relieved Peter's nervousness. Yes, Mr. Superman. After that, I just had him printed as a photo. You may not know, you are my idol. Oh no, I seem to have said it before. I mean, Aunt May is also your fan. She blamed me for not waiting for her to take a photo with you. By the way, can Mr. Superman give me another autographed photo? Aunt May is going to celebrate her birthday, and I plan to give him this as a birthday present. Also, can you write a line under the photo? You said in the interview that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I have always remembered it in my heart. Although Mr. Superman is not very active now, Superman is my idol forever. Lin Feng's smile froze. He did say this in front of the media. At that time, I said it casually in order to pretend to be B, thinking that I could use this to earn some attention and gain more reputation points. Although it is not a dark history, Lin Feng heard this sentence from the Spider-Man movie. Now the protagonist is standing in front of him, which makes Lin Feng feel embarrassed of being caught copying homework. And now he actually has to write this sentence on the autographed photo. Is this some other kind of public execution? Peter noticed that Lin Feng's smile was a little stiff and confused, and then suddenly realized. Oh, sorry, I got a little excited. Peter realized that his request was a bit too much, and he kept talking, which may have caused trouble to Lin Feng. Hey, his mouth couldn't stop once he got excited. It's okay, we have a lot of time to talk slowly. Let me introduce someone to you some other day. I think you will be able to chat with him. The little Spider-Man really has the chatterbox attribute. Lin Feng is thinking about whether to introduce Deadpool to the little Spider-Man. The introduction can be introduced, but it will still be a few years later. Deadpool doesn't have a gatekeeper in his mouth. He will say everything out. Don't go back and teach the children badly. It would be bad. The Dutch brothers version of Little Spider-Man and Deadpool have no intersection for the time being. If this conversation gets together, it can be said to collapse. Okay, Mr. Lin Feng. Little Spider-Man nodded obediently, but he was thinking in his heart, could he be a superhero if he could chat with me? Lin Feng had to know. He might have to pee laughing. Is Deadpool a superhero? Probably. Lin Feng is not sure either. He can only be sure that Deadpool is a super chatterbox. While chatting, a few people walked to the room Tony reserved, and started today's dinner. Soft lighting, delicious food, make people feel good. Everyone is acquaintances, and they are also the existence at the top of the world. The topics of chat range from short chats with parents to the stars and the sea, and finally to raising children. Before I knew it, I ate a meal for nearly 2 hours. But it can be regarded as a good time for the host and guest. After dinner, Tony asked Happy to take Pepper, Morgan Jr., and Peter home. He himself got into Lin Feng's sports car. Lin Feng, who was about to start the car and go home, rolled his eyes, was puzzled and said speechlessly, "What are you doing? Hey, how about going for a drink and chatting?" Teacher Tony sent out an invitation to the night show, in exchange for Lin Feng's strange eyes. Talk? What are you talking about? It's so late and you don't go back to spend time with your wife and children. What are you talking to me about? Tony doesn't want to spend time with his wife and children, but Lin Feng still wants to go home with Susan. But despite his verbal refusal, Lin Feng still started the car, kicked the accelerator and drove onto the road. Lin Feng also likes the dark night quite a bit, and it's okay to chat with friends on a quiet night. Before he became Superman, he liked the night. At this time, the whole world will be quieter, and Lin Feng, who has no relatives, can clearly feel that he is real. Definitely, after becoming Superman, he also likes it during the day. The feeling that the cells are moisturized under the sun is very comfortable. Tony showed the way and Lin Feng drove. Half an hour later, the two sat in the bar. The bar Tony chose was different from ordinary bars. There's no loud music or dancing girls or anything. The foyer and terraces are elegantly decorated. Soft and warm lighting, coupled with light music, is very suitable for the slow pace of chatting and wine tasting. And it also provides staple food. In the East, people call this quiet drinking place Kingbud. Bringing Lin Feng to this kind of bar is somewhat out of Tony's character. If it was before, Tony would have preferred to enjoy being watched and admired in front of people, and he would feel something was wrong if he didn't dance with a girl to a song. But now, with a confirmed relationship with Pepper and the addition of Morgan Jr., Tony is relieved. Big Dog Tony didn't care about money at all, and ordered expensive drinks and some fruit plates directly. After all, money is not bad, the most important thing is to drink happily. What do you think of this kid, Peter Parker? When the wine came, Tony poured 2 glasses, pushed one of them to Lin Feng, and asked. Lin Feng frowned, didn't expect Tony to talk to him about this matter. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng asked directly, are you going to train him to be the next Iron Man? Ahem. Tony, who hadn't finished a sip of the drink, choked instantly. He couldn't understand why Lin Feng would make such a guess. And what's even weirder is that he guessed right. I've had similar thoughts. Tony wiped his mouth and responded. A person with ability may not necessarily become a superhero. That kid is kind, studious and has great potential. I am very optimistic about his character and ideas. For little Spider-Man Peter, Tony investigates everything about him. And I deliberately asked him to deal with some difficult problems, or disasters. Little Spider-Man can give a qualified answer sheet. As for why it is not perfect, it is because Peter has too little experience and is still young, so many things cannot be considered. But this is not a problem, Tony can teach him the methods and principles bit by bit. After talking about some of his own opinions, Tony asked again, what about you, what do you think? To be honest, I used Mind Gem to secretly probe, and the child's mind is really good. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, according to what you said, you already have your own opinions, so why are you asking me? Do it according to your own inner thoughts, isn't it all right? Tony leaned back speechlessly, isn't this a chat? When did you become so boring? Sex? I have a ghost interest with you. Lin Feng gave Tony a disgusted look, and slapped him like chasing flies. What are you doing? 2 big men talking about sex. Stop talking, talk now, I want to hear what you think as a Superman. Tony frowned speechlessly. In front of friends, Lin Feng hardly passed by. When things happen, Lin Feng is the most serious one. However, when there is no disaster, Lin Feng is the most unscrupulous person. Okay. Lin Feng put away his joke, and sat up a little. If you want me to say it, Peter can indeed be cultivated as a successor. Didn't you design the spider battlesuit just for him? The reason why you ask me is probably because you are worried about what big mistake little Spider-Man will make in the future. It's just that you should also be able to think that even if the child made a mistake, you can correct it at any time. Really, taking a step back, Peter did something unforgivably wrong. Then with your current ability, it must be very easy to control him. Lin Feng expressed his opinion, and then continued, but what puzzles me is, why do you want to train successors now? Your current life expectancy is 100 years if not 1,000 years. Don't you think it's too early to cultivate now? Let me think about it. Lin Feng stroked his chin and looked at Tony. Do you want to develop in the universe? So you decided to keep a spokesperson in Blue Star. After speaking, Lin Feng himself laughed first. Well, Tony specified that he thought so and didn't run away. For a research madman like Tony, if he has the conditions, he will definitely go to the vast universe to develop, instead of staying in the Blue Star that has become barren for him. He has always been very confident in doing things, but today he asked himself this question abnormally. Human nature is such an amazing thing. When I am uncertain, or not completely sure, I will subconsciously seek the opinions of people who are stronger than myself. Tony laughed, raising his glass as a sign. As expected of Superman, such a thought can't escape your eyes. Lin Feng picked up the wine glass and touched him. As far as this plan is concerned, a normal person can see it. Since you have an idea, just do it. No one can guarantee that every decision will be 100% correct, can you, Tony? Hearing this, Tony nodded sympathetically. He very much agrees with this statement. This is an easy-to-understand truth. When he was young, he made wrong decisions more than once. Putting down his wine glass, Tony leaned back against the sofa and relaxed his body. You're right, my idea is very simple. To be honest, I'm envious of you traveling all over the universe. Since I became Iron Man, it seems that a lot of disasters have disappeared. It used to be an interest, but now it's more about seeing these things as a responsibility. And now, if I want to start the journey of the universe, there must be someone to replace me. For now, Tony sees things very clearly. Tony also thought a lot about the future. Originally, after having a happy family, he should find a place to retire in peace. But with Lin Feng's help, he gained stronger power and saw a wider world. Tony's heart couldn't stop anymore. What is the non-stop analysis of spaceship technology for? Isn't it just to travel in the universe? Human beings are very curious, and Tony, as a scientific research madman, is even more curious. He felt that since he had that ability, he must go and see what else existed in the universe. Otherwise, he will always miss it in his heart. The current Symbiote Legion and the Autobot Legion have taken shape and have a complete and stable development method. Naturally, there is no need to worry about the safety of Pepper and Morgan Jr. With all the conditions met, Tony wanted to leave almost immediately. It's just that, before that, he needs to find someone who can communicate with him and who can deal with the Blue Star crisis in his absence to temporarily replace him. This night, the two talked very late. Little Spider-Man, Pepper, and Morgan, neon wastewater, and Stark particles, finally chatting about where to go on the first leg of the cosmic journey. Facts have proved that it is right to chat with Lin Feng. For some problems in the universe, Lin Feng gave a lot of suggestions, which can save Tony from detours. After 3 o'clock in the morning, the two people left. The two with super strong physiques didn't feel the slightest bit of fatigue, but Lin Feng expressed that he was too lazy to send Tony home. Tony didn't care, and directly changed into the symbiosis battlesuit mode, and flew back. After dismissing Tony, Lin Feng returned home and glanced in the direction of Camartage. Well, nothing out of the ordinary. He did not forget that Wang Xinyang asked him to find the Ancient One magician in 3 days. At 4 o'clock in the morning, instead of going home, Tony flew towards the Stark building. At this point, there are almost no people on the street, only some vagrants and members of the forces, doing some bad things that cannot be seen. The Stark building's logo is still on, and it seems to have become one of the Twister's landmarks. Flying into the top of the building, the lights will automatically turn on. The air is a little chilly. Tony walked to the bar, took out a bottle of wine, sat down at the table, and drank silently by himself. The screen lights up, and the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S comes. Sir, at this time, you should rest. Tony didn't care. He just drank the wine in one gulp and poured some more. Then, he said, J.A.R.V.I.S, you know I don't need to rest. It's not rigorous, sir. Your physique can only guarantee 168 hours of normal work and operation without damage. Beyond 168 hours, there are subtle effects on the body. J.A.R.V.I.S retorted half-truthfully. Tony shrugged, already used to J.A.R.V.I.S bickering with himself on a daily basis. That's far less than 168 hours, isn't it? J.A.R.V.I.S is silent. Okay, sir, I still suggest you go to bed early. After a long silence, J.A.R.V.I.S reminded again. Tony's physical data shows that he is very healthy. Since the symbiont parasitized, Tony's physique has begun to break away from the human category. Working continuously for 168 hours, as long as it is not fighting, has no effect on Tony. Tony chuckled. Looking at the decades of his life, there are not many who can speak for themselves. The winning Tony was in a good mood, opened the drawer on the side of the table, and took out a small box from it. Opened the box and there is a pair of glasses inside. It looks ordinary, but it is the creation of Tony's continuous improvement and hard work. Putting on the glasses, the self-test data immediately began to appear on the lenses like an electronic screen. Edith. Tony called out. Sir, I'm here. A female voice sounded, and Edith went online. This pair of glasses is exactly the pair left to Little Spider-Man after Tony died in the movie. Also the one Tony used in the Avengers Alliance 3. It can issue many orders through Edith. Edith is another intelligence system different from JARVIS. Tony started designing Edith a long time ago. This is all about taking precautions and preparing for future variables. In Avengers Alliance 2, J.A.R.V.I.S was destroyed, and Tony chose to use Friday as the replacement AI. It can be seen from the footage that Tony has more than one chip. This also shows in a disguised form that Tony did not completely rely on J.A.R.V.I.S and made sufficient preparations. Edith, elevate Peter Parker's authority to first-level master control. Tony ordered. Permissions have been elevated. As soon as the words fell, Peter Parker's profile and avatar appeared in the lens, and the authority was adjusted to be second only to Tony. After chatting with Lin Feng tonight, Tony also confirmed his thoughts. As Lin Feng said, he has already figured out the character of Little Spider-Man. Since he wants to be his successor, he should do his best to cultivate it. If Little Spider-Man does go wrong, Tony also has the ability to turn things around quickly. Taking off the glasses and putting them away, Tony pinched the space between his brows. In his design, Edith does not have the human interaction function that J.A.R.V.I.S has. It will not chat and joke with you like J.A.R.V.I.S. Its role is to absolutely obey the instructions. In the movie, after what happened to Ultron, Tony came up with the idea of this design. It is very dangerous for artificial intelligence to have its own thoughts. Only by completely obeying the instructions will it not pose a threat. It doesn't happen now, but Tony still does it. Although he is very confident that his masterpiece will not go wrong, but for some reason, sometimes he feels that it is dangerous for artificial intelligence to have its own ideas, or it may be a kind of intuition. A while ago, Tony also made some improvements to Edith to make it more suitable for Little Spider-Man's fighting style. Mainly to make up for Little Spider-Man's lack of long-range firepower and weak information collection ability. Edith can call the security network of the entire Stark industry, even use the satellites of multiple kingdoms, and access the background of major telecommunications networks without authority. From the perspective of authority, it can be said that he can grasp all the information of Blue Star at any time. Blending a number of exclusive personal technologies of Tony, as long as there is a network, Edith is almost unimpeded. In terms of support, Edith can call on the Stark support system located in low Earth orbit. It can be said that as long as you have this pair of glasses and the corresponding permissions, even if Little Spider-Man does not have the mutation ability, he can become a superhero. The only difference between this pair of glasses and the original is that it also has a generation of symbiote core commanding 2 teams with a total of 400 people. In the eyes of some existences who know the inside story, the symbiote legion is well-deserved the strongest legion. No one can defeat the symbiote core in a head-to-head confrontation, and neither can Captain America. And Tony gave Little Spider-Man the first-level master control authority, which is very scary. This means that Little Spider-Man can use any function of Edith. Only Tony can take back the order and stop Little Spider-Man. Putting the glasses back in the drawer, Tony turned on the computer screen. It was almost 5 o'clock, and he didn't plan to go back tonight. J.A.R.V.I.S. How's the elemental analysis for StarClan? Tony asked. Immediately afterwards, he added, show me the results obtained so far. J.A.R.V.I.S. faithfully carries out orders. The information is displayed one by one. The numbers, characteristics, and usable aspects of the unknown elements are marked on it. Come on, let me see if I can make a space-jumping device. Tony looked over the documents one by one. There are only 19 materials, and 8 have not been fully analyzed. As for Tony, the first thing to look at is the summary, and he will only look at the overall data when he is interested in the summary. Unknown element A016, composed of metal, similar to Wakanda sound-absorbing steel, vibranium. With unimaginable hardness and characteristics, it hardly conducts heat and kinetic energy, and its performance is 4 times better than that of vibranium. Crafted into a weapon, it can easily cut through sound-absorbing steel. This is the 16th unknown element found in the ore taken by Tony. According to preliminary detection, this kind of ore has a huge reserve on the star group. Almost every element analyzed has jaw-dropping properties. StarClan is a treasure trove with huge amounts of money, and Tony is absolutely right about that. This thing can be used in a wide range of aspects. After browsing for an hour, Tony read all the data. Luckily, there was what Tony needed. In this way, he can start to make some tools, and then use these tools to make space-jumping devices. J.A.R.V.I.S. List the materials and quantities required for all the tools and give them to me. I will go to StarClan to collect them tomorrow. Getting the good news puts Tony in a better mood. After giving an order, Tony turned off the monitor, leaned back on the seat, and looked at the ceiling. The speed of J.A.R.V.I.S. is very fast, and the data has been sorted out in less than 10 seconds. Sir, it has been sent to your personal terminal. Tony hummed, closed his eyes and fell asleep, not knowing what he was thinking. Sir, Stark Industries, is it going to develop into the universe? J.A.R.V.I.S. voice sounded again. It's a pretty smart system. After Tony got the help of the symbiont and the brain was developed again, he first upgraded JARVIS. Before the upgrade, J.A.R.V.I.S. was able to have quite educated conversations with Tony, even jokes. Hearing the question from J.A.R.V.I.S., Tony closed his eyes with a confident smile on his lips. Definitely, JARVIS. Blue Star is no longer enough for us to explore. There are basically no secrets here for us. Next, you have to follow me and start a new journey. Is J.A.R.V.I.S. easy to use? Definitely easy to use. He has been dutifully assisting Tony. Whether it is life, or work, or even battle, J.A.R.V.I.S. makes him extremely worry-free. How could Tony not take him on the journey of the universe? I'm honored, sir. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. sounded, and there was a hint of elusive emotion in the voice. Tony couldn't catch it, but if Lin Feng was here, he would definitely find it. This is a kind of emotional expression similar to human beings when they are excited. Tony didn't notice the slightest emotion, stood up and walked out. List the Star 1 plan as the optimal level, and all other plans that are being implemented, except the Symbiote Legion, are all slowed down and then stopped. I want to go to the universe within this year. 3 days have passed. Lin Feng would take a look at Camartage every day, nothing unusual. He could only see Ancient One drinking tea there, and the disciples in the courtyard were constantly training their magic. It couldn't be normal anymore. And this morning, after Lin Feng took another look at Camartage, he didn't care about it anymore. There was still no movement, but Lin Feng planned to go there after dinner. Wang Xinjiang is a cosmic cube, so he shouldn't make fun of himself for no reason. Could it be that something happened that even Ancient One couldn't detect? Hey, fuck it. Lin Feng threw away his thoughts, picked up a beach chair, and walked out. Daily routine, sunshine. Beach chairs, beach clothes, big shorts, and a pair of cool sunglasses made by Lin Feng himself. Apart from chatting about life with Susan, the most comfortable thing is basking in the sun. Lin Feng lay on the beach chair, exhaled comfortably, feeling very good. Everything about him now is developing in a good direction. Ling Lu sent a message from the primordial universe not long ago. The blue star of the primordial universe, as Lin Feng expected, took off in the east and completely entered the stage of rapid development. It's just that the technology given by Lin Feng has not been fully researched, and there is no need to find some new technologies for the time being. The duplication is also very powerful, trying to climb up, and has not been discovered by anyone. Presumably, it will bring some unexpected surprises to Lin Feng in the future. As for the blue star in the Marvel universe, there is basically no threat, at least not for a few years. Lin Feng admired himself for nibbling many threats in the bud early on. Oh no, before there was any sign, Lin Feng struck directly. Now I also have a planet, and there are a group of beautiful girls on it. Lin Feng has even considered whether to bring the entire Star Clan planet with him when he returns to the original universe in the future. After all, Star Clan's place is too suitable for retirement. One day when I get tired, I will retire and bring Susan and the others to live in Star Clan together. Pretty? Lin Feng closed his eyes, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. But every time Lin Feng concentrates on basking in the sun, something will happen. At noon, a discordant voice appeared in Lin Feng's ear. Sitsize, it was a familiar voice. Lin Feng couldn't be more familiar with it. Lin Feng felt a headache when he heard the voice, and opened his eyes to look sideways. Familiar colors, familiar portals, familiar, big bald head. Well, before he went to Camartage, the bald magician opened the portal and came to the door. Ancient One's face was more serious than usual, and his smile disappeared. Lin Feng, please come with me. Direct, really direct. I used to say hello anyway, but now I don't even say hello. All right. Lin Feng stood up helplessly, not even bothering to complain. He didn't even bother to change his clothes, so he flipped up his sunglasses and stepped into the portal. The morning is still calm. What is wrong with this? At the other end of the portal is the unchanging hut of the Ancient One magician. As soon as Lin Feng came over, he saw the three people, and he paused in his footsteps. Then he pretended not to see the three people, and decisively turned his head and went home. Ancient One's eyes were quick and his hands were quick. With a stretch of his hand, he directly cancelled the portal and cut off Lin Feng's retreat. Lin Feng. Hey. Sighing, Lin Feng turned around, put on a smiling face and sat down. God King, God Queen, good afternoon. Oh, and Ms. Hella. To be honest, he couldn't understand this lineup. Otherwise, you can't turn around and leave. What the heck? Frigga and Odin are dressed as farmers on a country ranch. And Hella, dressed in rags, with her left arm still bandaged around her neck. This shit, no one can understand whoever it is. Hella sneered, and wanted to turn her head away to ignore Lin Feng, but the arm bandages were made by someone who did not know. They were thick and amateurish, and it was very difficult for Hella to turn her head. Well, it looks funny. Lin Feng thinks that the arm should be broken by her old father. However, the old father also had a new injury on his chin. It really is a pair of loving father and son. Your Excellency Lin Feng, we meet again. Old Odin had a kind smile on his face, as if he really looked like an old farmer, and greeted Lin Feng with a smile. Your Excellency Lin Feng, are you playing on the beach? Frigga also greeted, and she noticed Lin Feng's clothes. Very casual, like a tourist who was still playing on the beach in the last second. Lin Feng's cheeks twitched. Superman doesn't really want to talk right now. This family of three looks like a family who escaped and came to Blue Star. Lin Feng keenly smelled trouble. Well, it may not be very dangerous, but the kind that is extremely troublesome and does not want to be ignored. No, I'm just, well, basking in the sun. Lin Feng was perfunctory. It's not perfunctory, he is really basking in the sun. If Ancient One hadn't come to find him, he would have been basking until the sun went down. What about you? This is this. Lin Feng pouted at the clothes of the three of them, and almost asked if you were here to escape. God's poor? Odin, who used to wear armor to fight in the Nine Realms, unexpectedly wore this slightly funny look. There is also Hella, this outfit coupled with that arrogant but downcast little expression. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a grudge. Only Frigga was more normal, she looked like a kind woman. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said jokingly, could it be that the God King and Queen have retired? Are you going to come to Blue Star for the elderly? He. Old Odin scratched his head, embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Lin Feng was joking, but Odin didn't think it was funny. Frigga glanced at Odin, then turned her gaze to Lin Feng. Let me tell you, Mr. Lin Feng, there are some problems in Asgard again. Odin was too embarrassed to speak, so Frigga could only speak. Under the table, Odin squeezed Frigga's little hand hard, tears in his eyes. Oh, my empathetic queen, she is much stronger than these three unsatisfactory children. It's not that he didn't want to talk about it, it's just that he was bothering Lin Feng. Not long after, there was a problem and he needed help. Odin felt that as a god king, he could not hold his old face if he constantly asked for help from a junior powerhouse. Not to mention, the remuneration they gave was not enough to pay what others paid. When Frigga said this, Lin Feng felt that he had to listen if he didn't listen. Sighing, Lin Feng was not polite, picked up the teapot on the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Could you tell me about it in detail? Frigg nodded. This matter starts with the battle between Odin and Hela. At that time, after Lin Feng got the cosmic cube, he sent Hela back to Asgard according to Odin's commission. and Hela, who arrived in Asgard, restored all her abilities. The old and the young started fighting on the spot. Lin Feng was not interested in watching, so he left. But the old and the young are all people who want face, and when they get excited, they can't hold back at all. The two quarreled and fought, and the fight became more and more violent, and finally demolished Odin's palace. After a fight, no one got better. Odin was stabbed through by Hela's machete. Hela's arm was broken by Odin's shot. Hiss, the annual drama of fatherly kindness and sonly filial piety. If Frigga hadn't stopped it in time, I don't know how it would have ended. This kind of battle with almost no hands left, both of them suffered serious injuries on their backs. Seeing the end of the battle, player Loki collapsed. Speaking of which, this bee is also really bold. Seeing that the two were injured, Loki directly attacked them without any hesitation, and hit the three of them with magic. It never occurred to the three of them that the attack on Asgard would come from Loki. This magic directly sent the three of them out of Asgard to an unknown planet. It was a planet of primitive life, and there were primitive creatures all over the planet. I don't know where Loki learned the magic, and the three of them have almost lost all their divine power. For a moment, the six eyes were at a loss, and they looked at each other speechlessly. No, fortunately, Frigga has a profound knowledge of magic. The three gathered their own strength, finally squeezed out a little bit of divine power and teleported to Blue Star. Why don't you go back to Asgard, you ask? This the divine power is almost gone, go back and be beaten? Definitely, the above process is summed up by Lin Feng, and Frigga's description is still very euphemistic. So, what about Heimdall? Can't you call Heimdall and you can go back? Lin Feng asked suspiciously. Then let Heimdall send you to Blue Star. Frigga looked at Odin. Heimdall has also been dismissed, although he can see us, he has lost control of Bifrost. Lin Feng was speechless. Alright, as expected of Loki, although he may be a bit of a dud in what he usually does, he is very thoughtful. As long as you make a move, there will be no retreat for you. The same goes for Odin, who say family ugliness should not be publicized, and he was really ashamed this time. Heimdall told us that Loki took the form of Odin, and he lied about Frigga's disappearance and the great battle to all Asgard's warriors. That battle shocked almost all Asgard warriors. Loki turned into Odin, even if they gave a nonsense reason, they would believe it. This family is really having fun. Lin Feng said why Loki hid behind a pillar when he left Asgard last time. It turns out that Loki has been planning something since then. Odin and Frigg didn't seem to notice Loki at that time either. So, the magician came to me and wanted my help to defeat Loki and let you regain control of Asgard. As soon as these words came out, Odin and Frigga involuntarily looked at each other. That's almost what it means, Your Excellency Lin Feng. Loki doesn't have the ability to manage a kingdom well. His behavior will only bring huge amounts of trouble to Asgard. If you can, I'd like you to bring Loki to us. I want to ask him what he's doing. Odin patted the table angrily. To be honest, he thought that he did not treat his adopted son badly. But this adopted son is either doing something, or on the way to do something, and there is no day when he will be safe and secure. Ever since I was a child, I have been constantly getting into trouble. Moreover, Loki coveted the throne of Asgard all day long, which made the old man even more distressed. By the way, please don't hurt Loki, Frigg added. After all, she was the child she raised since she was a child. It is impossible to say that she has no feelings. Frigg always felt that Loki had kind thoughts in his heart, but he didn't guide him well. In her eyes, what Loki did was more likely to get her and Odin's attention. How do you say that sentence? It's awkward, right? Lin Feng pinched the center of his brows helplessly. Did he decide to help himself? Leave that aside, Thor? Where did Thor go? Couldn't this family be self-reliant? Lin Feng felt like a big grudge at the moment. At that time, TIE particles should be snatched away directly. What to communicate with him? Now that it's all right and you're familiar with it, just ask if you can help me. And he remembered that in the movie, Asgard's problems were all solved by Thor, and Thor also needs to rely on these events to grow step by step. Speaking of Thor, Frigga sighed and said, Thor, also exiled. Unlike where we were exiled, Heimdall only told us he was safe. Ancient One on the side answered, I know where Thor is. He's here, Sakaar. Ahem, Sakaar. Lin Feng frowned, almost choking on the tea. He wants to laugh. Thor still didn't escape the fate of Sakaar. Sakaar is the site of Gaotianzun, where he built a ring with huge amounts of Colosseum-like. Thor, in Ragnarok, when Thor was sent back to Asgard, he was kicked down by Hela, and came to Sakaar in a daze. In Sakaar, Thor meets the Valkyrie and also meets the Lost Hulk. Definitely, and his scheming brother. Thor's experience in Sakaar is somewhat dumbfounding. At least Lin Feng was smiling when he watched Thor, Ragnarok. After going through all kinds of hardships, Thor returned to Asgard with Valkyrie, and Hulk who turned back into Banner. Thus, a war started again in Asgard. Poor Thor, no match for Hela. Finally, in order to defeat Hela, Loki revived Surti, triggered Ragnarok, and let Hela die together. Definitely, as for whether Hela is dead or not, I don't know, but Asgard is really gone. The surviving people of Asgard were filled with emotion, but they were helpless. They fly into space in a spaceship, looking for a new home. Thor is also one of the protagonists. I didn't expect that after Lin Feng changed the development of the Marvel Universe, he still didn't put aside his relationship with Sakaar. Alright, I can go and have a look. Lin Feng said with a sigh. Anyway, there is friendship, a little favor can still help. Thank you so much, Your Excellency Lin Feng. Lin Feng agreed to help Asgard, which made Odin and Frigga breathe a sigh of relief. Loki caught them off guard. Although Odin has been guarding against Loki, this time the matter is obviously not that simple. Frigga has never seen the magic used by Loki, let alone cracked it. If Lin Feng does not help, then Asgard will be really difficult. As for counting on Thor, Odin thinks it might not work for the time being. Thor has disappointed him enough. It's okay, there is a problem with Asgard, and Blue Star may also be affected. What about you? Do you need me to arrange a place to live? Lin Feng understands the reason why the lips are dead and the teeth are cold. Loki doesn't know how to run a kingdom at all, let him do it, and there will be problems in a few years. At that time, if Asgard fell, maybe someone would follow Blue Star. Instead of facing more unknown troubles in the future, it is better to nip the troubles in the bud now. This is the only course of action Lin Feng believes in. It's enough for God King and the others to stay with me for the time being. Ancient One interjected from the side. Camartage will help them accordingly. Lin Feng nodded and agreed, all right. In this way, Lin Feng also saved some things. But having said that, Magician, can't you also undo the black magic on them? Lin Feng asked again. Ancient One put down his teacup, shook his head with a serious expression, and said, the magic on them comes from a dimension that I have never touched. It looks like a dark dimension, but in essence, it is a little different. I need to experiment for a while. You have to be careful, Lin Feng. This kind of magic cannot be mastered by Loki. Ancient One gave Lin Feng a strong warning. The incomprehensible magic is the reason why Ancient One is cautious. In all the books of Camartage, no such magic is recorded. This kind of magic is so powerful that it doesn't even make sense. And with Loki's strength, it is completely impossible to master and activate this kind of magic. Truth be told, Ancient One can't be undone without fully understanding the magic. So Odin and his party live in Camartage. Not only can Ancient One protect them, but also facilitate Ancient One to study and crack this magic. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully and said, is that so? I will be careful. Lin Feng got up and left after talking unnutritively to a few people again. After saying goodbye to several people, Lin Feng was not in a hurry to go to Asgard. He flew out of the Blue Star and sat cross-legged on the satellite of Stark Industries. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his sight spanned countless distances, projecting onto the kingdom of Asgard. What Ancient One said reminded him. According to his surmise, there are dogs assigned behind Loki, and it's a relatively powerful dog thing. Otherwise, Loki could not be powerful enough to seal Odin, Frigga, and Hela's divine power at the same time. Even Frigga and Ancient One have never seen it, and the magic that cannot be dispelled is enough to illustrate this point. The site surrounds Asgard, and the scene is still the same as the last time I saw it. The sun is shining and the sky is clear. At first glance, nothing seems wrong. The palace damaged by Hela and Odin is also being repaired. As for Loki, he has taken the shape of Odin, surrounded by a group of guards and handmaidens. Looking at the smile on his face, you can tell how happy this guy is now. Years of wishes came true, and the second prince smiled like a blooming dog's tail flower. After looking around Asgard and finding nothing wrong, Lin Feng shifted his gaze. This time, he set his sights on the more distant Sakaar. He wants to see, how is Thor now? Due to Lin Feng's reasons, Hulk didn't go to Sakaar, but Valkyrie still tied Thor up and sent him to Gaotianzun just like in the movie. As for how Lin Feng knew? Well, because Thor is in the Colosseum right now. Without the Hulk, Thor's antagonist becomes a character Lin Feng has never seen before. The same alien monster with huge amounts of body, Thor stood in front of him like a child. The two were wearing revealing clothes, with their muscles exposed, which seemed to have a different visual impact. Soon, Thor and the monster fought together, fisting to the flesh, blood, and sweat spilled on the battlefield, but the scene had a wonderful philosophical atmosphere. Gao Tianzun was sitting in the stands, cheering like a fool. Lin Feng shook his head amusedly, and looked away. Standing up, Lin Feng's figure instantly disappeared into the universe. He teleported to Asgard, throwing himself invisibility by the way. Thor doesn't look dangerous either. So now, let me see, which dog is behind Loki? Listen to me, listen to me. At that time, I gave the intruder a big bee pocket. Don't look at her as a woman, but she is a threat to Asgard, and I have to fight. Loki, who became Odin, stood on the luxurious platform and danced. In his mouth, Odin versus Hela has become himself. Various battle scenes are vividly depicted by him. Just like the lyrics Lin Feng heard before, the smallpox came out of his mouth. For a while, he was having fun. Odin wasn't there, Frigg wasn't there, Hela wasn't there, even his idiot big brother was sent to Sakaar. Asgard was left with himself, and no one else had to obey his orders. Just one word, cool. This feeling of superiority made him intoxicated. Every time I talk about excitement, there must be a pause to enjoy the applause and cheers of the audience. At the end of the session, Loki feels thirsty. He turned his head and winked at a beautiful maid, who skillfully held a wine glass. Obviously this was not the first time. Loki didn't bother to pick it up, instead he stuck his head over and asked the maid to feed him. What a damn. Lin Feng just watched from the side incognito, not knowing how to evaluate it anymore. It's so cheap, I can't help but want to slap him. To be honest, over the years, I feel that the one I'm most sorry for is Loki. Loki finished his drink, put on a guilty expression, and started a new topic. I feel like I neglected him too much. He's a kid with ability and ambition. What do you think about Loki succeeding me in the future? The originally lively scene was like a goose being strangled by the neck, and it became quiet in an instant. Everyone was dumbfounded. I don't understand at all why their king is talking about this all of a sudden. Is this something they can discuss? Who is the next king is not up to you. Loki was also drunk and said everything. Seeing the silence of the crowd now, he reacted just now. Cough cough. I mean, whenever Loki or Thor takes my place, you're going to do what you can to help him. Got it. Feeling bad, Loki hurriedly spoke out to make amends. Damn it, he made a mistake while drinking, and almost showed his ass. Everyone shouted in unison. They sniffed out some signals. This Odin, is he going to make Loki the next king? Some people can't help but scold Niang in their hearts. Who will be the king has a non-negligible influence on them. Just Loki? He is coming to be king? Will Asgard have to be called the field of fraud in the future? Everyone was worried for a while, but they would not be stupid enough to refute Odin. Wouldn't that be against themselves? Lin Feng watched and shook his head again and again. As Odin said, Loki governs Asgard? It's just a joke. Feeling that he couldn't stand it anymore, Lin Feng directly cancelled the invisibility. The sudden appearance of a person startled the Asgard warriors, and subconsciously drew their swords. Your Excellency, how are you doing recently? Lin Feng walked towards Loki with a smile, and there was something in his words. Seeing Lin Feng, Loki's heart stopped suddenly. Ha ha, isn't this Your Excellency Lin Feng? Loki hurriedly stepped down from the high platform and greeted him with a smile. At the same time, he quickly waved his hand to signal the guards to put away their weapons. Lin Feng's sudden appearance startled him. But Loki reacted quickly. He panicked. There was someone behind him now. Besides, can Lin Feng see through his disguise? With the appearance of Lin Feng, a voice also sounded in Loki's mind. Let everyone leave and bring him to the palace. Loki nodded imperceptibly, continued to play Odin, and flirted with Lin Feng. Dealing with Lin Feng is also part of the deal between Loki and that person. They provided Loki black magic, and Loki helped them create the conditions to attack Lin Feng at the right time. After some meaningless wrangling, Loki dismissed the crowd and took Lin Feng to a palace. He watched Lin Feng follow him without the slightest doubt, and felt secretly happy. The person who gave him black magic should deal with Lin Feng himself. Loki knows Odin, Frigga, and Lin Feng have a good relationship. Now that Lin Feng is about to be dealt with, his throne can really rest easy. The two sat in the palace, and the maid served tea and left. Your Excellency Lin Feng, what's the matter with coming to Asgard this time? Loki asked with a smile. Lin Feng watched Loki play playfully. When he sat down, he felt a slight vibration in the palace. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng felt that the entire palace brought him to an uninhabited area in the universe. Oh, so impatient to make a move so soon? And it's a big deal when you make a move, even moving the entire palace into the universe. Does this mean you don't want yourself to be aware that you have been teleported out? It's a pity. If someone else came, they might have really succeeded. Lin Feng didn't turn his face immediately. Let's see the tricks and see what they do. Let me see, how are you doing these days? Lin Feng responded with a smile. The voice rang in Loki's head again. Stop him, I need a minute. The voice seemed to be preparing for something. Loki received the signal, calmed down, and continued to chat with Lin Feng. What else can I do? It's still the same. To be honest, Loki always had a bad feeling. He felt that Lin Feng's eyes were not normal. He was familiar with that look, as if he was looking at something like a joke. Loki was flustered. Did Lin Feng know something? Lin Feng nodded, not paying attention to what Loki answered. He deliberately circled his eyes around the palace, and then looked at the door. Why didn't you see the Queen of God? Lin Feng asked. The action and the question made Loki's heart beat faster. The thumping sound was so obvious that it couldn't escape Lin Feng's perception. Hey, Lin Feng smiled. He's just teasing you, old man. The Queen of God went out with Thor. What about Hela? What's going on between you? Lin Feng asked. Loki sweated visibly. Didn't they talk for a minute? Why hasn't the signal been given yet? Lin Feng's questions and attitude made him feel huge amounts of pressure. That's what it is. I'm guilty of being a thief and I didn't run away. Hi, Hela. I locked her up again. Yes, locked up by me. You also know that if a child is disobedient, it's probably because he hasn't been educated well. I'm going to lock her up for a while longer to make her sober. Loki already knew Hela's identity and story. Originally, there was a Thor who could still cheat, but Hela was obviously not easy to mess with. Whether it's brains or strength, neither of them can compare. Lin Feng shrugged. This flawed acting was thanks to Loki's ability to continue acting. He probably doesn't know, he just saw it. Outside the palace, a very cool-looking weapon is aiming at the entire palace. Coincidentally, Lin Feng searched his memory and found this thing. It is a powerful weapon possessed by the Time Bureau. RET Ray Launcher. This is the Time Administration hooking up with Loki. Lin Feng felt that it was basically solid. No wonder Wang Xinjiang asked himself to look for Ancient One 3 days later, and told himself that he was being followed by the Time Administration. Lin Feng still remembers that Wang Xinjiang hesitated to speak at that time, wanting to pay attention to something about the Time Management Bureau. That's probably what I wanted to say at the time. I have to say, this is really respecting myself. It is the ray launcher, which is known as the strongest weapon. Once this thing is hit by it, the target's historical experience still exists, and it will be completely erased from the timeline. This weapon is usually used in certain special timelines. For example, if the timeline has been modified too much, and the situation is so serious that it cannot be recovered by normal means, a ray emitter will be used to erase it. This is much more powerful than the little green-headed stick in their hands. There are only so many settings for this weapon in Lin Feng's memory, and he can't remember where he saw it. The ray weapon looks old-fashioned, and it can be seen that it is constantly charging. Garbage. Lin Feng thought to himself. Just this thing, and you still want to hit someone? Loki brought himself to this palace, probably just to allow them to sneak up on him. Lin Feng looked away. There is some doubt in my heart, how did Loki get together with the Time Administration? Loki was captured by the Time Administration for using Tesseract. Now there is no Tesseract for him to use, how can he still hook up? After thinking about it, Lin Feng said bluntly, being king, are you happy? A word without warning made Loki's heart jump again. Lin Feng spoke from the very beginning, as if implying something. Being king, it's alright. There are a lot of distressing things to deal with. Loki counted the time and continued to argue with Lin Feng. A troublesome thing. Is it something like being exiled to the universe by one's adopted son? Lin Feng turned the table. Stop pretending, showdown. I know you have a problem with this bee. With a swish, Loki stood up with a look of fear in his eyes. Your Excellency Lin Feng, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand at all? Loki tried one last struggle. Lin Feng pouted. I thought you were good at acting just now, so you pulled it off so quickly? I'm in a cold sweat, okay? Second prince. I said Loki, didn't you realize that the one behind you is even ready to give up? Lin Feng sighed and pointed to the door. Loki looked out the door subconsciously. Boom! In less than a second, the rays suddenly blasted towards the palace. All of a sudden, a torrent of light beams rushed over. The palace crumbled, and it disappeared without even mentioning persistence. Lin Feng and Loki were also submerged by the light beam, and it took 10 seconds for the light beam to stop, but the afterglow still persisted. The power of time is so terrifying. Buzz! As soon as the line was fired, the machine withered away. After the ray weapon, come out with a squad. The uniform clothes belonged to the Time Management Bureau. Captain, did you say he was dead? In the squad, a member asked the leader, the fat big sister. The fat big sister sneered. What do you say? Have you ever seen someone survive RET can? The fat big sister is a very senior group in the Time Management Bureau. For such a long time, she really hasn't seen an enemy that RET can't destroy. No, Captain, look. The team member pointed forward, as if seeing something incredible, with a horrified expression. The fat big sister looked forward. His 180-pound body froze immediately. The slap came so suddenly. Their target stood in front of them intact, looking at them calmly. Even Loki was unscathed. It's just that Loki was obviously frightened. He had already changed from Odin's appearance, and fell to the ground. After reacting, Loki was furious, jumped up and cursed. Didn't you say to teleport me out before hitting? Next, there is a classic genealogy flip, and I don't know where Loki learned it from. He was really terrified and really angry. He has always played the role of demolishing bridges, but today they actually demolished them. Humiliation? The fat big sister gave Loki a disdainful look. In her eyes, it was Loki's honor to work for the Time Administration. Teleport you out? What if Lin Feng finds out? But it's useless to say that now. I didn't expect that weapons of this level would not be able to harm you. The fat big sister stared at Lin Feng carefully, and began to retreat in his heart. The information distributed above shows that Lin Feng is extremely dangerous. Otherwise, it can't be directly up. It is a devastating RET can ray weapon. This thing is generally not used to hit people. Unexpectedly, in the case of a sneak attack, Lin Feng was not eliminated. Lin Feng chuckled and spread his hands. That's it. The Time Administration sent these people to deal with me. Do you underestimate Silver Superman too much? Don't talk about causing harm to me. You can't even break through the biological force field. If Lin Feng was originally a native creature of the Marvel Universe, then this ray of light would damage Lin Feng even if it couldn't erase him. But unfortunately, Lin Feng is not. In Lin Feng's eyes, these people were not even a side dish. Don't be arrogant. The Time Management Bureau already knows what you have done. I advise you to be arrested obediently and return the things from the Time Management Bureau. I can also speak for you during the trial. The fat big sister threw out 2 official sentences. She knew that her team would definitely not be able to beat Lin Feng, so she could only frighten her, hoping that Lin Feng would be frightened by her. Lin Feng felt that she was out of her wits, acting like a scene from a novel. I even went to the Time Management Bureau to buy it for 0 yuan, and still obediently get caught? Stop these unnutritious farts. If you don't want something, you won't be able to take it away. I won't kill you this time, hurry up and get out. Lin Feng didn't intend to kill. This fat big sister is also a pitiful person blinded by the Time Administration on the screen. What Lin Feng is really tired of is the Time Administration, not these poor people who are used as tools. The fat big sister is a bit tangled up. If he was the only one who came this time, he might have turned around and left. Now that there are a few players behind him, won't it be too embarrassing to go like this? But looking at the other person's eyes, I have to spend one more word, maybe I really don't have to leave. Beside her, a team member came up to him and whispered, Captain, why don't we withdraw first? Even RET can raise are useless, and we can't deal with him. Even if we return empty-handed, the higher UPS won't say anything. As soon as these words came out, a group of team members immediately echoed. Even the fat big sister cast admiring glances at him. This guy has a future? The steps are given too on time. None of them wanted to confront Lin Feng. If a king exploded, he didn't lose a single hair. This is obviously not a time offender that can be easily dealt with before. Working for the time administration, they are majestic and proud, but not stupid. There is no solution to a dead end, so go early to save your life. The fat big sister made some calculations and ordered decisively. Go, let's go back. Everyone was overjoyed, and hurriedly picked up the ray weapon and prepared to sneak away. At this moment, a portal appeared not far from them. A huge figure stepped out from inside. I knew a long time ago that the idiot of the Time Management Bureau can't deal with him. Now it seems that I still have to make a move. A purple figure emerged, followed by a flaming skull. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, flashing a dangerous light. Oh, acquaintance, old Thanos? How did he appear? Lin Feng glanced at the fat big sister and Thanos. Appearing at this time, coupled with the old Thanos words, Lin Feng naturally suspected that he had something to do with the time administration. Seeing someone coming, the fat big sister shrank her pupils and said nervously, It's you. Old Thanos sneered. Why, is it strange? The fat big sister narrowed his eyes, staring at the old Thanos for a while. The time administration knew who the culprit was for the $0 purchase, and the old Thanos was one of them. This old Thanos from another universe, murderous, deceitful. Fat big sister doesn't want to deal with such a creature. No surprise, thanks to Mr. Thanos for telling us about the stolen warehouse. Let's go. The fat big sister exited directly, and the whole team teleported back to the Time Management Bureau with a burst of green light, leaving room for Lin Feng and old Thanos. Lin Feng smiled slightly, secretly thought it was interesting. The fat big sister said this to himself, and directly stated that it was the old Thanos who sold his information. Clever. I don't have the ability to hate Thanos and Lin Feng, but use one sentence to intensify the conflict between the two. The purpose is to make them think of fighting to the death. And the fat big sister's move was also successful. Although Lin Feng saw through her intentions, it didn't prevent him from getting angry. The lingering old Thanos spread the word to the universe years ago that he possessed infinite gems. A few years later, tell the time administration again? Don't be Thanos, isn't it more appropriate to be an agent? What did the widow say? Big man, the sun is setting, it's time for old Thanos to go to the graveyard too. That's Thanos. Loki eyed the older Thanos in disbelief. Lin Feng sneered and said, You know a lot. He is not the Thanos of this universe, he is more cruel and violent. Lin Feng's tone was mixed with disdain and teasing. The elderly Thanos was not angry when he heard this. He took 2 steps forward like a kind old man, but with a cold and stern light in his eyes, he said, I didn't expect that you know me quite well. No, I don't understand you. Lin Feng frowned, and waved his hands disgustingly like driving away flies. It's disgusting, who wants to know you, you purple-skinned old monster? Lin Feng continued, At least I don't understand, why did you come back to die? You escaped last time, and you still don't know how to spare your life. While speaking, Lin Feng analyzed Thanos' actions. When the old Thanos ran away, Lin Feng knew he would come back. It's just that this time was longer than Lin Feng imagined, so that Lin Feng almost forgot the existence of this old guy. He jumped out at this time and reported to the Time Management Bureau. Did he have any way to deal with himself? Last time, with the help of cosmic consciousness, old Thanos didn't dare to make a move. This time, it seems that he took the whole card and came over. Mentioning the escape, Thanos also raised some anger, thinking that he traversed countless universes, but escaped in front of a child whose age was considered a child to him. This is his indelible black history. The old Thanos snorted coldly, You stubborn little guy. Last time, it was because of that thing protecting you. And now, you don't have such good luck, Lin Feng. Lin Feng chuckled, knowing it in his heart. This old thing seems to have found enough to resist the consciousness of the universe. Otherwise, you can't escape like this. But did Lin Feng panic? No panic at all. Years ago, when Lin Feng first met the older Thanos, Lin Feng was unafraid. And the current Lin Feng is so much stronger than a few years ago that he doesn't know where he has gone. Old Thanos? Lin Feng directly mocked and said, Old boy, you came back after a few years, just to show me bragging. If you're trying to make me laugh, I admit that you do have a hand. Having blocked himself twice, Lin Feng does not intend to let the old Thanos go. It was originally a relationship of no injustice and no enmity, but you suddenly messed with me twice. This time we have to settle the old and new accounts together. Lin Feng also didn't intend to ask the old Thanos why he made trouble for himself first. This kind of thing, just ask when the old Thanos is lying at his feet. For this kind of existence that makes trouble for oneself, when answering the question of the master, one must either lie down or kneel. Elderly Thanos did not have an Eastern forum, so his words were naturally not as sharp as Lin Feng, who had been nurtured for many years, so he could only keep a dark face and approach Lin Feng step by step. Young man, being able to speak is nothing. I hope your ability is as powerful as your words. Lin Feng stroked his hair. Hey, old calf, I'm standing right here, come on, Come and hit me, see if you can hide or not. The taunting skill confidant layman. From the very beginning, Lin Feng constantly taunted the old Thanos, for fear that he would run away like last time. The old man Thanos was furious, stopped talking nonsense, flipped his hands, and a tyrant's butcher knife with sharp blades on both ends appeared in his hand. Last time, he didn't have enough to resist the consciousness of the universe. Although it was only less than a second of interference, it was enough to kill him. But now, without fear of cosmic consciousness, he directly attacked Lin Feng. The old Thanos bulged out his pectoralis major, and he directly chose to strike with a heavy fist, and the big knife slashed at Lin Feng with a sharp edge. With great momentum, he made a completely ruthless move straight to the forehead. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. This old brat really thought the young master wouldn't hide? A teleport came to the back of old Thanos and sent it with a kick. The old man Thanos caught Lin Feng disappearing, and wanted to stop the sprinting movement, but Lin Feng made up his foot, which almost made him eat shit. You. The old man Thanos was angry. Didn't he say he should hide? Don't talk about martial arts? Lin Feng smiled. It wouldn't do any harm if the knife was cut on him, but he's just happy to tease old Thanos, just to watch him hop. The angrier he is, the happier Lin Feng is. You eat me with a cosmic spiral, super invincible, huge energy, electric eyes are pressing. 2 heat rays shot out from Lin Feng's eyes, shining with a destructive light. The breath of destruction rushed towards his face. The old Thanos looked solemn. He directly chose to stand the butcher's knife in front of him, and spun it quickly, forming a silver barrier. Rays shot at the weapon, and old Thanos' expression sank again. The powerful impact made his figure retreat unstoppably. At the same time, huge amounts of heat were transmitted from the blade, and the palms under the pressure of the impact continued to ache, and the blade almost collapsed and flew out. Elderly Thanos had a moment of judgment. This instant energy skill is more powerful than the move that almost opened a hole for him a few years ago. But in the past few years, old Thanos has not lived in vain. The old man Thanos exerted force with both hands, dragged Heat Ray and flung it hard, sending Heat Ray flying out. Heat Ray stopped, bursts of blue smoke rose from the blade. The old Thanos looked at the tyrant's butcher knife, a little numb. The ends of the tyrant's butcher's knife had begun to melt. With just one move, this artifact standing at the top of the universe was damaged. For a moment, the old Thanos laughed out loud as if he lost his mind, and threw the butcher knife away. I knew that ordinary fighting methods can't deal with you at all. In a battle of this level, the help that ordinary artifacts can provide is almost negligible. Like now. Stop talking so much, old boy, you don't understand the reason why villains die because of talking too much. Lin Feng sneered. The old Thanos ignored Lin Feng's sarcasm, and slapped his left chest twice with his right hand. The golden armor immediately covered Thanos' body, shining with golden light. His brand new armor has excellent defense and can also increase the ability of the old Thanos. Again, the old Thanos yelled, grabbing back with his left hand. A huge amounts of blue halo appeared behind old Thanos. Uncertain round flame gravels wrapped in ultra-high temperature flew out of the circle of light one by one. The temperature and light, almost every one, has the power of a small sun. It only takes one to shatter Blue Star. Old Thanos grabbed his left hand behind him and swung it forward. Hundreds of flaming rubble rushed straight towards Lin Feng. That's it. Lin Feng said disdainfully, facing the approaching little sun. He slapped continuously without changing his expression. After several slaps, the little sun was directly fanned into powder. It's not that the power of this thing is too low, but that Lin Feng's rank is too high. The scorching high temperature is no different from a hot spring to Lin Feng. Old calf, if you only have this kind of tactic, you can start to say your last words. Young man, you're so crazy. The old man Thanos snorted coldly, and waved his hand again. The gravel was covered with a layer of red energy, and the killing breath rushed towards him. Lin Feng was a little tired of this ordinary attack. Facing the round gravel that struck again, he blew lightly. Freezing breath? The gravel that hit Lin Feng was frozen in midair, losing potential energy and falling to pieces one after another. Old boy, do you like playing ball? Lin Feng sneered, imitating Thanos and stretching out his left hand behind him. I will too. Lin Feng started with the luxurious upgrade version, grabbing a small planet directly from the universe. Powerful energy was poured into it, and the planet was instantly covered with frost and barbed icicles. Come on, take Lao Tzu's trick. The planet imbued with frozen energy passed towards Thanos via. Thanos snorted coldly. At this speed, the tortoise can dodge it. Don't goose Lin Feng no? Thanos wanted to hide, but suddenly his pupils shrank. His body can't move. Looking down, I don't know when a lot of black ropes appeared on my body, binding me to stay in place. I don't know what material the rope is made of, and it didn't break free for a while. Hey, elderly Thanos couldn't avoid it. He let out a muffled grunt, and the golden armor instantly appeared on his body. Armor with superb defensive power. Thanos has fought in countless universes, so he naturally knows the importance of saving his life. Compared with the previous armor, this set of armor is more powerful in defense. The frozen planet slammed into old Thanos hard, shoving him constantly on his hind legs. The planet is huge, and the figure of old Thanos is directly buried in it. Explosion. Lin Feng shook his left hand. The frozen planet instantly shattered into countless icicles, bursting out in the universe with an aura of coldness and destruction. An icicle the size of a fist flew past the forehead of Ghost Rider, who was hiding aside, and the flames were almost extinguished by it. As for Loki, when he saw this move, he decisively used his escape card and ran away. A battle of this level is going to be frozen into ice slag from such a long distance. Fortunately, he is still a descendant of Frost Titan. The explosion gradually dissipates, revealing the figure of old Thanos. Hey, the old thing has good defense. Lin Feng smiled, stretching out his hand to recall the black rope. The golden armor of old Thanos was covered with a layer of blue and white under the effect of frost. The purple skin was frozen black. His white hair and beard were also covered in icicles, making him a blackened version of Santa Claus. Elderly Thanos' eyes flickered, his body was already numb from the cold. He still hasn't fully grasped Lin Feng's strength. When facing the explosion just now, the unprecedented cold seemed to be able to freeze the entire space. Moving his frozen body, the old Thanos let out a breath of cold air. Is it really disrespectful to the elderly? Such a big frozen planet greets me? Old calf, are you okay? There is no time for you to rest. Lin Feng took advantage of the victory and pursued, dodged behind the old Thanos, and mercilessly hit the old comrade's waist. With a dull whimper, old Thanos flew out like a cannonball. A large part of the golden armor was dented where it was hit. Ha ha ha, where did the old stuff get the 3 no products? They can't hold up to my master. Lin Feng taunted, while constantly teleporting. Lin Feng kicked kick after kick, kicking old Thanos. Every foot has the strength to tear apart the space. Ghost Rider was already watching his liver and gallbladder split, and he didn't dare to go up to help Thanos at all. His master, the overlord of the universe, Thanos, has been fighting in the universe for so many years, and he has hardly seen such a scene. From the very beginning, Thanos was overwhelmed by Lin Feng. Subconsciously, Ghost Rider felt that his master would lose. But Ghost Rider remembered again that the master got that thing, and felt a little more stable. At least Thanos hasn't come up with something like that yet. Uproar. Regardless of what Ghost Rider thought, the old Thanos, who was continuously attacked, spurted out a mouthful of old blood. Fast, too fast. Lin Feng's control of breath is very clever, and the old Thanos can't catch it when he teleports. It is completely unknown from which direction Lin Feng will appear in the next second. By the time he saw Lin Feng, it was too late to defend. Rao's old Thanos is still absorbing the power of various universes in recent years, but compared with Lin Feng, there is always a big gap. I didn't expect you to grow up so fast. The old Thanos muffled, wiping the dark purple blood from the corner of his mouth. His super armor was kicked into a pile of scrap iron in less than a few seconds. When I saw you for the first time, I should have killed you at all costs. In the eyes of old Thanos, Lin Feng's growth rate is completely unreasonable. It seems that Lin Feng's growth is as simple as charging. At the beginning, Lin Feng should be dragged to a different space and killed at all costs. Hearing this, Lin Feng retracted his big feet and paused the attack. You're trying to make me laugh again. You couldn't do it before, and you can't do it now. The elderly Thanos laughed again, with a crazy light in his eyes, and said, I hope you can be so confident in the future. After speaking, Thanos reached into the void with his palm and took out a circular ball of light. The moment the light cluster appeared, the entire space of the universe stopped, and the space seemed to freeze, which made Lin Feng feel an inexplicable stickiness. Lin Feng frowned, staring at the ball of light. Can't understand what that is? Even supervision has no way to penetrate that light ball. However, he could intuitively feel the faint threatening aura emanating from the light cluster, accompanied by a shocking energy response. The hand of old Thanos holding the light ball trembled a little, and the madness in his eyes was even worse. Come on, young man, let you see the power beyond the universe. Thanos' eyes were bloodshot, full of madness and tyranny. He stared fixedly at Lin Feng, and then patted the ball of light on himself. The light ball merged into the body, and the old Thanos grunted, seemingly in extreme pain. The ball of light radiated energy, scurrying around in the old Thanos' body, as if trying to escape. Old age Thanos endured with all his might. Soon, the light cluster moved to the position of the heart, slowly stopped shining, and became quiet. Plop, plop. The sound of Thanos' heart beating rang around, and the universe was vibrating with the beating of old Thanos' heart. The aura of the old Thanos suddenly soared at this moment, with him as the center. Huge amounts of energy storm burst out from the heart, blowing towards the surroundings. The light group turned into fluid and flowed through the whole body, like an air pump, blowing the body of the old Thanos to a huge size, surpassing the god group that Lin Feng had seen before in an instant. Lin Feng was amazed. Is this drinking Sanhuadon? Dazzling light diffused in the universe, at the moment's old Thanos, surrounded by golden light. If it wasn't for his lack of hair, he would probably have become the Super Saiyan next door. At the moment, the aura of the elderly Thanos has risen to the point of terror, and his stature has caught up with his old car, holy place number 2. Huge amounts of eyes locked on Lin Feng. This punch, the power of countless universes, can you handle it? The elderly Thanos turned calm and punched. The fist wrapped in golden light hit Lin Feng directly from the air. This punch directly caused the space to shake, and the meteorites and planets within the surrounding light years were all falling apart. This time, Lin Feng's complexion sank. He felt suffocation from that fist. Without hesitation, he directly launched a teleport to distance himself. I couldn't help but scream in my heart. Thanos' old calf really exploded. It is not at the same level as the strength just shown. This blow, conservatively, is the other destructive power of the level single universe. Lin Feng could resist this blow head-on, but he wouldn't be so stupid that he had to face any attack because he wasn't injured. Where are you going? The old Thanos had such a big body, but he was so flexible that he punched Lin Feng sideways. The golden light flourished again, and Lin Feng launched teleportation again. However, the elderly Thanos followed a teleportation as if he had opened up the two veins of Ren and Du. As soon as Lin Feng appeared, he felt something was wrong. Looking up, a big golden fist came down from above. Boom! With another punch, Lin Feng turned into a shooting star in the sky and disappeared from the normal field of vision. The potential energy generated by this punch directly sent Lin Feng thousands of miles away. Lin Feng turned over and stabilized his figure. Touching the back of his head with his palm, he actually felt a little pain. Hiss, beefy. The old calf really has something. What was it just now that can give Thanos such a big boost? You must know that Lin Feng's current strength is probably equivalent to the top strength of the multi-universe, and it should be the kind with half of his feet stepping into the super-universe. If Lin Jili's cosmic cube is carried, Lin Feng will directly step into the super-large cosmic sequence and kill wantonly. Note that the strength level here is close to the multi-universe level in the comic setting. This is different from the existence of levels in movies that need to take care of the plot and weaken the senses. Above that is the Almighty Universe level, which represents OAA, higher than other existences. Thanos can inflict damage on Lin Feng with a punch without charging, which proves that he is at least at this level 1 level. Zhou, it's a little tricky. Lin Feng frowned and looked around. Thanos punched 2 or 3 times, and there was no object in the light year, except for the Ghost Rider he brought. The destructive power is unimaginable, and old Thanos seems to be completely useless. This is not a good situation. Lin Feng was not afraid of confronting Thanos, but worried that the fight between the two would destroy the universe. He can restore the universe through the power of infinite gems, but Lin Feng does not want Susan and others to experience a death. Are you in a daze at this time? Thanos sneered, spread his hands out to the sides, and squeezed hard. The space is constantly collapsing in his hands. Centered on Thanos, the constantly collapsing space is spinning and shattering. In just a few seconds, a huge black hole was formed. A strong suction enveloped Lin Feng, trying to pull him to Thanos. Lin Feng struggled subconsciously, then suddenly rolled his eyes and gave up struggling. He's drawn swiftly towards older Thanos. The old Thanos pulled his fist back to charge, and said mockingly in turn, "Why don't you talk? Are you scared?" When Lin Feng approached, the old Thanos punched out again. Boom! This punch encountered obstacles. Lin Feng directly extended his hand to block the punch. Looking up, the old Thanos saw the playfulness in Lin Feng's eyes. "Old calf, do you think you are invincible after you explode? Come on, let's fight somewhere else." With a thought, Lin Feng launched teleportation with the huge old Thanos. If this old kid had this strength when he first met Lin Feng a few years ago, Lin Feng might really be gone. Now, it can only be regarded as having the qualifications to confront Lin Feng. The figures of the two disappeared, leaving only Ghost Rider half dead in the aftermath of the old Thanos attack. In order to protect Blue Star, Lin Feng directly brought old Thanos out of hyperspace. "Come on, old calf, the second game." After speaking, he directly threw out his killing move. After quickly retreating a distance, Lin Feng reached out to the old Thanos and shook it hard. In the next second, a huge black hole appeared above the old Thanos. An indescribable pulling force and tearing sensation came. While manipulating the black hole, Lin Feng said, "Didn't expect that. Old boy, do you think you are the only one who knows how to do this?" Old Thanos sees the trick. If the black hole is not easy to solve, then solve the person who created the black hole. The huge body disappeared in place, appeared behind Lin Feng, and punched out again. However, Lin Feng at the moment no longer has to worry about whether the fight will cause damage to the surroundings. The cosmic bubble in the hyperspace has barriers. As long as it is not deliberately attacking the foam, it will generally not affect it. Lin Feng let go of the control on the black hole, turned around and punched it. Two multi-universe top existences collided, directly shattering the dimension. Numerous black gaps visible to the naked eye appeared around the two of them. Not fighting back is not in Lin Feng's personality. Lin Feng completely let go of his strength, and after the confrontation, he kicked the old Thanos in the chest. The old Thanos flew out backwards, and Lin Feng followed up with a heat ray to make up for it. The old Thanos who exploded, his body resisted heat ray. The heat ray, which can penetrate the single universe, only left 2 scorching marks on the old Thanos. "Hey, old calf, what did you use to become so resistant?" The old Thanos stopped the figure, grabbed his hands back, and a larger blue halo appeared than before. This time, he directly grabbed countless burning small planets from it. Each one, like a real sun, exudes high temperature that distorts space. Want to know? Go ask Death. The overwhelming burning planet illuminated a large area of space, and the light beams rushed towards Lin Feng like a torrent. All the planets collide together with Lin Feng as the target center. Lin Feng teleported to the back of old Thanos again. The heavy kick hit the old comrade's waist again. One kick, and sent old Thanos to the center of town where the planets collided. And it kicked him in just a second before the impact. The planets collided soundlessly, bursting and exploding. Lin Feng pouted. "Playing, everyone will teleport, can I still stand still and call you?" But Lin Feng knew that this move would not kill the old Thanos. To kill him, more powerful moves are needed. Thinking about it, Lin Feng began to charge the heat ray, and his eyes became fiery red again. There is a huge difference in power between a charged heat ray and an instant heat ray. The moment the explosion ended and Thanos appeared, heat ray was there. Lin Feng's attack speed was extremely fast, and he didn't give the old Thanos a chance to flash. 2 heat rays directly opened 2 big holes in the old Thanos' body. What? Old Thanos let out a scream, and dark purple blood flowed out from the 2 wounds like money. But the recovery of the old Thanos' ability is also amazing. The wound stopped bleeding very quickly, and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thanos counterattacked, the energy from the heart surged into the fist, locked on Lin Feng and struck out. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he teleported again. But the energy supply seemed to have eyes, and it turned a corner and caught up with Lin Feng directly. Lin Feng slapped towards the energy. But to his surprise, the energy drilled into his body along the palm of his hand. For a moment, the whole body was numb, as if it had been electrocuted. Lin Feng thumped in his heart, thinking something was wrong. Careless, can paralyze Superman's energy attack? In the next second, energy exploded in Lin Feng's body. Huge amounts of lightning surged out, surging along Lin Feng's meridians, making Lin Feng freeze in place instantly. This kind of lightning is not lightning in the sense of blue star at all, but it can actually paralyze Silver Superman. It's not over yet, roared the old Thanos, and fired another shot of energy. This burst of energy is fiery red. Lin Feng was temporarily paralyzed, unable to dodge at all, and directly received the energy with his face. The red energy collided with the lightning, causing an explosion immediately. With Lin Feng as the center of the explosion, it directly shattered the space with a radius of thousands of miles. Countless black dimensional rifts appeared, sucking in the remaining energy. The explosion lasted a full minute before it barely ended. Lin Feng at the center of the explosion has turned into a carbon man. Even with the protection of the biological force field, Lin Feng's hair was still standing on end, and the clothes on his body were also torn to pieces. Opening his mouth, he exhaled a black breath. Lin Feng stared at Thanos like a dead fish. Damn, use flames to strike thunder and lightning? Where did you learn the thunder and fire overload reaction? Shaking his head, Lin Feng's body trembled. He shattered the tattered clothes on his body, and changed into a Superman battlesuit. Old Juzixiu. Looking at Lin Feng's rampant Marvel universe for several years, except for some existences who do not actively provoke, the current old Thanos is considered the strongest one he has encountered. Lin Feng thought again of the ball of light that Thanos took out before. It was because of that light group that the weak old Thanos, who was as weak as a rookie, changed his body and directly killed the top level of the multi-universe. Seeing that this attack was effective against Lin Feng, the old Thanos cheered up, and quickly swung a few energy balls again. This thing consumes too much energy, and old Thanos dare not use it too much. Seeing the red, blue, and blue energy balls rushing towards him again, Lin Feng frowned. Again, hyperspace is also unlucky. I don't know what mistake I made. These 2 people didn't fight well in their own universe, but they ran to him to fight. That ball of energy being shot all over the place by old Thanos. Some of those who were dodged by Lin Feng or shot away were integrated into the bubble universe. The energy ball exploded in other universes, which soon caused shocks in the entire universe. In the universe affected by the energy ball, almost half of the creatures in the universe felt this shock. For a moment, people were in a state of panic, thinking that the end of the world was coming, and it was simply a disaster without reason. In hyperspace, heat ray and energy balls are flying around in hyperspace. Lin Feng is really high. On weekdays, there is no such opportunity to give him a chance to vent his presumptuousness. Enemies in the past were either dealt with a punch or a heat ray. If you feel bored, you can punch 2 more punches. This is the first time that you don't have to worry about your opponent dying too quickly. Have fun, old boy. Lin Feng laughed. His eyes became red and bright because of the constantly released heat ray. The more he fought, the more excited he was, and the harder he fought. But old Thanos didn't have it so easy. From the back and forth with Lin Feng at the beginning, to being beaten constantly passively. The energy ball did not dare to be placed indiscriminately. It can be said that it is a bit miserable. At this moment, Lin Feng has become a pervert in the eyes of the old Thanos. He had thought that Lin Feng would also have a good growth in strength in the past few years. But after getting that thing, he is confident that he can isolate the interference of cosmic consciousness. No matter how far Lin Feng grows, he can obliterate it. But the reality is like playing a joke on him. In the past few years, Lin Feng has grown to a point where he can't understand. This feeling is like he slaughtered the undead in the entire universe and sent them to death. But the goddess of death took out her endless reserves backhanded, making him feel powerless. He thought he was giving a big gift, but he didn't know it was just a grain of rice in his family's food reserves. Elderly Thanos' face was extremely gloomy, and the round ball of light in his heart was extremely dim. It's not that the light ball has no energy, but that the old Thanos dare not drive it recklessly. His strength originally was not as strong as Lin Feng. Relying on this thing to forcibly improve one's own strength will have sequelae. If he used it recklessly, before Lin Feng was defeated by him, he would die in his hands first. From the beginning to the end, Lin Feng had only a few minor injuries, the kind that healed up in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, I have a few more holes in my body. It was able to recover quickly at the beginning, but now the recovery speed is getting slower and slower. But there is no turning back when you open the bow. Even if the elderly Thanos gives up now, Lin Feng will not let him go. Why not give it a go? Maybe there is a chance. Fight. The old man Thanos gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and drove the ball of light again. The ball of light once again surged with countless energy flowing through the veins, which was larger and denser than before. This time, the old Thanos' stature skyrocketed again. The whole body is full of golden light, just like the sun. Lin Feng stabbed sharply, his heart moved, and he understood. This old Thanos is seeing that he can't beat him, so he wants to enlarge his move? The golden light became more and more intense, and the aura of destroying heaven and earth rushed over. Some space debris appeared around him and disappeared constantly, which is a manifestation of not being able to perfectly control one's own power. This is the shortcoming of relying on external objects. If Lin Feng can't control himself, then if he stands on the blue star, the next second, the blue star will blow him up. The aura of the old Thanos is still rising, as if the second explosion is in general. His skin began to crack, dark red blood burst out constantly, and then turned into powder and disappeared into the universe. Several open wounds spread across the old Thanos' body, making his golden body look like it was about to explode. Finally, the sphere of light stopped while forcibly instilling old Thanos to super universe level. It blows up old Thanos like a balloon to a gigantic size, but to the limit. Any more, and I'm afraid it will really explode. The elderly Thanos kept heaving his body, adapting to the new power, and then stared at Lin Feng suddenly. Lin Feng's scalp tightened, and an indescribable aura of killing and annihilation enveloped him. At the same time, an inexplicable feeling suddenly rose in Invisible. It was as if something locked him. The scalp is tight, the eyelids are twitching, and the alarm bells are ringing in the heart. While being locked, he seemed to be trapped and unable to move. Elderly Thanos' golden light gathered towards his fist. It goes without saying that the older Thanos' actions have proven. As Lin Feng thought, this is basically the last resort of old Thanos. The golden light on the fist cast reflections outside the countless bubble universes. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the bubble universe close to the old Thanos, which is enough to prove how terrifying the next blow was. Lin Feng tried to get rid of the feeling of being locked up. But now the elderly Thanos is forcing his way to the super universe level with the ball of light, and Lin Feng has no Lin Jili to carry around. It is possible to get rid of it, but it also takes a certain amount of time. Lin Feng tried to teleport, but it was as if he was in a transparent box, unable to move at all. His complexion became serious, and Lin Feng secretly said something was wrong. This ball of light must be in his own hands after killing the old Thanos. It's so weird, it's the first time Lin Feng has seen this kind of thing. System, you're up and working. Lin Feng tried to get rid of the lock while calling the system in his mind. He can't recognize it, but the system should know. Maybe there is a corresponding solution. What is that? Can you analyze it? The system jumped out with a yawn. Looking in the direction Lin Feng pointed, he was shocked. Damn it, the heart of the universe. What? Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, and then he was also shocked. This is the heart of the universe? Aren't you kidding me? What is the heart of the universe? That's higher than the cosmic cube and infinite gems. That's a weapon second only to the reality controller, an incomplete part of the real OAA. Lin Feng felt numb for a while. When Lin Feng became the Silver Superman, he thought that Thanos might only be able to compete with him if he got the heart of the universe. But just a joke, who would have thought that a heart of the universe would really pop out? There won't be a reality controller Thanos popping up in the future, right? Then how to fight? Having figured it out, Lin Feng nodded secretly. It's no wonder why the old Thanos suddenly became so powerful. With the current strength of the Silver Superman body, it is really impossible to get rid of the lock of the heart of the universe in a short time. But soon, Lin Feng discovered something was wrong again. If it is really the heart of the universe, old Thanos can't fight himself so hard. Lin Feng asked himself, if he wants to gain an advantage against the heart of the universe, he must bring Lin Jili along. Otherwise, relying on your own words alone would be difficult. Moreover, the exhaustion of old Thanos is visible to the naked eye. Lin Feng asked this doubt. The system responded, ahem, I didn't finish talking just now. That's not the complete heart of the universe, it's just a small part of it. Shards. Next time you speak, don't pant. Lin Feng rolled his eyes angrily, but at the same time he felt a little relieved. It turned out to be fragments, so it's okay. Let's just talk about how old Thanos hit more and more, and it turned out that he only got a fragment, really. Look at the wound on his body, the recovery is very slow, and it can be seen that he has no way to continue to drive the heart of the universe. The system explained again and again. If it is a complete cosmic heart, there is a complete recycling loop, and it will not cause such great harm to the user. With the current strength of the host, there is no need to be false, just straight up. After the explanation, the system went offline again. It's not a big problem, at most he will be seriously injured, so he won't die. And the attack of the old Thanos also completed charging at the moment. Hi, old Thanos, grimly throwing his final punch. The golden light flew out of the fist, and the moment it left, it caused a super large-scale shock. All the bubble universes passed by on the route began to tremble. The golden light hit Lin Feng without any surprise. Can't teleport, and it's too late to get out of the lock. Lin Feng's scalp was numb, and he directly crossed his hands to protect his chest, and opened up the biological force field to the maximum. To be on the safe side, Lin Feng activated 6 infinite gems at the same time, and the energy surrounded his body. The moment of contact, the golden light directly engulfed Lin Feng. Then, an explosion of an unimaginably large scale was born in hyperspace. The space was shattered, and countless thousands of miles-long cracks appeared in the hyperspace, devouring the broken pieces one by one. The explosion impacted countless bubble universes. One by one, the universe began to shatter and disappear under the shock. In the hyperspace, it was like a small dark house, suddenly squeezed into a sun, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. The explosion lasted for a full minute before barely dissipating. However, the dimensional rift formed was unwilling to close for a long time, and kept swallowing some matter in the universe. Turning his gaze to the battlefield, Lin Feng's figure was revealed. Not dead. A piece of the cosmic heart that cannot kill a silver Superman powered by infinite gems. It's just that Lin Feng's current state is not much better. It is not an exaggeration to use a sentence of blood, and the injuries in some places are even more visible. As for the Superman battlesuit on his body, it has been blown up to nothing. Bulby. Lin Feng gave a bloody thumbs up and praised with effort. Well, it's really awesome, although it can't kill Silver Superman, but it can cause such damage. The old Thanos is worth his life, okay? Severe pain came from his body. Lin Feng directly blocked the pain, and then reached out and pulled out 2 huge amounts of yellow dwarfs from behind. In the universe, there are more than just the sun and a yellow dwarf. This thing is Superman's fountain and amplifier. Under the illumination of the 2 yellow dwarfs, Lin Feng's cells quickly regenerated, repairing the injury. In fact, absorbing infinite gems can also quickly recover from injuries, but in this situation, it is a bit wasteful to use infinite gems. Tried reversing the injury with the time gem, to no avail. It can only rely on the cells to work hard, although it will be a little slower. Gradually recovering from his injuries, Lin Feng looked around the hyperspace, frowning slightly. With this blow, many cosmic bubbles disappeared. Every bubble represents a universe. With that move just now, Lin Feng couldn't care about them at all. But fortunately, Lin Feng has the complete set of infinite gems, plus his own power bonus, to restore all the destroyed and wiped out universe. It just takes a little more effort. Lin Feng set his sights on old Thanos again. The old Thanos was already lying there, with dark purple blood flowing continuously, and it seemed that there was more exhalation than inhalation. For him, using this move is simply a way to injure the enemy 1000 and self-injure 800. The current him is cracked layer by layer, not much better than Lin Feng. The fragments of the heart of the universe did not mean to help him repair his injuries. The previous recovery was all relying on the old Thanos' own ability, combined with the use of energy. In such a situation where the lights are exhausted, he has no way to save himself. The elderly Thanos turned his head with difficulty, looking at Lin Feng with dim eyes. Why, this can't kill you. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out anyway. The blow just now, I don't know how many universes can be destroyed, but it only caused a certain degree of moderate injury to Lin Feng. How does this make him an old man? Lin Feng smiled. Old calf, you don't know anything about power. Thanos choked. I am already like this, do I still have to pretend to be AB to beat myself? With a sigh, the elderly Thanos was a little tired, lying on the spot motionless, waiting for death to come. He lost completely, and the only way to end is death. That's fine, if he dies, he might be able to hang around the goddess of death every day. Thinking of this, in Thanos' mind, the experience of his life flashed like a revolving lantern, full of madness, killing and heartlessness. The remaining energy of the heart of the universe wandered around the multiple wounds on Lin Feng's body, preventing recovery. However, it can only play a role in delaying recovery. The effect of the yellow dwarf amplifier is still very useful. In a few minutes, most of Lin Feng's injuries have recovered. Feeling that he could move freely, Lin Feng put on a new Superman battlesuit and floated towards the old Thanos. At the same time, a tiny blast of energy struck, temporarily suspending the life of old Thanos. He can't die yet. Lin Feng still has questions to ask him. He wanted to know why the old Thanos kept making trouble for himself, and where did he find the fragment of the heart of the universe. Lin Feng floated in front of the elderly Thanos, looking at the dying overlord with a little sigh as he was about to speak. At this moment, another guest ushered in the hyperspace. Lin Feng turned his head to look vigilantly. The person who came was 2,000 feet tall, covered with a layer of huge amounts of golden armor, the kind that looked very difficult to mess with. As soon as he appeared, he stood not far from Lin Feng and old Thanos, and shouted, "Don't fight, you don't fight anymore." The sudden sound made Lin Feng dig his ears, and even thought he had an auditory hallucination. Involuntarily, the old battle dance scene appeared in my mind. This very familiar line, what's the situation? Lin Feng frowns and looks towards the source of the sound. Huge amounts of body, golden armor. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. Tianjin group. This armor style is exactly the same as the Tianshen group that Lin Feng encountered. Besides them, Lin Feng couldn't think of anyone else who would dress like a bucket. The golden armor acquiesced, and repeated it, "You can't fight any longer." While speaking, the golden armor pointed to the bubble universe destroyed by the two. There is a feeling of silent heartache in every gesture. It was as if his heart had shattered along with the bubble universe. Lin Feng squeezed out a question mark between his brows. This, big brother. You can call me O, said the god group in golden armor. Oh, weird, self-proclaimed. Lin Feng pointed at the dying old Thanos. Do you think he has the ability to stand up and fight me? The celestial group, who called itself O, fell silent. He seems to be late. The old Thanos obviously had more breath and less breath, so even if he wanted to fight, he couldn't fight. Well, it seems that I am indeed late. Lin Feng, I want to talk to you. Lin Feng waved his hands impatiently. No time. Seeing that the elderly Thanos is about to pick up his lunchbox, I haven't asked a question yet. Where's the time to chat with you? Leaving O aside, Lin Feng came to the old Thanos. Old man Thanos looked at Lin Feng quietly. The madness and blood in his eyes had disappeared, and he looked like an ordinary old man at this moment. Lin Feng, where on earth are you from? The elderly Thanos' eyes were a little distracted. There is no you in the timeline, whether it is the future or the past. Your appearance has changed the entire timeline. You probably don't belong to this universe. The mere effort of saying a few words exacerbates the passing of old Thanos' life. As expected of the old Thanos who slaughtered countless universes, he analyzed the origin of Lin Feng in general. But Lin Feng is not surprising. Anyone who is powerful enough to affect time and space can guess his special characteristics. Lin Feng knelt down, feeling a little emotional. This is the second Thanos he has defeated. The loser has no right to ask questions. Now, I ask, you answer. Feelings are emotions. Lin Feng has no sympathy for the old Thanos. His hands are stained with the blood of countless universes, holding sins that ordinary people can't imagine. The elderly Thanos just smiled without retorting. Lin Feng asked his doubts. I don't understand. Why are you spreading news about me? Whether it's the time of infinite gems, or this time of the time administration. I'm pretty sure there's no deep hatred between us, right? The conscience of heaven and earth, even if it is Thanos in this universe, before he did evil, Lin Feng didn't really hit the door. As long as they don't pose a threat to the universe or to Lin Feng will not take the initiative to kill them. However, trouble always finds Lin Feng inadvertently. This is what people often say, if you don't look for trouble, it doesn't mean that trouble won't look for you. The elderly Thanos groaned and lay down for a long time before sighing quietly. Does killing need a reason? Lin Feng tilted his head, and asked back, isn't it necessary? The elderly Thanos smiled and continued, for me, there is no need. Lin Feng sneered, it's really an out-and-out cruel speech. However, what the elderly Thanos said, Lin Feng can be regarded as having the same feeling. There are many things that don't need a reason. Sometimes people like Thanos are bored, so maybe they just go to destroy a universe for fun. These behaviors are all born from your own thoughts, just like you protect your beloved, you don't need a reason. Then why did you come to me? There are so many powerful beings in the universe, but I was chosen. Do you think I'm a bully? The old Thanos speech made Lin Feng feel that he was underestimated. Do they all feel that he is a soft persimmon? Lin Feng's question made old Thanos silent again. Lin Feng was not in a hurry, sitting cross-legged in the void, waiting for the old Thanos to speak. He hung his life for the old Thanos, and he still couldn't die for a while. The elderly Thanos was silent for a while, but still gave the answer. Death has taken a fancy to your soul. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, with a bewildered expression on his face. What the hell? Goddess of death? Hela. The elderly Thanos snorted, you know her too. Lin Feng nodded subconsciously. Isn't that right? He has seen so many movies and settings in the Marvel universe, so how can he not know the goddess of death, Hela? He also captured Hela, the goddess of death, and sent it to Asgard himself. Now that Hela is humiliatingly squatting on Blue Star with one arm hanging. But the Hela in the old Thanos mouth is obviously not her. She should be the goddess of death in the old Thanos universe, the kind that is many times stronger than the Hela in Lin Feng's universe. I have destroyed so many universes and sacrificed so many undead, many of whom are strong men who are rampant in the universe. But her collection is really too much. She seems to have looked down on those ordinary souls. Lin Feng was silent. So you're following me? Yeah, your soul, it's special, although I don't know what's so special, Thanos explained. But I will personally take whatever she likes and dedicate it to her. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or not, and was a little bit at a loss as to what to say. You are a complete old licking dog. Sounds like a curse. Maybe, do you care? It doesn't matter if you don't care. You can see. There's nothing to see or not to see. I've thought about such a day for a long time. This is going to die, and there is no need to care about it. It seems that before everyone dies, they feel that everything is indifferent. But it is inevitable that there will still be some concerns in my heart, or nostalgia for some things, and regret. Like the old Thanos, in the process of slaughtering the universe, he will undoubtedly feel his end. It's just a matter of time. Are there any other questions? If not, just remove the energy. The old Thanos said with a sluggish breath. He could feel Lin Feng's energy hanging on him all the time. It was very uncomfortable. His whole body was in pain. He might as well get rid of it as soon as possible. Still have a question. Where did the fragments of the heart of the universe come from? Old Thanos froze for a moment. His eyelids twitched slightly, and then grinned with difficulty. You even know this? Lin Feng shrugged, and responded calmly, there's nothing I don't know about this. This bee outfit can only be Lin Feng. The system wanted to curse someone, but he recognized it. Bee was faked by Lin Feng, and he had nothing. Pieces of the heart of the universe, given by death. Old Thanos didn't hide it, and there's no point in hiding it now. Don't ask me if there are more fragments, I don't know. If you have a chance, ask death yourself. Now, I'm going to see her. With that, Thanos closed his eyes. Judging by his attitude, he no longer wants to say anything more. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, and withdrew the energy output. Elderly Thanos lost his energy, his purple body began to turn grey, and then slowly turned into a cloud of dust, floating in hyperspace. Old Thanos, dead. At this point, old Thanos is completely gone. The overlord of the universe who caused trouble for himself a few years ago finally fell into Lin Feng's hands. Maybe, as he said, he can go to the goddess of death. But in the end, it's just a wish. Forcibly driving the fragments of the heart of the universe, whether the soul can survive or not is another matter. The journey of a generation of cosmic overlords came to an end in hyperspace after meeting Lin Feng. Having lost the carrier, the round ball of light slowly drifted out. Seeing this, Lin Feng waved lightly, and the ball flew into Lin Feng's hands. With a little force, the ball was crushed, revealing the light blue triangular fragments inside. It's really a small part. According to the shape, it's probably only about 1/10 of the full file size. Lin Feng tossed the fragments, which were almost weightless. He clicked his tongue secretly. Such a small thing can make Thanos kill at the multi-universe level, and even set foot on the super-universe level. And by the looks of it, if Thanos can hold it, the shards would also enhance his strength. I don't know how far I can use it. Lin Feng wanted to experiment a bit, and after hesitation for a while, he chose to put it in the space first. The current conditions are not suitable for him to do experiments. There is also an O in golden armor here. I don't know what to talk to him about. Standing up, Lin Feng clapped his hands. Well, the perfect end to the old Thanos thing? I just don't know if the Time Management Bureau will make trouble for me. Turning around, Lin Feng looked up and found that the golden armor that just came over was actually repairing the bubble universe. Hehe, Lin Feng frowned. Is he still a good person? After being teased by Lin Feng just now, O didn't speak out again. Lin Feng thought he was watching quietly from the sidelines, but he didn't expect to repair the bubble universe with his own hands. Seeing that Lin Feng was done, O temporarily stopped what he was doing, and floated towards Lin Feng. Can you give it to me? O pointed to Lin Feng's left wrist. Just now, he put away the fragment of the heart of the universe in this position, and O saw it clearly. Lin Feng? Damn, can you say it again? Shameless? Lin Feng stared at O with an extremely strange expression. O's scalp became tense after being stared at, and he coughed twice. That thing is dangerous, it would be better to keep it with me. Lin Feng didn't speak, but narrowed his eyes and stared at him. In the sudden silence, O felt that he had an auditory hallucination and heard Lin Feng scolding him for being shameless. O, unable to bear the silence, raised his hands in surrender. Okay, it should be quite safe to put it in your place. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. It's nothing, I'm leaving first. This guy asked for Lin Feng's booty as soon as he opened his mouth, which made Lin Feng really lose any affection for him. Originally, I planned to hear what he wanted to talk to me about, but now I have no interest at all. However, this guy seems to have the consciousness of a tool man. He doesn't need Lin Feng to restore the destroyed universe, he just does the job himself. Lin Feng is definitely happy and relaxed. Please wait, I still have something to say. O stopped. Lin Feng's teleportation stopped. He was just putting on a show, warning O to stop talking nonsense. Since he is more polite than the Tenjin group he met before, just give him a minute. O said, you have been targeted by the goddess of death. Lin Feng did not waver, and then, the indifferent attitude made O frowned. Don't you understand the seriousness of the matter? She is Hela, the goddess of death. If she comes here, the universe will be devastated. Then what do you mean? You can cooperate with us? As long as you hand over the cosmic cube to us, we can help you deal with the goddess of death. O revealed his purpose. Lin Feng rolled his eyes repeatedly, and couldn't help wanting to punch him. You're insane, you ask yourself for something when you come up for no reason, and you don't mention the fragments of the heart of the universe. Why are you still eyeing Lin Jili? You are the boss of the Tenjin group, right? Don't talk without thinking. Lin Feng scolded unceremoniously. If the goddess of death dares to come to me, I dare to let her stay here forever. If that's all you want to say, stop here. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he teleported away without any hesitation. A member of the Golden Armor Tenjin group, this image is exactly the same as OAA, Tenjin group. Presumably he already knew that he had killed a celestial group. But judging from his appearance, he didn't intend to fight Lin Feng, but he seemed to be a person with a low IQ, and came to show Lin Feng what a joker is. This kind of person, chatting with him will affect his IQ. Lin Feng thinks he'd better slip away. Lin Feng teleported decisively, and O rubbed his hands speechlessly. He sighed, and didn't chase after it, but continued to repair the remaining bubble universe. He did know that Lin Feng had killed a celestial group, but that celestial group didn't really die. The things Lin Feng is holding in his hands are too terrifying, whether it is the cosmic cube or the fragments of the cosmic heart. Even the power of Lin Feng originally made him feel afraid. If Lin Feng goes mad, the universe will suffer. The power of the celestial group couldn't stop Lin Feng, so after getting the information from his companions, O tried his best to disperse these things from Lin Feng. In this way, they will have enough ability to compete with Lin Feng and ensure the absolute safety of the universe. Coming this time, I also felt the battle between Lin Feng and the old Thanos, which affected the Marvel Universe. The purpose of his coming here is to test Lin Feng. But maybe I said something wrong? Lin Feng seems to dislike seeing him very much. The OAA, celestial group, of this universe, after gaining feelings similar to human beings, said some words and did some things directly. His idea is very simple, more pure than other god groups. What I want to do, I just said it directly, agreeing to everyone's happiness, but not agreeing to let everyone fight. This kind of behavior is very useful in front of beings weaker than him. But is Lin Feng likely to follow suit? He only felt that there was something wrong with this celestial group. And O felt that he couldn't beat Lin Feng, so he could only watch Lin Feng leave. While repairing the universe, O is troubled. He thought of the woman he met last time and said that he had no emotional intelligence. He also doesn't know what EQ is. It seems that he has to ask that woman again. Lin Feng actually didn't go far. He hid secretly and observed for a while, and found that he really left after repairing the bubble universe. He could feel that this O was straightforward and simple-minded, but there was no malice. It was precisely because of this that Lin Feng didn't directly punch him. Otherwise, just because he wanted Lin Jilly, it would be enough for him to die 10,000 times. Back in the Marvel Universe, Lin Feng ran straight to Asgard. Originally it was just a simple matter of finding Loki, but in the end, it was the Time Management Bureau, the old Thanos, and finally a boss of the Celestial Group popped up. This is all nonsense, and Asgard will not accept any business from now on. Loki at the moment was pacing anxiously in the palace. He had already used his whole cards to run away when Lin Feng hit someone. In that kind of battle scene, comets are thrown at every turn, and he will die on the spot if he is not careful. This time, I can see with my own eyes what kind of powerful ability Lin Feng possesses. A giant like the Time Management Bureau would have to retreat when it saw Lin Feng, and even the powerful RET Ray weapon couldn't touch Lin Feng's clothes. Later, a more terrifying version of Thanos with white beard came out. Loki felt that he might be doomed, and he cheated Lin Feng once, although it didn't really bother him. But this kind of boss is usually very vengeful, and reported it on the spot. Unless that old Thanos is stronger than Lin Feng, kill Lin Feng directly so that he can't come back. But the chances of this are very small. A boss of this level can't be beaten, and there is no way to escape. Loki kept pacing, analyzing his situation. NND, if he was given another chance, he would never bother with the time administration. Is black magic important or life is important? The more he thought about it, the more terrifying he felt. Loki was about to pack up his things and run away, at least go out to avoid the limelight. But Lin Feng obviously didn't want to give him this chance. He has seen Loki's location and teleported to Asgard. At this moment, he was standing at the gate of the palace, leaning against the doorpost, watching Loki leisurely walking back and forth there with his head bowed and frowning. After Loki made up his mind to run, he immediately walked towards the outside of the palace, and then saw Lin Feng leaning on the pillar. Almost didn't scare him to pee. He rolled his eyes, went up and bowed his head again, with a flattering smile on his face. Lin, Your Excellency Lin Feng. I knew they must not be your opponents. You also know that the time administration wants me to do something, and I can't refuse. All this has nothing to do with me. I am innocent. I believe you can understand, right? 3 sentences directly dumped his responsibility completely. Is Loki smart? Definitely smart, although very stupid a lot of the time. Lin Feng and the old Thanos started with a killer move, a game of life and death. Now that Lin Feng appears here intact, it means that the old Thanos is gone, or has retreated. Now, Loki felt that his last hope was shattered, and he was a little reluctant to think about how Lin Feng would treat him. However, what should be struggled still has to be struggled. Where is Mr. Loki going? Lin Feng looked at Loki playfully, but did not expose his lie. The god of lies and deceit, it would be abnormal not to throw out 2 lies. Loki was sweating, his eyes rolling. Father and Queen are out to play, and I'm going to pick them up. Yeah, take them home. Loki managed to find an excuse. Lin Feng leaned back, smiled meaningfully, and said, What a coincidence. It just so happens that your father and Queen miss you too, let me take you there. Loki's pupils shrank sharply, and he retreated subconsciously. This. Stop this and that, let's go, I'll take you there. Without giving Loki a chance to escape at all, he grabbed Loki and teleported directly to Kamartaj. Ancient One and the Queen of God have been waiting here for a long time. Lin Feng threw Loki in front of the table. Odin and Frigga were sitting beside the table. Oh, and her cheap older sister, Hela with dangling arms. Loki fell silent when he saw these 2 people who could no longer be familiar with each other. This family is complete without a Thor. When old Odin saw Loki appearing, he slapped the table, and he was the first to attack with an angry face. Loki. The old man is really going to be hypertensive by Loki. Just look at what Loki has done all these years. Hela also stares at Loki, like a dead man. Unexpectedly, he had such an interesting cheap brother who dared to sneak attack when he was fighting the old man. Only Frigga, with a leisurely sigh, tugged at Odin's wrist, signaling that he had something to say. I brought you guys talk slowly. It was this kind of family conflict scene again. Lin Feng directly chose to leave. He had enough of the melons of the Asgard family, so it wasn't interesting. What followed was nothing more than some scenes of fatherly kindness and son filial piety. Lin Feng doesn't have to worry about Loki running away. Although Odin and Frigga were sealed by black magic, don't forget that there is an ancient one next to them. If all this can escape, the title of Sorcerer Supreme should be given to him. If nothing else happens, old Odin and Frigga will be able to break the spell today and return to Asgard. Lin Feng, on the other hand, ran back to his villa. There is no one at home, only the black cat that Xiaohei turned into. When Xiaohei saw Lin Feng coming back, he meowed twice. Lin Feng found that there were still a lot of small blue cubes piled up in the cat tray in front of it, probably the rations that Lin Jili gave it. Lin Feng ignored him, sat on the sofa, and took out the fragments of the heart of the universe. I got another super powerful piece of equipment. It would be a lie to say I am unhappy. And this kind of thing is different from the ones lying in Lin Feng's space, which were looted from the Time Management Bureau. The pieces of the heart of the universe can really help Lin Feng. The triangular fragments emit a faint blue light. Lin Feng squeezed it with his hands. It was very firm. While observing this thing, Lin Feng thought in his mind why Hela, the goddess of death, had fragments of the heart of the universe. And according to the old Thanos, the goddess of death is also eyeing his own soul? This gave Lin Feng a premonition that one day he would face the goddess of death that old Thanos said. As for now, thanks to goddess of death, Lao Tai, for sending me the fragments of the heart of the universe. With this thing, Lin Feng felt that he should be able to kill randomly at super universe level. As for how to use it, older Thanos used it inside his body. It looks very rough. Lin Feng definitely would not choose this approach. But he didn't rashly input energy to activate this thing, but chose to ask the system first if there was a way to use it. The answer given by the system is very simple, and it can be used on the Superman wristband. Lin Feng was a little surprised when he heard this answer, but he didn't expect that his Superman wristband could hold such a thing. Wouldn't it be destroyed by the energy of the fragments of the heart of the universe? The system also gave a reply. The host thinks too much. The fragments of the heart of the universe do not have their own consciousness. You can manipulate it to do anything, so the bracer is just a connecting piece, a carrier, and it will definitely not be destroyed. Definitely, you can also choose the whole pendant to hang on your body. It can also be used. Lin Feng nodded repeatedly. The method of use is much simpler than imagined, and I thought there were some harsh conditions. It seems that the fragments of the heart of the universe can be regarded as a relatively gentle existence. As for the fate of the old Thanos, the fragment of the heart of the universe said that it is not responsible. He is too weak, and he has to forcibly activate the fragments of the heart of the universe. If it is a complete heart of the universe, there is no problem. An incomplete fragment, he really doesn't have such a big ability to use without injury. This thing is easy to understand. The complete heart of the universe has sound functions, the release and recovery of energy, and the logical and super-logical use of power. To drive a fragment, you need to complement or simulate some resonance characteristics of other fragments. It's like driving a car with one wheel, much more difficult than driving a car with 4 wheels. After thinking about it, Lin Feng put it on Superman's wristband. The Superman bracers are as smart as ever and embedded the pieces right away. And the infinite gems on the wristband, as if seeing something terrifying, moved away one after another, trying to keep themselves away from the fragments of the heart of the universe. Lin Feng was speechless watching this scene. Through the Superman wristband, Lin Feng and the fragments of the heart of the universe are butted together. For an instant, Lin Feng's eyes seemed to lose focus. But soon, Lin Feng recovered. The moment he connected to the fragment of the heart of the universe, Lin Feng saw the endless bubble universe. After Lin Feng input energy into the heart of the universe, he felt that there seemed to be something in the fragments of the heart of the universe, which was fed back into his body. But to Lin Feng's surprise, the fragments of the heart of the universe improved his strength far less than expected, but it was enough to kill randomly at super universe level. Lin Feng was not disappointed. Because compared to the improvement in strength, he found that the fragment of the heart of the universe brought him surprises in other aspects. With a wave of his hand, a little black cat of the same style appeared in the living room. The newborn black cat looked around curiously. When he saw Lin Feng, he ran up to rub the back of his hand affectionately, seeming to recognize Lin Feng as its creator. When the real Xiaohei saw the sudden appearance of an identical species, the cat froze, and immediately ran over to look it up curiously. Xiaohei, how is the new partner I found for you? Lin Feng cheerfully scratched the cat's chin. The cat narrowed its vertical pupils and snored. The fragments of the heart of the universe seemed to complement some of Lin Feng's powers and understanding. The life forms created by Lin Feng in the past can exist for a short time. But now, the black cat created with the help of the fragments of the heart of the universe can exist forever. This made Lin Feng more gratified and happy than directly improving Lin Feng's strength. Lin Feng took off the wristband and used his ability to create a bird again. The bird twittered and tilted its head, staring at Lin Feng curiously. Lin Feng also stared at it. After a while, the bird slowly became transparent and disappeared. But the black cat created before did not disappear. Lin Feng silently put on the Superman wristband again. When he took off the wristband, the inexplicable thing from the fragment of the heart of the universe was taken away from his body. After putting it on, it will reappear again. But it's okay, with the help of the fragments of the heart of the universe, the life I created is already a complete individual. Even if I take it off, it won't disappear. Moreover, there is a slight connection between Lin Feng and the black cat. Very good. Lin Feng gently rubbed the fragment of the heart of the universe on the wristband, very satisfied with this thing. In the following time, Lin Feng used the fragments of the heart of the universe to conduct various experiments. Easy time travel, living body construction, and even the creation of living planets, combined with Lin Feng's own ability, can be played in a variety of ways. After trying for a while, Lin Feng started to connect his own duplication, because it suddenly occurred to him that the fragment of the heart of the universe seems to have an auxiliary function, which is especially useful for duplication. Lin Feng closed his eyes and linked with duplication in his mind. Duplication, how are you doing recently? Duplication paused when he heard the main body's voice. His companions, noticing the strangeness, cast puzzled eyes, and one of his companions had suspicion and vigilance deeply hidden in his eyes. Shanghai, what happened? Duplication's face was covered under the black robe, and under the black robe, there was also a white mask. None of his companions had seen what he looked like. Shanghai Duplication has given himself a pseudonym, so he can't break into the enemy's interior, so let's use the name Lin Feng. Duplication shook his head and followed his companion. It's nothing, let's keep going. In my mind, I did chat with Lin Feng. Ontology, what happened? No, how is your side now? Lin Feng asked back. Duplication pursed his lips, narrowed his eyes and looked at the three companions walking in front. The last mission made me step into a higher sequence. There are some tasks after that, and I am now one of their key trainees. However, they are very vigilant. The highest I can touch is the third sequence, and the second sequence can occasionally hear some news. The news returned by Duplication did not exceed Lin Feng's expectations, neither fast nor slow, and the progress was the same as his own prediction. Is there any risk of exposure? Lin Feng asked again immediately. Duplication subconsciously shook his head, but then frowned. They are one, and Duplication is very confident in its hidden ability. But when the subject asked this question, he still thought about his own behavior pattern carefully. The possibility of exposure is very small. I am currently on a mission. Not long ago, I transferred a team member and said it was for help. She hides her aura, but she can't escape my eyes. According to her strength, she shouldn't be in my sequence, so I suspect that she is the second sequence to monitor my existence, or is it a test? Is there an image? Lin Feng asked. Duplication didn't speak, and came directly to share the perspective. At the moment Duplication and companions are on a mission on a planet. There is red land at the foot, and there are hills all around. In the distance of the hillside is a canyon, below the canyon, there is a town. A small team was heading towards the town, and Lin Feng didn't bother to ask what the mission was. He looked at the woman the Duplication had mentioned. There was only one woman in the team, so it was easy to see. With an ordinary appearance, Lin Feng has no impression of her. In the movie, there is no such character. Silently remembering the woman's appearance in his heart, Lin Feng said to Duplication in his mind, I will share with you an ability now, and if you use it reasonably, you can have a more hidden ability. Lin Feng's duplication is not as strong as the main body, and there is no problem hiding it in front of ordinary black robes. But if there is a first-order or second-order peak existence suddenly, there is a risk of exposure. After all, Duplication's soul is not complete, it is a subsidiary that relies on Lin Feng's existence. Who knows if those strange people have seen through the essence of their souls? Even though Lin Feng is very confident in the current duplication, since he has ability to do better, why not do it? According to Lin Feng's speculation, the first sequence should be Almighty Universe level and others. Although it is far from reaching the level of OAA, Omnipotent, the last insurance is also necessary. While speaking, Lin Feng divided the connecting channel of the fragments of the heart of the universe into one. Through this channel, Duplication can share part of the ability of the heart of the universe. He can create the illusion of a real soul, perfectly avoiding duplication from being revealed. Now, unless the OAA, all-knowing and all-powerful, comes in person, it's impossible to see through him as a duplication. With the connection of the energy channel, Duplication's body trembled slightly. One of the companions in the team stopped. It was the woman. She was always watching Lin Feng's duplication from the corner of her eye. This little move did not escape Lin Feng's eyes. Okay, you continue to follow the plan, I will withdraw first. By the way, if that woman really notices something, don't hold back. I know. After delivering the big gift bag, Lin Feng looked away. In the living room, Xiaohei and the black cat created by Lin Feng are already happily playing together. In the past few days, Xiaohei has been taken by Lin Jili and the others for a good stroll around Blue Star, and he has seen many people who are similar to him. But Xiaohei can still feel that although they look like the same race as himself, they only look alike. They couldn't understand what Xiaohei said, which undoubtedly disappointed Xiaohei very much. But Xiaohei decided to continue living on this planet. A life surrounded by big bosses is very beautiful. There are endless energy cubes for 3 meals a day, and there is still a big guy in the stomach that has not been absorbed. This kind of life without worrying about food and clothing made Xiaohei reluctant to leave this place. Lin Feng crossed his legs, drank coffee, watched the 2 cats play and played, quietly enjoying the good time in the afternoon. From now on, there will be 2 cats at home, and Lin Feng feels that he has reached the pinnacle of his life. Strength, financial resources, girlfriends, and even children are all there, and nothing is missing. This kind of life is exactly what Lin Feng longed for before. At 4:30 in the afternoon, it was the time for Lingalai and Martina to leave school. The 2 of them will be back earlier than Susan and Wanda, both of whom are traveling together. Susan wasn't too worried about their safety. The main reason is that not only are the two children surrounded by Autobots who take them to and from school, but they also have extremely terrifying backgrounds. The necklace hanging around Lin Jili's neck is not a simple necklace, it is a rescue device that can contact and summon Lin Feng. So Susan felt that she didn't need to worry too much. Like a little devil in the world, Lin Jili returned home, kicked open the door with a bang, and rushed towards the black cat. Stopping in front of the black cat, Lin Jili put on a shameful pose familiarly, and shouted, "Where is my general?" The voice is waxy, coupled with the appearance and lines of the second grade, it looks silly and cute. Lin Feng was amused to watch this familiar secondary school feeling. Xiao He reluctantly left the black cat created by Lin Feng, walked up to Lin Jili, and posed the same pose without love. Lin Jili bared her small white teeth and smiled contentedly. But soon, she realized something was wrong. Why are there two little blacks? The big eyes wandered back and forth on the two identical black cats suspiciously. When Lin Feng created this black cat, he really did it casually. When he saw Xiao He, he directly made a similar one. So now these two cats are almost exactly the same, the only difference is that the color of the pupils is different. Xiao He's own cat is too lonely, so I got another one. Lin Feng sat on the sofa and didn't get up to explain. Huh. Lin Jili scratched her head. Lin Feng, big brother, are you at home? Does this child only have cats in his eyes now? Martina looked at the two black cats very excitedly, and the more she looked at them, the more she liked them. Can I have another one? While speaking, Martina cast her eyes on Lin Feng with a look of hope. She has been coveting Xiao He for a long time, and every time she sees Lin Jili riding Xiao He and strolling in the yard, she feels extremely handsome. And most importantly, Xiao He can also pose with Lin Jili. Although Lin Jili doesn't mind her riding, she still wants to have a black cat of her own. Lin Feng shrugged and said nonchalantly, definitely it's fine. This black cat is already a complete living body, and it will die. It is definitely a good thing that someone raises it. Alas. Martina cheered, ran over to pick up another black cat, and fondled the cat's head. The smooth cat fur felt so good that she squinted her eyes into a crescent shape with satisfaction. Can it also become bigger? Martina suddenly asked after Rua for a while. This. Lin Feng was taken aback, but he didn't add some weird abilities to the black cat, so this is just an ordinary black cat. Whether it is IQ or lifespan, it is no different from ordinary cats. But Martina's words reminded Lin Feng. Can he create life forms with special abilities? Once this impulse arises, it can't be erased, and Lin Feng feels itchy. Just thinking about it, Lin Feng planned to give this black cat a try. Come here, give me a hug to study. Lin Feng beckoned, and Martina obediently sent the black cat to him, and looked at Lin Feng expectantly. Lin Feng held the black cat in front of his eyes with both hands. The black cat seemed to be a little scared, struggling restlessly. A red light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, the black cat immediately stopped moving, its eyes became dull, and it looked at Lin Feng. Next, Lin Feng began to mobilize energy to modify the existence of the black cat. The black cat is like a transparent 3D projection. Under Lin Feng's supervision, the body structure is clearly visible. Lin Feng is absolutely sure that he can modify everything in the black cat at will. This feels like a game, opening up editor panels to create entirely new species. Lin Feng licked his lips and started to operate carefully. The bones are too weak to see at all, Lin Feng thought for a while, then waved his hand and replaced it with adamantium. Well, I have to say that the pieces of the heart of the universe are really easy to use. Lin Feng didn't have the ability to make this kind of metal by himself before. The black cat is now in a soul astral state, completely painless. Then, Lin Feng really started to modify the black cat as if he was playing a game. The Stark particle function is added, which can make the black cat bigger and smaller at any time, and even enter the quantum space. Super flight, the same function as Man of Steel. You also need to have a strong body with super high defense to avoid damage during high-speed flight. Lin Feng became more involved in the changes, and couldn't help but gasp. Hiss. This inexplicable sense of fun. What is the situation? The more they changed, the more excited Lin Feng became. System, exchange me for a normal version of the super race bloodline. Lin Feng slapped his thigh and shouted. In the next second, a needle tube appeared in Lin Feng's hand, with green liquid inside. Inject the cat without any hesitation. Think about it, what will happen when a cat turns into a Super Saiyan in the future? The black hair all over stood on end, then turned golden, and there was a powerful chi surrounding his body. Thief is so cool. With the blessing and help of the fragments of the heart of the universe, all kinds of abilities were perfectly integrated without any conflicts at all. In front of this kind of thing, don't mention logic or anything. After changing for half an hour, Lin Feng finally stopped what he was doing. And the black cat of at the moment, although the appearance is still an ordinary cat, but the inside has undergone earth-shaking changes. The most intuitive difference is that the eyes of the black cat have become very humane. Owner. The black cat meowed, but in Lin Feng's mind, it spoke human words. Its current intelligence is equivalent to that of a 10-year-old child. For Lin Feng, who created it and endowed it with an ability, he definitely regards it as its master. Lin Feng looked at his masterpiece and smiled with satisfaction. Among other things, the black cat I made feels a little stronger than Xiao He. If nothing else, it should be the strongest cat in this universe. Throwing the black cat to Martina again, Lin Feng gave the first order. You can follow her from now on. He didn't say anything about protecting Martina, because it was completely unnecessary. The black cat meowed, showing no intention of resisting Lin Feng. It looked at Martina carefully, knowing that she would be its second master in the future. Martina rubbed on the cat's head again. She vaguely felt that the cat seemed to be different from the one just now, but she couldn't tell what was different. Can't help but eagerly asked Lin Feng, how can it become bigger? Lin Feng chuckled. It's smaller, the layout is smaller, Lin Feng, built it with my own hands. If it becomes bigger or smaller, isn't it easy to grasp? Not only can it become bigger or smaller, it can also talk to you just like Xiaohe. And it originally has an unimaginably powerful ability. You can study it slowly in the future. Lin Feng smiled meaningfully. Adamantium cat claws, the same style as Wolverine, steel cat body, super cat flight, cat universe super invincible spiral roll huge energy cat eyes are compelling. Definitely, it is not as powerful as Lin Feng. After becoming a super race cat, most of its abilities will multiply, and it also has the ability to grow. This is why Lin Feng thinks it is the strongest cat in the universe. The first time he created the attributes of life forms, Lin Feng added everything he thought was suitable. To put it bluntly, if you give this cat a cape of the same style as Superman, it will be the super cat that saves the world. Oh, this damn sense of accomplishment. But these ability Lin Feng is not willing to tell Martina. It's more interesting to discover slowly by yourself, isn't it? After learning that the cat can indeed grow bigger, Martina likes it even more. Shall we give it a name? I have a cat too. These words were addressed to Ling Jili. Ling Jili immediately nodded in agreement. This is good, this is good. But what is it called? Xiaohe can't be called. Why not call him Dahe? Ling Jili knelt down, frowned and began to think. Xiaohe meowed in dissatisfaction. Why is it called Big later? Have you considered my feelings? Little Black. It doesn't seem too good. Martina also squatted down, and the two brats squatted together, frowning in distress. Both of them are named Fei, as can be seen from Xiaohe's popular name. It is estimated that the names of the two forums, Unicron and Mechanic Master, have been contemplated for a long time before they came up with it. The combined combat power is less than 5 slags. Black charcoal, black slag, black briquettes, 2 sunspot. Lin Feng was listening with black lines on his forehead. It's all got some fucking name. Call it Kayamao. Lin Feng couldn't stand the two getting ghost names, so he couldn't help but blurt it out. The two pairs of eyes cast disbelief immediately, and then turned into disgust, as if they couldn't believe hearing this name. Lin Feng scratched his head. What's wrong? Why do these two guys look so weird? This cat has a body of steel and can fly. It is almost the same as myself in the age of the Man of Steel. Is there anything wrong with being called a super cat? From now on, you will be called Erhe. Martina completely ignored Lin Feng's meaning, stared at the black cat seriously, and decided on the name. Hiss. Lin Feng fell back tactically, completely unable to understand what was going on. Forget it. Anyway, the cat is given to Martina, so she can choose whatever name she likes. This move of creating super cats with bare hands did not consume much to Lin Feng. It is mainly the fragments of the heart of the universe that are at work. The cat's ability can be more powerful and perfect, but Lin Feng did not choose to do so. There's no need to pinch it so hard. If it's out of control at that time, it's not good to cause trouble for Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng was stroking Hu Wanwan's fragment of the heart of the universe, Lin Jili ran over. And Xiaohe, who had been thrown aside by her, seemed to have discovered something more interesting than Xiaohe. Lin Feng noticed that Lin Jili was staring at her wristband. The wristband in his hand was like a cat teasing stick, and Ling Jili's gaze could be attracted wherever he moved. What are you doing? Lin Feng asked in confusion. You seem to be carrying something incredible. Lin Jili said. Her eyes still didn't leave Lin Feng's wristband. Instead she looked curious. Lin Feng lowered his head and looked at the fragment of the heart of the universe. It's terrible. It's really terrible. But to be honest, as an unqualified middle 2 universe cube, Lin Jili can do things like creating super cats. Do you know this thing? Lin Feng asked. It is very easy for Cosmic Cube to know something. Didn't Wang Xinjiang perform this skill before? As long as they want to, they can extract this fragment from history or the future. After thinking for a while, Lin Jili responded, I don't know what it's called, but I can see that it contains incredible energy and incomparably mysterious powers. Ling Jili bit her nails, thinking, it's like something that creates the world. But this thing is just a part, it doesn't seem to be complete. There was a faint blue light in Lin Jili's eyes, constantly analyzing the origin and secrets of the fragments of the heart of the universe. Listening to what Lin Jili said, Lin Feng nodded and responded, that's right, this thing is called the heart of the universe. It is indeed just a fragment of the heart of the universe. The heart of the universe. Lin Jili bit her nails, and the curiosity in her eyes became more and more intense. Can you lend me a look? Maybe, I can find out where its companion is. Ling Jili stretched out her small hand and made a request. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng took off the fragment and handed it to her. He didn't think Ling Jili could find the location of the other fragments. But they are all from her own family, so it doesn't matter if you look at it. Lin Jili has now integrated into Lin Feng's big family. It may be the reason why Lin Jili once occupied Lin Feng's body. There is an inexplicable sense of trust between the two of them. Lin Feng also regards Lin Jili as his relative, otherwise he would not give up researching things like the Cosmic Cube. You can find another cosmic cube in the future, and this is the only one in Lin Jili's universe. After getting the fragments, Lin Jili fiddled with them constantly, full of curiosity. Lin Feng didn't pay too much attention. He put his hands behind his head and rested. But in his heart, he was thinking about how to find the remaining fragments of the heart of the universe. Just this small fragment has an unimaginable ability. So how powerful should the complete heart of the universe be? According to preliminary estimates, if Lin Feng integrates the heart of the universe, Lin Feng can at least have the power of the Golden Superman. He doesn't know if he will evolve into a 5-dimensional person like the Golden Superman when the time comes. But even if it doesn't, it won't be so weak. At that time, the various abilities that Lin Feng possessed will be more handy to use. Like the Golden Superman, he can exist anywhere at any time. Moreover, space-time, soul, and real matter can be manipulated at will. As for the Black Robe, at that time, it will be the end of the Black Robe organization. It's exciting to think about, but finding other fragments of the heart of the universe is not that simple. Lin Feng didn't even know how many fragments the heart of the universe split. At first, he thought that the remaining fragments of the heart of the universe should be the same size as this one, but after carefully observing the fracture, Lin Feng felt that it was not that simple. The heart of the universe left no clues at all. No, it cannot be said that there is no such thing. The fragment of the heart of the universe was obtained from old Thanos, and the old Thanos, who got it from Hela, the goddess of death. According to this, Lin Feng wants to know other clues about the shards, and at least wants to meet Hela, the goddess of death. But therein lies the problem. Lin Feng had no idea where the old Thanos universe was, and he couldn't find Hela, the goddess of death in that universe. There are so many universes, Lin Feng does not know when to find them one by one. Not happy, a little upset. However, in this world, many things happen by coincidence. Just as he was sighing, Lin Feng caught a glimpse of light from the corner of his vision. The light came from the fragment of the heart of the universe in Lin Jili's hand. I don't know how she fiddled with it, but the fragment of the heart of the universe at the moment is emitting a faint red light. What's the situation? Lin Feng sat up straight, staring at the fragments suspiciously. What have you done? Before Lin Jili could answer, the fragments in her hand came out and flew into the midair of the room. Afterwards, waves of light emanated from the fragment, directly rendering Lin Feng's house into a sea of red. Martina, Lin Jili, get behind me. Lin Feng's reaction was extremely quick. He stood up abruptly, and enveloped his biological force field on the two little guys. Martina didn't understand what was going on, but she could hear the seriousness in Lin Feng's tone. Without hesitation at the moment, he picked up a black cat in one hand and hurriedly hid behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng stared at the fragment of the heart of the universe that was still emitting light in the air, and raised the strength of the biological force field to the highest level to prevent accidents. However, the fragments did not mean to explode. Several streaks of red light flashed across its body again, and the red light lost in the room, finally converging into several pictures. Lin Feng raised his brows. Those are several different pictures of the universe. But the same thing is that in each picture, there is a fragment of the heart of the universe with different file sizes. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This is clues to other cosmic heart fragments. Under each picture, coordinate information is displayed, confirming Lin Feng's conjecture. Awesome, Lin Feng praised, and at the same time, quickly recorded the information in his mind. There are a total of 7 pieces of information and 7 pictures, that is to say, there are 8 fragments of the heart of the universe, one of which is in Lin Feng's hands, and the remaining 7 need to be found by Lin Feng. Well done, Unicron. Lin Feng couldn't help but praise. Although I don't know how Lin Jili activated the fragment of the heart of the universe. But isn't this just Sleepy coming to send pillows? A second ago, Lin Feng was still thinking about how to find other fragments of the heart of the universe. In the next second, the rice was almost delivered to the mouth. Lin Feng stroked Lin Jili's little hairy head. Unexpectedly, she actually found it. This is the first time Lin Feng has admitted that she is the emperor of the universe. Lin Jili blushed a little bit embarrassed. Hey, it's not that powerful. Lin Feng looked at the location in the picture happily, but the smile froze on his face in the next second. He originally thought that these were all static pictures, but unexpectedly, in the next second, the back of one of the pictures turned around. That image is of a woman holding a fragment of the heart of the universe in her hand. It was originally from the back, but now under Lin Feng's gaze, he turned around. Lin Feng's heart sank, and he knew that this was probably a real-time broadcast. The woman took off the hood on her head, revealing her face. A pair of eyes with thick dark circles, as if traveling through countless universes, met Lin Feng's gaze. Hiss. Strong smell of death. It is the goddess of death, Hela. She seemed to be able to see Lin Feng here too, with an inexplicable and charming smile on the corner of her mouth. Lin Feng yelled, and grabbed the fragments in the air, and at the same time, the biological force field shifted instantly to suppress the fragments of the heart of the universe to the maximum extent. All the pictures were cut off in an instant, and the fragments also quieted down, no longer emitting light. This Nima is playing too big. Not only did his heart sink, but his face also sank. Do you want to be so bloody? Lin Jili's cheeks twitched uncontrollably. Did I do something wrong? The dignified aura exuded from Lin Feng made both Martina and Lin Jili understand that something was wrong. Lin Feng took a deep breath, relaxed, and showed a relaxed expression. It's okay, you go and play. Sister Susan will come back later, we can have dinner. After speaking, Lin Feng sat on the sofa. From the scene just now, Lin Feng can be sure that Hela, the goddess of death, definitely saw him. When I got the clue, I only cared about being happy, so I ignored one thing. There must be a connection between the fragments of the heart of the universe. Lin Jili activated the fragment of the heart of the universe, and while finding other fragments, the location of this fragment of the heart of the universe will definitely be revealed. In other words, although Lin Feng knows the location of other fragments of the heart of the universe, but those fragments of the heart of the universe also saw the universe where Lin Feng was. But after careful consideration, it's not that it's too serious. Lin Feng firmly remembered the scene just now. There are a total of 7 pictures, and in 4 of them, the fragments of the heart of the universe are in an unknown state. They are either in black holes or in extreme environments like space cracks. There are only 3 of them, and one of them is Hela, the goddess of death who just looked at Lin Feng. What she wears is very different from the Hela in this universe, but she looks exactly the same. Lin Feng speculates that she should be Hela, the death goddess of the old Thanos universe. This is good, let this old woman know her position. Lin Feng frowned, rubbing his chin in thought. Thinking of what the old Thanos said about the goddess of death being interested in his own soul, he couldn't help shivering, it was terrifying. While thinking, Lin Feng suddenly felt his arm was poked twice. Lin Feng looked over subconsciously. It's Lin Jili. The little girl was looking at Lin Feng with worried and apologetic expressions. I'm sorry. Lin Jili apologized numbly. I may have exposed our location. Lin Jili quickly realized the seriousness of the matter. Usually she is quite a secondary school student, and no one would believe that this is a powerful artifact that can transcend logic at will. But the cosmic cube is the cosmic cube. When she is willing to use her brain, her IQ is undoubtedly higher than that of most human beings. Lin Feng stroked Lin Jili's little head in relief. Don't worry, I'm still here. And, even if you don't release these pictures, our coordinates will be exposed. Lin Feng would not blame Lin Jili for no reason, nor would she have thought in advance that this move would expose her position. What Lin Feng said is correct, even if the fragment is not activated, as long as it is in his hands, Lin Feng's location will still be exposed. Since this fragment of the heart of the universe can see the coordinates of other fragments, then Hela, the goddess of death, must also have a way to see the universe where Lin Feng lives through the fragments in her hand. So this blame, Lin Jili doesn't have to bear it at all. Rather, her behavior changed Lin Feng from passive to active. If others know Lin Feng's location, but Lin Feng does not know other people's location, think about it. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light, at least they will be attacked. So not only did Lin Jili not make a mistake, but she actually helped Lin Feng. Lin Feng is not sure whether the other 2 pictures of people also saw the fragment of the heart of the universe in his hand. But this thing is not fun to gamble. Lin Feng's biological force field is turned on to the maximum. It can temporarily block the weak connection between the fragments of the heart of the universe, but it can't be turned on all the time. Lin Feng felt that he should leave this universe with the fragments as soon as possible. He still understands the principle of striking first. After the analysis was clear, Lin Feng also relaxed. The situation is still under control for the time being, and there is no big problem. But the first stop is to find Hela, the goddess of death. Are you going to find those fragments? Take me with you. Lin Jili was biting her nails, the guilt still couldn't be wiped off her small face. The smart cosmic cube, it would be great if it wasn't so secondary. Lin Feng waved his hand indifferently. It's okay, you just stay in this universe honestly. Actually, it's not a big problem. I think you can figure it out. And if you stay in this universe, I don't worry, if someone from them really comes over, you can also defeat them, right? Lin Feng persuaded Lin Jili. Lin Jili's eyes lit up, and she finally smiled. That's right, if they dare to come, just beat them to death yourself. I am the real emperor of the universe, just kidding with you? And looking at Lin Feng's state change, it's really not a big deal. Lin Jili smiled and returned to her former heartless appearance. Speaking of which, where did you learn the bad habit? Don't bite your nails. Lin Feng pulled Lin Jili's nail-biting arm off. He found that Lin Jili had been biting her nails from the beginning to now. When did she learn it? Lin Jili pouted her mouth in dissatisfaction. I'm Unicron? What's wrong with biting your nails? I learned from Sister Susan. If you have the ability, you can take care of her. Lin Feng's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Your Sister Susan is an adult, and you are a child. Child. The Universal Emperor was even more dissatisfied. I, the Emperor of the Universe, have lived for thousands of years at least. You say I am a child. Lin Feng showed a look of disdain on purpose. Aren't you a child? You. Lin Jili pointed with her little finger angrily, but was at a loss for words, feeling that she had no suitable words to refute. Ah yes, she has lived for thousands of years, but the time for her real self-consciousness to be born is not that long, and Lin Feng was originally like her irresponsible father. In the past, when it was about to dissipate, it was rescued by others, and the temporary body was also given by others. Now, I still soak in people's homes every day to eat delicious and spicy food. Lin Jili thought of all the things she had seen before, children who rebelled against their parents, eventually they could not escape the education of love. Subconsciously covering her little butt, Lin Jili turned her head with a groan, and ran to the side to face Rua the cat's head with Martina. Although I don't know if Lin Feng is the kind of ruthless parent I have seen in the video, but forget it, the Emperor of the Universe does not have the same knowledge as this kind of person. Seeing this, Lin Feng chuckled. This is what he did deliberately, and the atmosphere became joyful again because of this. At a young age, don't worry about adult things. Soon, Lin Jili put the annoyance of the fragments of the heart of the universe behind her, and became a heartless middle school child again. Soon after, Susan and Wanda also returned. After quickly preparing dinner, several people sat down around the dining table and chatted about some interesting things that happened on weekdays, looking warm and peaceful. But Lin Feng was thinking about the scene he just saw while eating. Now that he was seen by the goddess of death, Lin Feng's first stop must be to find Hela, the goddess of death. At present, Lin Feng does not know the strength of this goddess of death, Hela, so this move is not a little risky. According to Lin Feng's personality, the safer approach is to first look for those few unknown fragments of the heart of the universe. But he was afraid that Hela would directly kill his own universe. Therefore, Lin Feng can only choose to take the initiative to attack, and take the initiative to find the door before the trouble arises. As for the other two images of living beings, before Lin Feng cut off contact, they didn't turn around. Just seeing the back, Lin Feng didn't recognize who it was in such a short time. But after finding Hela, it's the turn of these two. Lin Feng is thinking about the next action plan here, while Hela of at the moment is floating in the endless void. This is the original universe she is in, and she was born in this universe. Only at the moment, this universe has become the masterpiece of old Thanos, a void. Hela is still content with the old Thanos killing the universe. This allowed her to collect undead from more than one universe. It's just that these undead are not as good as the young man I accidentally discovered. It was the first time for Hela to see that kind of bright, clear yet mysterious soul, and it moved her heart at first glance. She was sitting on her dark throne, with her chin resting on her head, her eyes were distant and empty. She never imagined that someone would have such a simple yet complex soul. Lin Feng guessed right, Hela did see his universe. But Hela didn't act rashly, and hit the door directly as Lin Feng thought. She still has a clear understanding of her own strength. Thanos, who held the fragment of the heart of the universe, was slaughtered by Lin Feng. This is enough to show that Lin Feng is not an easy master. And now that the fragment of the heart of the universe is in Lin Feng's hands, Hela has even less confidence in dealing with him. Thinking of this, Hela shook her head with a sigh, and glanced aside. Next to her throne floats a remnant of old Thanos's. The eyes without focus, and the soul that is almost completely transparent. It seems that it will not last long. Humph, trash. Hela turned her head away in disgust. The ineffectiveness of the old Thanos made Hela's plan come to naught. Thankfully she also lent old Thanos the fragment of the cosmic heart. Poor sister's fragments, Hela sighed, thinking of Lin Feng's bright soul again. As expected of the soul she had a crush on, it really wasn't that easy to deal with. With one careless move, even his own position was exposed. But Hela feels that she is not completely out of chance. With a wave of his hand, the throne was dispersed, and Hela directly left this fragmented universe. There will always be opportunities, but for now, Lin Feng can't find her. As for where to go, the Hela of this universe is not the only suitor of Thanos. With Hela gone, the remnant of old Thanos dissipated shortly thereafter. The entire empty universe returned to silence again. After an unknown amount of time, an undetectable light flashed in the broken universe. Lin Feng traveled to this space according to the coordinates on the screen. He discreetly concealed himself, observing the universe. After dinner, after Susan and the others fell asleep, Lin Feng got up and traveled over. The purpose is to be the first to act first, and not to put the battlefield in one's own universe. In this broken universe, there is no light at all. The entire universe is like a broken mirror, with fragments everywhere. The darkness, the silence, the eerie silence. Soon, Lin Feng frowned. Nobody. Silver Superman's perception is constantly scanning the shattered universe, but finds nothing. Lin Feng closed his eyes, maximized his perception ability, and searched again unwillingly. After a long time, a red line appeared in Lin Feng's perception, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Found it. No. It doesn't seem right either. Lin Feng murmured to himself, then teleported to the place where Hela was before. It's the breath of death, and then, disappeared here. Lin Feng sensed a faint breath of death, which seemed to be connected to a space channel. But the breath was also interrupted here, making it impossible for Lin Feng to continue to follow the trail. The only thing that is certain is that Hela should have left this universe. Lin Feng scratched his head in doubt, a little confused. This Hela, could it be that he ran away? Wait a minute, could it be? Lin Feng's heart jumped, almost no hesitation, and he teleported back to his own universe. He suddenly guessed that Hela must have gone to his own universe to find him, but fortunately, Blue Star is still running smoothly. Lin Feng also didn't feel the breath of death in his own universe. It's numb, did you really run away? Hela's behavior pattern confuses Lin Feng completely. After standing in the universe and pondering for a long time to no avail, Lin Feng slowly returned to Blue Star. Regardless of whether Hela ran away or not, Lin Feng planned to wait for Lin Jili to wake up, and let her activate the fragment of the heart of the universe again. Not sure about this information, Lin Feng felt that he couldn't sleep well. It had been a long time since he had such an irritable feeling of having one thing on his mind all the time. That night, Lin Feng did not sleep. Early the next morning, Lin Feng took Lin Jili to Hela's broken universe again. Activating the fragments of the heart of the universe here is much safer than on Blue Star, at least it will not expose Lin Feng's cosmic coordinates. Even if the two figures from the back noticed the coordinates last time, Lin Feng's operation this time will confuse them. If Lin Feng can be helped, Lin Jili will definitely not refuse. Holding the fragments in the small hand, Lin Feng still couldn't understand the operation, and the familiar red light was stimulated again. One after another, the pictures also appeared one after another. It's just that this time the screen changed from 7 to 6. The picture of Hela has already merged with one of the two backs that Lin Feng saw last time. Hela is standing next to the other figure, both holding a fragment of the heart of the universe in their hands. The figure turned around, his face shrouded in a black mist, but judging from his physical features, he should be a man. Let's just call him the Black Mist Man. And he and Hela noticed Lin Feng's pursuit at the same time. Hela raised her brows, as if she saw something very interesting, and there was a smile on the corner of her mouth that Lin Feng saw last time. She gently took the fragments in the man's hand and combined them with the fragments in her own. Bye-bye, little brother. Hela's lips moved slightly and said a few words. There was no sound, but Lin Feng read it out. In the next second, the fragments emitted light, and the picture about Hela was quickly cut off. 6 pictures, and one less, leaving only 5 pictures. Damn. Lin Feng picked up Lin Jili and teleported along the coordinates on Hela's screen just now. But it was too late, Hela and the Mist Man had disappeared. Only a strong breath of death and a vague fragrance remained in place. Fuck, I really ran away. It was just speculation before, but now, Lin Feng can be 100% sure. Hela, this old lady, really ran away. He even dragged the owner of one of the fragments of the heart of the universe and ran away together? Sure, damn it. Lin Jili tilted her head in doubt. Tisk. Lin Feng patted Lin Jili's little head hard. Okay, don't learn. Quick, can we track them down again? Lin Jili got 2 melon seeds in vain, pouted her mouth a little angrily, but still obeyed Lin Feng's words and fiddled with the pieces in her hand. After playing around, Lin Jili was also surprised. It's strange, I can't find the big sister with dark circles just now. Obviously it was easy to connect just now, but now there seems to be an invisible barrier. The red wire hits the diaphragm and bounces back. However, other fragments of the heart of the universe can be traced. Lin Feng had already thought of this result, so he didn't feel too disappointed. Well, Hela, the goddess of death, has a bit of her own tricks. Returning the fragments to Lin Feng, Lin Jili could hardly contain her curiosity. Lin Feng, big brother, why did you go after that black-eyed big sister just now? Could it be that she belongs to you? Lin Jili began to wink, and stretched out her little hand, pinching the nails of her little finger with her thumb to cover her head, seeing Lin Feng retreat tactically. Where did you learn this? Lin Feng couldn't help but wanted to knock her on the head again. Oh, don't worry about this, tell me quickly, is she the little girl you found behind Sister Susan's back? Lin Jili ignored Lin Feng's strange eyes, and continued to pinch her little fingernails to ask. She is no longer interested in these fragments, but in that big sister with dark circles. That dress, in Lin Jili's cognition, is just 2 words, exciting? The last time Martina went to the mall, Martina saw a similar dress. But it was too advanced. Martina watched the hesitation for a long time, and finally gave up. Lin Feng's face darkened, he lifted Lin Jili and teleported back to his own universe. It seems that I have to talk to Susan about strengthening your education. There is no doubt that Lin Feng figured it out straight away, and he definitely learned it from the forum. This damn forum has taught Lin Jili and Martina what the hell it is. Lin Feng didn't say any nonsense about not being able to use computers in the future. Lin Jili is a cosmic cube. Without a computer, she can still surf the internet. But Susan is like her sister and her mother. She has to listen to what Susan says. After returning home, he threw Lin Jili, who had a bitter face, to Susan. Under Susan's disbelieving eyes, Lin Feng explained the whole thing, and then left the villa. When leaving, Susan's roar came from behind. Presumably next, Lin Jili will have to endure Susan's nagging like chanting scriptures, hee. Oh, by the way, it is estimated that Martina will not escape, and the 2 of them will undoubtedly enjoy the education of Sister Susan's love. As Lin Feng thought about it, his mood became happier. Hela's running away also made Lin Feng feel a little more at ease. It's about his own universe, and if he was concerned about it before, it would be messed up. If Hela runs away, it proves that she has no way to deal with herself for the time being, which means that she will not appear in her own universe in a short time. This is good news for Lin Feng, but he has a premonition that Hela will not give up easily. What did you say when she left? Little brother? If she hadn't run fast, Lin Feng would have taught her how to be a human being on the spot. This was the first time in his life that someone called him that? Lin Feng, hee. He has the ability to stand in front of me and say it? Digressing. Lin Feng shook his head to calm down his thoughts. The clues are now very clear. Since Hela didn't deal with her ability, she said she found an ally. The fragments of the heart of the universe in the hands of the 2 work together to block their position. But Hela will not let herself go easily, so next, Hela is likely to look for other fragments of the heart of the universe. At least Lin Feng thinks the possibility is very high. But the matter has come to this point, Lin Feng needn't worry too much. Hela probably hasn't fully figured out his own strength yet. The last time Lin Feng faced Thanos, the fragment of the heart of the universe, Lin Feng still had a lot of whole cards that were useless. Even the original's strength was not fully displayed. It can only be said that he played with all his strength. He plans to seamlessly track the fragments of the heart of the universe in the coming time. No matter which piece of the heart of the universe Hela goes to take first, that corresponding location will disappear instantly. And at that time, Lin Feng just teleported over to catch the current situation. Wouldn't it be beautiful sizzle now that he decided to stay on guard for a while? Lin Feng decided not to go out anytime soon and stay in Blue Star. The Thanos crisis and the Ultron crisis have been resolved by Lin Feng in advance, and there is no Avengers Alliance civil war. So the current Blue Star, compared to the one in the movie, is much more stable. However, because these incidents were resolved, Lin Feng stayed in the universe most of the time, which also caused the topic of Lin Feng on Blue Star to gradually fade. And now, Tony also seems to intend to slowly withdraw from the public eye. The current reports and superhero videos are all about the unidentified good neighbor, Spider-Man. As big as fighting grey gangs, as small as climbing a tower to save cats, there is his shadow. It is precisely because of these loving actions that little Spider-Man has the title of good neighbor. Lin Feng watched the report about Spider-Man on TV and drank coffee leisurely. Today was the weekend, and the two little girls, Martina and Lingalai, didn't go to school either, so they had a great time playing with the two black cats in the yard. Susan and Wanda didn't have work today either. They sat quietly beside Lin Feng, browsing the forum. Such a situation gave Lin Feng the illusion of stepping into old age ahead of schedule. Neon has abandoned the wastewater discharge plan. Susan pointed to a report on the laptop and showed it to Lin Feng. It seems that there is some kind of cooperation with Stark Industries. Anyway, it's gone. It seems that seafood can still be eaten with confidence. Susan happily flipped through the relevant reports. This is undoubtedly good news for her. A few days ago, she thought she would say goodbye to seafood forever. Lin Feng nodded indifferently. Probably, he can imagine that the Stark particles on Tony's side can basically be used maturely. For the sake of little Morgan, it is estimated that Tony has already talked to Neon. I don't know what the zombie universe has become during the time I've been away. By the way, is it true that you said that Spider-Man will come for an interview today? Susan suddenly thought of what Lin Feng said to herself yesterday. The forum for the superhero series created by Susan is still there. Although it is not as popular as before, it has extraordinary significance in the hearts of Twister residents, and even in the world. All the latest information and materials about superhero, even major radio stations are not as complete as it. It's just that now, superheroes like Captain America are far inferior to Superman and Iron Man in terms of the visual impact of their actions and the speed of solving problems. And for some reason, Nick Fury is not willing to expose Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye too much to the public eye. The combination of these things has not a small impact on the traffic of the forum, and has a greater impact on the major radio stations. It stands to reason that with Lin Feng's current assets, Susan doesn't have to look for a job at all. But Susan feels that she is still young, and she has retired so early, and she always feels that something is missing in her life. So Lin Feng didn't stop her from going out to do some work or something. What's more, the place where Susan works now is a property owned by Stark, so she doesn't have to worry about being bullied or anything. Lin Feng couldn't help rolling his eyes at Susan's question. Thought you forgot. The question about little Spider-Man being interviewed was not Lin Feng's idea, but Mr. Tony came up with it. As mentioned earlier, Tony intends to fade out of public view and start his journey in the universe, so little Spider-Man is his successor. But so far, nothing catastrophic has happened to Blue Star, so little Spider-Man doesn't have enough weight in the public eye. And even if Tony said hello in advance, little Spider-Man is the one with the lowest seniority in the Avengers Alliance. Although it can exist without relying on the Avengers Alliance, little Spider-Man does not have the abilities of Iron Man and Superman for the time being, and can solve most problems. In addition, Tony is also leaving, so he also intends to let little Spider-Man learn more things in the Avengers Alliance. So Tony thought of this operation. This interview is purely to promote little Spider-Man and let people know that you can trust this little Spider-Man. Because behind him, there are Iron Man and Superman. This reminded Lin Feng of the scene in the movie when Tony held a press conference and wanted to introduce little Spider-Man, but little Spider-Man refused. Raising his wrist and looking at his watch, Lin Feng replied, "In another hour, Tony will come with Peter Parker. I want to know, dear lady reporter, have you prepared the interview script yet? Who is Peter Parker?" Susan did not answer, but asked in confusion. That's Spider-Man, his name is Peter Parker, but you mustn't add that to the interview." Susan threw a hygienic eye. "I'm so stupid." Lin Feng sneered. "Hey, that's right, smart little reporter, you haven't answered my question yet, the interview script is ready." Susan nodded and pulled up a document from her laptop. "Would you like to take a look? I'm afraid some questions are not appropriate to ask. Will something like this annoy that? Peter Parker." Lin Feng casually cast a few glances at 10 lines, and there are indeed some issues that are more sensitive. But this kind of question is generally highly topical, and it is also beneficial to little Spider-Man. "Don't worry, Peter Parker is kinder than you think." Okay, I haven't done an interview for a long time, I'm going to review it." Susan ran into her room with a notebook. Lin Feng curled his lips boredly. In fact, he felt that this interview was completely unnecessary. The superhero designated by both Superman and Iron Man will push little Spider-Man to the forefront. Some Iron Man's former enemies will also come to him. They can't beat Iron Man, can't they harm Spider-Man? Aren't you the designated successor? I will kill you tomorrow. Moreover, when Lin Feng first debuted, he was not without enemies. Many of his actions destroyed the plans of some organizations. It's just that due to Superman's ability, they dare not make mistakes. It can be predicted that after this interview, the residents of Waste Twister will have unprecedented expectations and confidence in little Spider-Man. Moreover, it will also attract hidden dangers. One can imagine how much pressure this is. Maybe one carelessness, one mistake, will lose popular support and even life. This wave is too much of a gamble. But after teacher Tony said a word, Lin Feng stopped dissuading him. According to Tony, this is his last and biggest test for little Spider-Man. What else can Lin Feng say? Make trouble, we have the capital. But neither he nor Tony would directly help little Spider-Man until it was a real critical moment. In that case, it defeats the original purpose of exercising little Spider-Man. An hour later, Tony brought Peter Parker to Lin Feng's villa on time. Hey, Lin. Tony stepped into the villa, swaggering. He still holds little Morgan in his arms, and behind him is Peter Parker, who is the incarnation of the curious baby. Little Spider-Man and Aunt May's life is neither bad nor great. This is the first time for little Spider-Man to come to this kind of villa. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, slowly stood up from the chair, and greeted the two of them. Tony didn't know what to think, and arranged the interview address to Lin Feng's villa. Wouldn't it be better to have a reception directly? Tony chuckled and said, you underestimate the influence of the Superman Forum. For the superhero board, he is almost the most authoritative. There are even some superhero reports, and they will come to the forum to verify the truth. And don't worry, the video of the interview will be broadcast on major radio stations. Okay. Lin Feng spread his hands helplessly. He didn't expect that Susan's forum would have such a big influence now. No need to ask, Tony is also responsible for the designation. So, when do we start the interview? Tony asked, glancing at little Spider-Man at the same time. Put little Morgan underground, let her join Ling Jilly's army of Rua cats, and the three of them masturbate 2 cats together. According to their height, Lin Jilly and little Morgan were of the same age, and soon the 3 of them and 2 cats got together. Peter Parker raised his hand awkwardly. I can do it anytime. He is always ready for the 2 bosses to stand up for him. Okay, then I'll call Susan. Lin Feng turned his head into the room and pulled Susan out. Now that you are ready, start early and finish early. Susan was surprised that Spider-Man was so young. But that's all. When Lin Feng went around saving the world, he was not a few years older than the current Spider-Man. After some preparations, the interview officially began. The interview location was set on the first floor, a room facing the sun. Lin Feng reached out and changed into the iconic black Superman battlesuit. Tony also put on his own black and gold symbiote battlesuit, with only his head exposed. As for little Spider-Man, the whole person is covered in the battlesuit. His identity is relatively sensitive. In order to protect Aunt May and her daily life, few people know his true identity. Lin Feng and Tony sat on the sofa with their legs crossed, their saddlebags were not enough, and little Spider-Man sat between them somewhat restrained. 3 cameras aimed at the 3 people from 3 angles. After some opening remarks that are quite characteristic of the Superman Forum, the interview entered the topic. Well, first of all, I have a question about Mr. Superman. Susan gave Lin Feng a meaningful smile. And this issue has been the most concerned about by the majority of netizens for a long time. Instead of interviewing Peter Parker at the beginning, Susan collected many long-standing questions on the forum. The current Blue Star has hardly seen Mr. Superman's activity. There are even suspicions that Mr. Superman has given up on Blue Star. While the general population is worried about Mr. Superman, it also has corresponding doubts. Then the first question is, did Mr. Superman really give up guarding the Blue Star as some people said? After the words fell, Lin Feng was taken aback. How could he be the first to appear? He hadn't seen this question in Susan's interview before. But that's okay, Susan's question is right on point. I didn't expect that the first question would be mine. Shouldn't today's protagonist be our good neighbor Spider-Man? Lin Feng smiled at the camera, and patted Little who was fidgeting a little jokingly Spider-Man. Over the past few years, his appearance has not changed, and he still has the same image as the sunny boy before, which is extremely photogenic. But for this question, I really didn't think it through. After the joke was over, Lin Feng folded his hands and his expression became a little more serious. When he left Blue Star, Lin Feng really didn't give the residents a reasonable explanation. It is normal for them to have this doubt. This matter is also related to the incident of Chitorai's invasion of Waste Twister a few years ago. At that time, I saw the power of alien races. At the same time, I also knew that in the vast universe, there are many living planets similar to us. And I feel that since I have the ability, then I have to help more living planets from this kind of disaster. So, I didn't give up on protecting the Blue Star. After all, our Blue Star is still guarded by Iron Man. And those poor living planets don't have our superhero here, am I right? After speaking, Lin Feng smiled, still bright and full of security. In the discourse, half-truths and half-truths brought about the Chitori incident, which made Superman's departure more logical. And Lin Feng is indeed fighting for the Blue Star and other living planets. This may not be the original intention, but there is no way to deny that Lin Feng has saved more than one living planet during these times in the universe. So, Mr. Superman went to the depths of the universe in order to save more lives. At the same time, entrust the selfless behavior of guarding the Blue Star to Iron Man and other members of the Avengers Alliance, right? Lin Feng nodded contentedly, almost. Correct me. Tony on the side suddenly raised his hand. I have almost no contact with the Avengers Alliance now. Everyone knows that Iron Man can save the world by himself, so we don't need Superman either, right? S.H.I.E.L.D, which was riddled with holes in the past, is now full of problems. Mr. Tony no longer looks down on SHIELD, but his sensitivity to the subject remains as sharp as ever. As soon as this remark comes out, it will arouse heated discussions among the majority of netizens, and even criticize him for being arrogant. Mr. Tony is as confident as ever. Susan replied with a smile. But the majority of netizens still want to see Mr. Superman active again in the Blue Star sky. What does Mr. Superman think of this? Susan put the microphone on Lin Feng's chin in a decent manner. Lin Feng glanced at her secretly. I'm afraid you don't want to see Superman active in Blue Star again. Although Susan is considerate, but Lin Feng is not at Blue Star most of the time. Can she not have a little bit of resentment? It's just that it's distressing to be sensible, and I usually don't want to express it.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.